bias. That's such bias, like
I
perspective.
like
Like
Geeks. I'm sorry, Geeks is a good guy. He's just a prick.
Yeah.
He's a prick, man. It's just,
I
It's
I
just
like
so
thought
that.
obvious that you have biases.
Why is the single
I
girl
thought
who
this
can't land
was.
a boyfriend speaking up?
I thought everybody could see it.
I'm getting bored.
What'd
What's
you
the
say,
proof of a
Tiggs?
flat Earth?
I'm just making stereotype judgments.
Right. I mean, is it? Can you guys see it too? He's an asshole, isn't he?
I mean, it's kind of funny how
Am
you
I
stray
wrong?
off
Nobody's
topic.
telling me I'm wrong, AT. Hold up. Just to check.
I mean, I can wait, but this is ridiculous.
Somebody got offended, but
Hey, AT, can you have a globe that is not curving?
they're still
No.
not disagreeing with me, bro. I asked the room. Nobody said shit.
Because no one's been talking for the past 20 minutes. Like, you gotta bring in context to the situation if you're gonna ask a fair
Do
question.
I gotta ask it again? Okay, voice chat.
If you're gonna ask a fair question, bring in context. Like, don't
That's
just
fair.
lead people to the well and make them drink from it. You know what I mean?
Well, assuming that
Yeah,
if they
hold
weren't
them from the
talking,
neck.
if they weren't talking, then they were listening to this asshole talk, and it's just an axiom. It's an observable truth.
Brother, what?
That's philosophically wrong in every single way, but carry on.
I don't think I need to, AT.
I don't think so either.
Yeah,
You
he
see,
keeps
AT?
going through.
Can you have a globe that is not curving, AT?
A property of a sphere or a globe is curvature, so no.
So a sphere is curving or not curving?
I don't know how it can be any more clear. Yes, it's curving.
Yes, it's curving.
But the A stands for asshole.
No, it stands for Andrew. It should be so hard to figure out if you take one look at my bio.
Andy, you're an asshole. I did look at your bio. I just wasn't going to call you by name.
No, you're just going to make up names. That's better.
Can I just
Probably how you
clarify?
operate in life, right? Not addressing the facts, making
I
up your
didn't
own
make
beliefs.
I didn't make up that asshole. That's
Bro, you're getting ring tossed. You're not on my level. Can we get someone actually
pre-existed.
educated, please? I want to hear this.
Pre-existed me.
Can I ask some questions? Not about assholes. So,
No. We're not gonna talk about private parts. Keep it family friendly. We're
I
not
don't
gonna
think your
talk about
asshole is
private
private.
parts.
No, I'm
He
kidding.
said nah.
Well,
Hey, touche. That was a good one, asshole.
Yeah, your asshole's flat.
He said yours
no.
is private. That was a good one.
Yeah.
That was quick too and witty.
Keep the assholes private.
Great, I'll be closeted. Now, who's a flat Earth believer in here, and why?
I just had some questions before, but I don't mind.
Yeah, but we're not gonna talk. We're not gonna talk about assholes. No. The answer is no.
Why do we keep bringing that up? Like, no one's bringing it. Like, we switch subjects.
It's kind of anal, isn't it?
Brother.
I would say we're at the end of this conversation. Now,
He said yours isn't private.
Can I ask questions? Because
Not about assholes.
And that's why I love
Yo, Geeks, shoot. Like, you've asked 3 times.
My
if you can
best
ask
evidence
questions,
that
just ask
the
them.
Earth is a globe is that the stars they will rise in the east and then set in the west.
Well, I was trying to present to AT satellite photographic infrared evidence of, the realist level. No Geeks, AT.
Yeah, do
right,
you want a
AT?
satellite image that's infrared? I'll pull it up.
Yeah, satellite image. I'm gonna post it for you.
Oh, you're pulling it up. Great.
Yeah, I'm gonna post the satellite image for you. There you go. The realist level. Oh, there it is, AT. See, AT, what we see from the realist level from the satellite? We see a horizontal.
You need the other
we
one.
see a horizon.
You need the other one. You need the other one as well.
Oh,
you need the other
Jesus
picture as well.
Christ. Yeah, I need it. Oh, yeah, I need it because, I need air, water, and
So
family.
is this taken from something orbiting around Earth?
From the satellite Calypso, bro. Come on. Let me
I
post
asked
the
you a
other one
question.
so you know the
Hello?
hello.
Yeah, so is this taken from a body that's orbiting Earth?
You know, we pay NASA and
I'm
they buy a
asking a
lot of
simple question. Hello?
I'm telling, I'm giving you the answer, AT. We pay NASA to buy a bunch of helium, and they make balloons, and it's called satelloons, right? The satellites that we put in balloons, and you see
Great.
the altitude of this one. It's like what, like 20 kilometers high. That's where we send our satelloons up, and they have equipment like Lidar, Lidar, and it takes infrared photography of the across the
Great. So
world.
can you answer the
And then we can
question, or do you
see
need me
in
to
these
restate it?
images, we can see in this infrared a
He's
horizon. You see
dodging.
that? Do you see the horizon? At? Do you see it? This is the
You can
ocean.
ask all the questions you want, and I will answer. Don't worry. I asked you a question.
Do we see the horizon on this
He's not
Are you
going to
photograph?
completely
answer.
ignoring it? Okay. I mean,
Who's presenting the image?
can I talk about the image, or is it like a one-way conversation?
Do you know anything about it?
Yes, I know
He's
anything.
asking, he's inquiring about he
So
wants to learn about it.
I
And you're
was
not
trying to
giving his
present it.
answer.
Well, I was trying to present it with a question. I know he's asking me a question, so I don't.
Yeah, but
Which one is it?
you presented the image. He asked a question about the image, and you're blatantly ignoring it with
And to
with adding a new
to
question.
present the image, I have to present what it is.
I don't think the premise of showing any evidence is asking questions. Now, if that's something you're familiar with, I will engage. I will answer your question, and then perhaps after that, you'll address mine, right? And we can entertain that. That be okay with you?
So you see, At, we observe a horizon here from where we get a horizontal lines. This horizon is about 700 miles.
I
To be
think he's
exact,
muted.
I don't know, like I don't know if this is a conversation because I've I've been asking like a lot of like low level questions and you're not engaging with it at all. So
are you listening or no?
that is amazing that you would say that. Yes.
Oh, you're listening. Okay, so
I
here
think
in this
it should be
photograph,
the other way around. Are you listening?
Shall
I'm
I
the
try
one
ask the
presenting.
question?
I'm the one
Shall I?
presenting the information. I'm the one talking. So you have to be listening, not talking.
Shall I
You
ask
see?
the question?
Talk
You see
away.
how it works? You see how it
Shall I
works?
ask? Shall I ask the question? Is that better?
Are you listening, geeks? Are you listening? I'm the one presenting something. I'm the one talking. Are you listening or no?
I'll take that as I can't ask the question. Okay.
All right, go ahead and ask the question, geeks. I'm gonna forget about what I was presenting. Go ahead, geeks. Go ahead.
No. You presented an image. Was the image taken?
No. Go ahead. You know what, At? Go ahead. Ask your question.
Was the image taken from a satellite orbiting the Earth?
Go ahead, At. Ask your question, At.
That is the question I asked. The guy just said it perfectly. So
And it's already been replied to you more than twice
so
that it
no. The answer
was.
is no.
The answer is yes. It was taken from a satellite.
From a satellite.
From a
Orbiting the
satellite.
Earth.
So not from a satellite.
What else? We're talking from the realist level. We're talking about
I don't know
reality,
what
right?
realist level is. Can you elaborate on that?
Okay, reality, right? We construct devices that can do observations like cameras, observing opticals, lenses, right? And we put some of those in this device, in this satelloon, and it can take photographs of, the clouds, the water across the oceans, right? And this is what we see here. We see the waters across the ocean and the clouds. And then when those two converge, we see the horizon. You see it in the photograph yet or no?
Okay, I see what you're saying. I think there is like this line, and you talk about that as the horizon,
Have you ever
right?
seen a horizon in your life, At?
Elaborate on it. Are we talking geometrical horizon?
Yeah, have you ever been to the beach and seen the horizon?
Are you talking about
Nobody's
the
asking for what a
geometrical?
definition of the horizon is yet. Just have you seen the horizon?
I need to know what horizon we're talking about. Is the geometrical horizon?
The
Is
one
the
that you see.
optical?
The one that you
Have
see,
you
have you
seen
ever
that
seen it?
one? Have you seen either or? Which one have you seen? Which one?
So
Which
both. The
horizon have you
question is
seen?
to both.
You've seen both horizons?
I'm clarifying whether or not you're asking for both or a specific one.
So you're asking about, have you seen, you're asking about the geometrical horizon.
One of them, yeah, sure.
One of them. And here, what do we see here? We see the horizon, right? The apparent point where the sky and the water converge, right?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, and we see that apparent line, right? And
Sure,
from the
yeah.
horizon, we get horizontal lines, right? From the horizon.
Sure, yes.
And horizontal lines are defined by what? The slope of the horizontal line is 0, right? Not curving, because
Depending whether or not you're invoking the geometrical definition or the colloquial one regarding the actual property of the curvature of the Earth. So yeah, that's why I asked.
So we observe in from the realist level the horizon,
Don't
right?
have to say
And
realist
then
level every single time. It means nothing. There's no property to this being unrealistic or realistic. So every single photo would be realistic in your definition. You need to restate that, right?
No, the photograph that we take from the realist level, we can take photograph from the realist level, right?
How would you take a photo from an unrealist level?
Well, the one that we were talking about, right? The one from outer space, from the fantasy place that nobody's been to, from La La Land. Because that's not the realist level.
Says who? That's a positive claim you just posited, right? Can you back that up?
That's a positive claim that you said that you can go to Fantasyland and take pictures from there.
You said you can't. You said you can't, right? So you can retrace.
Okay, AT. Can you go to Fantasyland and take pictures of reality from Fantasyland?
So I'm not going to accept your burden of proof reversal fallacy. So either you're going to
so you can't go to Fantasyland. So we know you agree that we can't go to Fantasyland and take pictures.
You're right.
You agree that we can go to Fantasyland and take pictures of reality from Fantasyland, right? You agree with that?
That you can or that you cannot?
You cannot. You cannot go to Fantasyland like Narnia and then say, hey, I'm taking pictures of reality from Fantasyland. Can you do that?
Do I agree to your claim? No, there's no evidence.
That was your claim.
Posited no evidence of it at all. So no. I wouldn't agree to that.
Anyways, you observe in reality what we already observe. You observe in the electro-optical.
How you just didn't address that. Yeah.
In the electro-optical, they are presented that you've been kind of moving away. In the infrared, we can observe reality, right? The clouds are not curving. The horizon is showing you the horizontal line. It's not curving, and that's reality. What we already observe in reality, not curving. And then you can see it here at 700 miles, not curving. So what else do you want? It's not curving. It's not a globe.
I want you to substantiate the positive claim you posited about not being able to go to space. You still haven't done that.
No. Can you go to space, AT?
You still haven't answered. You can ask more questions after.
AT, there is space between you and I. When you say space, what do you mean? The outer space? Like the one that you see in TV?
The area outside of Earth's atmosphere, space.
Can we go outside of reality? You see, you want to go to fantasy, AT.
So now again, you said fantasy, and you made a claim. What's the evidence of the claim?
Can you, AT, leave the place that we're in? Can you do it, AT?
Listening issues, buddy. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I mean, I am being combative. But
I think you have mental issues, AT, because you're making a claim that you cannot substantiate yourself.
It's called substantiate, and yes,
substantiate. You cannot. You can't go
to substantiate.
Yeah, you can't go there and you say, "Oh yeah, from there I'm gonna prove my point from out there, the place where I can go and nobody can go and verify." You saying you're gonna go there to fantasy?
You're making a positive claim without evidence. The whole room can see it. We've been asking for it multiple times. You still haven't done it.
We've been asking for it.
I have. Okay.
I'm asking.
When you say we, you mean you and me, AT, holding hands or something?
Like another person was agreeing. So
yeah, I'm gonna jump in and agree with AT here, bro.
Yeah, that's Goose. That's Goose. AA43. Sure. Right, yeah.
So
Goose
that's
gonna agree with you.
Me and Goose.
I also agree.
What do you agree? What do you agree with?
Me too. I would also like to see some evidence of this claim.
Yeah. What do you?
Yeah, I would like to see some evidence of outer space. I agree with the other guy.
There's 5 people now in the
room. Yeah, we all want to see something. What do we want to see? I can't even remember. What are we trying to see?
What do we want to see, AT? What do we want to see? Proof of Fantasyland?
Very simply, you said that you cannot go to space. It's Fantasyland, and it's
outside. There is space. The space between you and I. The space between you and I.
You're not letting him talk, brother.
Right.
Shut up,
you asked me what I mean, right? So I try to explain to you what I mean. Right. Cool. So you said
you just told me to shut up. Like the fuck.
that Fantasyland is space and you cannot go there, and you call it the non-realist level, right? So I'm asking you, since you said you cannot go there, right? What's the
You're the
evidence
one
of
that
that
claims I can
claim?
go there. You're the one
No,
with the claim
no,
that
that's
say that
not
you
what
can go
happened.
there.
No,
You
you
have a
said you
claim.
can't, and then I asked, why do you say that, right?
You have a claim that you can go there, right? You're
You
one
made
with
the claim you can't go there, brother. He didn't say that you can.
Exactly.
Hey, you silly
So
morons.
he
He
says
was
that
asking
you
about
can't go
satellites in
there.
outer
Now you're
space.
calling the
He
people
made the claim.
morons.
Oh,
Fair.
change the
Hey,
topic now, are we?
he was
I
asking
already
He
about
said,
said,
he said satellites in outer space. So he made the claim of outer space. He made it. Satellites in outer space, remember? And I say, no, we're talking about satellites in the realist level. That was the difference. In the realist level, equipment that we devise, optical, infrared, Lidar, that we use from the realist level, I was talking about that. He made a claim about satellites in outer space. See the difference?
I don't know why you're muting me. Do you want to have a conversation or do you not want to have a conversation?
Because you have diarrhea of the mouth, and we have if you cannot govern yourself, we're going to have to govern you.
How did I fail to govern myself?
Because you failed to listen to what I said and start making strawmans about it.
Huh. What straw man would that be?
You started talking about fantasy things in out of reality. That's what we're talking.
You
And I was
said,
bringing you back to the realist level, the place that I was trying to show you. And you moved away from there to fantasy claims. And that I was trying to bring you back to reality. And you still can't do it.
great. Are you finished? Can I talk without being interrupted?
Now, are you going to address the point, or are you just going to make stuff up? If you're going to make stuff up, you're going to be muted.
Dude, is this the best representative you guys have?
No, not the best. Not the best, but the one that you have right now. So deal with it.
Not the one that we deserve, but the one we need. Got it, Batman. Okay, so...
No, the one you got.
Yeah, right, cool. So, you invoke the term satellite, yes? No?
Are you gonna address something? Are you
Yeah,
gonna
I'm
address the
asking
image, the
you,
photograph?
I'm trying to address what you said, right? So I'm trying to stay very much on point. So I'm asking step by step.
What devices on balloon, Saraloon? Go ahead. Yeah, photograph.
Okay, I don't know why you
Infrared.
keep saying saloon. Do you have like a place I can look that up? Because I googled it and it seems to be like an esoteric definition of something. It is not really a word that's used. So, like, do you have like a?
You never seen NASA
I know what
attaching?
you're talking about, right? But I'm just
Oh,
asking,
you do.
like,
You
how you
do
said
know
it.
what I'm talking about. So you just been running around, and you do know what I'm talking about.
I'm not trying to play semantics games. I just actually want to talk about it.
So you do know what I'm talking about, and now we're still here.
Okay, maybe I'm wording it wrong, so I'll try it in a different way. If we're gonna look whether or not Earth is flat or a globe, right? Then we need some form of capturing stuff that's going on from outside of where we're standing, right? So if we're on the ground level, it's very hard to see curvature, right? If we zoom out a little bit more, it becomes easier and easier. And we're sort of trying to talk about whether or not you can capture curvature if you traversal upwards, right? And you said something about a satellite, right? So I asked about that satellite. I tried to have some inquiry of the data. And then you dodged it completely and you said you cannot go to Fantasyland, right? So first of all, the reason I asked is because satellite is a body in orbit, right? So this is not a satellite, the evidence, quote unquote, that you posted in chat, right? It's not a satellite, right? So you can say satloon, and the reason I asked is because satloon is not really a word. I mean, esoterically it pops up here and there, but
No,
just trying to...
I just added that because you want to say the satellite, which is the thing that you believe is going around the globe. That's the
It's
one that
not
you want to talk about.
something I'm saying it's Oxford Dictionary and every other dictionary as well. So
yeah, but the one that we see on the realist level, the ones that we observe when we get
do not know what you mean with the realist
photograph.
level. Like,
you know, the thing that when you open your eyes and you observe the real stuff, the real
so you've been in
reality,
this
right?
balloon? Is that what you mean when you say open your eyes?
No. When you open your eyes, because I know what I see in reality. We're just trying to bring you on a frame of
Wait, how
reference
would I
for you
open
can
my
acknowledge the
eyes?
realist level.
You're okay. You're talking riddles, man. Like, can we like try to ground this conversation? You said you cannot go to space, right? And you said it's fantasy land.
No, I said you're talking about the satellites in outer space, the place that you cannot
No,
verify.
that is what a satellite is. It's not me talking about it. You use the word wrong.
So are you saying that the satellites that you're talking about have balloons attached to it? Oh, that's what we're talking about.
That's not a satellite, no. And I never said that.
Oh, that's not a satellite.
No.
So what? So you're talking about something else then? You're talking about the ones in Fantasyland. That's exactly my point.
Okay, it appears we're going in circles.
Right? He is talking about the ones that Arthur C. Clarke made up.
Yeah, and I'm talking about, he's talking about the fantasy satellite, exactly my point, and I'm talking about the realist level stuff that we attach to balloons and take photographs with. It's pretty simple, AT. Okay, it's not a big leap.
Here's what's
can you
going
prove
on, right?
that?
You're saying
can you prove that?
That you cannot accept photos from outside the atmosphere, but you can accept them from inside the
You just want to hold this straw man about the
photo. Hey, you invoke this balloon photo that I'm looking at still, right? And so I asked you about the photo, and you seem to be kind of stuck because you put yourself in a position where you cannot defend a claim you made, and the whole room can see it. So either please concede to the claim that you made so we can move forward, or make somebody else.
It's not my claim. The photograph that I point to you towards to, the photograph, is showing you 700 miles of a horizontal, right?
Yes, and when I addressed
and this, remember, this is water. Remember what I was telling you? Remember what I was telling you about the level?
You, man. Like,
okay, so what's going on with you? Address what is being said, not address what is in your mind and your imagination. So you see this water level is the biggest water level you ever seen. Like you've seen water levels from the realist level, you know, when you hang your TV or you build the structure in your house, you use a water level. This one is a water level that is in the same frame of reference of the small water level to the smaller scale. And this is 700 miles scale. And it's still horizontal, not curving. You see the point now, AT? How can it be a ball if it's not curving?
Amazing. It is curving.
Where?
Well, you said that, first of all, before we move on, because I have evidence that I would like to show you, right? But a conversation relies on mutual trust, right? And respect, at least. So if you say something...
so have some respect.
I am. I'm not yelling. I'm not over talking.
So why are you talking about talking?
What?
Why are you talking about talking? I already presented my point.
No, you didn't.
And you're still talking about something else. You're talking about talking instead of addressing the point.
I'm not doing meta. No, I'm on topic.
Oh, you're not doing that. You're not addressing the point. You're talking about something else.
Explain that then.
Okay. In reality, we use the horizontal frame of reference.
Don't repeat, please. Please. I heard you.
Okay, so address it. I'm not going to repeat.
I'm addressing it. I'm addressing what you said. You said you cannot go to space. I'm addressing it. I'm holding you to that claim, I said. Right? And you have not moved on.
So you can go to space.
I can go there after. I don't mind, right?
Is that what you see here in the photograph in the infrared? You see outer space? Is that what you see in the infrared? Because it looks like that's what you're talking about. Outer space. Is that what you see?
Because you see
Is that what you see in the infrared? Yes or no? Is that what you see? Outer space.
Is it the only thing you see? No. Can you also see?
Okay,
yes?
so you don't. Do you see outer space in the infrared or no?
I said yes. You see both. Like you can look up.
Oh, you see outer space in the infrared. Okay. All right. So that's what we're talking about, outer space.
If you take a picture up in the sky, right, you will see space, but you will also see the atmosphere. You'll maybe see a building, right? I don't know. The question is poorly framed.
You're the one who wanted to talk about space. I'm talking to you about the realist level.
I mean, to be honest, you're the one who posited the space claim that you haven't backed up.
I'm the one talking. I'm talking to you about a water level right here, and you don't want to look at it.
I did look at it.
Okay, so do you see the water level? Do you see the water and it's horizontal? Do you see it? How can it be a ball? How can it be a curving ball if it's not curving, AT? Tell me, please.
Your question is logical because it is curving.
Where?
Everywhere.
Here in this photograph is curving? In this infrared 700 miles?
That would be included in everywhere, yes.
So that's your evidence, the lack of evidence. You not showing the evidence is the evidence.
No, I have evidence. And
So
I'll gladly
just
move
hand
to
waving
it when
the
you
evidence
concede.
is the evidence.
I'll happily move to me presenting evidence because I don't mind, right? I think this is kind of like a slow conversation, but you're like slowing it down. So I have to engage with you, right? So you made a claim. I'm still waiting for. I don't know if it's your pride or what's going on. You said something and you haven't. Huh?
Do it. Send it.
Why?
He's talking
You
about
said you would.
talking.
Yeah, after. Did you hear that part?
You said happily. Oh.
Yes.
And
Again,
he called
I
me
said
slow
after.
and see how slow he is to
Okay.
present. He didn't address my point, and he's not presenting his evidence, and he said I'm slow.
So an analogous to this would be, hey, you could have dessert after dinner, and you're like, give me dessert now. And I'm like, no, after dinner we have to. And you're like, no, dessert now. This is what's going on right now, right?
No, because you've been talking about how you don't like the way. Oh my goodness.
It's not about your broken English. It's about your point.
80 has a point. 80 is fine.
18 hasn't made a point.
English.
Hey, 18 hasn't made a point, but he has a point.
Interesting.
Jimsy's fluent in English.
He
I don't know if you know that.
Yeah, he doesn't know what broken English is.
Yeah, and I speak multiple
Apparently not.
languages, so it is the slow.
Apparently not.
The slow
I
one.
also speak multiple languages. What do you mean? I speak 5 languages. English is
No,
my
you don't.
first language. Yes, I do.
Chinga tu madre.
So you believe the globe in
maricón.
5. You believe the globe in 5 different languages. That's probably why.
Well,
not a
I
logical
mean, listen, you
question
could
anyway,
just speak that other
Yeah,
language. I do want to hear it. I do want to give you some credit for something.
Okay, which one do you want? Norwegian, Swedish, Danish,
Just pick
German,
one. I don't know. I
or
want to
English?
understand it anyway. Just do it.
Okay, bare, hvad skal jeg sige? Jeg kan snakke alt, hvad jeg vil. Jeg har alle mulige sprog, jeg kan snakke. Du kan ikke forstå noget af det alligevel.
That sounds broken.
That's broken.
No, that's really good of
What
you.
was the
That's-
point of
that's
that?
great.
I speak another language, and you say it's broken. You don't even understand it.
Hey,
so
I don't comprehend it, so it's broken.
You trailed off. I could tell
not
it was
what-
breaking up. It was disintegrating. How about that?
Oh no!
Listen, I would say kudos to you.
He learned
How
a
the
song.
fuck can you tell?
All right, let's
Hey, he
yeah,
learned a song in Japanese. Now he speaks Japanese.
That wasn't Japanese. I even listed the 5 languages, and you said pick one, and I did.
Yeah, 80. Wait. 80 is fine. You guys are just doing ad hominems, and the guy under heaven earther is just like doing. He's just basically diffusing and diverging. 80 is fine.
He mistook an accent for broken.
That's kind of funny because when I presented
It's not
the
about the
photograph,
accent, it's about not
when I
understanding the
presented
word.
the photograph and I presented the evidence, he want to talk about something else, accents, outer space, and other stuff. So what are you talking about, Hamdi? He's the one that's been jumping around, talking about accents, talking about outer space and fantasy satellites, and now what? Hamdi, you have something to say?
You
Go ahead.
unmuted me. Nice. You unmuted me. Nice. Very good.
Yeah, because you have diarrhea of the mouth, and we have to control that from some people.
You control anyone who opposes you. Awesome.
So go ahead, Hamdi. What is your
No, I
evidence of the globe? What is your evidence of the globe? What do you agree with AT about the globe? What is the best
Hold on,
evidence?
we never got to on the heaven earther explaining why he thinks space.
Yeah, I didn't even
ahead.
I didn't give my opinion from the first place.
Right, he's asking.
Yeah, so you
for
can't
it.
really attack anything that I'm going to say. First of all,
he's
wait.
asking for your opinion. Then.
Okay, let's think about it, right? If you go to a layman and you ask him, well, you see the satellites? He says yes.
You see, this is the same thing the other guys are doing.
Yeah, another Arthur C. Clarke enthusiast.
We're trying to talk about something, and they're just going to something else. Whatever else, except what we're trying to talk about.
You're just eliminating the competition. Like, you've muted 4 people so far. Why can't you converse with
Wait,
AC about
hold on. The idea
lost in
that they
space.
were competitors is a false dichotomy, and I challenge it.
Go ahead.
Oh, he muted me
I
again.
would
That's
like you
awesome.
to unmute
That's
them
great.
before we even speak to you.
Go ahead, David. Address
They're
Paramount.
not They're not competitors.
It's
They're not-
unfortunate.
they can't even keep up. How can they compete?
Everything they're
You
saying
sound
is
absolutely hammered right now. I don't even think I could hold a conversation with you. But by
I
muting
don't think
people,
She's hammered.
eliminate.
That's a mute. She's
Who's
hammered. That's an
hammered?
automatic mute.
Is she
Devilite.
hammered or am I hammered? What did she say?
She
I
said
don't drink.
the guy is hammered, not her.
Oh,
your accent. What I was
I
going to say
don't.
is it's unfortunate because everything that's being said from their side is starting with an if statement, as if it's all hypothetical, as if it's all out there in the maybe land. One day we'll find it. One day we'll figure it out, and nothing concrete right from the get go. So to your point,
so if all you have is hypotheticals, then what do you have?
A theory?
And they want to hold to it no matter what. I show him the realist level, speak to him about the realist level, and he wants to move away from the realist level, and he doesn't get it.
Hey, Jekyll, thanks for that comment. I have no problem with if-then statements, but they got to be substantiated. And if everything that's being said is if-then statements without any substance, then we got a problem. So maybe you want to unmute yourself and bring it to the floor and speak to them.
He's kind of muted.
Oh, he is. Eh?
No, listen, he's muted, but you can unmute them all, bro. Man, they're harmless.
Yeah, I'm not a mod there, but
I think these guys need somebody. They need some fish. They're hungry. Some of it's just filler and entertainment. Everybody that you talk to, not everybody can't be brilliant and on your level. You gotta take the good with the bad.
He was still waiting for AT's evidence of. He said he was going to present some evidence or something. I don't know what it was.
Right. I mean, you know what the Globers do with the low tier flat earthers who just answer everything with God. They put them right on their YouTube stream, so there's no reason we shouldn't take advantage of it too. It is low hanging fruit, though. I give you that.
I have evidence of the flat Earth, or the flat Earth.
Finally, let's hear it.
Oh, no.
I think that's a Glober playing a joke. He went silent.
So then present.
My first winning hand of the whole game. Every other one, I just bluffed my way to winning.
You guys hear that? I just went over it, gave you guys all the evidence for flat Earth.
No, we kind of just sat there in silence. We were talking about poker while you were
I heard
talking
you
about
say it's observable, it's applied, all kinds of things. Yeah, I heard it.
All right, I was making sure.
You can go out your front door at any time and here and observe a flat local Earth. It's used in application for military and a lot of other engineering projects.
Oh, okay. I thought my mic was broke. I'm sorry.
It was.
We knew what you meant.
But I'm killing the false dichotomy that there isn't any evidence, because that's a false dichotomy.
That's not even what a dichotomy is, and nobody said that. We would just like to hear it.
Dichotomy.
Dichotomy. You believe there's no evidence. That's a belief. It's not a dichotomy.
That's a logical fallacy. That's a logical fallacy.
I said I would like to hear it. Then how won't I believe it? That doesn't mean it's not what a dichotomy is either. Like,
yeah, well, usually a dichotomy
enlighten us, Mister. Enlighten us to what a dichotomy is. Then
a dichotomy is when you have two states, right? And you have to decide on whether one or two is true, right? It's a binary sort of like position. That's what a dichotomy is. Yeah, do you disagree with that? Huh, you went completely.
Do I have to? Do I have to have a comment on it?
That would be a dichotomy, right? Oh my god. Brilliance is really a curse sometimes.
Depends on which end of the stick you're on.
Not really when it's about brilliance.
Yeah, so the dichotomy we're stuck in is between theory and practice, right?
No, I don't think that holds.
Are they contradictory or mutually exclusive? Theory and practice.
But I
So
don't
in
think
theory,
that's...
the Earth is a globe, but in practice, it's flat.
Substantiate that.
I just did.
No, you made a
Okay,
claim.
so for the purpose of flight, we can say you can consider the Earth to be a stationary, non-rotating frame of reference, so that the airport landing strip isn't moving away from you at a given rate depending on latitude or longitude of line and placement and a rate of change there. So we teach aviators to assume a flat stationary Earth for the purpose of flight. In the military and in the public sectors.
Fact.
Yeah, so then it becomes a dichotomy in that my statement is made true. It's a false
still haven't
dichotomy.
Substantiated it. You made a claim without any evidence, right? And I can
No,
even
I
address
didn't
it.
give any links to any of the military handbooks,
Did you?
instructional
Maybe I missed
handbooks
them.
for flight.
Did you? I mean, I'm being like actually good faith
Facetious?
here. No, good faith. The opposite. So, did you actually link to it?
Did I say I did?
Yes, you literally just did that.
You didn't.
No, he didn't.
You didn't get. No, I said I didn't post any of them, but I could, or a few people can.
So you didn't substantiate it then?
No, my hands are busy right now, so I'm not gonna get. But I'll get it and send it
So
to
you're
you
not
later.
going to substantiate it? Okay.
I'll get it as soon as I'm done, AT, and I'll send it in your DMs. Military
in the
flight
side chat.
manuals for instruction of air service. I cited it. I just didn't give you the damn link.
I don't know. It's like contrary to like colloquial belief because, as far as I'm aware, without having evidence for
Well, that's
it, I'll be
practice.
upfront, right? The Coriolis effect is taken into account in flight times. Yes, absolutely. So, the same flight distance will vary a lot.
Brilliance is a curse.
AT, since you didn't take the satellite, how about, like weather readings? It's showing you this, it's showing you like over 1,000 kilometers of non-curvature. They're reading the weather and doing all this kind of stuff from certain stations. It's also looking at the clouds, the weather.
Dude, he said Coriolis is accounted for in flight.
Oh, flight? Yeah, you guys on flight.
In flight. Yeah. Coriolis, yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
That's a good one. Go ahead. Take flight.
Can I make a comment about these LiDAR images that are popping up?
Sure, go ahead.
So the way these are constructed is that the image scanner does a vertical slice. So the system that controls the scanner orientates the scan. In this case, it's looking for the horizon, and it does one vertical slice. Then it pans the camera across, does another vertical slice, and each pan is exactly aligned with the horizon. Then they get stitched together in these images. So it doesn't matter what the shape of the Earth is, the images will show a flat horizontal line because they align each slice individually with the horizon before they take the image.
No, we already know then. Well, we already know.
No, listen.
It confirms what we know. Perfect.
Yeah, well, it's a fair statement, and LiDAR does create a 3D image through composite. So it's taken multiple references to create the image, and that's how it displays it, and that is fair. I've used LiDAR in my profession, so.
Yeah, so there's zero information about the left-right shape, right? Because all it's doing is taking one vertical slice, and each vertical slice is very carefully aligned.
To a degree, yeah.
Yeah, but in this particular, so you can't deduce anything about the shape of the Earth from these images, whether it's flat or whether it's curved.
So, AT, I just sent you
Vertical, perpendicular to horizontal?
if you want to read it.
No, he's just talking about the image and the way it's produced, bro. And he's not wrong.
Necros
Yeah.
posted, but a bigger size because
It's a
very
difference
hard to
between
make.
theory and practice. I've done this, experienced this in my career. So we see printouts of when we're going to reroute highways, 3D imaging, Lidar, all that.
Yeah.
But this
And
is
these
the way,
particular lidars. Sorry, you go, man.
well, it's just the way it lays out the image. You're right. It's a fair statement.
Yeah, and they're not these ones. Well, they can point directly down for some things, but they also are designed to be able to point across through the atmosphere at the horizon that they can see, which is why you get these images that show the ground or the water, whatever's underneath, as well as the clouds above. And so there's no curvature information in that particular lidar image because of the way it's constructed and scanned.
So no evidence of the curve. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, exactly. Yep. This image has no information about the shape of the Earth underneath. It's just 1,024 vertical slices. That's all taken individually and all aligned individually.
Can you show a demonstration where something's being scanned vertically, like using LiDAR, over a curved surface, but it portrays it as being horizontal?
I can try and find something.
Because I thought that was the point, that it shows curve, like that it like it's used to like depict topography.
Well,
no, these ones
include curve, right?
It takes multiple perspectives and stitches it in a three-dimensional area, and usually that area is squared.
Yeah. So in this case, the LiDAR scanner is not pointing at the ground. It's pointing across to the horizon from high altitude. So it's just skimming across the horizon. And it's not... and it's just doing... So it's aligning the camera and doing the vertical slice.
Well, you have a LiDAR scanner that shows the topography to like vanish. How does it take it all away?
Well, we can do topography.
It's not pointing at the topography. Yeah.
No,
it's not pointing down. It's pointing across, right?
Well, listen, to get the 3D image of topography, you have to take 360-degree angles. So you're getting information from every which way. But elevation isn't one of them. Unless you're doing topography, and then it's going to show it. It's going to display it in elevational differences on a tangent line.
Well, it's showing it there, showing elevation.
Yeah, but it's only getting that one slice of elevation. Yeah, so you imagine, TW, if you look out at the horizon, and if you were to take a photo and then just use the strip of the image up the middle of your photo, then you move your camera across a bit, realign it so that the horizon is in the same place in the frame, take another one, use that one single strip of pixels up the middle, and then stitch them all together. So you don't get any sort of left-right information that way.
Continual? Impulses or
LiDAR,
continual?
I don't know what they use in this case. Normally, I think
I
LiDAR
can't even imagine
is
this thing
pulse,
that you're talking about. So, what is it measuring? Like the gradation of how bright it is outside, and saying that's the horizon. I mean, is that all it's doing?
No,
it's not pointing at anything else.
The satellite's got a inertial orientation system, and is able to. I think I put a link into some information about the satellite before, and it's able to orientate the camera absolutely in space, and so it knows where it is, it knows where the Earth is, and it aligns the camera so that it's looking across the horizon through the atmosphere, not straight down, and it aligns the scan so it goes straight up and down from ground level, and including some of the water there, obviously, or whatever's underneath. I don't know. I think they're polar satellites, so this is polar ice, and scans vertically up through its scan range. I don't know whether it's using pulse LiDAR or continuous LiDAR or what, and it's looking at the backscatter from other clouds.
This was posted?
Yeah, it's about half an hour ago. I think I've still got it open. I'll post it again. Is this the one?
Right. In the instances, they attach these to the planes, and while they fly, they take them periodically as they fly over the plane, over the the land, and that's how we get the topography. It's light ranging, laser ranging. Trying to get a GIF on the imaging so you can see it's kind of built. So it's displayed the way it's displayed is the problem here.
Just posted the link to the Calypso information. It's got a bit of info about the instruments, how they work.
I just don't see the point. You're saying it's on an airplane. It's just measuring the light on the horizon and nothing else, telling you where the horizon is, where the light is.
Yeah, not this one. I'm saying they do attach it to airplanes and helicopters for the purpose of topography. And this one's supposed to be on a satellite where it can be orientated, but it's still from a elevated position. So, but it's going to display it only in sectors, and those sectors will be built on tangent lines so that it conforms with survey. It'll be in planar, bro. Are you with me?
Yeah, although this one's not doing survey, right? It's for weather analysis.
Oh, I know, but we do use this in survey, detailed survey.
Yes. So, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's very powerful.
Riverbeds, all kinds of things.
Can even see under the water to some extent as well. That they're able to look at subsurface features down to a reasonable depth. Yeah.
Yeah, for the placement of posts. Yeah, I'm aware. We build bridges on the highway. I do highway work for my state. So I'm a highway engineer. But I believe you can orientate these. So they put a coordinate system in. It's just like any other thing, guys. You understand that. So some of the technology can be used with spherical geometry for a polar coordinate system. That could be input into the application, or you can have it in planar. You can display.
Yeah, I wasn't aware he was talking about a preloaded satellite. I thought he said something about Lidar checking the horizon.
Yeah, so I mean, I'd have to look into the Lidar that was used and how it images, what coordinate system it uses to create its image,
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, it's not a proof of anything. It's only a proof that the imagery is giving exactly what it was told to give.
Yeah, pretty much. And we don't know the parameters of that, so.
So yeah, that's pretty good. The scans take image by image, put it together. As we know, many images are made of. So it gives you see the 700 kilometers and 40 kilometers high, 700 miles, and then 40 kilometers high, whatever. It show us.
Did you see the image?
It show us where we already observed. When you scale it down from 700 miles to 500 miles photography to 300 miles, right? We see the same thing. You scale it down, we see the horizontal frame of reference, right? To the first brick in your structure, to the water level that you use to put the TV on the wall, right? On the vertical wall and the horizontal frame of reference. Then we scale it up to the neighbor doing the horizontal, to the black swan, to the Kanagu 300 kilometers. You see Baramot, horizontal frame of reference. And we go to the 700 miles, and it's the same thing.
It's a distance.
Did you see the image I just posted?
So it's a distance that kills you, not really the image.
So, under Heaven and Earth, did you see the image I just posted about
47 past?
About what?
Let me check.
So this is an image that shows what the scans look like in terms of how they appear on the 3D Earth. And so if you look at those individual slices and those scans, if they were to pick them all out and join them together to make a composite image, because it's not a photograph, right? It's not taking an image at once. It's making thousands and thousands of individual images that are slices aligned with the surface underneath. So you can see in that image there, all of those little slices make up.
It also tells you that you see the thing, the inconsistencies of this. You're showing this curve thing, like it's working on this frame of reference, and that's why you see horizontal, because bro, that doesn't make any sense. What you presenting here doesn't, bro, Barrymore, that doesn't make any sense. He's saying we're observing this horizontal frame of reference in the infrared because it's happening on this frame of reference that is curving. Come on, bro. Like, shut the fuck.
So have a look at those images, right? The curved one, and see how it's made up of lots of little vertical slices. Now you imagine if you took each of those vertical slices and just put them side by side, so that you could look at the image as a whole, right?
So this imagery that was taken in infrared is happening here. This is where it's happening. This surface that you presented here. This is where.
So
this is
the
where
images
it's
you
happening.
presented, the images you presented from the satellite, the image I posted is from a page with some technical description of how the satellite works, and they've given an explicit example here as to how these vertical lidar scans through the atmosphere are made and what they look like.
But now you took us away from a frame of reference that is presented from the Saraloon, because we know we have Saraloons at those altitudes, right? We do know that Barrymore, so this is for you, Barrymore. You don't deny the Saraloons, right? There's technology up there, taking photograph, doing this kind of stuff. Barrymore, by any chance, maybe you can answer.
Yeah, we cannot. I found a video on this Sahara Desert dust. That's what the LiDAR image is. So I was kind of looking at it.
So when we observe from that frame of reference, the observation from the optical that is taking the imagery, and we do this observation, right? And we're not taking into account this curvature of the ball Earth, then that DASA takes us away from that and show us a frame of reference that is outside of the realist level. And look what he posted. Now he's talking about the satellites. Now he's talking about the satellites that are in the fantasy land. Not about the ones in the realist level, the ones that we construct and pay NASA to put up there in balloons. Not those.
Listen, if his picture disturbs you, check out this YouTube video on it.
You got a YouTube video?
Yeah, and it's
that
his image. It's the image he's got there, and these are the people, talking about their image and showing you a cartoon ball. So what I wonder about the LiDAR, so the light is just perfectly refracted from this LiDAR and been around a globe, or are they flying a plane across it, or is a satellite moving across it?
This is what I'm saying, Barrymore. You see how this cartoon, is this LiDAR, this cartoon that you posted, Barrymore? That's LiDAR.
No, it's not LiDAR. It's it's just on this image it's promoting LiDAR. It doesn't break it.
This is the same thing he's showing, and he's saying, look, we don't see this. This is why we have to show you the cartoon, because with the realist level optical equipment LiDAR, we can't see the globe, bro. We have to show you in cartoons.
No, because you don't understand how they form the image, and this was to show you how the image is formed and why. If you looked at it's a 3D representation, right?
Shut up, Dasa. I know how the image is formed.
Well, then you will understand why it has a perfect flat baseline.
No, you will understand that we're not talking about cartoons, and you're presenting cartoons.
From your perspective, these are all cartoons, right?
Yeah, the cartoon perspective, we're not trying to look at that. No, thank you.
Cool. Yeah, you can ignore it all you like. It doesn't change the fact.
The cartoon doesn't show how the technology works. There's no facts on your cartoon.
The fact of how these images are constructed and how they won't show anything about curvature or flatness.
The way the technology works and the cartoon that you presented of the Earth being a cartoon globe, those are not the same thing, Dasa. Those are not the same thing, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, this is on a larger scale than what I've used it, but I'm with you on this stitching. They're just stitching them together. They take straight portions, and it's. But,
yes, nobody's denying that you take a bunch of photographs and put them to. No one says you can't do that.
Right, yeah. I can't find an article on this so that tells me anything about the equipment used or the technical data or any of that. That's the one thing normally I can find articles on this stuff.
Yeah, I'll paste it, something I found in for you. It's called Calypso.
Yeah, Calypso, yeah.
So there's quite a good description there.
See, I read this stuff. I'm one of those. I actually read your stuff, watch your videos, all that. But, I mean, that's a basis to knowledge is research or experience, so. That look when the girl finally texts you back. Hell,
Look at Calypso. Look at Calypso's logo. I found this in the website. Look at the logo.
I'm too old for this phone tag shit. Boy, that's some divergent light there, isn't it?
What's that logo?
Hey, I could build that. That's just a rear end and a quad. I use a lower gear ratio so that guy be spinning a hell of a lot faster. This redneck
At that point, we would know Coriolis was real.
Oh, there is Emperor satellite.
You see, Balmon, when they show you the satellites from the fantasy level, they show you this Calypso fantasy depiction artistry. That's the fantasy. That's for the public. That's for the TV side of things, right? So people can look at it. They go, we live in a globe. Look at the artistry
Yeah, you'll
satellite.
never see a real photograph of this thing.
Yeah, that's the story that Daza is selling. You see, he's selling that side. He's selling the fantasy. And then you have the realist level. You have the Saraloons, the one that are actually NASA launches like thousands of them every year, right? They spend a lot of money in helium because they use a lot of balloons. There you go.
Baby, lock the door and turn the lights down low.
Well, that music.
You ain't got nowhere else to go.
I hope you understand.
I've been thinking about this all day long.
Do you posted inside chat is real
Never
or
felt
not?
a feeling quite this strong. I can't believe how much it turns me on. Just
Do
to
you guys
be
think the video in
your
inside chat
man.
is real?
Y'all ain't got no country in you.
I do.
Do you
I
guys
know.
think
I
that
hear
it's
you
real?
do, hon. I hear you do.
That's a great song.
We at a bonfire. It's even better.
I haven't had globe proof all day long.
Yeah, I've been hearing Glovers get butthurt all day long.
I can't believe how much it turns me on. Just to piss them off. Oh my god. La, 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 la. I can't play it. You don't have a music bot? We could play it for them.
No, because usually this is broadcasted on some network like YouTube, and they'll hit us with a copyright strike, and
Yeah.
ain't worth it.
Yeah, we're live, so yeah, we don't want no copyright strikes. Couple verses won't kill us, so at least I didn't rickroll you.
Huh?
I was
Damn it,
thinking
Nelson.
about it too, you know. Maybe after I hit this wax, you know. That was a good song till people started rickrolling people. Then they just wore it right out. Psych. It was never a good song.
I see an anti-flat earther collage somebody posted. Looks like these dudes all come from the same state.
Larry, what do you think about that study that came out that said that
What state would that be,
flat
Larry?
earthers have low
West
scientific
Virginia.
Somewhere in the Middle East. And they all look the same, almost. I mean, there's barely a different color in hair, but they all got the same eyes. So what study are you talking about that just came out?
No, I think the guy was citing a Lidar scan from outer space where they just like take pictures of strips and then overlay it on top of a model, and he said that's flow proof or something.
Wife is in there singing Oliver Anthony while doing the dishes.
Like, you think they're going to show you the picture if it's like a little bit too big? Larry guy who thinks that the satellite is taking pictures. They're just going to overlay it on a model that they already have and wrap it around if it needs to be wrapped around.
It's nice, Hank. Go in there and tell her to listen to Josh Turner. Give her that wink.
You write any new Flat Earth songs, or
get you a sandwich? I don't see what's wrong with making Daddy a sandwich. If we go out on a date and somebody disrespects you, you're going to want Daddy to beat his ass. So you need to make Daddy a sandwich if he looks hungry.
You know what she said? The last thing she said to me before she went in there and did it? He said, "You make sure that I got smoking food. It's the least I could do." That was the last words she said to me before she went in there.
Because she loves you.
I think she's just too much Hobbit, you know? Second breakfast. Bottom leaf. Cat Williams meme. You're not a flat earther? Funny, you spend more time in flat earth groups than they do. Love that shit.
Well, it's true. usually there's not too many new guys. Come in a week later, it's the same Globers that were here a week ago, telling you to go outside. You're like, hey,
because this shit is whack, bro.
This is the only day I got off work this week. What the hell are you talking about? What's whacked is your intellect.
Yeah, that Principal movie, for those of you who haven't seen it, gotta go check it. I think my trio for any new person is that one, the Principal movie, Heliosorcery, and Scientism Exposed.
I just tell everybody go check out Dubé's 200 proofs. That's it. Not that those are proofs, but it could, if you could answer each one of those things he questions and puts out there, and then you're going to come back and be like, "Oh, Earth's not a globe." Because none of it, you can't. All the proofs are not proofs.
Damn, YouTube is shady. I fucking typed it in word for word. Oh man, YouTube assholes. How far am I going to scroll before I find it?
An hour and then stop. Because I've done that before. I went for an hour just scrolling and I didn't find the shit I was looking for.
Okay, I found it.
What you're better off doing is knowing the name of the person who has the video, switching the filter over to person search, or searching for the name of the account, and then find it that way. Because if you try to find the video, it's going to get masked.
Yeah, I just posted all three. Yeah, I'll go ahead and click on this too. Yeah, I think everybody should watch those.
Yeah, they're good.
And that Rupert Sheldrake Set Science Free speech that he did at the Electric Universe Conference. That's a good one too, because he goes over how the constants aren't constant and the dogma in science, and how science is basically a slave to agendas, and it's really interesting that science is not free like we thought. But yeah, those three are, in my opinion, the best ones for new people, because if you're new and you're open-minded, you can watch The Principle and go, well, shit. They've been telling us all this stuff about dark matter and all this stuff, and
Larry,
what? Why are you talking
what do you
right
think
now
about that
while I'm
study
talking?
that I posted that said that there's flat earthers have a a low scientific literacy rate and a very high overconfidence, and those are strong determining factors behind how strongly they believe in flat Earth.
Why is it we got to teach you guys how to do science?
Well, it's a study. It's just a study.
Right, but in reality, people come in here and they don't know about independent, dependent control variables. Why is it that we got to teach you guys about science?
No, I don't know, but like, does that disagree with the study? That would be a tu quoque fallacy if you said that.
You know, I saw a story that psychopaths will, lie and behave certain ways, and they also watch space movies and cartoons, and they believe in a globe. Psychopaths do that.
Well, that doesn't really contend
I
with
read
the
a
idea
study
that
where
flat earthers
like
have low
100%
scientific
of
literacy. Does it?
convicted felons who had evidence that they committed the crime are in jail.
Yeah, these rapists and pedophiles, they also believe in a globe. Some of them, yeah.
All right,
100%
so
of the
where's
time.
the study at?
Who gives a fuck? Where did they find these flat earthers? I mean, were they official? They have a badge, right? Like,
Hey, they didn't ask me anything. They didn't ask me anything, so it doesn't count.
Yeah. Why would it be the case that you would have a friend come up to you and say, "Hey, the Earth's flat. Here's my reasons why." Why would it then be the case that you would ignore your friend, go to the internet, and try to find what the internet says, and then go back and attack your friend with not his point?
What did you say?
If you had a
Why
friend
would you attack someone on not their point? Is that
who
what you
had
said?
a point of view, and he tried telling you about his point of view, why would you go to the internet to try and learn what his point of view is, right? Go back to your friend and then argue against your friend's point of view. Because
That's a
now
good
you're not
question.
arguing your friend's point of view,
Because
you're arguing the
sometimes,
internet's point of view, and you're projecting that point of view onto your friend. So now your
yeah,
friend
Kiko,
has to
Well, you
argue
gotta
against you.
remember that Jacko is the type of guy that he's gonna pretend that he's your friend, and then at the end of the night, he's gonna get you drunk and ask you to put in his ass or something. So you just gotta be
anyway,
careful.
Kiko, the interesting thing about that is that when I talk about, the arguments for or against the globe, I get told that I have to agree with what the scientists say, and they get really upset if I don't do that. So if I come up with my own sort of argument, they're like, no, you can't do that. You have to go with the globe cosmology.
What are you, a science
Which I
fiction
think
writer?
is just
all of a sudden?
exactly like what you're
We're
describing.
just trying to save you from a science fiction writing career, unless that's what you want to do.
Well, usually my arguments involved taking what flat earthers, their arguments, and showing why they're internally problematic.
You're not really a glober. You're just like an anti-flat earther.
No, you can't do that because you don't know the argument to begin with. You don't even know what the fuck flat means.
I'm looking at his article, and they did this in Spain, and they surveyed 1,252 individuals, which is a really, really small.
No.
Yeah.
You haven't read that article properly.
Well, I can't get access to it. It won't let me get access
Is that
to
how?
it. I'm just reading
Yeah,
that.
is that how they made
a Sage Journals account.
Your little articles that like say, well, you probably didn't even check, and then they just post the results and say, look, flat earthers don't know.
And a lot of these sources that are cited on here from like 2013, 2011.
The articles from 2023.
Right, but the sources they're citing is pre-flat Earth. A lot of them are.
Pre-flat Earth? The actual article is from 2023.
The stuff there's okay, dude. Are you even listening? The article cites things that are pre-flat Earth.
Okay, when did flat Earth begin?
How did you miss
flat
that?
Earth begin 10 years ago?
No, like 2016 would be, or 2015.
It began about 100 years ago.
Well, no, this sort of new movement.
The one of them was 1984.
Yeah, Jacko. 100 years ago, the guys didn't have infrared cameras and laser, that kind of stuff. Back then they had the, your friends, the globe gay heliosexuals, those kind of people.
If you think about it this way, right? They're articles from 2023. They may cite things from before when you guys think before flat Earth, modern flat Earth, but this article also take into consideration modern flat Earth quotes. And as for you, Gemsy, every time you mention me being gay, just remember you live in Puerto Rico. You can be quiet.
Who is in the questionnaire. Who in here is? Who is it? Who is it?
Sorry, who's what?
Which flat earthers, like, who is in the questionnaire that answer these questions?
What do you think they have a name list register at the end?
It's a secret,
Do you
right?
think they have a register at the end with all their names, Gemsy?
Yeah. Are you putting forth an article where somebody just says, for all you know, they could have just been like, "Listen,
Oh, of
we
course I'm
interviewed
lying.
all the
Like
best flat earthers in
everyone
the
else
world, and they don't
lying.
understand." And then
So
there's the proof
Jacob's
that I have an
friends,
article where this is they don't understand.
anti-flat earthers took this stuff.
Everyone I disagree with, or everyone who provides information
I
I
don't
don't
even think
like.
it was a real questionnaire. I think they just made up their own questions and then, created up some answers.
Yeah. Like everyone
said,
who everyone who
this guy
tells
said
me
that they
information I don't like is a liar. Yeah.
It's really interesting that we have to school people on how the scientific method works. And you got this random article where it says that the results point to two conclusions. There's a significant negative correlation between science literacy and overall effect among flat earthers. You know what a correlation is?
Yes. Well, look, correlation is
Well,
still very
correlation and
strong
causation.
influences. A lot of medicine is based on correlation, for instance.
Hey, Jekyll, according to this thing, you are a flat earther, Jekyll. You are a
And
flat
also,
earther.
just to be clear, Larry, every social science paper you'll ever read is based on correlation. All of them.
What I find interesting here is how Lawrence Krauss is upset. He's got no idea how he ended up in a geocentric documentary, but yet he doesn't give a shit that he has a legacy of sexually harassing young girls at college. The damage he's done to science. He's more concerned about that he ended up in some documentary than the actual damage he's done to humanity.
That's a genetic. Like, there's nothing to do with what he's saying.
Yeah, right here, Lawrence Krauss, a legacy of sexual harassment, and he doesn't give a shit about that. What he's really concerned about is like, I ended up in a geocentric documentary. It's like, wow, dude, your moral compass is so broken. Just deport this guy back to Canada by catapult.
Oh, Larry, there's another study as well which said that most flat earthers get their views from YouTube, and it says that there's more flat Earth YouTube videos than debunking videos on YouTube.
How are we getting our stuff from YouTube if I have to like search and search and search because of the algorithm? How does that make sense, bro? If the algorithm is stacked up against us, how are we getting our stuff from YouTube?
A lot of you probably became flat earthers before the algorithm really started becoming irrelevant. I mean, it wasn't really relevant 4 years ago.
Why does YouTube even need to censor things that aren't true? Because there was a really famous carpenter about 2,000 years ago, and the Sanhedrin were like, what are we going to do about this guy? And one of the elders spoke up, a guy that everybody respected, and said, look, if there's nothing to this, it'll just go away on its own. But if it's true,
You know,
then there's nothing we can do about it.
I almost think, Larry, that since they've decided to change it so that Flat Earth falls quite low on the algorithm, I reckon that there will be less new Flat Earthers as a result of that.
But yeah, that makes sense. I mean,
yeah,
if you censor things, people don't get to see both sides of the coin.
Yeah, so I guess Flat Earth's over then.
It's really weird that you guys are so scared that you have to censor us. What yellow belly cowards you are.
It's an absolute win.
Yeah, I'm going to see you at noon, Jekyll.
It's like that Barbara Streisand. It's a Barbara Streisand effect. Had they just ignored flat Earth, it might have petered out. But because they did all these way out of control, cringe, batshit crazy stuff, it just caused more people to say, "What's going on over there?" And then they looked, and they paid attention, and they saw globalists melting down. Shields up, red alert. Flat Earthers aren't even human anymore. They're subhuman mongrels. Like, wow, people are like, man, I never even considered to think this topic, but boy, is it triggering the shit. I mean, some of these, there's some people who are flat earthers. They say they're flat earthers just because they like to trigger globalists. They don't give a fuck about the shape of the earth. They get it's funny as hell watching someone melt down.
Yes, it is. It's fucking hilarious.
You won't be catching any meltdowns
I've had
from me.
people say, you know what, Crit, I disagree
No,
with the
people
Earth being
melting
flat.
down is fucking hilarious. I mean, really, have you heard some of the Discord meltdowns? I mean, yeah.
Melting down for anyone's funny, but it happens on both sides. I think people melt down when what they want to believe is being challenged, not whether or not they care about that particular thing or whether it's true. And I think the people. So if you're a flat earther and you want it to be true, you're going to melt down the same way Glober does.
I really like rage quits.
Yeah, it's like when Gambino like smashed his keyboard. That's probably one of my favorite times of when Gambino like smashed his keyboard. We couldn't even answer a few questions about this satellite. He had to like go log into his phone to continue the conversation because he broke his keyboard.
Gambino's a clown.
Yeah, I think Battlemod has a recording of it. Do you still have that? Or used to at one point.
No, it was on my old laptop.
Yeah, that was before Golden Globies where we used to post that shit.
Yeah, I like to document the breakdowns. I really do. When my old laptop crashed, I was like, that sucks. I got all kinds of juice on there.
It's fucking computer bullshit. This dude.
Couldn't you take the memory card from that laptop and migrate it to a new one?
Actually, I can. Yeah. I'm going to get to that. I'm just going to patch into the hard drive, though. Like Arwen, when Arwen used to melt down, man, I'd take clips from his videos and gif it up. He'd get so mad at me. I'm like, dude, this is epic, man. What the hell, man? You just got so mad. You were so into it. We've had dudes that wreck their phone and come back talking about, thanks, you just made me smash my new phone.
I made someone bite their iPad before, out of anger. That was fun.
Yeah, I bought a kid a new phone once because he got in my DMs crying about it, and he felt sorry for him. So I was like, dude, here, I'll PayPal you some money. You can just buy another one. Fuck it.
Yeah, and then he acts like that never happened. You know, it's like
yeah, it's funny. It's like
wobbling to this baseball flag and ever expanding water to the darkness.
It's like, I got the credit card proof it happened, but, I don't really care. The breakdown was delicious, so, it was worth it. But, we're adults. I have the means to buy another computer if I smash it. Not all children do. I get that.
You ever punch a hole in a wall?
No, because I'm the son of a bitch that's got to re-drywall it. I will punch the person that pisses me off. I'm a true Michigander. Dude, we still got mutual combat in my state. Mutual combat. That means two participants can lawfully engage in a fight in public as long as no man is stricken when he's in the down position and unable to defend himself. You just gotta, you knock a bitch down, you gotta let a bitch get back up, And you
or
better
warn them not to.
Own the words of your mouth. And when you come to Michigan, own the words you say, boy. That's all I got to say. Because anybody here will pull their car over.
Roll Tide.
That's how we was raised.
Running into the country, bud.
Make me park this car. And I hold myself knowing damn well every other man in Michigan is just like me. So I better own the words of my mouth. Because I will be judged on them. And my actions, too. mean, I seen a thing that said liberals were saying the West Coast would destroy the East Coast if civil war broke out over political views. Do they not know that all the gangster ass cities are on the opposite side of them? In the state with the most licensed hunters in it, and the most gun wielding northerners, they're over there on the East Coast. That's my state, Michigan. Most people here who are licensed to hunt, they don't own one gun. They own like 30.
Yep, just got paid, honey. Gonna go to the store and get another gun. I'd bring me one too.
I mean, most of the children I went to school with, we were showing each other our rifles, you know, when we were 13. Look, I got a 22, man. I got a target rifle. Your buddy's got a 410 pump. You're moving up in the world, you know. You can bring home your own meals now. I still kill what I eat. Skin it, gut it, chop it, grind it. You want sausage or burger? What do you want, tenderloins? We do it all.
Tenderloin ain't got no fat on it. You cook tenderloin, you better get some gravy.
Yeah. Hank knows. I like roast. I'm not gonna lie. Like a good pot roast.
Pot roast is a staple around here. What do we put in our pot roast? The golden what? Golden curry, man. And what do we deep fry the panko? Woo, man.
The best
you better write
thing
that
is
down.
best thing is butter. Butter, man. Good old butter.
I like Amish butter. They still make it, they churn it in a churn.
I like Amish everything else. Their steak, all their other food.
Yeah, I go
some,
to the Amish.
some bloody steak with butter. Some salt, that's it.
The spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flying for never expecting for the total darkness.
Oh, you believe in the spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flying from every spinning world of darkness. Shoot, man, has been some days I've been off. Can't say it anymore.
Man, if it was spinning, wouldn't the steaks all just fly off the earth?
Yeah.
There'd be butter everywhere. The aliens be coming down here like, why you guys throwing away trash, man? You're just flinging butter and steaks and poop everywhere. Is your density broken?
I like the part where you observe all this flat and level horizontal water that is slightly curving around the ball to form the spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball. I think that's the best part of it. All that flat horizontal water curving into a ball. However, that's possible, but kind of makes sense, right? So, since I've been away for 3 days, what did I miss? Did anyone bring forward some evidence for a spinning ball?
Well, they got this new tactic. If they don't know about something, they just say that because you've been wrong in the past, you must be wrong now, and that way they don't have to do any research in it to talk about it. It's a really good tactic, but it makes them show that they got like genetic fallacies and ad hominems instead of the willingness to do their own research.
That's what they got. A new tactic?
No, that's normal. It's flat Earth derangement syndrome. It's like they don't know what flat Earth means, but yes, it also means that no matter what you say is wrong. So you tell them, right? You go hard counter that. You tell them the sky is blue, and just watch them squirm and freak out, trying to figure out how the sky's not blue. It's actually everything but blue. You know, like physics.
Yeah, like yesterday or the day before, we had a kid come in here saying that the stars moved in opposite directions according to north and southern hemisphere. And then we had to try and walk him through understanding that they're all going east to west. And he said, no, they're not.
And yet, even citations, like someone posted a citation from NASA. It was like east to west. And he said that it was like, I don't remember what his excuse was. It was something along the lines like, that's not the real citation. That's that's something else. Because if you cite NASA, then you can't say the Earth is flat. You're like, dude, I'm just citing NASA telling you east to west. That's all I'm doing, okay? Everything else is not on the record. Right now, on the record is saying, will you disagree with NASA? If you do, then we got something in common. Not something that separates us, dude. You think NASA lied when they said everything moves east to west. I think NASA lied about other things. We're just parsing out which is lies and which is not.
But I'm still trying to figure out why the Earth is also being scanned flat with LiDAR technology. Pretty weird. And when you have aircrafts flying over the Earth's surface, having a LiDAR laser down below at a 90-degree angle in every direction. For some reason, recording a topographical plane instead of a curve. It's very weird. It's almost like as if the Earth is not a ball. But, you know, probably they do record the curve with their LiDAR technology. But what they do is to not show the curve, really just the topographical small curves of each, like valley and mountain and so forth. They're just gonna flatten it out because logic. Yeah, that's probably why they're all flat scanned. Right, Globus. They just process it to be flat. Actually, they record the curve. Just can't see it.
Let me see here. If no, that's all right. Never mind. I had something I was going to bring up, but it's pointless. Globalists just won't get it, won't understand. It's like talking to brick walls.
Worse than that, brick walls with no balls.
Yeah, at least a brick wall will kind of echo back what you say. You're like, that sound will bounce off the wall and come back to you.
Where's Batman?
Are you okay, sir?
Can you imagine being so scared about your cosmology that you want to censor people?
In the cosmology, it says don't do that. That everybody's equal. You're all together. If you do something to one person, you're doing it to yourself. Carl Sagan, overview effect. So they'll completely take a dump on their own model just because they can't take any criticism to the model. When the model itself has baked in disagreement and criticism. It was built on that. So if they're willing to deny their own model, why would anyone believe it? They don't believe it. They don't give a shit. It goes back to what Copernicus said. If you use astronomy to make a terrestrial claim, you're going to become a bigger fool than before you started. You're better off not doing that, because all you're going to do is expose some other agenda that you think is advanced because of these observations of the sky.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's not verbatim. Here, I'll put the quote, the word for word quote in the text chat here. Give me one second. I mean, even if you don't use his word, use modern cosmology. Just go to any college classroom and just say, what is astronomy? Is it the study of the Earth or study of not the Earth? They'll tell you study of everything in the universe but Earth. Everything outside of Earth's atmosphere. Stars, moon, nebulas, planets, asteroids. It's not an observation. The only way you could use astronomy to make an observation or a claim of Earth, if you're from another planet viewing Earth, like, are you from Mars or Venus? Where are you from? If you're from Earth and you're using astronomy, then you can just simply invoke Copernicus here. Just like I'm still looking for that quote. And you'll be exiting the process. Here we go.
I think it's weird that they think that you have to believe everything that NASA says in order to criticize it. That is so bizarre. Like in a courtroom, the defense attorney brings up a specialist and he gets to ask questions. What happens immediately after that? The other side gets to ask the same kind of questions.
Larry, I usually get told that I have to argue for everything that the scientists say in order to argue in favor of the globe. So, what are you talking about?
Well, if you're backing their model, then you have to back the model.
Yeah, if you're bringing your own
the
ball,
model, or if I want to just argue for a globe, does it have to be the globe or just a globe?
Britt, people told you if you're bringing your own globe, no one gives a shit. Just
Yeah.
take your ball and go play with it in the corner. Take your, as Ruckanor would say.
Exactly. There you go,
take
Larry.
your
You see
toys
that?
and put them and take them out, put them back
So
on the carpet.
Larry's complaining that we have to agree with all of NASA, and then Crit's saying you have to agree with all of NASA.
I'm not saying that at all. You misunderstood.
You
I
both
said
do.
if
You
you're
can't with
bringing
each
your
other.
own personal globe, has anyone even asked you about it, or are you just volunteering this information and no
Well,
one
you're
gives a
asking
shit?
if the Earth's a ball, right?
Well, here's the thing. Oh, hold on. Let me clarify. We're here to debate against the mainstream model, and that's what Crit's saying. So if you bring your own model, your own ball, we don't really want to play with your ball. That's not what we're here for.
Yeah, but Larry said that he finds it irritating that globers push flat earthers to use arguments that coincide with what NASA say, and I'm also being told that I have to also say whatever NASA says.
No, bro,
That's what I'm
that's
saying.
not what's going on. You're misrepresenting it. We're using specialists in their field that are globe earthers. And when we do that, you say you can't use them because you're not a NASA fanboy. You guys are diverting from those specialists and strawmanning your own model, and we're trying to hold you to it. Like when you guys say mass attracts mass, like that's crazy because the new hotness is the bending and warping of space-time. Go ahead, Crypto.
Not every
I
scientist
interrupted you.
agrees, you know, right? So it's neither here nor there. And you're a flat earther. You're not an anti-globe earther. So if you want to make the case for a flat Earth, you're going to argue with all kinds of globes and all kinds of possibilities where the Earth is a globe, not just
No,
the
we're here to
3959
defeat
globe.
the mainstream model and the lie. We're not here for
And
all
to
your
be honest with you, it's easier for the
hypothetical and
globe to make the case
theoretical
for a ball than
replacement
it is for
models.
the 3959. The 3959 takes a little bit more extra work.
Listen, you're wanting to dictate what we're trying to do here, but you're not going to do it. We're not here for all that other hypothetical bullshit. We're here to destroy the mainstream
You know
model.
what? I'll join you. Batamon is not gonna join you, but we should do it together. Yeah, let's do it. Brett, let's do it.
Sorry, I only speak with people who have an IQ above 20.
Only got what?
No, I can't speak to Gemsy. His IQ isn't high enough.
Hey, you and me. If Batamon doesn't want your offer, I'll take it.
You tested him? You know what his IQ is?
Yeah, he's got no idea. He just likes to throw out random accusations and insults.
Yeah.
Fundamentally, what Michael has said and what Chris said is being misunderstood by you, and in my view, deliberately. If you have like a different cosmological model, then we're not here to debate that, was their point, right? So you can debate it with other people. So why come here and force us into a debate we don't want? That's weird.
That's fine. So you think the Earth could be a globe then, yeah?
I mean, I don't know how you heard any of that and came up with that as a response. It would be like going into a vegan server and forcing them into a debate about atheism. That's not what that's about.
No, it would be more like going into a vegan server and debating whether or not shoes are vegan or not, right? That's
oh my
more
God. Dude,
analogous.
are you just base contrarian? Is that?
Yeah. But
Well,
either way,
I don't think Crypto is really good at analogies, that's all.
it would be dumb as fuck to do either of those things, right?
Well, because people debate on whether or not shoes are actually a part of vegan
Well, because they
lifestyle.
talk about cruelty free if the shoe has animal products.
Well, I wear.
There you go, Crit gets it.
I wear my alligator skin boots, my leather shoes. What's up? I want that cowhide.
obviously the analogy got completely missed. The point is that you're trying to force a debate that no one cares for. Like, if you're not going to debate the mainstream model, then no one gives a shit. Like, you're just at that point, you're then saying, oh, you have to debate something that even you don't actually have a complete model. If your globe model is different to the globes, I mean, the globe itself as a mainstream idea.
I'm going to say, right, whenever you argue with someone on Discord, everyone's going to have, based on the level of knowledge they have about the model, they're all going to have a different globe model because nobody's going to know everything about it.
The idea is incomplete. It's completely incomplete. And so there's no way that you can even present that for critique. So why would we even bother?
Yeah. Everyone's going to have a different globe model because everyone has a different level of understanding.
Well, that's just another
that's different to what I said.
Notch against yours.
No, that's what I'm saying.
No, that's different to what I said, though.
I'm not saying that's what you said. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but again, you're trying to force a debate no one cares for.
Doing it. So when you tell people, no, you have to agree with this.
Listen, even though,
man, I hadn't finished. Again, like, if he's just going to keep talking over me, I'm just going to mute him. Right? You have main character syndrome. You have to force a debate that people don't care for.
Oh, I think you care for it. I think that the issue is that when someone says something like, for instance, Peter arguing with Larry about the crisis in cosmology. Now, there's debates around that, but Larry has set out so that is the current cosmology, and that Peter diverges from that point. There is no one set model. There is no one set idea of the all of globe cosmology, and to try and appeal to that sort of idea, that we have a complete sense of it. That people might not diverge based on them being more knowledgeable in chemistry or physics or anything else is ridiculous. It's unreasonable. People have their own areas of knowledge, and they're going to trial that instead.
Yeah, so you've misunderstood what I've said again. That's fine. I mean, you can keep misunderstanding it, keep making the same silly point.
The thing is, right, Baligula, you have this problem, right, where every single time I make a point, you struggle to act like you understand what I've just said. And because you do it so often, I try to feel like you can't follow a conversation.
I understand fully that you didn't get my point, which is why your response to it doesn't.
You say that all the time, though. At what point is it your problem and not mine?
No, it's definitely your problem, dude. So let me explain it to you, and you will not.
Well, you say it to everyone as well. So if you're saying it to everyone, it's not just me. It must be your problem, surely, right?
I'm saying to anyone who doesn't understand the point I made. So it's a very different thing for two people to have a different idea versus two people to have a different level of understanding of the same idea. You understand that?
I wouldn't even say that. I'd say that you guys have in your mind what is current globe cosmology, and
do you understand what I just said?
Yes, I'm saying I disagree with that, and I hadn't even made my point yet, and you're already saying that I didn't understand. So why again?
I think you're just a contrarian, dude.
Can I make my point now?
You actually don't want to have a discussion.
Okay, so I'll make my point. That globe cosmology isn't complete in the sense that...
Waste of time. Fucking clown. Doesn't even want to respond to a very basic point I just made.
Jacob, when you say you guys, do you mean heterosexuals?
I think you put that well. Listen, bro, I was going to say the same thing you said. They all got the same ideal, but variations of how it plays out versus multiple ideals.
Right, exactly. And that's really obvious, really basic thing to understand. And he understands it too. He does understand it.
Right.
Yes, but I'm just saying
those variations are fine. Those variations are fine. We're here to debate the mainstream model. However you believe in it, that's why we ask you what you
I'll give you an
believe,
example.
What do you know about this, or what do you know about that? Listen,
I'll give you an example, right? So I often
your
hear...
examples aren't on the point, though.
Okay, just let me make the point, right? So I often hear that Newton is debunked.
I don't know who says debunked. I don't think Newton's been debunked because neither Newton or Einstein proved a fucking thing. They have theories.
Yeah, okay. So which one's the globe cosmology right now? Is it Einstein or Newton or a bit of both?
Well, it depends if you're saying historically.
No, what is it? You're telling me to debate the cosmology. So what is the cosmology?
that's a question we ask you. What is your fucking scientific model? And
Yeah,
it's
I thought
not
you
our
guys
problem,
knew.
it's yours. The variations in your model are a notch against your model, not against us.
Yeah, well, often globers will say no. Newton hasn't been completely removed from the
I would say it's all part of your
conversation, but you guys keep insisting he has been. You're using your own idea of globe cosmology, and you're telling us that's what it is. You're actually making us argue with something we don't
No,
agree with.
well, you're making blanket comments that all people say. Listen, I don't believe Newton's been dunked. It's still used Newtonian mechanics locally. Universally, they might use Einstein's, and that's all theoretical.
Are you familiar with QE and others in the server that will say that Newton
Yeah, but
was
listen,
superseded by Einstein in the sense that Newton's irrelevant now?
But
They
even
argue
QE
that all the time.
Yeah, but QE wouldn't deny that they still use the formulas, like the equations.
Yeah, but you guys think that, well, not you, not Battlemud evidently, but some of you guys think that like it's just the fact that Newton's debunked. It's over for Newton.
What they meant to say is this is the newest mainstream theory, and most people are trying to prove it.
And there's other things you can point to where there's disagreement, or where flat earthers make up their own
This is all
disagreement.
just semantical bullshit. Those people are all still arguing on the same point that we're actually here for. So where's the guy who's got his own globe? In any of this? In any of this?
As for the globe itself, as long
Every
as
example
as long
you
as you
have
argue
is
for a curve,
perfectly
which is
fine
usually what
because
the
it's
argument
not
is, then that's
outside
fine.
of the category. It's in the category.
I think if you had evidence that suggested the Earth was curving or a ball, but you didn't quite have enough evidence to say, maybe you didn't know what exact size it was off the top of your head or anything like that, and flat Earth is still going to be like having a problem there, right? So when people talk about boats going over the horizon, that's still going to be a problem for flat Earth
When they
regardless.
went to the moon, if your globe was bigger than it actually is thought to be, wouldn't that have presented a problem to you on your space journey to the moon? Or any of your probes that go to other worlds?
Yeah, so people might usually say, for instance, if you're like a globe that doesn't know all of the physics or even half of the physics, let's say quite a rookie, you might say something like, well, whatever they say the size is, it's probably accurate based on that sort of stuff, but they might not actually know why, all right? And they might still think they have evidence for the Earth being a globe without actually knowing the exact size.
Yeah, all these, that's cool. They're still arguing for the mainstream ideal of the globe. We still haven't gotten to the other guy who somehow we're being racist against.
Who's being racist?
I don't know. Well, you're the liberal. You pick the word.
I didn't say anything about racism.
I'll let you pick. Fuck it.
But
You know what I mean, though. Listen,
when
he
Larry,
was just trying to clarify that. Small
like for instance,
variations.
Larry has this habit of like misreading science and then telling us that's what globe cosmology is.
You guys have a
Dude, who's got the
habit of
misunderstanding?
saying
Peter said there
everybody
is no crisis in
misunderstands.
cosmology. How can you
Right.
say there's no crisis in cosmology and then accuse me of not understanding what I'm reading? Just Google the phrase crisis in cosmology. And then after you read about 10 pages, come back and tell me there's no crisis in cosmology, bro.
I can't remember the exact word for word what happened in the conversation, but I remember you
I
speaking to
thought it
Peter
was
about
a
it. And he went through it with
cosmological
you.
crisis.
Yeah, it was evident that you misunderstood some stuff.
Have you noticed how Britnat has positioned himself as the arbiter of everyone else's understanding, and everyone else is a problem?
I've noticed it.
Well, the thing is, I'm quite honest.
It seems he lacks an actual argument, bro, and the only thing he can do is attack people.
I think when I say I don't understand physics, I don't really take much issue with it. But when you guys take offense to the idea that you don't understand physics.
Yeah, but if you don't understand physics, how are you on other people's understanding of physics?
How do you know?
It's evident that
I get
some of you don't.
offended. Hold on, you're saying you guys. I don't get offended over physics. That's not something I'm going to punch you in the mouth over.
Yeah.
Some of you.
But I will punch you in the mouth over certain shit.
I mean, it's like not even just physics. And some people, I think, are terrible with logic. I mean, believe it. Like when I say that you,
Britnat will never hang out with you, Bottom because he knows you will punch him in the mouth.
That's kind
Listen,
of like a hint that maybe
what
you're the
we
one
are
who's not part of the
witnessing is a
conversation.
breakdown of failure of cognitive reasoning.
Yes, BrainNet is a pure example of it.
Yes. Well, Gemsy, I don't think you I watched you earlier on
trying
get
very
mogged
hard today to sound
by
reasonable.
AT of all people. You got mogged by AT earlier, Gemsy.
Oh yeah. AT.
No, listen. We all know there's one in every group, and your boy AT is dumb as a box of rocks. No offense,
Yeah, but like that's the thing. I don't think AT
Yeah,
knows much about
AT was like he's like a low level trainee for BritNet. It's like like his little boyfriend or something.
I don't think AT knows much about physics, but he still managed to beat Gemsy.
Well, you
What does
better
that
get
say?
with him and get his level 2 training.
Yeah, level
maybe.
2 train. Eventually, you'll give him the label GF6, right? Gay friends.
Maybe.
Six.
But the
You
rule
guys-
to join GF6 is to defeat one flat earther in an argument, and AT did that with you, so I guess he qualifies.
Yeah. At what moment did based on your
really ran
own,
circles around
based
you
on
guys.
based on your logic, the guy that will ask the
Yeah,
other
the
guy.
study
What's funny
apparently
though
the
is
studies come out like rapidly. A study came out that
This
AT won a
this
debate,
guy.
and
Listen, crypto. I present the realist level evidence. The guy moved to talk about Fantasyland. He beat me.
I think this guy is a professional disruptor, man. He just look at the
Not
point
as a
we're on
compliment.
now.
Professional.
Look at what are we talking about now?
Yeah, we're not talking about the subject matter at all. Which is you're right.
We're on
You are correct.
bullshit, man. This dude's pitching a curveball.
But that's what making it personal actually achieves. Because now you're not talking about the subject, which is what we should be doing.
Yeah.
I still can't get over the fact that Peter said there's no crisis in cosmology.
Right.
Like, that's either a level of ignorance where you can't even use like Google, or it's like a level of dishonesty.
I think you're making it up,
Isn't even really worth mentioning.
But you see, BrainNet is gonna open his mic to protect his overlord.
Yeah, I will. I don't think he said that.
Oh, he definitely said that.
Have you
Why
got
would
it
I
clipped?
lie? No, I didn't clip it. I don't care
Why
if
would
you
I
did or not.
lie? Well, to be honest with you, when people tell me what I've said before, they always lie about it. So why would I believe you?
They always lie
I don't
about
give
it.
a shit what you believe, bro. You're not here for honest conversation.
Yes, I am.
You really are.
See the heightened in speech, and yes, I am. See,
I
there's
think
there's
I think people
indicators to
misunderstand.
lying.
People misunderstand, right? Because I started off being quite.
Yo, BrainNet, what's going on? So bring the point. Is there a point being made? Go ahead.
Yes, I was just going to say to Battle Mod. When I started off, I was quite amicable. I was quite agreeable, but I think I've been shafted too many times to keep that going.
Yeah, you've basically you've shown your true colours now, so you can't go back.
Well, if someone's rude to me, I'll.
Yeah, you can stop the act now. You can stop the act. Let me hang out with my friend here, and then at the end of the night, you get him drunk
There's
and
only
ask
so
him to
much
put it in your
politeness in
ass.
office
That's
now
not a
before
good
they
friend.
say everything.
Yeah, I'm saying if you're getting shafted, bro, you need to move on to somewhere else.
Yeah, I think so.
You need to send help.
No, shafted in the sense that people would always lie about things I said, or they would ignore my arguments, and I got irritated by it.
Yeah, and you always hear making the case for other people. Oh, flat earthers this, flat earthers that, flat earthers are gonna believe this,
the
believe that.
threshold for being
There's a
muted was
story. There's a
just
story about you, flat earthers. There's
the
a story
threshold
about
for
you,
being
flat
muted was
earthers.
so low that it was like anything.
No,
that you
Jemsy,
didn't
I
like
think
it,
he just misunderstood. I think he's in a state of misunderstanding.
Yeah.
Like I said, people would mute you for the slightest, oh, I don't like what you just said there, muted. It's been happening just now, recently. Just today.
Oh Lord, please don't let me be misunderstood. No, that's a fair statement, bro. I'll give you that one. Mute his ass.
Yeah, you'd expect right someone to become less tolerant after that point, right?
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, it is. So if you're paying other people back for what they did to you, remember, I didn't do that. I'm not mod.
Well, I like you, Battle Mod. I've already said that earlier in text chat.
Well,
you never done me any wrong.
That's cool. But it is a fair statement. Some people do get a little mute, happy, but I've been there, so sometimes you just can't put up with listening to it. It's a good troll. It's just not original,
Yeah, it's like earlier on, people were talking about how funny it is that Globers are so scared of flat Earth that they'll censor it. But it's
Listen,
ironic
here's
almost
a
to come from
thought.
some people's voices.
So you can imagine. Here's a thought. Think about this. You can imagine how hard you get reamed for being a flat earther, right? Then imagine.
I imagine in the real world, being a flat
Then
earther.
imagine certain guys getting butthurt to the point they train other people, and then you're constantly being trolled by the same troll for 10 fucking years.
Yes, I think some people think troll. Like I think you probably maybe know what a troll is, but I think some people have misconstrued troll, right? Because a troll is someone who's
these
like
dudes I'm
being
talking about. Listen,
facetious with and trying to like get a rise out of you. But I don't try to get rises out of people.
yeah,
It's not gonna happen.
because you're in it for the long troll. You just try to keep it, passive aggressive.
Yes, I am passive aggressive, but only with some people.
That's a long troll, I'm gonna piss you off for a long time. That don't work on me though, because I go to bed and you're the last thing I think about.
No, I'm the first thing you think about.
Shit, you're crazy. If it ain't got 33 Ds and a couple million in the bank, I'm thinking about it.
33 Ds.
Yeah, I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's not gonna stop Jekyll. That's not gonna stop me from trying.
Well, you're welcome to try, but you're welcome to fail too.
I mean, Jekyll's
I'm currently dating Amish, Dr. Amish.
Yeah, Michael, Jekyll's had 33 Ds, but it's not the same kind as you like.
But like there's some relationships can become stronger after starting badly. Like me and Clay did not like each other at the beginning, but I think we warmed up to each other much more.
Oh, you're saying people grow on you?
Yeah, but that's because we became nice to each other. We became.
Hey, when it would be even nicer if you could jump over this fake persona you have applied to yourself and actually start debating the real deal. It is fake, man. Like it's really not hard to tell,
What do you mean? What's fake about
when you first started coming in, that was you actually being with us. Like that was actually when you first started coming in, that was your honest persona. I think now you just come in to just wind people up, get a rise out of people, and then deny it, which is another troll in itself.
I think it depends. I think they're both honest personas. I just think they just depend on who I'm talking to. I mean, if you've ever heard me debate in any of the other rooms, it really does
fair
depend.
Comment. That's fair. Some people I talk to, I've known them forever, so they don't get out of me what other people do.
You know why I think that Jack Cole, or how many other names you have in the past, how many other profile pictures. I personally think you can't really decide, who you want to be.
If I'm a flat earther?
No, I think as a person in general, I would say. No offense,
right.
no. It's just I really do hope that at some point you're just gonna find who you truly are, man.
That sounds quite mean.
It's not like you are a constant. You're developing all the time, right? So.
Yes, that's true indeed. Yes, but in this case, I think he's a bit unstable still.
Yeah, but remember, Jacob has a boyfriend this week, another boyfriend next week. He's always changing. He has more boyfriends than underwear. So
more toxic, I think.
I didn't hear shit. Who said what?
I just said if I like someone, I'm pleasant. If I stop liking someone, I become passive aggressive and debate broy.
Yeah, that's fair. I agreed with that. There's two sides of me. If you're a dickhead, and I already know, like, dogs are gods, I'm not going to get nothing out of you but insults. Well, I'm just not going to debate with you. But if you're somebody who's actually being reasonable and genuine, then I'll probably talk to you. So
the
yeah,
issue
that's
with Dogs
fair.
of Gods is that he'll pick and choose.
Which is not Jekyll.
The issue with Dogs of Gods is that he'll always be a cunt, right? At least with me, you can expect that as long as
with you, we get the two sides. We get the two faces. You're gonna be cool, and then you're gonna be an asshole.
You got to flip the coin and you find out what you guess that day.
Yeah, first you're gonna be like the cool friend, and then you're gonna be the gay friend.
Yeah, exactly.
So what you're saying is that he's good cop and bad cop.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, he's
Don't
good
flip
cop
a
and gay cop.
listen. Don't flip a
Good
bitch
cop,
switch
gay
on me. Don't flip that bitch switch on me. That's all I got to say.
Oh, wait, so I have a genuine question. Since I'm in my bed right now and I'm on my
Oh
phone,
Lord,
I don't.
too much information.
Yeah.
Okay, do with that what you want.
Well, fuck. Next, you'll be saying I'm in the bathroom taking a dump, guys. How you doing? Keep your bedroom stories to yourself, bro. Put that sock down.
Anyway, how did you know
The
I was?
reason I brought it up and why it's relevant is
That's funny how you got muted.
Yeah.
I wonder if AT can remember the last conversation we had about 1.5 weeks ago where I called him a hypocrite for his absurdity of standards towards our paradigm, and if he would apply the standards that he has towards to the point where he would accept the Earth being a topographical plane into his paradigm of a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball. His space ball would have been shattered a long time ago. But since he's a hypocrite, he only applies the critical eye on our position, but not on his own, which is, what hypocrites do.
Yeah, he
And then
opened
they
his
come back
mic,
and
and the
pretend.
first time he did, the first thing he did, he was like, "Is the Earth still a pancake?" That was his question. Is the Earth still a pancake? That was.
Dude
That
went
was
all
his
Johnny
first
Chick
question.
stuff with the "I'm in my bed right now," trying to sound like a girl.
Well, I forgive these people, I'm not like, but I don't forget conversations. I forgive, but I don't forget conversations, So
you want to redo the
as long,
conversation.
you want to correct yourself and maybe apply the same standard onto your spinning wobbling tilted space ball and see it being shattered in an instant.
Right. What standard would that be? Can you remind me again?
Yeah. No. I'm not gonna do the work for you. You're just gonna again explain to us when you would accept the Earth to be a topographical plane.
Do you remember the 3 reasons I gave or requirements? Because I do.
You heard me.
Yeah, I mean, I asked the question because I can restate them if you forgot.
Do I need to repeat myself, or are you going to say it?
Well, if you got it, I heard you, right? So if you do remember them, like you say you do, can you say how they're hypocritical?
No. I want you to give it into remembrance for the whole room. Your standard of position. Because I'm not gonna do the work for you, man. That's not how it works.
Wouldn't it be a waste of time if you remembered?
What?
I mean, you can just say you forgot, and I'll say it again.
Ask him in German, 80.
I
Kannst
already
du,
told you, man. You
kannst
can
du
go
die
ahead. The
3?
floor is open.
Can you do it in the style of a Hitler speech, though?
Kannst du die 3 viele
Oh, please spare me the
Argumentationen,
German.
ich hatte deine gesagt
You're not
zu.
being shouty enough. You have to be shouty.
Oh, bitte kein Deutsch, okay? Bitte nicht.
Bitte nicht? Wie geht?
Nein.
Nein?
No, let's speak English, okay? So everybody can understand what we're talking about.
It was funny,
Right.
I enjoyed that.
Nah, okay, so the 3 things I listed the last time we talked is I would either accept a cutoff of the Earth, so the edge. I would accept a view from space or the atmosphere outlining that the Earth is flat. Or I would accept for you, right, to prove to me that space is fake or that NASA is fake, right? So you would prove that they're lying. So those 3 items are all sufficient.
And can you understand why I would call you a hypocrite by not applying the same kind of scrutiny towards your spinning wobbling space religion?
These are this.
You can't speak
What do you
German,
mean?
shut up.
These are the arguments that would satisfy me going against that belief, right? Well, I don't think your question is
can
logical.
since the questions are very, very, let's say, out of boundaries, you know, wouldn't you agree that if you would apply the same kind of scrutiny towards evidence of your spinning ball, that it would fall apart?
No, and here's why, right? So these same three requirements flipped would be either photographs from space that I have presented, curvature shown, which I have presented, right? Or no cutoff or no edge, which I also have presented. So all these three things I have done, and I gave you a counter to all of them, and you think it's hypocritical.
I still don't understand your no edge one. You're saying you've seen a picture where there's Earth and no Earth, and there's no edge at the same time.
I don't think I understood that.
So you've seen a picture where you see the Earth, and then there's a part where you can mark it down and be like, here's where the Earth ends. You've seen that? There's no more Earth beyond this point.
I don't think I've seen that.
All you've ever seen is Earth and water.
Are you asking like in regards to space, or what are you talking about?
I don't know. You said you saw a picture.
I mean, yeah. So an edge is a geometrical.
You did not see it.
I didn't. There is no edge in the sphere.
So you never seen the end of the Earth then?
Exactly.
All right. So it just goes on and on and on.
Right.
Do you know how big it is? Is it infinite?
Approximately, yeah, sure.
So you have seen the edge?
No.
Oh, jeez.
I think you might be confusing edge, right, with atmosphere or geometrical horizon. Or...
Have you ever seen a picture of the whole Earth, and then you said, right here is the edge where there's no more Earth?
You can't really capture the whole Earth in one. I mean, you can capture a side of it, right?
So you've never
have multiple.
You've never seen the end of the Earth. It just goes on and on forever. Then are you like an infinite Earth?
So far, right, yeah. So far, what I've seen aligns with that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's infinite. Yeah. I mean, is it infinite curve or infinite, concave or infinite? What do we got?
Yeah, it's a continuum. So infinite is fine with me. I mean, infinite sort of implies that it goes on forever, but it does come back around to the same point. So colloquially, I can agree. Sure. I mean, we can call it infinite.
You've never seen the end of the Earth. You've always just seen it go on infinitely, but it came back to where you started.
Yes.
Interesting. And you saw that.
I mean, what do you mean saw? Like you're referencing it as if
you could see it. You said.
Yeah, with multiple sources. Yeah.
Wow, that sounds like a magical place.
You guys saying
infinite thing?
You guys saying is infinite? How can it be? Don't we have a volume? How can it be? Is it an infinite volume that we have?
I address this.
How can we have an infinite volume?
I address this.
Or not defined? Is that what you mean? Not defined? No, we don't know, or you're saying it is actually infinite?
Should I say it in a different way for you to be able to grasp it?
I don't know. It seemed like what you said you would qualify. If you saw the edge, then you would flip over to being on the German guy's side. And then you said you saw the edge, but you're still not convinced.
So two things wrong in that statement, right? You cannot see what isn't there, right? What doesn't exist. So you can't really prove a negative. I'm sure you're familiar with that.
You said you saw the edge.
Positing, no, I didn't.
So you never seen the edge. You never seen where the Earth ends and something else begins.
But that's not an edge. That's why I was so keen on defining what an edge is.
That's not an edge.
It's a geometrical.
Like a change,
term, right?
Like a change. I guess a change in whatever. What would you say? It's a change in material, a change in elevation. What did you experience at the edge?
I was okay. Let me be very clear.
Change
When
in
you're
color?
talking about
Is it
an
just color?
edge, okay, when you're talking about an edge, that's a geometrical concept, right? It only exists if you have two angles meeting at one point. And we don't see that, right? So what you're referencing
A vertex is the edge.
Yeah, listen,
I mean,
that's geometrically, but colloquially it's defined differently. You know, it's just the outside limit of any object.
I mean, if you have an esoteric definition that aligns with that, sure.
That's
I
not
mean,
esoteric. That's
it's not mathematical.
oh, I denoted that I prefaced that. That's geometry, but colloquially it's defined as the outside limit of an object. Geometrically speaking, a sphere has no edges, but in reality it does have an edge because there's a limit to the area it takes up.
So if that's what you call an edge, sure, it has an edge. Yeah, okay. It has infinite edges, in fact, but sure.
It does. From every angle you look at it from.
Base.
That's where it stops and other things start.
Yeah, but that's not what I asked for, is it?
No, you're trying to hyper-specific it to a geometrical definition that you have,
Yes.
and it has
The
to
method I have.
coincide with that, but it doesn't. That's just not reality.
No, I'm referencing mathematics for a
That's
common
you
framework.
being narrow-minded.
Why?
No.
I said the same for the
Geometry,
globe, though.
not mathematics. Geometry.
Okay, so is geometry a field of mathematics?
Speaking, what you're saying is true, but colloquially speaking, it's
You're
not.
just gonna ignore that? Okay, great.
Excuse me?
Is
I didn't
geometry a
ignore
field
it. It
in
doesn't matter.
mathematics?
Yeah, it doesn't
Is
matter.
It does.
I'm
Okay,
being
you just said it's not.
hyper-specific now.
No, you're not.
No, I didn't say it wasn't. I said it's geometry. I
Yes,
didn't
you
say it
literally.
wasn't mathematics. I
Yes,
said it's
that's literally what you
geometry.
said, though.
So
That's
geometrically
literally.
speaking, it's true, but colloquially speaking, it's not true. That's what I
I would
said.
still disagree with that, but if we were going by your colloquial definition, sure, that's why I
It's
call it
not mine.
esoteric.
I don't colloquially define anything. I just use words as they are. I own no definition.
Putting that on full display, and I'm glad. Our
I
language
can
would
get
be
it.
completely fucked up if you own any definition.
Merriam-Webster says you're wrong, though.
Merriam-Webster is not a credible source.
Why not?
Go look at Oxford Dictionary. Go look at any dictionary. Link me that. Show me the calendar.
Globers do like to do a little bit of a flip-flop on this argument, though, because on the one hand, they'll say, well, we can kind of use words however we like, because at the end of the day, the language is coming first and the dictionary is second, right? So the definitions are coming after the language use, which is, that is a fair enough statement out of context. But of course, once the dictionary has already, and obviously the dictionary has to be accurate, I'm not arguing against the accuracy of the dictionary, but once the dictionary has already made a note of that definition as it is used, to then use it in a different way would be to misuse it because the language has already been mapped.
Great
right?
point.
So
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, but then I'm glad you agree because Globers often disagree with that point. So I'm glad you find.
I'm glad he agrees too, because Oxford also defines it as the boundary of a surface, i.e., the edge. Do you want me to give you a? You want me to post it?
Yes, please.
You don't need the word entomology, do you? Because entomology is the end of something. Goes back to the same word meaning end. So an edge is just the end of one thing and the beginning of another. I can give you the link to the page and then you can look up whatever you want, but I just did a screenshot. Oxford never is very far off from Merriam-Webster. Merriam just tends to be a little more hyper-specific and take from more sources.
Well, the problem that I think is having is since many of us grew up with the programming of the globe imagery into our psyche, and now he believes Earth has to be a globe because it has to be. But now he's trying to compare to other ideas, and he's comparing flat disk, pancakes, shapes, and he's looking at these other options, and he's not liking it. He's not vibing with it, just like the globe. But that's not reality, AT. We're not talking about this pancake stuff that you asked about, or this edge disk frisbee Earth flying through space. That's not reality. That's not what anybody experiences. So you asking about pancake Earth or frisbee Earth? Nobody knows what that is from the realist level. Just a made up idea that you bring in.
Level.
Hey, whatever happened to that guy? It has to be British
Now
guy.
it's AT. Has to be a
he's
globe,
talking about
right?
Jekyll.
Oh, Jekyll. No, Jekyll flip flops. He talks about flat Earth, globe Earth, concave Earth, gay Earth, whatever Earth he speak about. So
That's the guy that's called It Has to Be.
Are you serial? Gay Earth.
Yeah, he loves gay.
I mean, that's the fantasy of many people to make it that way for everyone, but I don't think it's gonna happen.
Yeah, that was the guy that was telling me I had to believe that in the consensus.
No, that was me telling you that Larry doesn't know anything about physics.
No, it wasn't you. You weren't the. It was one of your higher ups, like your boss or something.
You've
So if
said
my
that.
higher up is Peter, is your higher up like, I don't know, YouTube?
I don't have any higher ups.
Yeah, YouTube.
There are no men above him. Did you hear that?
But AT earlier,
and I'm going to guess, or below.
There are always men under him, though.
There's nobody under me. There's nobody above me. I'm a
Yeah, we've got
serpent
Nathan
king.
Oakley, QE.
No, QE is not above me. Trust me. QE don't like me.
He is. I think he is.
Trust me. He doesn't like me. I'm not under his
He's your
wing.
boss.
You're making
Dude,
shit up.
we were here before QE. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I've known Larry fucking 9-10 years now. Quantum Eraser maybe 6.
Okay, right. QE doesn't pay him.
They're standing on these shoulders, not the other fucking way around.
This is what happens when Jekyll
sounds like
is
QE is his boss. That's all.
I'm still waiting for how I'm hypocritical.
Do you hear
Go
me or
ahead.
Larry arguing Quantum's arguments or doing Nathan Oakley on a motherfucker or anything? Do you hear us do that
never even
shit?
heard QE in here. I never even heard QE in here. Not on this channel.
There's a reason for that.
He's been here for a long time, months ago.
Yeah, it's quite a while ago.
I'm just saying we're not parrots, right, bro?
Yeah, I'm not a parrot.
Yeah, I'm not a parrot either.
I'll make up my own argument.
Yeah, I'm not a parrot either.
So the whole inverse square law of light and the moon and the light. Well, I didn't come up with the moon part. The light years. It actually turned out to be true. What I said is that they wouldn't be bright enough for us to see the stars that far away. And now James Webb Telescope is saying that what's out there is much bigger than we thought it was. So it would have to be bigger
instead
and brighter.
of closer. Yeah.
Right.
They won't move it closer, bro. It's got to be bigger and brighter.
And I hate to toot my own horn.
That means the further you go out, the bigger objects get.
Well, you gotta remember that once the heliosexuals get used to a certain size, they want to move on to something bigger.
Suddenly, the 3959 balls just ain't doing it. Well, they're not big enough.
Yeah. They need bigger balls, bigger rockets, bigger black holes,
Bigger pancakes.
bigger Uranus, bigger
Bigger pancakes.
Shit, man, that's funny.
You're gonna have to pull harder too, right? You gotta have more
Yeah,
you gotta have more
pull is
gravitas.
stronger now. Yeah.
bag it, Earth. Jeez.
That's what I'm gathering, but nobody used the word "but you." But balls and rockets and
Yeah, please
phallic
pay attention
resemblance.
to terms of service. Don't use that word, please.
Right, but have you seen the route to the moon and back? The way they map it out.
Sorry.
That looks like a penis.
Yeah, with that penis, we're gonna probe Uranus.
Oh. They were popping the moon. The first black hole was found adjacent to Uranus.
Yeah, we have to use Uranus to do the correct math to find Uranus. I mean, the black hole, my bad. Hey,
I don't know about black holes, but there's plenty of white holes.
White holes. White holes.
They just left, bro.
AT is still here. He still believes in the heliosexual religion.
Okay, they didn't leave. Just one of them did.
Jekyll, you can talk about the heliosexual stuff. He'll listen to it all day long, all night too. He loves that shit.
Alpha is putting his head in his hand right now. This is what they do with the channel I created. We're sorry, Miggy.
Hey, we've been talking about science for 23 hours now. The last hour, at the least, we're gonna just mix it up. Especially when Baramo is here and Crypto, we're gonna.
You guys
them
spend
as
your
an
entire Sunday circle jerking Pancake Earth? Wow.
Oh no, Pancake Earth. You don't eat Earth. You grow the stuff from the Earth, and then you make the pancake. That's how it works.
I got here a couple hours ago, so what I was doing prior to that's none of your fucking business.
Yeah, AT Earth is not a pancake. It has been described as flat as a pancake or flatter than a pancake, but it's not a pancake.
Yeah, listen, every time he says that pancake Earth model, he just tells us that he doesn't know what the fuck we believe, right?
Yeah, remember, he's trying to replace the cartoon ball with another cartoon. So that's where he's having an issue with that.
Stop taking the ball out of this guy, third ball from the sun, and putting a frisbee in there and saying that's flat Earth, because that's not what we believe.
What do you believe?
And Kansas is flatter than a pancake with Globers making that college study.
I believe Earth is the floor of the universe. It may be possibly infinite. And remember, you ask about beliefs. I couldn't prove this if I wanted to because it would take an infinity.
And we don't have that long.
It's almost as if we've mapped the entire Earth.
Almost
the entire
Earth.
Ironic. Isn't that
we have mapped the entire Earth.
You know what's ironic is what land we knew changed throughout history. So, did
what
the
land
world
has
change
changed the last 50 years?
No, known lands. Known. Not all lands were known.
What known land now was unknown 50 years ago?
Nobody said 50 years. I said over history.
Okay, so in all of our lifetime, there has been no new discoveries.
Well, let's also look at this. There's no explorers anymore either, because
you guys
listen.
There's nothing to explore.
The 7,000 islands.
That's what. Listen, that's what they tell you on TV, and there's nothing to explore. We found it all. Go be a Pizza Hut delivery driver or whatever. Yeah,
but then you have a lot of nut jobs like you trying to prove them wrong. But you still haven't.
Listen, this nut job. I'd piss away money you would fucking save forever, you little punk. You don't know a damn thing about me.
I know you're losers that didn't go to college. Yeah.
You know your argument's solid.
How do you know that? Hold on. How do you know that?
Because the way you argue.
I went to community college for 2 years, damn it.
I mean, this is what I went to service for ungrateful bitches like you.
Ungrateful.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, may
Is
I?
Great.
Is that your best globe argument? Your best globe argument is that Michael doesn't
We
have
don't even live in the same country, so you didn't service me anything, but...
What country
Go
do
ahead,
you live
Crypto. Crypto was saying
Okay, the
something.
big stream media,
What,
they don't
what
like
country
to,
you
they
live?
don't like
Hello,
to.
hello, 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 hello.
Shut up.
Hello.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Go.
Okay, so Trump is muted. Mr. President, just hold your panties, because President Crypto from England is trying to say something. Go ahead, Crypto.
Just quickly, man, if your best argument against the flat earth is that Michael doesn't have qualifications, that's really weak. Why don't you make a good pro-globe earth argument instead of trying to just insult people?
I don't think he has them, bro.
That was for AT. Go ahead. Or who was it? For someone else. AT?
No, it was AT. You're right.
Yeah. Go ahead, AT. Reply to what Crypto said.
I did.
I have a
He
question
did?
when you guys are finished.
He replied with telepathy. Unfortunately, nobody could hear it but his psychosis-ridden self.
I don't know if I was muted, but I literally had good arguments for a globe.
Likely
Blame it on the mute, Milli Vanilli.
You're right. You're not muted now.
I think he said he saw the edge of the Earth 1.2 times the square root of his observation in feet. He saw it infinitely and forever.
TLDR, no edge, right? No edge, pictures from space, right? All nations agreeing. Those three. Pick
You
one.
think you think those are winners, that they actually prove something?
Yes.
Yeah, so you saw the edge from space.
Well, hold on. How do you prove or verify that you get from space were taken there? And I don't care how many people agree on it or are in on getting the money to go to space. How do you verify that they were actually images taken from space where they say they took them? How do you do that?
Glad you asked how I do it, right? Because my way of verifying, right, might vary from yours. Now, my way of verifying is I go through multiple sources and I look for alignment in the data. Then I examine the metadata of all those sources and I
I
look
think you
for
misunderstand what verification means.
No.
Yeah, so multiple sources give you an image and it must be true. That's your logic.
That's not what I said.
Yeah, basically it is.
I'm devastated that you missed everything I said then.
I didn't miss a damn thing, son. You basically said, if I can see this image, if it aligns with the other image, so we can scam your ass if me, Crypto, and Gemsy all have the same photo of a false property. Here, buy this property.
What did I say about the metadata? Can you restate that?
The metadata, you said you see if the metadata aligns, meaning all pictures match, they're all the same image, they're all sharing the same image, but the metadata doesn't verify that anything was taken in space.
Okay, do you know what metadata is?
So I ask you to verify, how do you verify the images were actually taken where they said they were taken from?
I asked you, do you know what metadata is? I think it's pretty
do. It's
critical.
not going to, yeah, the metadata isn't going to put you in space. I know that for a fact.
I mean, you asked me how I verify, right? How do you verify? How about that?
How would you verify an image?
I
It's
told
not
you
my
this.
problem.
You didn't,
Listen.
You didn't agree.
No, listen. I'm not worried. I'm not worried about verifying your images because I'm not using them as a proof for a globe Earth or
No, you're
NASA.
falsifying them, right? Outright.
I'm asking you to verify your evidence. I'm not falsifying anything.
Okay,
The
listen
fact
to
that
me,
you
man.
can't verify it doesn't kill you. It's just the truth.
Man,
you can't verify it.
Man, listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. Okay?
You can't
Listen,
verify
hey.
it was taken in space from any agency, nation, or multiple people or sources around the world. There's no way in hell for you to verify it was actually taken in space. And you just don't want to admit it. It doesn't kill you. It doesn't kill your theory. You're just a dishonest person. I wouldn't win the argument if you agreed with the truth.
I think you just showed your hand, right? Because you said there's no way to verify. So you outright just said it can't be done, and you won't change your mind.
That's just a fact. You can't verify they were taken in space. That is a fact.
I mean, you posited a claim without evidence, and you say it's a fact.
I'm stating a fact.
I heard you. I heard what you said.
Yeah.
I don't agree. Yeah, I don't agree. Think
Well,
you're
then
wrong.
verify it.
I told you how I did.
No, you told me how you verify the image, but not how you
Your brain is broken, man.
Not how you verify it was taken in space. My brain isn't broken. You're on the wrong category.
I give you a way that I verify things. You say, hey, that doesn't work. And
I don't accept your way as truth.
No, I got that. I got that.
Make it truth for me. Verify it for me.
I got that.
Back your fucking evidence up.
I am asking you, literally, how would I do that for you?
It's not my problem. It's not. I know it's unreasonable, but it's not. Because I asked you.
It's unreasonable.
You said these are true.
You're halfway
we know
there.
they're true, and I only ask how you verify that they're true.
And I told you. You didn't accept it.
It's not.
Yeah, you said
that I
right?
don't accept it. I don't accept it as a verification that they were taken in space in the medium.
And then I did a follow-up. And then I did a follow-up and said, how do you accept it? What would it take? And you just default to, it's not my issue. I'm not the one to tell you.
It's not.
But it is if you're the judge, right?
I'm not the judge.
Why are you then talking to me?
It's your evidence and you can't verify it.
That's
it's for other people to judge. I don't care. I'm not going to judge you based on it. I already said you didn't lose the argument. You just can't verify your images in actuality.
The whole room can hear how you're unlogical and unreasonable.
I think they agree with me. I'm not unlogical and I'm not unreasonable. It's unverifiable. So therefore unfalsifiable.
Bro, if you state that something is unverifiable, then you made a positive claim, right? And I asked you to back that positive claim up, and you haven't done that.
Now you're trying to switch the burden.
No, I'm literally trying to give you the proof, but you won't give me how I do it. You won't give me a threshold. You won't give me a framework. I gave you one. You didn't accept it. Laugh all you want. I mean, you're defeated.
If you believe so, then that's fine with me.
I
don't care what you think. That the fact that you can't verify it is just a fact. Everybody knows.
But then there's no conversation, right? Because you just said it can't be done.
Well, that's for you to accept. You should accept that this image isn't proof of anything. But no, you're asking me. You're trying to switch. Let's kick the goalpost and make Mike put the burden on Mike. But the truth is, you just can't verify.
I literally have the burden, and I'm asking you, is this okay? You say no.
Verify it.
Yeah, I heard that.
That's just the truth. It's an absolute truth.
10 times now. I counted.
I know. And then you act like, well, tell me how I could verify it to you. I don't know, because I believe it to be unverifiable.
I know. I stated that. So there is no conversation. It's like me saying, how do I prove my innocence? You say it can't be done. So I'm guilty, question mark? Yes, because that is what you must accept.
Are images from space the only proof you have?
It's the best proof I have. Let's go with that.
That's the best?
Yeah.
We got this picture we can't really.
I mean, there are other proofs that we could go over, but as I said, I'm on my phone, so I don't have my sources. But what I would say is other avenues would be the lack of an edge, the agreement, multinational agreement that we have, the educational agreement that we have, lack of sufficient evidence for a flat Earth, for the counter,
By
systems like
educational agreement, you mean curriculum?
yeah.
It's not a universal agreement, though. But
Where
so
is it not?
not all nations are in the same curriculum.
I don't think that's true. And also,
The Chinese have the most advanced curriculum, and they're kicking our fucking ass nowadays.
And are they saying the Earth is
Americans?
flat? What country says the Earth is flat? Let's go with that.
None.
Okay.
But what does?
So that's what I
does
meant
that
when
prove?
I said multinational agreement and
What does consensus prove? So now it's consensus builds concrete reality.
No, it's not.
No, it
but
doesn't.
there is such a thing. There is
It's
such
not
a thing as a
evidence.
science.
You're not. It's an appeal to popularity. Everybody believes the same shit. That doesn't make it true.
No.
And you want to say
it
I'm
because-
illogical? I'm illogical?
No. You're just over talking.
Well, you just got fallacy and images that you can't verify, and you're wanting to switch the burden to me. I got to prove your proof.
No, that's not what I said. I just said give me a framework so that I can prove.
When you boil it down, you're saying, tell me what I need for you. When the problem is, I'm asking you to back up your evidence.
Right. So if you're going to...
You claim it to be evidence, not me.
I can't talk to you, sir. You're disrespectful, over talking, you're not engaging, and you're illogical. I'm sorry, I'm disengaging.
If your sentencing starting a bit middle of mine, I wouldn't overtalk you.
Yes, you would. You absolutely would. You've been doing that the whole time. I've been giving you plenty of options not to, and you've not done that.
Okay, can you verify any of them proofs? So consensus is your best proof. Photographic images you can't verify. Those are your best proofs. So you got images and consensus, and you're building a concrete reality out of it. And I should follow you because you're the logical one.
No, we talked about GPS systems. We talked about mapping of Earth. All of those things, you just disregarded them completely. We talked about educational curriculum consensus, multinational consensus, and not just because they're all in agreement. No, they're all in agreement because of these things, right? The scientific method, right?
He said no to consensus, but then he went to consensus.
And okay, listen, there's a difference between people thinking something, the majority thinking something, therefore it must be true, and then the majority thinks this is true because of this, right?
No, that doesn't make it any more concrete.
Yes, it absolutely does. That's how science works.
Especially if they think that's true because of the images you're trying to use that you can't verify.
Okay, how about this? You haven't unverified them, right?
You can't falsify it.
Well, you would if they're not possible. It should be very easy.
I can't go to space to say, see, this is what it would look like from space, so I can't falsify it, you fucking moron.
No, but if you say you can't go there, then you would have proof of why. Oh, now your brain lagged. Great. Oh my god.
I think it's funny that you need proof as to why you, not the proverbial you, but you yourself, bring your body to space. Build a rocket ship, then we'll fly it out of space, but then you wake up and need to make money.
Called smoking weed.
Thank you for that wonderful interjection, whoever said that.
I'll be here all week.
I'm not.
Another HEW. I think I'll sleep in this one. Good night.
Buenas noches.
Gracias.
Hello, everybody. Hey, geeks, it sounds like you brought your friend. And they have urges.
I'm not the only one picked up on that, huh?
Wait, what? Who? What? My friend? No, what, who's my friend?
How's it, my bro?
So, why? So, question. Before I say something, I want to ask a question. Why do you call him Professor Crypto or Captain Crypto?
Is the accent you're going with today?
Yes, it is.
I thought it because it was like romper room, like Captain Kangaroo. You know, he's got to mess with all you adolescents and delinquents.
Yeah. So why are you doing like a fake South African accent, bro? What's wrong? Why are you going with this?
I'd like to keep that private, if that's okay.
Right. Okay. Well, it's a bit weird because like I know how one sounds, and yours is pretty bad. Mine's pretty bad as well, but yours is really bad.
Well, that's very good feedback. I appreciate it. If you can give me more specific pointers, that'd be great.
And I'd say it's a bit homoerotic, innit, Brew?
But later, let's do that later. Because I have something to say. I learned about this the other day, and I wanted to get an idea of how you guys react to it. I don't think it's contentious, so I think it's actually quite chill. So, do you guys know, or how would you explain why we don't see stars in daytime when the sun is out?
Like Venus or whatever.
I couldn't hear you very well.
Oh, I mean, Venus is a wandering star, man.
No, you still got bad connection. I can't really hear what you're saying. Sorry.
Right. Okay.
Right. Does anybody want to throw in a potential? It's not a trick question. I'm just asking if anybody wants to give an answer as to why we can't see stars when the sun is out, when it's daytime.
So, my bro, what I was saying is that you get these planets, which in some cosmologies are wandering stars, correct? So, I had a clarifying question. Are you talking about the wandering stars or the regular stars?
Not planets, just regular stars in your definition.
Right. Okay. So do you have a have you got like an example of regular stars being there during the day?
No, I'm saying why you can't see the regular stars during the day.
Regular stars.
Yeah, that's because the sky's.
Yeah, I can't with this accent, Keith.
Sky's too
Okay,
bright.
fine. I'll just do my regular accent. Okay, go on, Dr. Crypto.
Yeah, I thought you were English. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean the sky's the wrong color, right? So you can see stars against a blue or a black background because they've got a whitish yellow tint, whatever. But when the sky's like a bright blue or a much lighter color, you can't see them. So
Brilliant.
About how your eyes.
Absolutely the correct answer. So the reason why that is kind of like maybe that's relevant is because I even thought the sun was so bright that in comparison it would prevent the starlight from actually showing. But it's not the sun per se. It's actually the diffracted, scattered blue glow of the sky. Well done, Dr. Crypto. Good.
Right.
Good, man. He knows his stuff, this guy.
Therefore, the Earth's a globe?
Therefore, the Earth's a globe? Is that what you're saying? You're saying the Earth's a globe? Because of that?
I was asking, is that where you're going with this? Because I would like to know how you made those two together.
Oh, right. Did it have an ulterior motive? No, it wasn't to talk about globy stuff. It was just something I thought was quite interesting that I thought was I didn't know. I thought it was because the sun is too bright in comparison to starlight, but actually it's the glow of the sky itself, which is just, I've just thought it's quite interesting. It doesn't like, it's not contentious in terms of globe or flat Earth at all. I don't think, but it's an interesting point though. Like, hopefully you'd agree.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. For sure.
Yeah. I don't argue. I don't argue the globe in the conventional way that everyone else does anymore. I don't think I've met you ever back in crypto.
You haven't met me?
I haven't met you. Have I met you before?
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah. Well, if I'd met you, you would remember me. I'm kind of a big deal. Maybe not in the flat Earth group. Well, actually, in the flat Earth group as well, I'm kind of a big deal.
Oh, you're geeks, right? Yeah, I have actually spoken to you before. By the way, I could tell you had a fake accent like straight away, or didn't even have to listen.
I know. You said that, and you chastised me, but not everybody knew that, so you kind of like ruined my little shtick. Anyway, I don't care. It's fine. But have we spoken before? I just
No, I have heard you talk before though. I've cringed hard.
You cringed based on what I said.
Yeah.
That's not good. Okay, well I'll try and improve. I apologise. I don't want to make anybody cringe. What did I say to make you cringe? What did I say?
To be honest, I can't even remember now.
Oh, thank the Lord. No, don't try and remember it. If it made you cringe, I'd rather you just forget it. I don't want to be known as the guy who makes people cringe.
No, you don't, to be fair. But then the globe is pretty cringe, so there's not really much you can do about it.
The globe is pretty cringe. You could create you could just put that on a T-shirt. That'd be a good little. That'd be a globe. That'd be a nice little slogan, don't you think?
That would actually sell, I reckon. Just like NASA is cringe, the globe is cringe, that kind of stuff.
No. You're overcomplicating it now. The globe is pretty cringe because it could mean anything. It might be. I like that. Anyway, nice to meet you, Dr. Crypto.
You can just call me Crypto. I think they call me Doctor or Captain Crypto because it was alliteration.
Fair enough. I'll call you. I still think I should be formal with you, so I'll call you Crypto once we get to know each other. But I prefer being formal, Mr. Crypto, Dr. Crypto, if that's all right with you, sir.
I actually use the they them pronouns.
So it's not sir. What is it then?
Actually, no, I'm lying. I actually use the pronouns gulag self. So if you're referring to me as like he or she, I'll be very offended because you've misgendered.
King of Texas,
aka the British brawler.
What do I call you? Not sir. What do I call you?
Call me King of Texas.
Not late for supper.
With no subjects.
Well, my pronoun is gulag, so you have to use gulag.
Okay, I'll use gulag.
I can't choose.
Gulag.
I don't know what to pick.
Other gentlemen, is gulag like one of the heavy hitters? Is he one of the A tiers?
Crypto, dude, definitely A+ tier platter.
He's top. He's top. Okay, cool. Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
Anything he says, just about. I mean, 99.9%, I agree with. And it's not because he's doing all the thinking. Like I analyze what he says, and he's spot on every time.
Yeah, I know, but you would say that, like as I'm talking about his
No, I would not say that about most flat earthers. I think the only thing him and I agree on is our concept of a higher being.
You mean
disagree? I think that's about it. Yeah, disagree.
Disagree on, right?
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
I do prefer the way crypto listen, he articulates the arguments well and specifically.
Yeah,
with specificity.
that's what I mean.
Yeah, I would prefer the way he puts it because I throw too many motherfuckers and shut the fuck ups in there and shit.
You do have a problem with that, Battle Mod. Your language does get worse and worse as the discussion goes on.
Bear with me for a minute. I went from being a platoon leader Marine specialist to the owner of the business and always running shit. It's kind of ingrained in there, I have a short temper with people. Zero tolerance for stupidity and ignorance,
Mm-hmm.
So I know this.
Fair enough.
This is why a lot of times I will defer to Larry or Crypto, just so they articulate the argument well. Not that I can't; it's just my emotions get in the way.
No, I hear you. That's self-awareness, man, and that's good. That's a good trait to have. Never lose that.
I heard asked the other night if he thought he was a good man and people berating him. I think the minute you try to answer and say, yes, I am a good man, you just open yourself up to that, beratement, because I don't think the measure of a good man is in the eyes of the man, but in the eyes of the people who perceive his good deeds. You know what I mean? So a proper measure of whether or not I'm a man would come from my family or those people who are closely related to me, and you should probably ask them, not me. But I try to be a good man would be a proper statement, answer to that question. You don't have to defend whether you're a good man. You just say, I try to be, and you can ask my family or my friends or even the place I go to get gas the most, or anybody I interact with, because their measure of whether or not I'm a good man is better than mine. We're not good to judge ourselves. You shouldn't be scared of criticism. Some people generally are trying to help you when they tell you, hey, if you're less aggressive, you probably get received better. Those people aren't putting you down. They're just trying to help you.
Being aggressive always works.
Well, it does for the troll or the long troll, but not for civil discussion.
Are you calling out for a troll?
You can put whatever words up there you want, but my comment and statements stand as they are. Now, accuse other people of things, that's fine, but that's between you and them. I don't talk about men behind their back.
I like Alpha's tactic, but I don't think it's trolling.
No, it's just holding people to a certain standard. And if you mean by that, that certain standard is what you're attacking, well, that's what it is. So we want people to make claims and then back them up. Not ask us how they can back them up or verify them or demonstrate them, but come with that which is concrete, and it's not really that.
How about you come with something that's concrete, but you communicate it in an aggressive way? How about that?
Well, that's just it. It's hard to communicate your really specific and intricate ideals when you're being aggressive to people and they're no longer receiving you, right? So if conversation is what you want, then aggression is anti that. That's my point. If you want to be received, you got to play to your audience. You can do stand-up comedy with the most hostile men in the world. You could go into the death row and have a stand-up act if you know how to present yourself and a good delivery.
Sorry, I wouldn't recommend going to death row and doing comedy.
Unless you're a paraplegic. You're a paraplegic, you can't do stand-up very good.
Hey, that was good.
Okay, well, that guy... Right,
I think flow.
Those guys on death row probably got better jokes than you. They know they're going to die and they've accepted it. You still think you're going to live forever.
I want to hear Dazza talk about the globe Earth some more. Come on, Dazza.
Who's Dazza?
Fucking Dazza can't.
His co-pilot.
Every time you do that, Jekyll, I get banned, so I can't. But only when you suggest
by the
I do
way,
it.
sorry, gents. There is one other thing I forgot to say this, but this is very important. There's a bug at the moment regarding the mute bot, right? I think it's just in the politics server. So just be aware that when you mute someone in this room, it impacts them across the whole of the politics server until they message modmail. So I'm not saying you shouldn't mute someone. I'm just, but it's the same in every
Wait, Geek,
room.
since you're the oracle on all things Discord, why are some people coming up right now as being a guest in the VC? Like Heretic is, Felix is, and
I was wondering
Mark.
that. Yeah, I was wondering that too.
Guest? What do you mean a guest?
Like this says Mark. Brackets guest. Heretic.
There's been people being like muted for me, like just muted.
Oh,
I didn't mute.
Before we get to that point, can we just address the guest thing first?
So there's the thing is, it's to do with this whole mute thing as well. It's to do with permissions and roles. I don't know why certain people are guests. I can't even see them as like these people that you're talking about as guests, right? So I can't see them.
Okay. Are you on Discord right now? You see the list on the left. That's everyone that's actually in the VC. But if you click on the if you click on the thing that makes it so everyone's like a little tile in the middle of your Discord screen, there's some people that are in this part that aren't in the list to the left.
I know. I'm saying I can't see them in that at all. I can't see them in the tiles. I can't see them in the tiles either.
You're stupid.
Okay, well, I'm answering your question. Anyway, just wanted to let you guys know that there is a bug. So again, not saying don't mute people, but just be aware. It's not just this room, by the way. It's every room, or every guest room. Just be aware that your muting means that people have to message modmail, get unmuted. It impacts across all rooms.
Well, I guess you guys better be on your best behavior then, right?
Yeah, or you're gonna get muted in all the rooms in the politics server by a flat earther. Ain't that a bitch? Thanks for letting us know, though.
Okay.
No, I really don't want to mute people. It's not really much shit.
Yeah, whatever you say, Larry. Everyone says they're not really into muting people until they are.
I'm the guy that mutes you. I mute you all the time, bro.
So, Jekyll, I see what you're saying. I can't see Heretic.
Right, Geeks, be quiet. I heard you the first time.
He's a dick, isn't he? I told you he's an asshole, man. You guys thought it's just AT and Jekyll, both them twos are. Yeah, he's a, what do you call that? A right proper cunt?
Yep. Well, as Daz would say, we can't call him a cunt because it's a nice thing. So he'd be like, mate, you fucking mate. Yeah, because mate is like a derogatory term.
Yeah.
If they don't like you, you're a mate. If they do like you, you're a cunt.
You just have a
well,
good
fuck
time,
you,
Mike.
Jekyll. Fuck you, Jekyll. Fuck you, Jekyll. How's that?
Look, mate.
Anyway,
you're heading down the wrong trail.
Yeah.
All right, Daz. All right, Geeks. Why do you believe in the globe Earth?
Do you want me to do a new globy one? I got a new globy one.
Yeah, go on, do a globy one. Although, can you do it in your normal voice? Because that voice that you do is not my favourite thing to listen to.
This Jekyll guy is fast becoming my least favourite person on Discord.
Based.
You guys are both globers, man. You know that, right?
Yeah, it doesn't mean I like all globers.
Well, there's no peace on the globe. What the fuck? Is it because you're all ungodly or what?
Jekyll's only
you
like
know, you
global.
just. I can't remember who said it, but someone said they don't like QE like about an hour ago.
Jekyll only likes Globers with balls. Don't forget
Okay,
about
So what are you
that.
trying to say about geeks? He's trying to say he's got a.
No, touche. There's war on flat earth too. You're right.
I
Yo,
watch
Larry,
a
I
globe
wanted-
thing, geeks.
Yo,
I'm
Larry,
no fan.
Go ahead, Crypto.
I'd step out for Larry. I just wanted to ask you what you meant when you said about the creator thing. Because as far as I know, you're a Christian, right?
Yeah, I'm not your typical Christian, but sure, I'm a follower of Christ, right?
Right. Well, I'm a deist, right? You know that.
Yeah.
So we don't have the same concept of a creator, but I definitely do think there's a creator.
That's why I
Do
said
any of these flat earthers actually go to church?
99.9.
Wait, what do you mean? What are we doing here?
I grew up in the church.
But have any of you gone to church?
I grew up as a Mormon. I grew up in a Mormon family.
I think Crypto was trying to say to have like
He
an exchange with
was.
Larry.
Yeah,
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, Larry, carry on, mate.
Yeah, I don't go to church. I am the church. The way I understand it, the church translates to ecclesiastica, which means like the congregation. So going to church is kind of a weird thing when you are the church.
Going to yourself, yeah, because a lot of people think that the church is like the building and the infrastructure and the. I suppose the community would be a reasonably good kind of understanding of church, but certainly not the building.
Or the hierarchy.
Yeah.
Certainly not the hierarchy.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. I never thought. So, like, when you talk about the Catholic Church, you're talking about the hierarchy, aren't you?
Right.
But that's actually, it's a nonsense term. Yeah, I see what you mean. Okay, interesting. Okay, so where do you think we disagree? Because I mean, I think the way I see it, that we have different understandings. We both agree that there's like a creator.
Yeah, we just probably disagree, or maybe haven't talked about the attributes of said creator.
Let's not have a Trinity argument.
Nope, we're not going there.
You both found yourself in a building. You see the machine, both of you, and you're like, "Oh, I think this machine is Japanese. No, this machine is American, or something like that." You know, there's a designer to the machine. You see the building. There has to be an engineer, a designer. You both see it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's fair. But let's not. I didn't really want to go straight into like a hard religion thing. I just wanted to, because that was what you picked up on. But no, I do appreciate all the compliments and right back at you guys as well. Like I do think that you guys are really kind of at the forefront of these arguments. So it's cool. It's cool to have these exchanges. People I respect.
Can I test Captain Crypto's supposed A tier?
Oh God, what are we doing, geeks?
I know I don't want to do it if like you're busy and you've got other stuff, but I've got a new one for you.
You're not going to make me cringe, are you?
I think anything I would say that's in support of globiness would make you cringe, but let's just call that par for the course. But I could save it and I'll do it later. But this is a new one that I don't think anyone would have heard.
Yeah, go on. Yes, let's hear it. Unless someone else wants to. Unless someone doesn't want to. We can go ahead. Go on.
Well, no, Crypto. You got. So I'm S tier. So you got to bear in mind. You know, can't throw someone under the bus. Ready?
Can't throw what?
You can't throw one of these other guys under the bus because Geeks is S tier, right? So it'd be ungentlemanly of you to like throw someone else.
Yeah, but I don't. Why would I don't understand. So, have you had discussions with some of these gentlemen before, and do you think that I might contradict them and therefore throw them under the bus, or like
No. Passing the buck for them to debate with me.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't like it when people try and take over my debates, so that's my problem.
Okay. How about I'll just give it to you then.
Go on, give it to me hard. Let's go.
And not in that way. Right, okay. So some people have probably heard me say I've seen the curve myself because I was very this is just context. I was very fortunate once I had a flight on Concorde when I was younger, much younger obviously, but I was lucky enough to fly on Concorde to New York and back to the UK from New York. So that's not my point, however. There is context to this. Concorde, as I'm sure let's see if you agree with this. Concorde flies or flew before it was decommissioned up to Mach 2, so twice the speed of sound. Are we okay to agree on that?
Yeah. Well, I remember that was claimed. Yeah, but obviously I never experienced it myself.
It was claimed, but would you agree with that though?
Well, I don't know that it flies at Mach 2, but I accept that it was considerably faster than traditional.
Yeah. Right. And yeah. Let's reframe it then. So so flying from London to JFK took, instead of it being up to say 8 hours, took approximately 3.5 hours. That's a better reframe. Would you be okay with that?
Sure. Yeah, I can accept the premise.
Cool. So that essentially meant that you were landing at an earlier time zone. In the time zone shift, you were landing in JFK earlier than when you took off from a time zone perspective.
Right.
Does that make sense? Because from
because 5 zones had gone past.
Yeah, it was 5 hours or 6 hours, but the flight took 3.5 hours. So actually, you landed earlier, time zone perspective. You'd be okay with that?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. Essentially, what that means is because the way that we do time zones is in part based on the sun, where its position is in the sky. It's related to when it appears and disappears, depending on where you are in the world. So the fact that you actually fly faster than what the time zones are changing across the world are, you actually can see 2 sunsets because you outpace the sun's movement in the sky.
Sure.
So that, and again, this is a kind of a weak, it's not a strong one, but that would make sense on a globe model. Could it make sense on a flat Earth model, and if so, how?
Yeah, well, because the mechanism which makes the sun set in your view would simply be repeated, whatever that may be. So if that's curvature, then it would be curvature twice. If that's angle, it would be angle twice. And if it's a combination of the two, it'd be the combination of the two twice. I don't really understand. Like you can make this happen on a beach, right? You see the Earth. So you get down to the surface, see the sunset, you get up, and the sun's still there, and then you see it set again. You don't need to be in a concrete.
But that's based on your perspective in one place. I'm talking about moving to a completely different place of the Earth, right?
So you're saying that the sun would set in, say, London.
Yeah.
You would then fly to. I'm trying to think which way it would be.
Yeah. So let me give you some more detail about this. I didn't see this because my flight wasn't at the right time, but you would see effectively the sun you would see the sun set, right? But then as you catch up with the time zone, you would actually see the sun very, very slightly, but still rising. It would rise from the west, right? Because you are essentially outpacing it. Do you see what I mean?
You're not outpacing it in a pure sense. So it would be a similar effect to parallax, wouldn't it? Because you're much closer to the surface of the Earth, so your movement is less pronounced. Sorry, it's more pronounced relative to the surface point, or let's call it the GP or whatever, as you would understand it. Your movement closer to the surface would be more pronounced within the parallax effect than the further sun, and this would be the same concept but applied to angles. And you wouldn't be viewing it from the surface; you'd be viewing it from the first parallax point. Does that make sense?
Not quite. So, what I'd be more interested. No, not really. Sorry.
So you know how you're driving down a motorway, right? And you've got near trees and far trees. The near trees like shoot past, and the far trees they kind of move across your vision slower.
Yeah.
So essentially, you are the near tree in that scenario.
But the trees aren't moving.
I'm talking about the effect of parallax on what you see.
But the parallax effect you're talking about is relative to the observer, which is in the car, right?
Yeah, what I said.
Sure, but you have a reference point, right? Which is the near tree and the far tree. In this case, you only have one thing you're observing, right?
That's what I'm saying. You are effectively the near tree in this scenario moving rather than being in the car moving. So that's why the angle would appear to change. Like, because you said that you're moving faster than the sun. That's not necessarily true. It's that the angle change at your level is greater than up high.
It's not. No. I didn't say you're moving faster than the sun. Maybe the wording is bad. I said outpace the sun. That wording's kind of bad in a way. It's put it this way. It's outpacing the. Well, you have to talk about the rotation here and its impact on what they observe. But that's why I don't want to necessarily go into that, because you don't agree with that.
Whatever rotation isn't even necessary for this concept. You're just asserting that it's necessary. It's not. You've got 3 points.
Well, yes, but I want to understand how you explain that observation on a flat Earth model, because there is an explanation on the globe Earth model. I just want to understand how that would be explained. That's all. It's not that I'm trying to trap you into anything other than that. It's just it'd be interesting to hear what the explanation is on a flat Earth model. That's all.
Right, I've already explained this. Like, I explained this the first time. Whatever the mechanism is that's making the sun set, whether that be curvature or some sort of optical effect or thing C, is happening twice. Whatever that is. So basically, you would take the explanation on a flat Earth and double it, or you would take the explanation on a globe Earth and double it. I don't see the problem.
Cool, understood. I'm asking for what that explanation is. We can stop there if you like.
I don't understand what it is that you don't understand about my answer.
I do understand it. But I'm asking for what that explanation is. So, what is the explanation on the flat Earth model?
So, yeah, but that's a different question, right? So, if you just said to me, what makes the sun set on a flat Earth, I would have yawned and not bothered to answer it, because I've answered this 1,000 times. I thought this was a more interesting question about what makes it set twice, right? But the answer is, of course, the same thing that makes it set once, which is.
But I don't know. I don't know what that is, though. I don't know what that is.
How about this? If you wanted to keep up with the sun, Crypto, would you go higher in the air or lower to the ground? Wouldn't it be easier lower to the ground?
What do you mean keep up with it? I don't think you can keep up with the sun. I think that's the problem.
Yeah.
I think it would be easier the higher you go because you're in the least densest layer of atmosphere, and light doesn't attenuate to the point of extinction quicker. It takes longer. At the ground level, that's why the ground is lit up last when the sun does come up, because it's the thickest part of the atmosphere.
Yeah, and it's also to do with the angle of your viewing angle, right? So,
Yeah.
yeah. So, but that would be true on either model anyway, right?
I don't know what the flat Earth model is only the globe one. But
It'd be true that the angle to the light source would change on either model, yeah. So I don't think it would be mutually exclusive just to a globe model. If you're going to say it is, then you would have to build that bridge.
so, Mr. Crypto. So the thing is, like, this came to me earlier today, and I thought this is something I don't think this is original, at least an original argument. I don't know if you'd agree with that or not.
No, actually, I think that's
heard it.
well. That's why I actually entertained it, because I thought this is interesting. But then when you distill it down, you're essentially asking what makes the sun set on a flat Earth.
I've never seen it. I just want to tell geeks, I've never seen the sun set from high altitude. I don't know if it sets at all. I mean, that's something I've asked for like a couple of years now. I've never seen the sun set from high altitude like balloons.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think it's original either. The tower in Dubai, you know, the two sunsets from one position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean,
cool.
It's in the sense you're changing where you are on the Earth, right? So
that's exactly it. It's nothing to do with altitude. But I didn't want to force that point. It is Captain Crypto. You've got it exactly. Like, that's the kind of key variable that's being varied. Essentially, it's actually Earth position, right? But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I
want to point out also, I've never really seen it move at high altitude, just a little bit, but nothing significant from high altitude footage.
I think if we take the concept of altitude completely out, because I wasn't making, I didn't even say altitude as part of this argument.
Well, you were on a Concorde, right? They fly higher out.
Yeah, maybe just
Since I'm
as the sunset or how far. Didn't you say about chasing the sun? Or did you not say that?
In the Concorde.
Can I ask Geeks a question?
Yes.
Seeing as Geeks has asked me a question. Okay, entertain this for me. Have you seen a full moon during the day?
Have I seen
a full moon during the day?
I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe. I don't know.
You have really? That's fairly common. You've never seen a full moon during the day. Happens all the time.
Well, okay. I'll say yes because I want to see where this is going. Okay, yes.
How does the globe explain that geometrically?
Geometrically, don't know. Yeah. I'll look into it.
Okay. Because when you start to see the explanations, quote unquote. So let me give you the problem, and then I'll give you the solution, and you can tell me how weak you think the rebuttal is. So the problem is you've got a light source, and the full moon can only be viewed adjacent to that light source, right? Because if you're not viewing,
you mean completely opposite. You mean completely opposite to that light source?
Yes, yeah. Jason was the wrong one. Sorry, I'm tired. You're right. So the light source is pointing in this direction, and the moon is lit fully opposite the light source. Correct?
Mm-hmm. No, I see where you're going. Yes.
So the only place you can view a full moon is in that path. If you're looking with the sun directly behind you and the moon directly in front of you, right? That's the only place you can see a full moon.
Sure, yeah. Let's go with that. So how do you explain that? Is what you're saying, right?
So how can it be daytime during that time where the Earth and you would have to be in front of the sun, and the moon would have to be in front of you. How could it be daytime and there be a full moon?
To this guy now because I want to see if I can see that. To be fair, but you're saying that this phenomenon is it is apparent. We can see full moons sometimes. Yes.
Yeah, you see full moons during the day quite a lot. No one even denies it.
What? But so no. I'm not contending that part at all. But we do see it. So then, yeah. I mean, I guess. Can you tell me like why we see it?
Because the Earth's but the Globex explanation is that it's just slightly tilted against the ecliptic, and then they'll give you this diagram that's not really representing what's actually going on, but they'll assert that it is very strongly, and then you kind of go down these weird rabbit holes when actually it's just a very simple geometric problem. They can't solve.
They'll show you the 2D, like they'll show you like a demonstration on a computer screen of a 2D moon. You looking at the computer screen in the face of the moon, even though it's supposed to be a sphere, we're not supposed to be seeing that side of it. And they'll say that's a good enough explanation.
Right.
Okay. Well, that's not the explanation. I was just asking Dr. Crypto what the explanation is then.
Yeah, well, I told you that's how the conversations go. I've never actually had an intellectually satisfying response to that question. I've had a lot of gaslighting and a lot of other, not to scale diagrams and you don't understand, bro, and all this other stuff. But I've never actually been
that's unhelpful. That's when people say that. That's just unhelpful and rude. So I hope that you don't come across people like that again. So, but I'd like to know actually. When you're in Britain, right? So we're on the same time zone. I'm going to add you as a friend. How about we sort of like look this up together and sort of like find out what the potential reasons would be together? Would you be up for that?
Yeah, but I generally only do I generally only do this when I'm driving because to be honest, a lot of Globers just are time wasters, and so I only really give wasted time.
Sure, but how about this? Like, you can be driving, like we can just be sort of talking, but not, taking up the whole room, sort of thing. If you're up for it, and I'll look up some stuff, and we can talk through it, and we can discuss if the reasons are credible or not, just while you're driving. If you only want intellectual discussion, then this might be right up your alley because, it's diving into something that's, that is a bit more complex.
There's also yeah, I'm up for it. Is the answer. There is the inverse question as well: is how do you have a full moon at night? Which I think is even more difficult. But the full moon during the day is a bit more like everyone's seen it, so it's a better. What's the word? It's like
complex.
A better.
Yeah, it's quite thought provoking. It really is. I like that question.
So anyway, whatever. We can talk about it.
Yes, let's. I added you as a friend, so whenever you get a chance. But yeah, we'll do it when the time suits for both of us. But yeah, appreciate you engaging about the Concord question. We can talk about that again if you like. It's just the only issue that actually, it's not really an issue. It's just I thought I'd throw that in there and see what the response would be. Because it is, again, I think it's quite original. That's all. But thanks for the chat. I mean, this has probably been one of the most productive discussions I've had in here. So you're a gentleman and a scholar, sir.
I appreciate that, and you as well. I've heard bad things about you geeks, but you seem all right so far.
Give me a couple of weeks. I'll give me a couple of weeks. I'll prove all of the rumors true. Don't worry.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I probably will as well.
Yeah, I like geeks, man, and I'm an asshole. I don't like nobody. But I like geeks.
I think a lot of people like me in here. Jerry likes me. Drake likes me. No Tanks likes me.
Crit thinks you're cringe.
Crit loves me. Crit loves me. But he's not here. I think AJ likes me.
I don't know, AJ. Oh, AJ, yeah.
I think AJ likes men, so you're a man, yeah.
Well, yeah, but on an intellectual level, but there's quite a few people that like me in here, so you're not alone.
He wasn't gonna argue he liked him on that level. He just said, yeah, on an intellectual. Yeah,
I could give the standard answer for some of those moon questions. I mean, just broad outlines.
Do it, chump.
Yeah, but you've already given me these answers before. I was looking for geeks. So.
No, that was someone else. That was someone else talking. Matthew Learns, who also doesn't like me.
Why do I never said that?
Matthew likes everyone. He's a good Christian boy.
But we disagree on something regarding the inches per mile.
I like Matthew also. You're both real reasonable. So
I like
is your disagreement. It's an awfully reasonable disagreement.
He was very rude. He was very rude. He was very rude to me when I tried to correct him and.
I was
regarding...
sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. I don't remember.
I would have thought that between Matthew and geeks would happen over tea and crumpets at the Ritz.
I was just thinking this is how two old white motherfuckers argue, but yeah.
At my aunt and uncle's 50th anniversary, my cousin told a story of how they were on vacation, and my uncle said, "Oh, honey, did you bring my khaki pants?" And she said, "Oh, no, I brought your khaki shorts." And he said, "Oh, I'd ask you to bring my khaki pants instead." And she's like, "Oh, honey, I'm sorry." And then he said, "Mom, Dad, quit it. I hate it when you argue like this." Because that was the extent of how they never argued.
Yeah, I got it, Matthew. Yeah.
Just to be crystal clear, the contention, which I think is worth making, again, geeks is going to stand by this. There's this whole 8 inches per mile squared, and I'm trying to correct everyone because I believe it's actually 8 inches per square mile, which everybody calls me a loser for.
Okay, that's right. Now I remember why I don't like you. I don't like you anymore. No,
Why do you think it's 8 inches per square mile then? I want to hear this.
Well, I mean, maybe it's the difference of saying it, but basically you take the number of miles and you square it, and then you multiply it by 8. And it doesn't matter if you do the 8 first or you multiply it later.
But a square mile denotes an area, not a formula. It's an area.
I knew this guy was one of the clever ones. Yes, exactly, that's correct. But no one else seems to understand that.
Well, I didn't want to interrupt him, but yeah. I'm with him.
Oh yeah, we don't need to rehash.
Why? But that's why it's not correct. Did you just say that as a wind-up, or what? Did you actually have an argument?
Yeah, because it's an area, not a parabola.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. I interrupt Crypto too much. I try not to do it when I know he's going to answer.
But Dr. Crypto, I think it's just it's a lack of understanding the point I'm trying to make. But you got it in one. You got it in one, brother. So yeah, that's it is different, and they would be there would be calculations. So the calculation on both would yield different numbers. My contention is the way when you start squaring the 8 inches, that's actually incorrect because of the definition. That's all.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't think it really matters though, because fundamentally what you're trying to get to is how much drop would there be at what height, and when you actually compare, there's more. What's that noise? There's more kind of accurate, detailed formulas that actually do it better than 8 inches per mile squared. But I think from the purpose, but for the purposes of like shorthand within an argument, I think it's close enough. Up to about 250 miles, it doesn't really make a difference. And what's interesting is that smaller miles, smaller distances, actually Is you?
Let's do that calculation. Let's do that quick calculation. 8 inches, right, over 1 mile is the same, correct? Over 2 miles, it would be 16 versus 64 inches.
Oh yeah. I wasn't talking about comparing those two formulas. I was talking about comparing the more detailed formula with the 8 inches per mile squared formula.
Sure, but we're not using the more detailed formula. We're using this one, and there's a misunderstanding about how it should be used. Is what I'm saying.
But we don't care about areas. We care about parabola. You need a square function in there in order to denote a curving line, right? So that's what the square function's for. We're not trying to work out.
But a square mile, if you use square mile, then at 2 miles distance in a straight line, right? It would only be 2 times 8 inches, 16 inches over 2 miles of.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but if you've got, because now you've got 2 lines, you've effectively got a line going straight, and you've got a line going 90 degrees to straight, and you're just calculating an area where those lines end, right? You're
precise. But what it's saying with the square mile, what it's saying is it doesn't matter which direction you look in, it will be this decline or dip, shall we say, across that area from one point. You see
Matthew,
what
I understand now. I get it.
Yeah, that'd be 360 degrees. So, but yeah, we're not trying to calculate surface area 360 degrees around a sphere. We're trying to show the radius in a parabola. So it's all based on the radius.
Well, let's look at it this way, right? You might not have thought about it this way, geeks, right? So you've got an area. So you've got 2 miles. Let's say 1 mile going off in front of you, and then you've got a mile going off to the left of you. Okay.
That's not
so there's that
miles,
area.
though, is it?
Well, they're 2 separate miles. So 1 mile's going one way and 1 mile's going another way. What would be the curvature over one of those miles?
8 inches.
Okay,
dip.
And what would be the curvature of the other mile?
8 inches dip.
Right. So would you add them together then? So you get 16?
No.
Is that?
No, of course not. Of course not.
But why not?
Because you're looking in different directions. It's 8 inches dip.
Right.
Across the entire, regardless of how much you rotate yourself.
Yeah, of course. So that would be an incorrect.
But then,
incorrect.
No. But the incorrect application of math comes from when you add an additional square. So say you're looking, let's take your one direction, right? And there is a square mile that you can see. Now add an additional square mile after that square mile, right? What is the distance, right? The total distance we're now talking about in one direction.
So you want to know what 8 inches per square mile squared would do?
No.
Why?
No. What I'm saying, maybe it's more helpful. Let me draw it, actually.
No, dude, I'm visualizing this pretty easily. I think I understand why Matthew's frustrated me, because this is a pretty simple.
Do you not want me to draw it?
I just get it now. I just get it.
That's pretty presumptuous, wouldn't you say?
No, I know Matthew very well. Actually, Matthew's a very logical person, and so.
But in this case, he's wrong.
Yeah, but I think you're wrong.
I know you think I'm wrong, but I'm going to draw it to show what it is I'm talking about, because I don't think we're talking about the same thing.
Okay.
Surely you'd welcome that, wouldn't you?
I got a me.
I just said okay. So yeah,
I got a thing for the 8 inches per mile squared based on this with images and everything too that I posted. It gives you the formula, what it's based on, and why it's used that way.
Right. I mean, it's meant to be separate.
That's a circle.
It is. It's based on a radius. A circle is a radius. Yes. So
it's not a sphere. It's not a
Yeah,
sphere.
we're not trying to we're not trying to predict how we see over a 360-degree spherical surface because nobody sees in a spherical manner. It's just a parabola. So we take a tangent line of sight
From a sphere, yes.
based on the radius and the height of the person.
Can I just say though,
It's squared because it's exponential.
Yo, Geeks, you've actually got an issue here because if you're using this square mile as opposed to mile squared, you know that actually makes it far worse for your argument.
Tell me how.
Well, because the objects in the distance would disappear exponentially much more quickly than with the methods we're using.
Yeah. There'd be way more.
Less.
There'd be more curvature.
No, less curvature. Less curvature.
No, it's 360 degrees now.
It'd be way more. Because over 2 miles would be 64.
Draw the diagram. No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't be 64. It would be 16 inches over the 2 miles.
Well, no, you're just adding it up now.
That's correct. I am. I'm multiplying the 8 by each mile that I'm looking.
So
that's not a square.
But that's not a parabola.
Yeah, it's not a square function.
That's where we know it's incorrect because Geeks, your math. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah, Geeks, your math works out to be a linear function in that sense.
Yeah.
Right. 8 times x, where x is 1 mile squared, or 2 miles, or 2 square miles, or 3 square miles. So inevitably, you're drawing out a straight line at a certain slope, which does not conform to any curve. So it's incorrect. It doesn't adhere to dogma. It doesn't adhere to the dogma.
The dogma. Let me check it because I don't think you can use squared as a method for.
Of course you can.
What effectively as a circle. I will check it out. It's a good point. I get where you gentlemen are coming from. Let me check it. Let me check my math.
Go ahead.
Let me check. I'll come right back. I just want to check something.
I wrote a diagram, or I drew it out for you on the whiteboard.
Parabolic function. Yeah. It represents a parabola, not the entirety of a circle. Because nobody can see. You're not going to see 1,200 miles. So what do you need a 2,000-mile parabola for?
Jerry,
isn't it accurate under 1,000 miles?
Yeah, I would say 1,200, but yeah. So it's accurate.
Gentlemen, I don't. Just to be clear, I don't need Mr. Jekyll to help me. I don't even like the guy. But
that's cool. It's a parabolic function. It's exponential.
But gentlemen, I'm not rejecting what it is you're saying at all. I'm actually I think I could be wrong, but let me just check some stuff out, if I may.
You can tell me how much asphalt I need. Give me the area. Can I get square footage? What's up? Crypto's on that. You don't miss shit, do you, bro? He had to go back to the control room and talk to his superiors. Hold up. It was on that math, son.
No. I have no superiors. I'm checking myself to understand it better. I'm not.
Hey, put on a new pot of coffee. That one's old. It's a little burnt.
But no.
You guys drink tea, don't you? My bad. Okay, tea.
Hang on. Let me just check some stuff.
Man, I sent a game link and there wasn't a Glober one in here that wanted to play me chess on chess.com. What's up with that? Where's the Globe champions? Thought you guys were chess masters and geniuses and PhDs and shit.
Well, Mr. Battle Dude, I made a game, maths game, that you into chess. It's a bit simple, but you might like it.
It's a math game?
Math game.
Oh, math. I just enjoy chess. I don't care if I lose. I like chess.
Side chat.
Yeah, put a link there. I'll check the game out.
It's really quick. And it's a web app. It's not like anything. It's not anything serious. But yeah, if you want to check it out, it's. I made it though, so I write code. So I think this is one of my things.
Do scripting.
Yeah. But yeah, it's really quick. It's literally like 60 to 90 seconds of math. So if you want to check it out while there's a lull.
Computer science degree as a naval officer. Yeah.
Who was it that you played chess with on a couple weeks back?
That was probably me. I don't know.
What didn't you battle someone? I thought it was Felix. Was that Felix?
Who was that? I don't know. One of you Globers beat me up real good, but I like chess whether I win or lose. I don't have to win to like chess. You know what I mean? It's just a game you got to be into all the way to the end, you know, and I like that. It's a war of attrition.
I put the link in the side chat if you want to check it.
Oh, my grandkid is having a great time on a damn Switch. What is it? It's a Nintendo Switch, ain't it? Yeah. Just pay for this shit.
Yeah, you guys believe the Earth is flat?
Sure, what's up? You got questions?
How do you know it's flat?
I observe it that way. I build on it that way. Level ground.
What?
I observe Earth as flat. I don't see.
How did you observe it?
When I go outside, it looks flat. That's how we observe, right? I look. You look. Looks flat to me. I don't see it.
That's a really bad argument, bro.
It's not even
What
science.
the curvature of the Earth is?
Where's it at? I can't see it.
And from an airplane, you won't be able to see it?
No, you wouldn't.
On a clear day, 50,000 feet above the
Listen, dude, I was a paratrooper in the Marine Corps, so no. I've been in airplanes. Yeah.
And you were like looking out the window at 50,000 feet. You were doing halo jumps. Is that the thing?
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, because you're not doing jumps from 50,000 feet.
I'm saying that's not. Yeah, that's not. You don't get a 60% view of the entirety of the Earth from 50,000 feet. You wouldn't even get 15%.
You would be able on a clear day. You would be able to.
Geometrically, it's impossible to see the entirety of the globe from 50,000 feet. Sorry, but you're
not
wrong.
The entirety, but you can definitely see.
It's like having a BB 2 millimeters off a beach ball.
Are you
I think you are.
Hey, guys.
You're drunk.
Hey guys, I have a really important question I've been trying to ask the flat earthers for a while. Do you guys believe that um, do you believe that light interacts with air at different pressures of air? Like it interacts
Yeah,
differently?
they interact. Yeah.
Yeah. So it interacts with air. Do you think if the air, if I had air at different temperatures or different pressures, do you think it would the light would interact somewhat
Are you
differently?
talking about refraction?
Yeah. Do you guys think air
Are
at
you
different
saying
temperatures has
do
different
we
optical
believe
properties?
it's been demonstrated, so yes.
Oh,
Refraction
okay.
is true. Yes.
Okay. So and air at different temperatures has different
Oh my
refractive
God.
properties, right?
It does because it has different densities due to the differential in temperature. Yes.
Yeah. So when I'm looking at those oil rigs out on the distance, and
What oil rig?
let's say we
Hold
have
on.
let's say we have light leaving.
Hold on, bro. What oil rigs? Show us the image.
Oh, you got the one that you guys are always
No, you
autism
show
about.
us your image and we'll know what oil rigs you're talking about. We don't play that game. Make your own claims and back them up.
All right. So the first one is, flat earthers like to say this is proof
You're
that.
saying it's refraction.
Yeah, that's refraction for sure.
It just extended the distance to the horizon. It didn't bring a thing from the horizon to your eyesight. It extended the distance to the horizon.
Well, so because of the temperature gradient going from where the picture was taken out to where it is, it was
Can you
able
give
to
me a
refract the light
citation?
properly.
Can you give me a citation for the horizon itself being refracted, not objects on the horizon being refracted?
Well,
I've never heard that.
Yeah, so
the horizon itself can now be refracted. Do you have a citation for that? I don't want to hear you
That's not what I'm
talk.
saying. So what it is when light is traveling through one medium, and it then transitions to a different medium, it's refracted. It actually curves the light in some way, right?
Doesn't matter.
We've already established that, but we haven't given citation that we actually know it can extend the distance horizon.
Well, you agree. Hold on, you agree that when light switches mediums, it can be
It
refracted
didn't
differently,
switch mediums.
right?
It's one medium, but you already said that the horizon wasn't affected, so it's all moot. Pointless conversation at this point.
No. So it's one medium, but this guy also said that he agrees that
But you said the horizon's not affected, so it's neither here nor there.
This guy agrees that the index of refraction changes with the density of air, and if we have a temperature gradient going out from the coast where that picture was taken all the way out
I
to
don't
that
agree
farthest
that
air rig,
it extend the distance horizon. I agree that it can bring objects off the horizon to your eye. I don't agree that it can extend the distance to the horizon to a point which is geometrically impossible on your sphere.
it's bringing
range.
it's bringing the light from that further horizon is then also being refracted towards
the
you.
horizon's not a physical place, dude. It's an apparent place. So the horizon itself is not a physical thing.
Yeah, exactly. I know it's an apparent thing, and we're able to see a horizon.
You can't refract an apparent thing to a greater distance, and it just appears that way.
It just appears that way. Exactly.
You're lost. So what
we're seeing the horizon behind the furthest. Hold on, let me just explain it real quick before you interrupt me.
What do you believe the argument is?
Let me just explain it before you interrupt me, okay?
No, I want you to steelman the argument that goes with this image.
Yeah, so what you're seing,
I want to know you understand the argument.
Yeah, so the reason why you're able to see the horizon behind the furthest oil rig is because that light, the image of the water at that furthest point is also being refracted.
Yeah, you're saying the horizon has been extended due to refraction, and I asked you for a citation. Now, I know I can find citation that says refraction can shorten the distance horizon, but I've never seen one that said refraction can extend the distance horizon, but that it can bring things that aren't on the horizon to appear to be on the horizon. Not the horizon.
It's
not the horizon. Quit interrupting me, motherfucker. Not the horizon itself. So unless you have a citation, then this is just a premise of yours that the horizon
Yeah, so like the water you're seeing from that the horizon behind the furthest oil rig, that's also an object. That's
That
the
is
water. The
the
water
horizon.
out there is also an object. Like that's
It's
also matter that has that
it's the
light is
horizon.
interacting with, and the light coming from that is also refracted, just like it is for the oil rigs.
Objects on the horizon are said to be refracted, not the water is the horizon. It's not an object on the horizon.
Well, water, like this is matter. These are substances. These are things that light are interacting with. So you're just seeing water, like as we're seeing the objects that are further away than we should normally be able to see. Well, let me just explain it. As we're seeing.
Can you give the citation?
I don't need to give you a citation.
Yes, you do.
This all makes sense.
It doesn't make sense because it's not part of the ideal refraction.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No, it's not. If it was, you could give me the citation. I know you can't because I've looked for a source that says refraction can extend the distance horizon. I believe you misunderstand, or you just didn't read it.
It's not. Look,
you listened to somebody else.
The horizon is at the same point as it always was.
The horizon is not a physical.
The horizon is at the same point it always was. We're able to just see stuff beyond the horizon in some sort of an optical illusion because of the refraction.
No, it's not
because of the temperature gradient.
You can't see things beyond the horizon unless that object itself that is refracted to you. That object, not the horizon. The horizon is never refracted. It's an apparent position.
Well, the water...
hold on, refraction now refracts things into your view that are protruding from the horizon. You know, like topographical features and shit. Not the horizon itself. I don't know what the hell you're on about.
Well, we're able to see the water. Like ignore the horizon. Like if the object is refracted, then the water is also could be refracted from a distance behind the normal observable horizon, right?
How about it's 9.41 miles to platform habitat. We can see that far, and we know that's the Google Map distance for your object. So nothing's being refracted. You can just see that far, and you can see it with the naked eye. You don't need the video that this came from. I mean, listen, there's no scientists out there, atmospheric scientists, that says the horizon itself the distance of the horizon can be extended by refraction. What they say is objects on the horizon can be refracted into your view, projected from where they are to now appear on your horizon. You're saying the horizon.
The water. I mean, just the water. The water is refracted, so we're able to see the water at further distances as well.
Show me refracted ground in an image. Then the surface doesn't refract, but things that protrude on the horizon where the sky appears to meet, that are said to be behind a curve, are refracted by light that bends around that curve and brought to your eye. So if the light is traveling to the image, how can it in reverse, because it's traveling from behind that to this, project the horizon that's in front of you?
Well, it's projecting, like, imagine a horizon that's behind it. Imagine a further out horizon. We're projecting
the horizon is not a physical place. It's not a physical edge. It's where the sky appears to meet the ground.
Right, let me explain it to you. So
it's not a physical thing.
So where this picture was taken, let's just say it's at sea level. If I were to put this camera on a 10-foot ladder, the horizon would appear further away, right?
Well, it may, because you increased your field of view, but everybody knows that, so I don't know why you're being long-winded with it. It doesn't say anything. It doesn't prove that refraction is said to refract the horizon.
I would also
just get the citation.
Yeah, no. So if I'm standing on that 10-foot ladder, I would also see more of the platforms. I'd see more of the platforms that was behind the original horizon, right?
You may, but as you go up, you're getting in different layers of atmosphere. So
okay, so if I stand up high enough on a ladder on a normal day without like this extreme refractive occurrence, let's just assume I'm high enough up, and I'm high enough up to where my
How does this
field of view
prove the horizon?
shows the horizon that we see in the
But
black
that's
swan
not the
photo.
case here. That's not the case here. The case here is it was 1 foot off the ground, and you can't give a citation for the distance
Well,
to the horizon.
you agreed with me. You agreed with me
Listen,
that
you don't.
the optical
If you gotta
properties,
cut
the
me
index of
off,
refraction. You've cut me off so much. The index of
yeah.
refraction
Listen, I
changes with
agree
the
with you
pressure
on
there, right?
refraction. I told you this. I've made it clear. I disagree that the horizon itself can be reflected, and I asked for a citation that other people in the field
You don't need a citation
agree
for
with
this.
it.
This
Yes,
is obvious.
you do.
This is obvious. So if I'm standing up high enough, there is a feasible way where I could stand up high enough
give
on a
me the
ladder.
citation.
There is a feasible way where I could
Can we
stand
get
up
some
high enough on
moderation?
a ladder, and I could see the same amount of the.
So what you're saying is there's a physical globe horizon there to begin with that's then
that's what he's-
refracted that you don't see. How do you know that?
Yeah, he's made it a physical place that can be refracted.
Yeah, so you could imagine
horizon.
that on the normal day, I could put a ladder up and put the camera up high enough to the point where I'm able.
Okay, so how do you know there's a physical globe horizon there in the first place that you do not see because refraction? How do you know that?
Yeah, if a retard mod is gonna just mute me.
Okay, I guess that's the end for you. Tapping out, I guess. All right.
Oh man, I was gonna hit on his mom next. Damn it! I was so hoping that would work out.
Is this the whole, I know that the horizon's physical, even though I'm also needing to cling to the fact that the horizon isn't physical?
I like that I don't have to back my claims with proof that it's actually mainstream science that says this. So if it's not mainstream science, then it's just your ideal, and I don't have to accept it, right?
Gentlemen, I owe you a thank you and an apology.
He's hip
not
to the
only
parabolic function.
not only that, but I figured out why I was taking a different view. If you'd like to hear, I know why I was standing against.
So
do you want to know why?
As flat earthers, we say if you're standing on top of the ball, you rotate 360 degrees. We say that it should be exponential all the way around, same amount of curvature, right? Depending on equatorial or polar plane, whichever one you're in,
I think Battle Mod, that is part of why I had the issue, because of the word
we're with you.
parabola. No, it's because of the word parabola. So I'm now going to.
It's just an
I
arc.
was wrong. I was wrong with regards to the square mile. You are all of you are absolutely correct, and I'll apologise to whoever the other the glober separately. You're absolutely correct. It is per mile. Well, it's actually the decrease is squared every mile you look to create it's a y equals x squared. The issue,
because if you move it 8 inches down, you now have a shape that's consistent. To keep it consistent, you have to double it.
But that is the exact problem I was having, and Captain Crypto, you could probably appreciate this confusion I had as well, because my understanding of a parabola as a globey, dirty globey, is not how I see the curve working. But you are absolutely correct. No,
you're
not
right.
perfectly at all.
Listen, that parabola is just an arc, and it's not going to perfectly represent the complete radius, but it would match the radius for a short distance.
Exactly.
Maybe
Precisely.
1,000 miles, and that's why we use that parabolic function, because we're not trying to look at phenomena all the way around us right up to our ass cheeks.
Yep. Agreed.
We're only trying to consider something that's been observed mostly at 300 to 500 miles. We have seen some infrared up to 1,500 miles.
But I appreciate you gentlemen being patient and open with me and holding my feet to the fire, because I mean this is yeah, I learned something. Good call. Thank you, and apologies once again. Hopefully my chat about square miles wasn't too annoying for you. I would add, though, Mr. Battlemod and Dr. Crypto, if you're still there, if you can hear me, I think this parabola calculation actually is not very good at all. I think it's awful. It's simple, but it's awful. But that's not the point. Thank you again.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's far too simple, but it's good shorthand in a kind of a simplistic sense in a debate, right? So, because you're just trying to get a concept of an.
But would you agree? Again, I'm not trying to say that it's incorrect. But would you agree? Take myself as a living example, that it is confused. Well, not the best representation of an understanding that you gentlemen have. In fact, it can actually misrepresent your position because of the simplicity. Again, sorry.
I agree, but that's not the purpose of it. The purpose of it is to make it simple to understand.
Yeah, otherwise you're introducing like conic equations and some crazy shit that has all this, potentially tremendous amounts of trig that is not exactly palatable to the eye, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, and the 8 inches per mile squared is close enough for most basic observations anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Fair enough. Yeah, okay. There's a pragmatism to it. I understand. I'm trying to put myself in, again, the shoes of somewhat. To be fair, like people would have read up on this and would accept it as a good enough. So perhaps my point is a little bit laboured. Interesting.
Pretty where it's due, geeks. It's very rare that a Globie admits that they were wrong about something, so I'll give you credit for that. I'm not going to beat you up over it.
Oh, thanks, brother. Well, I'm not afraid of having my mind changed. And to be fair, this isn't exactly what you would call, a.
It's not a game changer.
Exactly. It's just a misunderstanding of.
Too many people hold on to things that aren't true, thinking that if they give that 1 inch, they lost. And it doesn't. You're just robbing yourself of your integrity. All the truth to truth. One thing didn't kill you, and then move on.
Well, I wouldn't even put this. I wouldn't even bring up the words win or lose in this. I mean, you lose if you are.
Yeah, I'm not referring to you.
On about. No, of course, I understand. But you lose if you're constantly referring to something that you are wrong about. That prevents you from understanding what a point the other side is trying to make. Like, so yeah, I try and prevent myself from being proud or.
Yeah, I like to listen to the conversations with the guys who leave their feelings at home and communicate very well and distinctly. I really do enjoy that, because then you have a productive conversation that everybody leaves a little bit better for. They say flat earth is, toxic and bad for society. But I'm going to tell you what, you don't know how many teenage kids over the years I've sat here and seen on a Saturday night in here doing science with us when they could have been out doing a lot of worse things, But instead they're in here doing science because of flat earthers, and they're triggered. So now a kid who would normally be out robbing somebody or gangbanging or maybe just trying to screw the girl next door. I don't know, but having kids young. Instead, they're in here doing science, so that could never be a bad thing. You know?
Sure.
And a lot of people, they just need to get off that high horse. And if you want to have the conversation, have it and give it some validity, or don't do it. My father always told me, if you're going to do something, do it 100%. And don't half-ass it.
Well, Battlemod, I don't know if you were in here. I was probably about a week ago when I mentioned that despite the initial kind of battles, like angry battles I've had in this room has given me a lot more benefit than detriment, in the sense that there's an approach to discussing topics with someone that I didn't even know
I
existed.
did hear that.
Oh, did you?
And
You were here for that.
And I appreciated it too.
Yeah. So that's the big thing for me. That, like, the fact that you guys have given me that gift in a roundabout
I like
way.
to think
if that makes sense.
there's some kids that never pictured themselves being that, but they now see themselves as an intellectual just from having conversations with us. Whether it's their drive to beat us or whatever, it doesn't really matter to me, the motivation, as long as it's a means to the end. We need to build a smarter generation than us. There's no way around that on a globe Earth or a flat Earth. Our systems are all fucked up. It's unbalanced, unfair, our way of life, and people just work themselves to death, and they no longer get to enjoy their families, which life is probably more about loved ones and families than anything else.
Sure, but at the same time, if you can strive for truth, then that's good.
Well, truth helps you build the best world. But just share the truth with everybody, no matter how scary it is, and just give it up, and everybody work together. You got to admit, listen, a person who goes to the city nowadays and looks around and doesn't say, man wasn't meant to live like this, something's wrong with them, right? If you're in the ghetto and you think this is cool and you're just having a good time, see people suffering, there's fucking something wrong with you, man.
I've got to say as well, Bannermod, I mean, the more I hear you speak, the more I become impressed. Not necessarily because I agree with the conclusion that you're drawing from stuff, but you've done your work, you've done your homework, and you know your shit. Yeah, it's impressive.
There's a lot of guys in here that know it and articulate it a lot better than me, but
I disagree.
It's familiarity, but then you have to have something to build it on.
That's just my opinion, though. But I disagree. I disagree with.
Hey, can we unmute Jekyll and Scott, man? Somebody might get some entertainment out of them guys. Bother me.
I'll do it.
But listen, gentlemen, I'm going to leave you. I'll love you and leave you now. Again, thanks for the chats. Well, our paths will cross soon. But thank you again for being so reasonable and patient with me. Thank you.
Dude, listen, we know what our ideal is crazy. You're the one being reasonable and patient. We should expect what we get, because we're challenging entire world belief systems. We should expect what we get.
The worldview for me is less important at this stage. It's the method of interaction and the values you demonstrate to your fellow man. That's what's the important thing for me. But I get your point, and I appreciate the self-awareness. Love you, boys. All right, stay cool.
I agree. I agree with what you said.
We'll talk soon when I come back with a new original argument. See what you guys say. See you later. Bye.
Peace. Jekyll has been unmuted.
We're in the VC with Scott Mackey and Mr. Jekyll.
The consensus, boys.
Somebody's getting tackled.
So I got a question for Jekyll or Mackey. If everybody jumped off the bridge and that was the consensus, would you guys do it?
No.
What bridge?
Why not? The San Francisco Bridge.
Everybody's doing it, man.
Chesapeake Bay Bridge. That's a way better.
Let me get my best feet. I'm gonna wear my best Speedos. I gotta look the best going down. What says you can't do a dive off there and live? Can you do that?
Belly flaps wave on here.
I'm just talking about what my dad told me at a very young age. If everyone else jumped off the bridge, would you do it?
Yeah. My dad told me that right before he said, you know how the best way to know whether you should do something or not do it if you think about it? And I said, no, Dad, what is it? And he said, could you be proud to tell your mama you did it? If the answer is no, just don't fucking do it. I said, well, what if I could be proud to tell you I did it, Dad? He said, then definitely don't do it, man. We chum around too much.
That's even funnier.
Yeah, he was, but I got it, you know what I mean? It made sense to me. You should live your life trying to make your grandma and your mom proud, and your parents proud that they made you and created you.
Literally, that's why I don't say freaking JC, because my grandmother hated it when other people said it. I hate when I hear it too. I hate when people say JC. I'm like, well, he didn't have nothing to do with anything.
You know, when my grandma used to get specific on that, they made me. I was raised Adventist, and I had to go to this Bible studies university, you know, New Tribes. But I was taking Hebrew, and I found out his name was Yeshua HaMashiach, you know, and she'd say, I hate it when you say JC, and I'd be like, yeah, I don't like it when you use that name either, Grandma. It's Yeshua. And she would just give me that evil eye, you know.
Scowl at you, I bet.
Don't you correct me, boy. Like I just did. Names don't change. Shit. I ain't argue with that woman, though. She was a big woman, you know. A farm girl.
My grandma was little. I didn't argue with her.
Hey, there's a big farm girl who beat me at tug of war. A girl beat me. Don't mess with them big farm girls.
Oh man, them big chicks would go out there and bale hay all day long and then sit down and arm wrestle you for your steak.
My
Don't
grandpa
do it,
wasn't that
bro.
big. I seen him freaking lifting 70-pound bales of hay all day long.
Yeah, I'm 52. I still bale hay. But, you know, I like
I ain't baling shit from my wheelchair. But I used to climb apricot trees with grandpa. Freaking pick apricots.
I don't bale hay all the time, but if I'm needed, I'll do it. I do any work on the farm here if I'm needed, because I think work keeps you young. Or movement, better said, not work. Strenuous work, that does help in death. But you got to keep moving, you know what I mean? I like my animals too, man.
I'm surprised I'm even freaking still alive after 30 years in the wheelchair. That ain't a lot of moving. I mean, I'll still get busy. Shit. I'm lucky to be here.
You ever seen a cow? Most people don't know how lovable the cows are.
Oh my gosh, they're like dogs.
Yeah, my dog goes out there every morning when we're heading to the barn, and he'll run out there with all the heifers and just lay down, and like 20 heifers will fight to lick him all over, and he's like, look at me, Dad, I'm a pimp. Big bull terrier in love with a cow. That's why he attacks some coyotes, because he thinks some cows are his women, you know. Everything on the farm goes in the heat, you know. Some cows go in the heat. That dog really loves them. And the bull hates
Are
the
you
dog.
kidding me? He's not fixed?
No, he's not fixed. He's a farm dog. We want his
Oh,
offspring.
cool.
We want his
Cool.
offspring. I got his son.
Yeah,
But,
dude,
dude,
I
he
can't
goes and
bring
rubs
myself
on
to fix our desert dog, dude. We got a desert dog, dude. We adopted the desert dog in
Oh, yeah.
Arizona. And I can't bring myself to fix him, man, because he's cocky as shit, and he's like, the coyotes away and shit.
Man,
I
I
don't
love
know.
my balls. I don't like castrating.
Dude, I'm telling you, I've seen dogs look at me. I've seen animals look at me like, I can't believe you took my nuts, Dad. Like,
I bet. I bet. That motherfucker just entered the Twilight Zone. Think about that. Who's Z? Glover? I know some Glovers. Hey, Donald Glover. Do you know Matt Glover?
Hello.
What's good, Zodiac?
It did they finally prove the globe already?
I think Z might have, but he hasn't said anything.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll check next year, all right? There's always next year, you know? We got time. We got time.
Listen, I'm here to tell you that doesn't always ring true.
Yeah, we could be dead.
You're not promised tomorrow. It's funny, Annie sung about tomorrow and nobody promised it to her.
That's true.
I mean, we know the sun will probably rise tomorrow, but that don't mean we'll be here to see it.
Facts.
Everybody knows about Annie, right? Tomorrow.
It's a good song.
I seen a guy sing it on America's Got Talent. He didn't look like he was gonna do it, man. And he was a dude, and I thought, nah. But then he blew it. At the end, I knew he was gay. He was like, yeah, but I'll tell you what, the motherfucker sung his ass off. Gay didn't matter. He sung so good, nobody could deny that this guy sings. You know?
Yeah, it's not about being gay. It's about singing at that moment.
Well, dude, you know what I mean. We don't all have a voice like that. This dude had a voice that had multiple octave levels. Like, he was killing it. There's little kids like that, too. There's kids born that just natural.
Actually, those vocals, you don't know, but children practice and they learn. Some are self-taught. They kind of practice singing up and down, and they
Mm-hmm.
learn. But the others are kind of like trained by their parents or people
Oh,
in their
believe me.
circles, and they
Yeah.
practice and they get really good just practicing in their own circles.
Listen, I know. I was raised in the church. They made me sing in the choir. I get it, buddy.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
know.
yeah.
How you think I
Same
got to
here, same
talk?
here. I heard
Look,
the children singing, and it's beautiful the way they can do it. Yeah.
that's where I met my wife. The first time was a Sunday school, and they crammed us all in and made us do the choir crap. And her parents are my parents, and I'm looking at her parents like, hey, that's my neighbor. But
Can
she
I
could
sing with
sing.
her? Can I
Yeah,
sing with?
my ex-wife could sing, and
Little Mike had some raps ready for her, and
man, I
she's
thought,
singing about
listen,
church.
listen, dude, we were like 12, and I thought she was an angel. I seen rays of light and shit, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Michael was reading, writing the lyrics. Take it to the church.
I was singing Hoosier. You can take me to church. Only heaven I'll be sent to is when I'm alone with you.
That was in the lyrics. That was in the lyrics.
Right, that's Hoosier. Take me to church. It's an actual song. It's pretty good, but no, seriously, I think the first time I fell in love with my ex-wife was when I heard her sing at the church, "Amazing Grace," and she does have a beautiful voice. She was one of them kids that made you wonder why the hell they wanted you to sing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. She's singing. Now it's your turn, Mike. And wait, what? I want to listen to her.
Right? Why the hell you want me to sing? Let her do it by herself. Shit, she's good. My dad sang in the church choir. My grandma was very influential, put it that way.
In town. There's those people that are kind of pillars of the community.
got a question. Where is Helio?
Drunk somewhere.
That's probably not inaccurate, though.
Is he not in the other server either?
I don't know. I haven't been over there in a while.
No.
Who, Smurf?
Helio.
Oh, I was gonna say him first. Damn it! I knew it. Should have went with my gut.
Them cookies done went to your brain, bro.
Yeah, I had to get some cookies. They was talking about cookies earlier. Dude said, "You're right. You want a cookie?" I was like, "Hell yeah! What kind?" I like cookies. You know. Shit, I'm a dairy farmer. I got milk. We'll taste test any cookies. We want your mama's recipe.
You got that milk that ain't been pasteurized yet.
I'm single. Send your sister. I'll pay her to cook them.
Dude, when I was a kid, we would take milk from the teat of the cow and filter it with a towel and drink it.
Yeah, you want to collect that, though. Anything that's left in there, cholesterol, any chunks, you can use that. It's a food product. You use it for filler. My granny used to put that stuff in her mashed potatoes.
Ooh, I bet that was creamy.
It was. Everything Grandma made was way better. I should have been a fat guy.
My great grandmother used to make these apple pies. She would make the dough and stuff it and fold it in half and fork it down. I guess they call it primping it. I don't know what they call it, but
Yeah,
man, they were to die for.
Yeah, crimp the crust. Yep.
Yeah.
I used to watch that, Chip.
Better than anything I've ever eaten in my life.
My grandma owned a cider mill where she made all her best products and sold them. Apple crisp, apple pie, rhubarb strawberry pie. I miss it. My sister can make it, though. So I get her to do it. I'm not a big pie maker.
Yeah, I don't do any baking whatsoever.
Right, I'll cook the meat. Give me all the meat, I'll cook that, you know.
Yeah. I'll never complain about getting up and handling the meat.
Right. You can steam the veggies. I'm cool.
Yeah.
But we can barbecue them too, you know.
Asparagus on the grill. Oof. When it's crispy.
Yeah. I didn't know a lot of city folk like asparagus.
Oh, man.
We do, though. It's a proper part of your diet. That's how I was raised. Fights urinary tract infections and infections of all kinds, eye infections, because it helps flush. Your urinary tract's got to be healthy for your body to be healthy because it processes all the waste material, wastewater. That was the kind of stuff old people knew when you was a kid. Not just the best food, but why you fucking eat it. We put we mix a little spinach in this and roughage because it helps your digestive tract. You know, we give you garlic for heart health.
Yep.
They knew blood health, stomach health, heart health, eye health, carrots.
Cayenne pepper.
The garlic will serve as for purging. It will kind of clean the body, kind of for certain pests that shouldn't be in the body, like certain worms. So it will clean the system to a certain degree.
Yeah, it won't get rid of all parasites, but it will get rid of a lot of them. Garlic.
Yeah, garlic and honey together on an empty stomach. And then 30 minutes later, you drink some lemon water. It's like a really good start for the day. And it's hard to eat. garlic and honey together. Like, it's so strong.
Dude, when I make a vitamin pack out of spices and minerals, I even put my own magnesium in them, but I mix it all in honey. I've been following this girl on YouTube. So you find if you have your full blood work done that 90% of Americans are mineral deficient.
Yep.
But I had my blood work done, and I'm not so much mineral deficient, but I am low on magnesium and vitamin B. So, and probably because they're not in my diet. But I probably I'm not mineral deficient because I eat a lot of game meat. I forage. I'm a shroom hunter. I get spuds and shrooms out of the forest, field
truffle.
onions, leeks. Yeah, I eat probably a better diet than a guy that's eating TV dinners every night. I know I'm eating better than him.
Oh,
But
yeah.
now I'm trying to do the holistic, do the blood work and see what minerals I need. Because most minerals you can overdo, not all of them, but most of them you can, and what you don't need you'll just pee out, so.
Yeah, I've been using that Celtic salt for a while, and I
Yeah.
bought like a big gallon of it for like $40-50, and it's almost gone, and we're going to buy another one because we're never going back to that Himalayan salt.
The main source of minerals, if you want to directly from the source, will be sea matrix, seawater, basically. That will be like what you're doing with the salt and adding it to the water. It will be solved and made as designed, like the perfect ratio of minerals for your blood. It will be seawater.
I know. I can't get any seawater from up here, though.
You can order it, buy it from someone.
Right?
I mean, in mineral context, seawater will provide all of the minerals that the body needs to for hydration, because hydration is the ability of the body to move the minerals into the tissues.
Yeah, the cell, the fiber in the tissue. Yes. So a good way to up your absorption, even if you got crappier water, is just take a dab of sea salt, lick your finger, and put a dab on your tongue before you drink water. It helps
I've been
as a
putting it in my water.
delivery. Yeah. Well, listen, this lady I follow, she says what he says. The sea salts in the water, it helps deliver the water to the cell.
Right.
It helps the natural process along. And most people aren't healthy because the water doesn't get to the cell, so the nutrient doesn't get to the cell, and cell doesn't work properly.
Right.
So it really is the fountain of death because water is the basis to all life. It delivers all minerals to the cell. And oxygen, too. So
It's also good to have fruits with salt on it, like watermelon.
Yeah, I didn't know. They tell us salt, blood pressure, and it turns out that the right salt is awesome for you.
Yep.
We're the salt of the earth.
Yep.
Yes, we are.
And everything's electromagnetic, including our bodies, so salt is a conductor.
The grandson wants to be a debater when he gets older. He's like, no, we're not.
Yeah, if you're not made of salt, you're dead.
Well, yeah, salt has a lot of minerals. So people label salt based on what they know about. Don't eat salt because it's bad for you. So they when they think salt, they think about something bad. But salt, all of the minerals can compose that material we call salt. Is just, I think that stuff was designed by the creator. The salt.
That kid's 8 years old. He's got the best arguments, but always at the wrong time. Dinner time, bedtime, bath time. I think he should be a lawyer because sometimes I can't deny he's right. Like, okay, you're right, but you still got to do what you were told, damn it. The kid's a debater.
Well, he grew up with it.
Yeah. They hang out with me most, Hank, yeah. Hell, that's what I wanted to clear my time up for. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Get to be grandpa. Got my kid home from the military. Shit.
Nice.
But it kind of sucks because I spend all day doing grandpa things, and then she comes home bitching because she ain't seen the kids running the company. I'm like, I want to help, but you know what I told her? We can hire you some help if you want. She's like, but Dad, you could just come down there. Look, I'll hire you 2 more, damn it. Leave me alone. Me and the kids will be out here eating mint chocolate chip, damn it.
Man, I can't wait to watermelon season now that I've been thinking about it. Hot watermelon, sun-baked watermelon.
Any kind of melon shit. Just
And
let me out in the
try sprinklings
Thank
cinnamon
you.
or ginger on your melon.
I'll try that. I got
some ginger on the cantaloupe.
But Baramo, real quick about the salt. You know how the salt crystallizes under the sunlight, right? Like a pyramid. It crystallizes like a 4-sided pyramid.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, crystalline structures. And there's pyramids everywhere, and we're the salt of the earth.
Yeah, the human body can go 3 days without water, then it will die.
Oh, yeah, that's...
And also, there's enough iron in your body to make a 6-inch nail.
That's an interesting fact. I never knew that. I got a little bit of lead in there, too, still.
Yeah, well, that'd be from bullets left over from when you were a Marine.
Small arms, yeah.
Oh, man.
Man, that's crazy. You got enough iron to make a 6-penny nail? Shit. You think magnetism would affect us then?
Yeah, it's in the blood. That's what gives blood its color.
On iron, my daughter had an argument one day. She said, Dad, women are iron men, and I can prove it. And I was like, oh, okay, well, let's hear the argument. She said, Fe, male, and then broke it down, Fe, male. Fe equals iron, male, female. I was like, okay, whatever.
Well, I mean, blood does come once a month.
Are you saying it's a rain in blood or a rain of
Well,
terror?
I mean, Iron Man, I mean, that's what they are, I guess. So you got a good argument.
Yeah, you got me there is all I said. You got me there. I guess you're an Iron Man. Makes me nervous. So the kid's number 2 in her, she's 18 and number 2 in the shooting competition for age groups. So number 2 in the state.
Wow.
She's cocky as shit. She's also a brown belt, about to be a black belt.
In what?
Taekwondo.
So that means that she can clean your clock with the foot so fast you don't even see it coming.
Yeah, there's a lot of kicks in Taekwondo. I like watching that, and she does ballet too. So we go to Miss Connie's school of ballet. Yes, I say we because who isn't going to jump at the chance to sit there and watch a bunch of girls dance while you talk to their mothers? Some of the moms are single, you know. Mike brings donuts. Shit.
Mike's got a plan.
And a smile. Yeah. Well, a man with a plan is always a man on a mission, right?
Right.
Yeah. You got to enjoy life, man.
Yeah, my son's a black belt in Taekwondo. He can clean your clock so fast.
Oh, my grandson is looking pretty smooth, too. I hear you. Look, I get into this. That's my master, Jim Webb. So I'm a 2nd degree in Taekwondo. And yeah, but the family does it. So I like collegiate wrestling, Taekwondo. you should have. So you don't train to fight so you can go out and beat motherfuckers up. You train to do it so you can be confident in everyday life and not have to treat people like shit because you know what you're going to do to them if they actually try to trespass on you.
Yeah. You learn enough to put your opponent down on the floor in such a way that he cannot get back up and re-attack you. And that gives you time to get away to a safer place.
We secure peace, right? Because we're prepared for war. So we just... I don't like to raise kids that scared people. Scared people do things that they regret. So
yeah. You were on about your vitamins. You may find that if you're getting older like me, you might have to take supplementary B12 injections.
Yeah, they said that was a possibility. That's why I'm trying to load up on it now. I'm trying to balance them all out and adjust my diet according.
Yeah, and you may think about going into a Q10 supplement. It's a herbal one which helps to counteract if you're on what's his name's hell. Those stuff begins with S.
Sebi? Dr. Sebi? Sebi?
No. Simvastin. It's a drug.
Sebastian?
It's a statin. A statin.
Oh, yeah, a statin.
Yeah, if you're on a statin, you may need to take that.
I'm trying to avoid all that medical.
Yeah.
Take pure nutrients. They're just expensive.
Yeah.
You don't have to get the injection. You can get the dietary supplement, but it's not cheap.
Yeah, but the point is the only really way that B12 gets into you is through your blood. It's hard to digest.
You guys know about K2?
I had a flat Earth topic for Speculation Sunday, if nobody would mind.
Go ahead.
I'll post a link here real quick, but it is talking about drilling into either the ice wall or the firmament, and I was going to bring up the idea of sky ice, or that the glass crystalline kind of substance that comes from it, if that's ever been discussed in here.
Oh, you want to do like a presentation on this video?
No, I just wanted to discuss it, see if you guys have ever covered the topic on Speculation Sunday, because obviously it's a little less scientific and more dubious in nature, but the idea of drilling into the ice wall and it regenerates and tunnels close back up and all those kind of things. It's interesting.
About they tested the ice in Antarctica and it was blue ice or something like that. They call it sky ice. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
it's specifically from the wall of the firmament, I think. I don't know if it's the ice all on the ground, but specifically within the wall.
The ice wall. So Operation High Jump, they went up the ice.
That's true. Yeah, hundreds of miles inward for sure.
Yeah. So,
it's
but
also
when they went to
interesting.
Antarctica, there's videos of them discovering this ice that just keeps regenerating itself. You put it in a warm room and it just freezes. It thaws on one side and freezes on the other.
Well, actually, what happens is that in warmer temperatures, it vanishes into thin air. It doesn't even melt. There's scientists who are talking about holding a piece of it, and the warmer that it got, it just disappeared into thin air, and their glove never got wet. And apparently, that's the reason why it can't be taken out to other countries, because it won't survive the transit process.
Oh.
Which would make sense that it's, in the coldest place in the world and has to stay there to maintain that structure.
Yeah, that would make sense.
I thought that was interesting. I don't know if it's pieces of the firmament or just pieces of the ice wall. To me, it just seems like ice wall if I had to choose one of the two.
If we were creating a prison, I would say that this that a frozen wall barrier would be much better than a steel one, because steel they'd get up to and they'd work on, and we'd have to electrify it. So once it was electrified, people would die just if they touched it. But with a colder area,
Which brings up another part about Antarctica. There's those big rods. Have you seen those like 50-mile high, like giant steel or metal beams up in the ice wall? Apparently, that might have something to do with the structure of the firmament, electromagnetism or something like that. So yeah, it's funny. It's funny that you mentioned that.
I'll watch this video, dude. I think the video I think it did say that it just disappeared. But when it's in the sky, it just keeps regrowing. Something like that. Or they're postulating it could be like that in the sky.
I think it's like yeah, because that's why they call it sky ice. I think it's less likely that it's pieces of the dome or the firmament, though. I guess I would assume that the firmament would be strong enough to not have pieces of it breaking off, and what would the potential repercussions of breaches in a dome be?
Well, yeah, that's just it. If it's melting on one side and regenerating on the other, then... But yeah, if there's pieces falling off and you're calling that asteroids, which is ice just going through space, that's interesting, right?
Asteroids. What's the phenomena that you guys, when you say asteroid, what's the phenomena that you're talking about? Can you
Well,
post?
a comet. I think it's a comet I'm referring to with the trail of ice. That's a piece of ice. A comet is like iron ore or some shit like that. But if it's ice, what you got to understand is the atmosphere up there is electrified. And if it is ice, they could both be from the ice, because the iron could be contained in the liquid that was frozen to make the ice. So when it comes down, it hits an electrified state and gets zapped, and it's just one big piece of slag, you know?
You're talking about this one, Baramo. Let me show it to you right here. You're talking about this phenomena.
Yeah, the comet. Yeah, that's the one.
Look. I made one myself. Look, Baramo. Look.
Right? It's got the big old trail on it. Yeah, I thought so. Like Haley's.
You know what you know what I used to make it? Look, I made a comment. I used a glass cup, ice, and water, and some alcohol. It was a margarita. under the sun. That's the sun. That's actually a table.
He said a margarita.
I just had the margarita, put it on the table, and then the sun was shining through it, and this is the result. And then I just took a picture. Hey, look, kind of like a light refracting, similar to a comet.
It does.
And there's you guys were talking about ice, and there was ice in the cup and liquid as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch
there
that
you
video.
Go. Ice is in there.
As soon as you said margarita, I was thinking nibbling on sponge cake, watching the sun. All those
and a flat Earth perspective, where there is no space or interaction outside the firmament, what are asteroids then?
Actually, there is there is the unknown, the wonder, things that we wonder, because there is the environment that we're in, the cause and effect relationship, the cause and effect relationships, the things that we do in here, and then there is the mechanisms that operate the heavens above, the phenomena that we observe, and then there is spectrums of light that show things that we don't see with our eyes. So there is phenomena in the heavens above that you can't see with your eyes. Okay, so there is a lot going on up there, but just because we don't know how that mechanism is constructed, put in place, and all the mediums, we can't say there's nothing out there.
That reminds me of Shakespeare. You basically said what he said to when he said there's more in heaven and earth than thought of in your philosophy.
Wow, yeah, that's what I mean. I think that there is something to that because with the extra spectrums of light, we can see kind of like a mechanism of the movement of the luminaries in cycles, and it shows that it's designed to a certain degree. So that says something,
Yeah.
at
Even
least to
says
me.
in the it even says in the Bible that the heavens can be used for signs and movements and things like that to indicate things.
But there is also, remember, because the heavens, we see the lights, we see the phenomena, but the mechanism behind that is unknown. It's a question in place, right? But then there
Sure.
is a construct in place, and also there is the tabernacle of God where God dwells, because there is the early tabernacle and there is the heavenly tabernacle, and there is the heaven of heavens. So that has some relationship to the mechanism in place. We just don't know exactly how, but within the observation of shape that cannot be natural, it has to be designed, which is a kind of like a pyramid of light up in heaven, like a double pyramid. And just looking at that, you say, okay, that there's no way that's just an accident, right? It the between the movement of the luminaries moving in cycles and with a center that kind of like guides as a center area of the movement, and then with the observation of the electro-opticals, you see, because the electro-opticals, and it's not only the electro-opticals, it's also a radio wave, readings, the CMOR, infrared, and multiple positions in the world looking towards the same area of the sky, which is basically kind of like a centric but also big angle of the sky. So the observation shows kind of like the rotation of the sun at the center and the toroidals on top at the bottom. But it shows design. That's what I'm saying. It shows it's visibly, the design is visible. It's just that I can't go to that design and touch it
Yeah,
and check it.
I totally agree. I'm into intelligent design as well. We can see the what and we can postulate as to the how, but we don't know the why.
Yeah.
I get it. Speaking of cracks in the firmament, what about that speculative notion? Has that been discussed? The idea of some ancient or historical crack in the dome that has had some sort of historical significance in the world, and potentially are rockets and space things like that in an attempt to crack the dome, or for some sort of Jacob's ladder effect or things like that.
Crack the dome, I will say that's
Yeah,
for me. It sounds like
that's a theory I've come across, is that all the space organizations are basically just trying to shoot rockets up at the dome to break it open for some reason.
or whatever layers up there. It's almost like saying men can destroy the earth. Let's destroy the earth. Like it's almost like I don't think men can actually just, I don't know. I don't want to make a claim, but to destroy the earth or destroy the heavens above, I mean, what man can make that claim?
I don't think they're trying to destroy it. I think they're trying to create a portal or an opening to wage war on heaven, metaphorically.
Yo,
Isn't there a
Babylon,
war
right?
already up there?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
that's where apparently the flood came from. Is the firmament opened up and flooded everything? So yeah, you'd think that it would just cause a flood if you did break it open.
No, they were open. There's a difference between breaking something and opening something, right?
That's true.
So if the creator wanted to flood this place, he will open the windows or the gates or something, and he's not breaking it.
No, I'm saying from this side, the space organizations, the anti-God organizations, are trying to break it open for some reason. Is the theory?
Yeah. Try to break free.
Break free, or try to merge the realms, or allow something through that they think is favorable, maybe.
Yeah.
Which is probably what they're doing with CERN as well.
It's almost like a rebel child. The father and the mother say, "Go to your room. and stay there until supper, and the child just wants to get out of the window
Pretty
and
much,
not come
something
back.
like that. Pretty much. Fuck you, Dad. What do you
But
guys
supper
think
is
about?
gonna be delicious, bro. And
What do
there's
you,
gonna be family there. Supper is gonna be good. You're gonna eat nutrients. You're gonna feel good. The family's gonna be there. Wait for supper. Let me escape out of the window and do drugs.
I'm gonna come back in through the front door with all my degenerate friends and take over the dinner table, so you know who's the boss of this house. What do you guys think about the idea of portals or stargates, whether natural or metaphysical or technological in nature?
Good question. It's an unknown for me. So go ahead.
I'm pretty amenable to the idea. I don't think interdimensional physics or possibilities contends with my flat Earth views. I don't believe in space and space travel, but there might be some form of interdimensional travel.
Just like any building, I think there might be doors. Someone has a key in and out. There might be something to that
Definitely.
extent.
I totally think so.
Someone holding the key somewhere. The keys. I mean the keys, not the kids. The key. The keys.
I'm pretty amenable to the idea all around. I think there's natural places in the world, maybe something to do with ley lines or things like that, that has natural mergings between dimensions, if you want to call it that. I think that through blood ritual and satanic dark things, they also open up portals or merge dimensions to dark places. I think that you can have technology that does it, like CERN or Stargates and stuff like that. And maybe even people like psychically or through collective intent can also do similar things.
Yeah, that goes pretty deep. I think. Yeah, that's interesting stuff. But where to go from there?
Yeah, for sure.
There's a
I
lot of
get that.
writings about those kind of topics. No, there's kind of like a lot of books about that kind of stuff. No.
For sure, and that's kind of where I guess I get my basis for truth, is like the correspondence between otherwise disagreeing ideologies. If you got a bunch of religions and ideologies that disagree on so much, and especially their prescriptions for like solutions to life, but they also agree on certain metaphysical or historical things like existence of portals or other entities or stuff like that, I think there's some validity to considering those things. Then if they disagree on everything else but there's a few agreements, then maybe there's something to validate there.
Who agrees on portals?
Every religion and mythology and science.
Where does Christianity talk about portals?
I'll find some scripture for you.
He gonna be on the Sermon on the Mount, man.
I know the answer.
Wait,
The gates.
Enoch talks about portals.
Enoch does. That's right. But in the canon,
Book of Enoch certainly does. Yeah.
can I be heard? So coming in low.
You could argue Jesus being raised into heaven with him going into a portal as well as other characters through the Bible.
Why did they just say
The
that?
other one, Elisha. Or was Elijah?
Yeah, argued isn't written either. So Jacob's ladder has been sometimes described as a ladder to heaven too, or a portal. But it was written that a ladder appeared.
Mic check. Can I be heard?
Yes.
There's a scripture that says, "The gates of hell shall not prevail." What's
Now,
a gate?
Yep.
Yeah.
A gate is a portal. Exactly.
A gate's a portal now? Whoa.
Yeah, sesame, gate, portal. These are all synonymous.
Yeah, it's
I thought that was obvious.
In what world is a gate and a portal synonymous?
There are entrance and an exit.
So why do we have a word for portal and a word for gate if they're synonymous?
I don't know. There are many words that are synonymous, but
Why
that
do we
doesn't
have
make
why do
No,
we
but
have any
they all have different
synonyms?
meanings. Synonymous just means close, but there are differentiations between every one of those words. What's the difference between a portal
Is
and a
there a
gate
big
then?
is there a big difference between stop and halt?
It's a language thing. But
Okay, here's
A
the
gate, a gate is usually a door between outside and inside. A portal is normally referred to as a space gate. I don't know why I'm roboting.
The only big implication, like implicative difference I see is that a gate is more likely being able to be locked and guarded and protected in some way more than a portal. A portal seems more synonymous with doorway, but they're all the same
Yeah.
thing as far as the functional mechanism of allowing things through on both sides. A portcullis and a gate and a doorway aren't all the exact same things, but they serve the same functional purpose. You would agree?
I don't know. There's an argument for a portal transports you and a gate allows you entry. But yeah, it's just semantical. But
Ultimately, I think it's a semantic distraction from the main premise here, which is openings between different dimensions or realms and what kind of basis there is for that. And I'd say there's historical, biblical, and scientific basis for it.
I'd say that's a
where's the
very well
scientific
done
basis then?
Quantum mechanics, time-space delusions, and also CERN is a big portal.
Dual slit.
Can you be more specific for us?
I propose that CERN is a stargate, is a technological portal.
Why would you propose that?
The symbolism, the design, the relevance, the location, the politics and policies behind it. I think all the things just add up to indicating it strongly.
When you smash particles, new particles come into existence, almost like they were portaled in from some other realm.
Exactly. I think the whole looking for the God particle thing is just an intellectual pretense for trying to smash open a gateway to another world to the potential entities that are worshipped there.
Seriously?
Oh yeah. I think through predictive programming, things like Stargate or Stranger Things and all these things that have similar CERN type portals, it's indicative of what the
fiction, though,
purpose
right?
is. Well, no, the idea of predictive programming is that fiction is made by billion-dollar corporations that are all in alignment with each other and only representative of like 3 corporations that run them all. So their ideology and themes and narratives they present are pretty lockstep in with each other, and they hold a predictive element to them.
I think the problem is we're thinking about portal from like a modern concept. So let me go to the etymology. Late 14th century, gateway, especially the entire architecture treatment of the entrance to its surroundings of a cathedral or other grand building, from the Old French portal, gate, modern French portalia, directly from medieval Latin portal or city gate or porch. I'll post the link.
Yeah, it's the same way the port is like a port, an oceanic port.
Yeah, porthole.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when he's speaking about other realms, I mean, the Tabernacle of God or the Temple of God has entrances. So going through a portal or going through, to go in it, you will have to step in to it. It's a different realm from the realm that we're in. So,
Yeah,
I mean, there's
some of the ceremonies around CERN are kind of indicative of its true metaphysical nature as well. I think I posted a link in the chat. It's kind of revealing.
There are ceremonies around CERN?
Yeah, there's not only
Where-
the statue of was it Kali or Shiva in the front that supposedly a hooded ritual was done around, whether that's a hoax or not. But this tunnel opening ceremony is definitively attributed to
I
CERN.
thought everybody knew they did ritualistic performances there.
Scott Mackey ain't gonna look into that sort of thing.
I was about to say, science file worshippers of the deception aren't going to investigate those kind of dubious things.
Right. He was gonna take
They're
the word for it to
too
put you on
telling.
science. But yeah, if
Great
you look at where
science.
it's located, I think you alluded to it earlier. Isn't it under the temple of one of the demigods?
Yeah, it's in an old esoteric tunnel, and also the fact that CERN's in Switzerland holds significance. The fact that it's the only neutral country of all this time, it's the one that holds all the money and the banks. It's got a special significance as far as being outside of most geopolitical dynamics, which would give it some sort of relevance, I think, for being
Well, it's under
the
the
location of an opening.
it's under the temple of Jupiter or Zeus or somebody.
You know, that wouldn't surprise me.
So would it matter if Switzerland did not hold all the money of all the banks?
No, I'm just saying it's an extra little bit of relevance as towards
But you know they
the
don't, right?
significance of that country. They
But
don't?
you know Switzerland does not hold all the money of all the banks. No, they don't.
Maybe not all the
Temple of
money of all the
Apollo,
banks. I'm
excuse
just
me.
saying.
Not even a part of it. No.
You don't think the Swiss banks are a significant part of the banking
Not even
system?
close.
No, not even close.
All right.
Not
Well, I
even a
might be wrong
fraction.
on that. I'll take the egg on my face if I'm wrong about that one, but it still holds a particular geopolitical significance as far as like war and being uninvolved in the qualms of the rest of the countries. I think holds a relevance to it.
Why is that
Being
significant?
CERN is
It's not
located there.
involved in anything. That's not significant. That's like it not being like it's a nation that's not involved with the rest of the world. How's that significant? I would say it's insignificant.
No, it's irony. It's plot twist. It's basically the place that's least involved in things is being potentially shielded from that fallout of those geopolitical dynamics for the bigger purposes of being a portal to another dimension.
You are insane.
Oh wow!
That doesn't. How do you connect?
Profound
How do you
argumentation.
connect that to a portal to another dimension? Like that's your evidence for a portal to another dimension because, like, oh, it's not involved in these things, therefore it must be the place for a portal dimension. That's a great argument. I'm convinced.
No, I'm saying that the fact that it hasn't been involved in any of these other wars or situations could
Means there's a
hold
portal
the
there.
idea that could hold that the idea that it's being protected for some purpose, and the fact that CERN is
Why?
built
I
there,
don't get that
and the fact
either.
stop
Why
interrupting like a
must you
spurg.
keep
The fact that
interrupting?
I know we got a real bad faith Globy spurg here. Anyway, the point is that if
How's
it's
that bad
protected,
faith?
that whole if it's because you're interrupting constantly like a dog. Anyway, if there's
You're saying nonsense.
if it's protected this whole time, that might be for a purpose, and for all
You're
the places
assuming
in the
it's
world that
protected.
CERN could be it's protected through non-involvement. That is a form of
Right, but
protection.
that doesn't mean intentionality.
Okay,
And
the
also,
point
there's
is
also places in the world that
it's
are
not.
probably
No, that
less,
is
that
the
are
point.
probably
I'm not
less.
describing.
You're
Oh
missing
my
it.
goodness,
But you're
you
getting
Spurg.
interrupted
Let
because
me
what you're
Hey,
saying
can you
isn't making
not
let me
all
land
talk
the
at the
plane.
same time? Can you not
I know.
all
I
do that?
understand. I
I should be
understand that you want
allowed
to
to
finish
finish
what you're
my. I
saying.
should be allowed to finish my
You
premise
should.
in good faith.
You should.
Amazing.
Yeah. Anyway, I know you have low impulse control. It's typical. My point
Okay.
being is that it's been protected through non-involvement, and of all the places in the world that CERN could have been built, it was built there.
Or it just wasn't attacked at any point. Have you considered that it not being hit does not mean that God's hand is upon it?
I don't think he
Yeah,
said
so,
God
when
was
did
I
I
don't
say
think so
God?
either. I
Yeah,
think
when did
anyone
I say
above
God's
80
hand?
IQ understands
He
that that
didn't
was
say
facetious.
God was protecting
Yeah, and I
it.
never said that he explicitly said that, moron. What I said was
He's more
facetious.
implying that the
God,
people who
Yo,
Alu,
I
you're
need
such
you
a
to
piece of
sober up
shit.
before you
Alu, you're
speak.
such a
corrupt
piece of shit,
are
dude.
protecting it.
Yo,
See what you get
regardless,
banned
you
for,
are
Alu.
assuming
guys, hold on. Time out.
you are assuming protection. That is the assumption.
Well, he
I have
did
no
say
idea why you're
this is his belief, right?
Yo, bro, why are you
Shut up, dude.
speaking as if you're the
Hey,
person
Roby,
responding?
listen.
Why the fuck are you talking?
Listen,
No,
dude.
no, 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 no. Why the
You
fuck
want
are
to?
you
Do
speaking
you
for
want to
him as
keep
if he doesn't have
talking?
a grown man voice to speak with? Why are you
coke did you
speaking?
snort before you hopped on here tonight, bro?
Why are you so fucking afraid of the question?
I ain't your bro.
I'm not.
Why
I'm
are
just
you
hurting.
assuming
I'm
that
not
it's
afraid of
being
shit. You're
like?
just
Do you
crying.
understand
It's
that that is an
hurting.
assumption? Who is
Yes,
dog?
absolutely.
Do you understand?
I'm
Yes or
not
no? That
saying.
you are
I'm not
making an
saying
assumption.
you're a freaking. I'm not saying this is evidence.
He prefaces
Okay,
it
so
with
then what are we
belief,
talking
you
about?
fucking moron,
Yo,
and
bro, I need you to stop
you're
talking
trying
because
to
I can't even
debate his
hear the guy.
fucking belief.
I
You're
can't
a
even
fucking
hear Tiger
idiot.
because you
Shut
won't shut
up,
the fuck
bitch.
up.
Okay, one
Yo,
second.
bro, you need.
One second. One
Wait,
second.
shut
So
the fuck
Let me
up.
get in
let's.
just for a second. I'm
Yeah,
trying
go
to.
ahead. Go ahead, Larry. My
Yeah,
bad.
okay. I was just waiting for a time to break in. Okay, so this is Speculation Sunday. I know you guys don't know the rules, but for a long time, like over a year, we come together on Sunday and we kind of do a little bit of speculation. We're not used to being met with such resistance because we're just speculating. But if you'll look at what I'm posting over here on the right side, everything he's saying is true. After 1 year of CERN's grand opening, Sergio Bertolucci, former director of research, he's talking about, doors to other dimensions, portals, right? And then up here, if you click on it, it shows you the statue of.
That's not what
What is
he
that?
means.
Oh,
Look,
so you know what he means. Go ahead and tell
yeah,
us
like
what he means.
you're taking it. Oh, you went towards like, dude. He's being like
Exactly. It's exactly what
using.
I mean.
Yeah,
It's Speculation Sunday, man. We can do this,
he's
man.
using. Why are you
And you're
interrupting?
trying
Like
to,
you yell at
you're trying
people for interrupting,
because
man.
you listen, because motherfucker, you interrupted everybody else too
No, I
much, and
didn't.
now
I
it's
was
my turn
talking.
to
You
fucking
interrupted me.
overtalk you, you little cocksucker.
All right, you faggot.
So the motherfucker said, "This is his belief." Dumbass tried to debate his belief. You're an idiot.
And for the record, I didn't even say it was my belief. I was postulating a theory. I was literally speculating a reason why Switzerland could be conveniently left out of so many conflicts that it's been around for, and that this could be the ultimate goal of it in something big like this. So I wasn't even saying I necessarily believed it. I'm saying that there's some markers towards that direction. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to try to unmute you guys. I would really appreciate it if you don't force me to mute you. Just try to handle your business like an adult. We're just
Yo, that's what I'm
speculating.
doing, faggot. So anyway, right? If I say the
Okay,
sky,
there you go.
What?
There you go.
Too much Adderall on this one tonight.
Okay, where's the
Boy, I
other one?
wish that kid lived in my town. I'd help his parents out straight.
I don't even see the other one that I muted.
Ah, good. I'm glad to see there is a flat Earth mod. That's. I wondered who it was.
Yeah, look, don't yell at me, prick, because I yell back. Yeah, that's how it works. You interrupt constantly, I'm gonna start interrupting everybody. Yup, that's how it works. You said it was cool when you started interrupting everybody else.
The deity of destruction as a corporate mascot. Although most corporations shun any connection to religious or in the spiritual world, CERN has chosen its mascot as the Hindu goddess. But not just any Hindu goddess. Just outside the headquarters building sits an ancient statue of Shiva, ancient Apollyon, the goddess of destruction. Apollyon, well, that's built under the temple of Apollo, and then it's talking about opening portals to the other world. Let's see, what it says here is open otherworldly doors to another dimension, a very tiny lapse of time, mere fractions of a second, however, it might be just enough time to peer into this open door, either by getting something out of it or sending something into it.
So Tiger was on point, and the guy interrupted for no reason because Tiger was talking about this. I mean, he's speculating a little bit, but he was
Do you
touching
know
on
who
this.
Apollyon is, right?
The first one.
Oh,
The
hold
Apollo.
on.
So,
yeah, but
my bad.
Apollo
Go ahead.
too. He's Apollo, Apollyon. They're all. It's the angel of the bottomless pit. Apollyon.
Revelation.
The destroyer. Yeah.
So the first one that interrupted was actually Scott saying, "No, are you serious? Are you serious?"
Yeah, Scott was just clutching his pearls.
I just wanted him to explain more.
In American, we say Abaddon, but it's actually Apollyon in Greek, and that's the angel of the bottomless pit, and the angel of destruction. Yeah, so
and guess
it's
how
real
long
funny
this took
that
me?
they
Took me like 5 seconds to search it up.
Yeah, there's goes on this too, though, and it shows the ritualistic ceremonies that they do, and the pantheist gods that they're showing a Pan, half man, half lamb, and they're fucking. I don't know what you call it, a stage show, but it's a ritual.
I mean, it happens, but Scott doesn't believe it. So if he doesn't believe it, it doesn't happen.
They literally
I know, like Scott.
Pan.
Scott, I posted a link of the ritual. We know it happened and we know it's connected to CERN. How would you hand wave it away with no significance?
Well, you just don't understand.
His wife works in this field, so maybe he doesn't want his wife to be part of it.
Where did you post this? I'm not seeing you post anything.
Listen, his wife's in a portal right now on her way to my house.
Give me a
Giving
second,
her
Scott.
dance lessons.
Oh, there it is. Never mind. I see it at 3 after the hour. Sorry.
No, all good. It's a little suspiciously ritualistic and esoteric in nature for a simple tunnel opening ceremony. And tunnel in and of itself is a synonym for gate and portal and doorway. Another irony on top of it.
On the link that I posted, number 9.
It's also a synonym for tunnel.
Massive gravitational pull. Now check this
That's
out,
real
right?
funny, Scott.
The CERN collider is composed of some 9,600 supermagnets, which are 100,000 times more powerful than the gravitational pull of the Earth. That's because your shit's weak. It's funny because they're saying gravity, but they're using actual technology that actually exists. But they rub the word gravity over it.
Gotta have that gravy. Right?
Crazy, bro.
Yeah, there's some biscuits in there somewhere, too. You know there is.
You guys want me to show you what CERN actually says about gravity? Your shit's about to get a little weaker.
Gravity? What's that?
I don't know. You'd have to ask these religiotards. CERN.
Gravity is what pulls you back to the Earth when you jump up.
My friend, are you saying that the oceans are held down by gravity?
Yeah, bro, it's not gravity, it's density. Come on.
I was asking the British guy.
Well, there's numerous thoughts on the oceans, but if you are standing on land, you jump up, you don't keep going up, gradually you will fall back. But the height you jump is dependent on the strength of your legs.
So does gravity hold down the ocean?
There's various arguments on that, and we're not going to start on that. I'm just on about Earth. Solid Earth.
Okay, so you don't want to talk about it? Got it.
Solid, stationary, unmoving Earth. Got it.
Bien con Mike, ¿oyó? Oreo. Pórtese bien con el gatico. Oreo.
Sí, señor. It is working.
My bad.
Gordon the Stone was telling us about gravity. He got to that kid before he was old enough to think for himself.
So, Scott, can you ask your dearly wife if she participated in the rituals of the what is it, Texas CERN or something? What is it? The CERN they made
sure what my wife has to do with this. Can you explain?
No, but she works on the CERN. She works for CERN. No, you said that one time that she works for what is it? The collider. She works for the
collider.
No, I didn't.
So what was it that you said?
You must be mistaken me for someone else.
Damn, Scott.
Oh, you're not married, S.A.?
I'm married, but my wife does not work at CERN.
Where's she
but not CERN. But you said in one of those fields. Is it? I know it's not in.
She doesn't work in physics at all.
Okay.
Is she a scientist at all?
The particle accelerator. You said the particle accelerator.
Maybe what I said once is that My wife works at Stanford, and there is the Stanford Linear Accelerator at Stanford. And maybe you confused the two, and you thought I said my wife worked
That's
there at
plausible.
this thing.
The Stanford
But
Accelerator.
Stanford is
Okay.
a very, very large university with many departments and many programs, and there's a central administration. She works in the central administration, has nothing whatsoever to do with Slack, which is the
Oh,
Stanford
so
Linear
good. No
Accelerator.
rituals because she wasn't on the section of the
No,
university.
they
She
don't.
didn't participate in the
They,
rituals.
no, they don't do those kinds of things at
Oh,
Stanford.
she doesn't do that. Okay, but CERN does.
Nobody does.
But
But
CERN
This one,
does.
no, the thing that was just
Let's
posted,
not.
nothing to do
Let's
with
not.
CERN, had to do with the
Yeah.
opening of a rail, right?
Can I just read this?
I thought you were going to post a CERN one.
I did. So this is talking
Because that
about
little
CERN.
performance was pretty cool, I thought. Very, very Cirque du Soleil.
Whenever you're just going to let me read, let me know.
It was cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so it isn't clear whether or not scientists could even build one that powerful. LHC near Geneva can send particles crashing into each other with energies in the trillions of electron volts, about 14 tera electron volts, or 14 TeV. To reach grand unification energies, particles would need at least a trillion times more times as much, so physicists are left to hunt for indirect evidence of such theories. So what theories are they talking about? Including gravity. The very sentence right before what I read.
Who are you talking? You're not talking to me, right?
No, I'm talking to everybody else who can
Okay.
listen.
Okay, thank you. I have no idea what they're saying there.
I don't know if it's directly connected to CERN publicly, but it's the tunnel from the Gothard Ritual is in Switzerland, and it's the longest and deepest tunnel in the world. And there's some significance there, and it's likely lead to CERN.
We got Tiger.
Building.
We got like 50% of that. You shopped many times, so your connection is not the best at the moment. So if you want to repeat that whenever you have a better connection, go ahead.
My bad. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I was saying that Gothard Tunnel ceremony, the opening was in Switzerland still, and it's the longest and deepest tunnel like in the world. I think that's likely leading to or connected to the CERN facility in some way. I don't think that's a very big stretch of deductive reasoning.
Well, didn't they build like a bunch of those across many, not many, but multiple countries?
Yeah, they do have like maglev trains and mega tunnels and stuff like that. Apparently, this one's particularly significant.
You gotta, yeah, I heard Magnef, but you probably gotta check your connection whenever. Just letting you know.
My bad.
Because you're not clear as earlier. Yeah.
Right, I highlighted it so everybody could see what I was talking about, how they would need more energy to find the theory of gravity. How much more energy? 1 trillion times 14 trillion volts. So that would be 14 trillion tera electron volts.
So why they trying to accomplish an impossible task just to throw the money into the bin, just to throw the money into the laundry and bring it out.
Right, they made it unfalsifiable right here. It's right there. The second picture that I posted, I'll delete the first one.
They're not talking about the theory of gravity by itself. They're talking about a grand unified theory which integrates gravity with all the other forces.
Right, they can't find gravity.
That's not what it says. It's just not what the article says.
Okay, let's read it from the top. But even though theories say that should happen, nature doesn't always oblige. So far, no particle accelerator reaches energies enough for the strong force with electromagnetic force and the weak interaction, including gravity. What do you think that means?
Keep reading.
Would mean yet more energy. It isn't clear whether scientists could even build one that powerful. So they can't make it happen, Captain. It's too weak. Your shit's weak.
Did you skip the part that said high enough energies to unify the strong force with electromagnetism and the weak interaction, including gravity? Did you skip that part, or did I not hear it?
I guess you didn't hear it.
Okay, but you remember the part where it says to unify the strong force, right? That
Like an
doesn't
union.
mean that doesn't say that they can't find gravity. It says they can't create energies high enough to unify the strong forces.
So this is like an union protest that they're trying to get the rights, and this is a union. You know, like they're getting their ideas together to come together and put the idea and maybe charge people for it.
But we agree
It's an
that
union.
we agree that this says nothing about not finding gravity, right? That's just not what it says there.
Okay, so far, no particle accelerator has reached energies high enough to unify the strong force with electromagnetism and the weak force.
And the weak
Including
interaction.
gravity would mean yet more energy. So
Yes.
gravity is not in that sentence.
No, gravity is in the sentence, but there's nothing that says they can't find gravity.
Well, let me look at this entire article.
Yeah, they know gravity exists. They're just trying to unify it with the other forces.
They know, huh?
Unify.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. You will not find any documentation of them claiming they don't know what gravity is.
That's what
or
Neil
they can't
deGrasse
find
Tyson
it.
says. I don't know. Next question. And she was like, oops, was I not supposed to ask you that question? How is a good journalist not supposed to ask a question? That doesn't make any sense. Journalists are supposed to ask the hard questions. But she was like, did I step over the line, Your Honor? He doesn't know what gravity is. He's an astrophysicist. And you're saying nobody knows. Nobody says they don't know what gravity is. That's bullshit, bro. You're a liar. Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't even know what it is.
Look how they're gonna call the grand unified theories guts. Hehehe. That's pretty cute. Still have some problems because they predict other observations that so far haven't panned out. So their predictions haven't panned out. Okay, good to know. There are several guts that say protons over immense spans of time on the order of 10. Jesus Christ. 10 to the 36 years? My goodness, what is that? How many years is that? What is it, Scott? What is 10 to the 36?
We don't
how
have
many
a
years?
name for that. We don't have a name for that number.
Okay, let's try to Google it.
It's just 10 to the 36th.
Yeah, if you read this whole thing, it ends with this. It's possible we just don't have a powerful enough particle accelerator, or physicists could be wrong about how the universe works. I
We
bet
agree.
the second one is true. Because if they think that they need a 14 trillion TeV particle accelerator, like, wow, like, they are really grasping for straws there on that one. Because 14 TeV is a fuck ton of power.
It's more than that. But yeah, physicists know there are questions still unanswered, and they're still looking for the answers to them. But they also know there are many questions that have been answered, and they're done looking and they've moved on.
Yeah, they have a bunch of questions like who measured the curvature, right? Who has detected the spin of the Earth? They have those questions still.
No, those are the ones they moved on. Those are the ones they moved on from because they're boring.
Because they cannot demonstrate those?
No, because
so they
it's
have
so
to
easy. It's so easy to do. Children can do it.
Nobody can falsify it. Like this, it says right here that during an immense span of time, protons, right? Let's see, they should turn into other particles over, I don't know how many millions of years, right?
Why should they?
It says right here that that's the idea that they have. They just can't prove it. Just like the curvature, like the rotation, they can't prove that. So just make other claims that nobody can falsify.
Okay, since they don't know how
holes.
photons might work over vast periods of time, they don't know what the shape of the Earth. That is a stretch.
No, it's all the claims on top of each other.
Except one claim is nothing like the other.
Remember the grand unified thing? They're trying to put all the things together to come to the conclusion that you live in the fantasy that you believe. Remember
Yeah, but
that part?
but the shape of the Earth is not part of the grand unified theory. They figured that one out a long, long time ago.
Oh, you say gravity, and as a consequence, gravity, therefore Earth is globe. Remember that part?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we don't need to know if gravity can be integrated with quantum mechanics in order to demonstrate that the Earth's a sphere.
So you can't demonstrate gravity. You can't detect it. Nobody can detect it. It's not there. But it is a globe because of gravity. But it's not there. We can't detect it. We will never detect it. We can't falsify it. So therefore, it's there.
We can see what it does.
We can see what it does. Turn land masses into spinning water balls.
We know that masses attract each other. That's beyond doubt. For anybody who cares to look.
Like masses attract each other?
Yes, masses attract each other. Beyond doubt to anybody who cares to look. But you can turn away if you like. I mean, it's perfectly fine. It's a free world, mostly.
Well, turn away?
Maybe not even mostly, but it's a free world in parts.
Turn away?
You don't have to look at the masses attracting masses.
Like when I go to the grocery store and I see the massive lady, I don't feel attracted to her. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
So mass doesn't attract mass because I don't feel attracted.
Yeah, I know. It's exactly what I was talking about.
So what are you talking about? Because I don't know what you're talking about. The theory is not believed to be correct. They're trying to make one, and you say you already know.
No.
The mass attracts mass, but
if you don't know what I'm talking about, there really is no point in me continuing because
do you know what you're talking about?
We are not speaking the same language.
Yeah, because you're talking about fantasy level stuff, like a cartoon version. You're a character in this cartoon, and you're speaking from that cartoon, that imagination, you're speaking to us from there.
No.
Yes.
No, if that's what you're hearing
like
right now.
You're like an incomplete character in a cartoon. That you don't know everything about the cartoon. You just know you're part of it. You just know this section of the papers, and you know that part. But the rest of the fantasy, you don't have to know it. You're just this piece of the cartoon.
Yeah, if that's what you're getting from the words I'm saying, there is no possibility of communication.
So where is the mass attracting mass that you were talking about? Where is that?
So there's no possibility of communication between you and me.
What are you talking about?
You're hearing.
Like you don't comprehend English or what?
I do, but apparently you don't.
So you saying you speak English, but when you're trying to talk about in English about mass attracting mass, you don't know how to explain it in English.
No, I do. I can explain it to anybody who wants to. I can explain it to anybody who wants to understand. I can't explain it to someone who refuses to understand.
Understand? How?
Yes.
How can I understand something that you haven't proposed? Like you don't know what it is. You're just saying it's something by being nothing because you don't know what it is.
Yet I can explain this to a child.
Go ahead. Explain it to a child. Go ahead.
No, I can explain it to a child. You're not one of them.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. So I can explain it to children later on. And I say I learned it from. Wait, what? Someone said something?
Yeah, you guys just pretend like you don't think that masses exist and that.
Masses?
Nobody said masses doesn't exist. You said you're going to explain something. You got the floor, Scott.
You already understand what I'm talking about, so I don't need to explain it to you.
No, explain it to him.
I can't explain. I just said I cannot explain it to him.
Well,
because you're blocking yourself mentally, and you're saying no, you can't do something when in reality you can.
Because you're either incapable or unwilling to understand, and there's nothing I can
So
do
why
about
you gonna speak a different language or something?
There's nothing I can do about your unwillingness or inability to understand.
But that's something in your mind.
I
That's
recognize
not
that's
a
a limitation
reality.
that I have.
But that's something that you're making up. That's you making that excuse.
Okay.
Yeah, that's your evidence, an excuse. You won't comprehend it. That's why.
It's on my bingo card. I mean, I should have got a few people bingos, right?
Bingo.
Yeah.
Zingo.
Well, I want to hear more about these rituals and stuff. That was interesting.
I want to hear more
Why
about
did you guys
attracting
interrupt
mass.
then? If you wanted to hear more, why were
I
you
did
guys?
not interrupt. I asked for more
You did
detail on.
interrupt.
I
Stop
asked for
lying,
more
Scott.
detail. I asked for more detail, and then other people took it in different directions.
To be fair, Scott Mackey was pretty good faith in his contentions. There was a couple other people that dogpiled onto it that ruined it.
Okay, I stand corrected. You're right. I did not mute Scott because he was not acting crazy. You're right. I
He was a
apologize,
little,
Scott.
he was a little unhinged, but it's typical with a Globy reaction to anything like this.
He opened his mic as a necessity to correct you, Tiger, that you were incorrect on what you were saying. He was like,
No.
really? Do you really believe that?
I come here for this stuff. I come here to hear these stories. I would never stop them.
Don't forget, I asked him to unmute you, bro.
Don't forget.
Heretic already unmuted me, but
Scott, did you see the ritual with the Shiva statue in front of CERN? Posted it up there too at like 11:23.
oh, let me look.
They said it was the CERN researchers said it was a prank. So we got a supposedly unrelated tunnel ceremony on one side and a supposed prank ceremony right at the facility.
All right, so here's CERN saying that they can't show a supersymmetry. They can't show a grand unification of all the forces. So they claim that this existed right after the Big Bang, which is their creation myth. But yeah, that's a pretty interesting little read right there.
It sounds like to me scientists recognizing the limits of their knowledge at the moment, which seems reasonable to me.
Wait, they are using their reason to put limitations to their ideas? They're actually doing that?
Sounds like an excuse to me, Jimsy. What they're
They
doing
know
is
what they can't know yet.
They
Sorry.
can't. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to talk, but yeah.
So how do they know what happened 16 billion years ago?
They're saying energy is involved at least 1,000 million times greater than the particle accelerator can reach, but such conditions would have had existed in the early universe almost immediately 10 to the 34th second after the Big Bang.
So they will have to recreate the Big Bada Boom to be able to check if their theories are correct.
That's right. So it's unfalsifiable. Like Karl Popper said, it's not science.
Or we can just blow up the whole Earth. I mean, that's what they're trying to do. Blow up the whole Earth. They try to blow up the sky. Remember the nukes from 2 huge countries? So maybe they tried already and they couldn't.
Dude, imagine every time a Glober opened his mouth and we didn't have an argument, we had to resort to like personal attacks like, you just don't understand. Like, imagine how weak that shit is. That is some weak ass argument.
You won't get it. I'm too smart for this room. If I say something, you guys, you don't get it.
Like, if they
Listen,
said, "Hey,
like
you're wrong
like
because this, and this." That would be one thing, right? That would be honorable.
no, it's like the clergy of old. You know, you don't have the special esoteric knowledge. You don't have the PhD and the position in academia to even be able to speak on the subject, let alone hear about it.
Kind of reminds me of what was the name? The head of the dwarves. Like when they finally took the mountain, he was like, "Don't you speak to me of, don't speak to me of this and don't speak to me of that." Like he's like, they're all like secret kings. Like what's it says? They're gammas, right?
Zero.
Don't you speak to me about loyalty. Like, what do you know about loyalty?
Well, what do we conclude when we explain something and you still don't understand the explanation?
You didn't explain shit, bro. You
We
bitched
haven't
out.
passed. I mean, I don't know what else I conclude other than either you're not willing or unable to understand it.
Understand what? You didn't say anything. You're just like, nuh-uh, you don't understand.
I know. Scott, can you just like start a premise here so we can start some sort of dialogue that's meaningful?
Wow,
Okay,
you just
we'll
crushed
talk
his.
about something
Go
we were
ahead.
just talking about a second ago, masses attracting masses, right? We can set up an instrument in which we can put two masses, kind of small masses, next to each other, and we could
Like two
watch that
popcorns?
we can watch that there was a force exerted on a spring-like thing, which is a torsion wire, right? And then we can move away one of the objects, one of the masses, and we find that resets to its original position. They can put the mass back, and we can see that the little mass on the torsion wire is pulled towards it. Very small bit, but it is pulled towards it. What do we do with that when you can see the exact same thing happen and you just say, what do you say? Is it not masses attracting masses?
Well, what
Are
I'm
you
reading
actually
here from space.com
making?
says it's space-time. It doesn't say anything about mass attracting masses. It says large
That's not what I
objects
asked.
work on space-time a bit like a large ball placed in the middle of a sheet, even though the sheet's made of material and the space-time is non-material. But we'll just go with that false equivalency fallacy. Heat affects that
See,
material, deforming it, causing other smaller objects to fall toward the middle. So that would crash into each other. Once again, another false equivalency.
do you see how you just ignored my question, though, and answered a completely different thing?
I'm going over what I'm reading and sharing it. I apologize. Would you like to ask
Yeah.
your question again? I'll listen this time.
Okay, so when we hang two masses on a torsion wire and balance them, this is the Cavendish experiment, and there are variations of the exact same thing. And we take some other heavy masses and put them next to the suspended masses, and we watch those suspended masses exert a torque on the torsion wire. How do we explain that?
Mass attracting mass, but that's the law of gravity, right? So it's not the theory of gravity.
Well, we observing two sides of a mechanism.
I gotta go upstairs and fill out something for my child. I'll be right back. 10 minutes or so.
All right, be safe. Stairs are dangerous. All right, so
Larry, we're observing a device that was put together, and there is certain materials in it. Like, what type of material is it? Did he specify it, or
it's not a sheet.
we have sheets? Cavendish. Let me look the Cavendish because I've seen it a few times. But
the torsion balance.
Let me try. Yeah, and then we observe these things doing some type of movement or attraction, and then what?
I guess that proves everything that they've ever said about Newtonian gravity, somehow. Which, in my opinion, is the squatting dog fallacy. The poop hits the ground, therefore everything anyone has ever said about gravity is automatically true.
Oh, wow.
sure some of you know Chief Squatting Dog. That's like his MO. He says something that's true, and then therefore everything I say is true because of it.
And there's so many variations of the Cavendish, but isn't that stuff standing on a frame of reference that is horizontally placed under the device? Like motionless ground under it?
Yeah, they say it's motionless, yeah.
What if the ground was moving at 1,000 miles per hour? Will you be able to do the same experiment?
Well, I guess if it was a constant, but gravity is not a constant, nor is the elliptical orbit a constant, so there's two non-constants there.
So if you are in an airplane, but you are in the outside of the airplane, and the airplane is going at 1,000 miles per hour, and then you set up this device, is it gonna do the Cavendish thingy?
Probably that still would, they would still come together. Because what are the other options? You know what I mean?
Yeah. They will show that the balls on top of the motionless ground and the horizontal frame of reference, the balls on top of it are doing something. Therefore, the floor is moving and spinning and curving at multiple speeds, multiple vectors, all at the same time.
Yeah, but anybody who studied physics at least bit knows that those vectors combine into one single resultant vector.
Even the vectors that you claim but you don't have any evidence for, that you just say adding those vectors?
It doesn't matter. It results in one single resultant vector.
So the result, the phenomena that we observe, has no relation to those other vectors that you're talking about.
I have
Like
no
the
idea what
spinning of
vectors
the
you're
Earth.
talking about.
You know, the spin of the Earth is kind of like spinning on the axis.
That could be that's in there. Yeah, that's in there.
Okay. So you that is a consequence of other movement, like following the sun towards a direction.
Yeah.
That's and then the sun moving on another vector.
Correct. And at any given point in time, you can
and then the galaxy
add those all
moving
together.
in another one.
Yep.
And then
at any given point in time, you can add all those vectors together and you get one resultant vector.
You put all those vectors together, like they're facts.
Pretty easy actually.
Factual.
It's just addition. You add the x components, you add the y components, you add the z components of each of those vectors, and you have one resultant vector. It's really not hard.
And this proves that the ground under the device is motionless and horizontal, right?
No, not at all.
What do you mean?
I don't know where you got that from. Why would it prove
La La
that?
Land is not hard, man. Delusion Land is not hard.
It is, Scott. If you put this device,
really not that hard.
If you put this device on top of an airplane in the outside, not in the inside, and the airplane is going at 1,000 miles per hour, you won't have this phenomena. It's different than what you actually experience. It is a different environment from the one you claim.
What device are we talking about? I must have come in.
You know, the Cavendish, you put the things on the table, you put the balls next to each other attached to let's say, you say a cable or
a torsion wire.
Torsion wire. Don't you need like a motionless baseline to accomplish this in the first place?
No.
No, if the ground is moving, you can still do it.
Yes, of course. You just need all the objects under the same reference frame. Then we can easily do that. It's no problem.
I'm watching this Cavendish experiment right now, so-called experiment, and it attracts it, and then it repulsed it. It sent it packing, bro. So this
that's the pendulum effect.
That's the
So
pendulum effect.
it proves gravity and disprove it prove mass attracting mass and disprove it at the same time.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
good job. Good job.
Yeah, as it pulls it close, the spring is the torsion wire is going to pull it back a bit, and it'll bounce like a spring.
There's a spring involved? I didn't see a
Yeah,
spring in the
the
video.
torsion wire is essentially a spring. They're the same thing. They're resistance to distortion.
So it pulled it back and then slingshotted it forward.
No, it didn't slingshot it forward.
There's
you
many
watch-
variations of this test.
You watch it go towards the brick of lead,
Mhm.
and then it starts backing off.
Yeah. Well, what makes you think it go? What makes it go towards the brick in the first place, though?
I don't know. That's why
That's the
it's not an
important part.
experiment.
Yeah.
You could say
Why is it not
anything. Pixie dust. Pixie dust makes it go towards the brick.
Who those gnomes?
Except we can calculate the force at which it would go towards the brick based solely on the mass of the brick and the distance from the other ball.
Yeah, I can calculate how many pixies it will require to move it forward.
Okay, how do you do that?
Well, you look at the size of the bricks and the time it takes, and for every pound of lead and every minute of motion, it's going to take 500 pixies.
And you're really comfortable going with that, huh? Wow.
Well, I mean, it's just a baseless assertion. It's just as scientific as yours.
That's
no,
yours.
No, it's not,
right
because
there.
mine we can measure the mass directly, right? We can put it on a scale. How do you measure pixies directly?
Well, how do you measure gravitation directly?
No, you're
but I
actually.
tell you how I
the
measure gravitation
The
directly.
pixie dust is the replacement of the gravity that you're claiming that causes the Earth to curve and spin. That's the pixie dust, because you're doing the same thing he's doing.
Well, but then this pixie dust must have a 1-to-1 correlation with mass, then, right?
It does. For every pound, you need 500 pixies.
Okay, so then pixie dust is just an extra variable that we can't in any way measure directly, but we can measure mass directly, can't we?
No. You don't understand.
Why don't you ever answer my questions just as they're asked? Can we measure mass directly?
Yeah.
Okay. So we can measure the mass directly. We can put the mass that we just measured next to the ball. And we
As a
can
total sum of unit of quantity of something?
So if we measure the mass directly and we put it next to the suspended balls, and we find the constant distortion based directly or correlation to the mass, you don't find that sufficient proof that the masses are attracting masses and it's the amount of mass that matters and the distance to the other ball?
Yeah, but why? Why is it attracting?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter yet.
Yes, it does, because you're saying it's gravity.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does, because you're saying it's gravity.
No, the first question is, does it? Is there a correlation? Is there a consistent correlation between the mass and the distance from the other ball?
Well, I don't know. It seems to be attracting it, and then repulsing it, and then attracting it again. So, not really sure if it's an attractive force or a repulsive force. You say there's a spring,
what's
but all
the first
I see
thing
is
that
like
happens?
a wire.
So Scott, what will be the difference between the Earth doing the attraction or the heavens above pushing things towards the ground, like a push? What will be?
Because we're not talking about that right now. We're talking about this other experiment. We have these two suspended.
But in the phenomena we
masses.
observe, the attraction and repel, we see, like you're saying, it goes towards it and away from it, right?
But what happened first? What happens always first?
One or the other, right?
What happens always first?
What happens always
Come on, guys,
first?
don't run away. You can do this.
What happens always first?
The attraction.
The attraction of what towards where?
The suspended masses get pulled towards the stationary masses.
Dude, when you watch the end of this video, he shows everything in high speed, and they were just going back and forth, left and right. And then when he puts the bricks there, he put them there, and it continued going left and right, but it hit the bricks that he put in the way of the torsion balance going left and right. This is ridiculous.
Well, I don't know which one you're watching, but it's nothing like what I saw.
It's just
And
swaying back and forth like a pendulum. He puts the bricks there, and it can't sway anymore.
Let's take a look and see at this one. I'm not, there's dozens of videos on this probably.
Go towards the last part at 11 minutes.
So why can't? So you're saying the ground is the spin of the ground is causing this, or what is it causing it? The spin of the ground? Oh, 11:30 from the last video.
Yeah, you can see it wobbling. It's going back and forth. He puts the lead bricks in, and then
they bounce
it
off the
wobbles
bricks
into the bricks a few times, and then it stops.
Thirty times speed, two angles separately.
I mean, the lead ones are grounded, and the other ones are suspended in the air. So I really don't think it's pixie dust. I think it's static. I think the ground is making the lead want to seek equilibrium. The only way it can do that is for it to come together with the lead.
One more time. How'd we do? See how far counterclockwise. Say that this is the
To me, it looks like electrostatic forces trying to reach equilibrium. That's literally what I think it is.
It might be that. What do you think, Scott? It might be electrostatic forces.
How do you measure those?
Well, I mean, any guess is as good as any other guess because none of them are scientific.
Except one is. You're just ignoring it.
Oh, so it's the guess with gravity. Yes, thank you, ma'am. So it's really interesting because hold on. It's really interesting because you're saying it has to be gravity. I'm saying it could be electrostatic. Like you're taking the dogmatic approach, and I'm going, I don't know what it is, but it could be this. But in reality, it's unfalsifiable because we're not manipulating the cause. We're just looking at this effect, I guess.
No, the difference is I know this has been done hundreds of times, if not thousands of times, and various people have measured it, and they've always found the correlation between the masses and the distance, where they had mass 1 times mass 2 times big G divided by the distance squared equals the force exerted.
Yeah, but it's a correlation, causation, conflation. You said it yourself.
It is not.
It's a correlation. Yes, it is. It's not the causation.
What causes a scale to deflect and read a measurement when you put something on it?
I don't know.
Is it a cause? Is it a correlation or a
It's
causation?
it's weight. weight
So
causes it. Can you
if I
prove
step on
gravity
the
causes
scale,
weight?
if I step on a scale and it reads 190, is that a correlation or a causation? Me stepping on the scale, is that the cause of
It's a
the scale
causation.
changing?
But now put it at the
It's a
bottom of the pool.
measurement of
Put it
I
weight.
at
don't
the
care.
bottom of the pool, see how much you
I
weigh.
don't want to put it at the bottom pool. I just want to know, is that a
Push it up.
correlation or a causation?
Yeah, you're causing it.
Okay,
to
so
read a
if I put two masses next to other masses and it causes deflection, which reads just like a scale, is that a correlation or a causation?
It's a correlation because you don't know what's causing it.
How do I not know it's the cause? I know it just like I know when I stepped on the scale. It's the same exact thing.
Sorry, I'm eating. It's not the same exact thing because
What's
when
different?
you step on the scale, you're applying the pressure yourself. So you know what's causing it. You're causing it. When you put the bricks next to the balls or whatever with a Cavendish, you don't know what's causing them to attract. The electrostatic force is orders of magnitude stronger than the so-called elusive gravity. So, in my opinion, it's electrostatic. But I'm not claiming it's science. I'm just saying it could be that.
But we can measure electrostatic forces, right? And we can account for them. We can eliminate them completely, right?
How did you eliminate them? You got balls floating on a string and other balls that are on the ground. It seems like the ones in the string would have a charge, and that charge would automatically want to reach equilibrium, just like all
Why?
charges.
Why do you assume it has a charge?
Because it's in the air?
Because of what?
It's floating in the air.
And you think everything floating in the air has a charge?
You ever heard of 0-point energy? The
That
vacuum
wasn't answering my
catastrophe?
question.
Yes, everything has a charge. There's no
How
system where
do we
there's
know, how do we know everything? How do we know everything has a charge?
because everything has a minimal volt charge.
How do we
Every
know
system
that?
has it's called 0-point energy. Look it up.
How do we know everything has a charge?
Because of 0-point energy.
I know how. We measure it.
How?
Using a multimeter.
Has anyone ever told Scott? Has anyone
You don't
ever
know how
told
to
you?
measure current and
No, I
conductivity?
do. I just want you to say it.
Multimeter.
Okay, so and if we take that same multimeter that measures a charge in other places and we put it on these lead bricks and we find no measurement of a charge, what do we conclude? That the multimeter is broken, or whatever is broken, or that there is no charge? Which is the reasonable
There's
assumption?
always going to be 0-point energy.
How do you know that?
You're never, because it's a well-known thing in quantum physics. Look, it's called quantum foam.
And what scale does quantum physics work at?
Tell me a place where there is no quantum physics.
What scale does quantum physics work at? It's a simple question.
The quantum scale.
Yes, very, 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 very small, right? Is there any reason to assume that quantum affects scales to our scale, to human interaction?
Is 0.5 volts any different whether it's at a small scale or a large scale?
I have no idea what you're talking about, so I can't answer that because I'm guessing you misunderstood
0-point energy, 0.5 volts.
What does that mean? I'll tell you, I've never heard of what you're talking about, so I can't even respond to it. So I'm going to ask you to explain to me what it means.
You never heard of the vacuum catastrophe? The
I have never
Casimir
heard of
effect?
what you're talking about.
Okay,
I'll
well,
plead
look it up,
ignorance. So explain it to me.
In the Casimir effect, they have two plates side by side. When they suck all the energy out, meaning matter, and create a partial vacuum, there's way too much energy in the system. A force that's actually there, that's measurable, The Casimir force. Please do some research. This is a well-established thing.
Well, what does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Oh, what does it have to do?
What are the conditions necessary to create this Casimir effect?
The Cavendish doesn't prove anything because you're not manipulating anything. It's
We are.
just an effect.
We're changing the masses.
Okay, so the masses attract masses?
Yes.
Why?
We add more mass, we get a greater attraction. We reduce the mass, we get lesser attraction. That's called manipulation of an independent variable. The independent variable is the masses.
So don't say gravity then. Just say masses.
And the masses are attracting the masses, right?
Okay.
So we've proven that mass attracts mass, correct?
It appears to in that video. So what does that prove?
It proves that mass attracts mass.
Okay, so what is mass?
I before we move on, I want to see if anybody else will concede that here. I don't think anybody else is going to be on the page with you, Larry. Nobody wants to speak up and say that Larry should not accept that masses attract masses.
No, because when I go to the store and I see the massive lady, I don't feel attracted.
Yeah, I'm not orbiting big chicks either.
See how this works, Larry?
Yeah, it doesn't
Your own
matter what I
people
say
just want to
because
play
they don't
games.
control me.
I
They
know.
can't control what I say and what I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
So all right.
Feel guilty. Feel guilty.
So it's just you and me
Scott
then,
knows
Larry.
better.
We're in this
Scott
alone.
knows better.
Okay. So I'll proceed with you and me just in this alone. So you agree that masses attract masses, right? Do you think there's any place where masses wouldn't attract
Scott,
masses?
not right. Left.
Yeah, they attract masses because of electrostatic forces.
But we just, I thought we agreed
said
that
gravity, right?
I thought you agreed that we can measure those electrostatic forces. Did you not?
Of course
or
we
is that
can.
someone else?
Of course we can. How many electrons are in all those atoms that are clumped up in that lead right there that we call mass?
I don't know.
Would you say trillions?
Oh, it's a lot more than that.
It's a lot of electrons.
Yeah, I know.
How are you going to measure that there's none?
What else? What else is there a lot of?
Protons.
Protons. And what do protons and electrons do?
Cross cancel.
Cancel each other out, don't they? And so there's equal number of protons as electrons, then you have no net charge,
How do
correct?
you verify that?
Yeah, who counted them? I want to know this.
We can measure
Also free
electrostatic
electrons
force,
too,
can't
you
we?
know that, right?
I ask who counted them.
Nobody counted them. But do we or do we not agree that we can measure electrostatic forces? We have measuring equipment that would do that. Do we not?
I think we've already climbed this hill, Scott.
Yeah, no, but it keeps, the boulder keeps getting pushed back.
Yeah,
like
well, you never
Sisyphus.
get nowhere
It
if
never
you keep
ends.
returning to where you started.
Well, if you
You've
guys,
got equipment that can test these things, right? But is it within the right ranges? Is it the right frequency, the right hertz? Yeah. Because you've got a multimeter doesn't mean you can test a radio wave, but you know that a radio wave carries a flux in the electrical signal, right?
for electrostatic force, you need to know the frequency?
Who says that your multimeter is going to tell you anything about the electrical current that we're necessarily discussing?
Yeah, well, I went with the multimeter thing, and I knew it was wrong at the start, but I thought it was best to go with it. Yeah, I don't think a multimeter can measure electrostatic forces. They have a different device for that. Multimeters require current. You're correct. Electrostatic forces have no current.
Yeah.
That's why they're static.
You're right, Scott.
I'm aware of isn't there a tool or something that they use to find oil and petroleum deposits that somehow works on gravity, they say? I'd be kind of curious as to what the nature of that measuring tool is. If they say that they can detect gravity, which tells them where petroleum deposits are, or crude oil for that matter. Whatever that
Gravity
is,
is
I'd be kind of
speaky,
curious.
and gravity is speaky, and she wants it black. So once she's closer to oil, it just feels attracted to it.
It's called an electrostatic meter. Or a field meter.
Oh, no.
Stand corrected, thank you.
But yeah, they measure charge with that on the pyramids. As they go up, it changes current and charge. They're measured different ways, but whatever.
Cool. What about welcoming other people like Zizo?
Yep.
Sounds kind of
Z been
new.
here all day, but Z
I'm
ain't
exhausted.
talked.
I don't see many perms on that user, so that's what I thought. Where is it? Nobody else? No. Bottle lobotomy. Oh. Do you sell that stuff in a bottle?
Charles lobotomy, Richard lobotomy, what?
Bottled lobotomy.
That's funny.
Dokabe, Dokaibe, Dokkabi. No. How do you say that, Baramod? You speak Japanese. Dokabi.
Dukabi. Fuck, I don't know. Where is it at?
D? You know the D? You're always looking around the D.
Oh. Yeah, Dukabi. That's what it looks like.
Dokkabi. Because it has two Ks. You have to pronunciate the first one, separated from the second one.
You can pronounce it however you want.
Dukabi?
Go ahead, Dokaibi. How do you say that?
So you can pronounce it however you want. I don't really care.
Oh, okay.
I can say battle mod in Japanese. Zandu Matsu.
That sounds cool.
That's about all I learned.
Also, it's Korean. It's basically like a Korean demon or whatever. Or like goblin. Something like that.
Oh, that's Korean?
So it's Dauk?
Yeah.
Do Koreans use the senpai desu? Senpai? They use that? Senpai?
No, I don't think so. Maybe if they're like very into like anime or something like that, but
Oh, that's why I said like kind of like a Japanese whatever, because I saw the senpai. But yeah, cool.
So the thing is with science, we're all looking at the same results, right? So whether it's the Cavendish contraption or the double slit experiment, we're all looking at the same results. And then after we get the results, that's when the philosophical interpretation begins. So not all science is philosophy, but all philosophy is science. Wait, no, I said it backwards. Forgive me. Not all philosophy qualifies as science, but all science is philosophy. So whenever the experiment is over and the scientist starts moving his mouth, it's all philosophical, right? Is it caused because of gravity? Is it caused because of electrostatic? The truth is nobody knows. But when you manipulate the cause and you see the effect, you have a much clearer picture of what the cause is because you yourself manipulated it. So you know that this is a possible cause. It's a very highly likely cause.
Except that we can measure the mass and we can find a direct correlation in the mass, and we can measure no electrostatics, and we can't find any correlation whatsoever electrostatics, and therefore all reasonable people conclude it's the mass.
Correlation is not causation. You conflate the two over and over again.
No, I don't. When you put the masses next to something and it causes the other masses to diverge, that is not just correlation, that is causation.
Okay, so the mass appears to be attracted. Why? Why is it attracted?
It's irrelevant to whether it is or is not.
But you gotta say gravity. You gotta say this proves
That's
gravity.
a different question, though.
And this is old science from 1666, where Newton said that mass attracts mass.
But you got it backwards, though. We have called that attraction gravity. That is the definition of that attraction. We're not saying it is this thing called gravity. We're saying simply that, like what I just said, is that the attraction is gravity. Now, what causes the gravity? Why is there gravity? Is a different question. That's a hard one. But that attraction is called gravity.
Yeah,
Well,
but you keep saying we change the mass. But what you actually mean to say is you change the weight.
No, I mean to say we change the mass.
The weight.
The mass.
Well, they weigh them. They put a larger weight on there and assume that's a larger mass.
Yes, but it's the mass that matters, because the same thing happens if we went to the moon.
Well, that's what you say, but you manipulated the weight, not the mass. Or it's a category error.
It's not a category error. It's you misunderstanding what they did.
No, I know we changed the size of the weight of the leads. It's not the mass. We have no way to measure mass.
Sure we do. We got lots of ways to measure mass.
A larger object? Is this what you assume? No, you're saying weight and mass are the same thing. If you're saying we measure it, it has more weight, so therefore it has more mass. And through weight and mass, you're implying gravity because your theory of gravity implies that gravity causes weight.
No,
so then gravity would cause weight, which would cause mass, which would cause gravity, warp, and space-time. So the effect would be the cause.
No, weight is simply mass times gravity. So we take the gram, or we take the kilograms times 9.8 meters per second squared, and that gives us the newtons.
So I'm close to the bullseye shooting from the hip, right? So I'm not far from the peach tree. I'm about to get a peach.
The baseless assertion the weight is caused by gravity. You don't know what the cause of weight is. I do, because you can manipulate an object's weight by changing the relative density. Therefore, specific gravity is scientifically verifiable.
Really? So if I take an object and I put it in an airplane and I drop that airplane at roughly 9.8 meters per second squared, accelerating downwards, what does that object weigh on that scale now?
It's not going to stick to the scale because it's falling.
Why not?
Yeah, you can't measure a falling object. That's why it's called free fall, Scott.
Why not?
Yes.
Because it's not touching anything to push on.
But did the specific gravity inside the airplane change? If you're saying the specific gravity is the thing that is pulling the thing down onto the scale, we didn't change that in the airplane, did we?
Dude, if you got a lead ball in an airplane and it's nosediving...
That isn't even analogous to what he said. He said he can stop the effect by density. And you applied that to we're saying it changes in the airplane. No, there's nothing up there dense enough to support you, and you've been lifted and assisted to a higher position. So you will go back to where density allows for you. Nobody took away that. Displacement. Displacement happens when you're no longer supported by the airplane. Because let's not be coy. The airplane supported me. The density wouldn't change. You drop the airplane. You stop propelling it. There's no more propulsion. So now it's in free fall.
But Larry just said you take that object and put it on a scale, and it'll measure one thing, and you put it underwater, and it'll measure something else. Sure. What's the difference? Why is my example of putting an airplane and having the airplane drop any different?
You're talking about
I've changed the weight, right? Have I changed the weight?
No, you didn't change the medium.
Have I
He
changed
changed
the
the
weight?
medium. He changed the medium. That's why it's not analogous.
Well, but if he's saying all we got to do to
He
change the
wasn't
weight is do
changing the
something
weight. He
that
was
makes it read something on the scale
by
differently,
changing the
I've done the
medium.
same thing, haven't I?
So the weight is relative to the density of medium that supports it. That's what he's saying. And I just answered it with the same principle. You were assisted, the plane was assisted through propulsion technology. Once you're no longer supported by that, well, you're going to move to your density level through displacement. There's nothing up there to support you.
Which actually aligns with what I was saying, because the relative density is so low that it's not going to float. But if you're dropping something, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about an object that's at rest, like an anvil in a tub, and then you pour in a bunch of mercury, and then it starts to float.
Okay. What did
Like
you demonstrate?
egg and salt water? Isn't that the one?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Egg floats in salt
we
water.
did that for density in high school. I don't.
And how did you change the weight of the object?
When you add the salt, the egg starts to float. After a while, floats all
How
the
do
way
you
to the
know that?
top.
Because the
makes you think I
medium,
changed the weight?
listen, we changed the density of the medium, and the medium now supports some of your weight.
What makes you think you changed the weight?
I don't think
Just because the egg floats.
it's redistributed. Nobody's saying it's changed.
Larry said it changed the weight.
It's specific density. He's telling you specific gravity. It's proportionate to the density of the medium and the density of the object in the medium. They're just
Okay, did it change the weight or not?
If you put a scale at the bottom of the cup, and you put the egg on the scale, and then you start adding salt water and salt water and salt water, eventually the egg is going to come off the scale.
Yeah.
The water gets
so
saltier,
neutrally
therefore more
buoyant. So maybe weight is the wrong
Yep.
word. It becomes neutrally buoyant.
Okay, so we're not talking about weight
Yes.
anymore then.
No.
The weight distribution of the medium.
And so we agree now you cannot change the weight of an object, right?
I would agree with that, yeah. But we can make it
Cool.
the buoyancy of the medium to support it. So that's basically what it is.
Who was just talking to someone else? Krogood? Is that what you were talking?
Yeah.
You want to take over, man? Or are you a flat earther, a glober?
I'm a glober.
I'd be glad to step aside if you want to have some
Look,
fun.
Scott, I didn't get you
I'm getting a little
for
tired.
you to tag people out and shit, man. You better crack another one.
You're wearing me out tonight. I'm a little exhausted, so
I didn't. I
was
let
trying
you
to keep
talk.
I was trying to keep the conversation going till someone else came in. That's what I was trying to do.
I didn't wear you out. I just didn't butt in. That's
Glober
all.
point number 1, fog machines and their effects on the atmosphere.
But I mean, you don't bother me, dude. I don't think you're any more aggressive than anybody else personally, and you just meet people the same way they meet you. That's fair in my book.
Hey, do you have any links for the fog machines that you mentioned? Do you have any, I don't know,
I
PDFs or
don't
links
use
for
none
that?
of that watching the
Fog?
TV screen to figure out your
Yeah,
world.
he was asking about fog machines that are used to introduce
Yeah,
what?
frog or fog?
Fog.
Frog, like ribbit, or fog?
Fog machines.
Gaseous
Okay.
density, and it's
Okay.
observed behaviors.
So what's the question specifically about that? You're saying
you take a gas, and if it's lighter than air, it will go below the air and kind of like float down. But if it's lighter than air, less dense, it will go above the air until you reach a certain point in the atmosphere.
Till its kinetic energy runs out.
Yeah, fog machine.
Yeah, it's covered in kinetic theory. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm with you. I just wanted to be on
That
the
is why I
same.
think the globe has an atmosphere.
So now I can agree with the kinetic theory. applied to the atmosphere. Yeah, I'll agree with that. Anything in a system needs energy to do work, and it can only perform the energy it's allotted. Heat is energy. Warm air rises, cool air falls. So air that has energy rises. Air that does not have energy and starts to cool off falls. The thing I don't get how it can be true is the closer you get to the sun, as you leave Earth and move closer to it, it gets colder, not warmer. That doesn't make sense to me, but whatever.
Easy explanation.
Yeah,
So,
there's explanations don't entertain me.
Oh, they don't.
I
That's unfortunate.
probably know the mainstream theory. No offense.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to argue it, go ahead. I won't stop you. Somebody might take you up on it.
But I mean, if you're just denying it out of the gate without giving me like an
I didn't deny anything.
Okay, then fine. Vacuums create perfect zero temperature.
Yeah, we will never see a perfect zero vacuum, though.
I think he's just saying that like a specific critique would be helpful. Like a specific objection you have with the fact that like, well, how the temperature changes happen. Like, why do you not think the classical explanation makes sense?
Because we're closer, you're getting closer to the heat source. We can demonstrate over and over again, it gets hotter. The closer
Why is
you
the
get
sun
to
a
the
heat source? Explain.
Why is it not?
Why is it not?
Do you get sunburnt? Can you
So,
stay out in
when
the
you're
sun
not
forever?
so-
Hold on. Can you die from overexposure to the sun?
Yes, within a medium.
Within a medium.
Like air, yeah. Even on the flat Earth plane, why are there ice sheets or ice walls in existence if it's all equidistant to the sun, which is the heat source in this model?
Oh, there's the thing. It's not equidistant.
Not equidistant, so it's not a
Where
it's not a
where are
plane.
you getting? Who mapped it out for you?
Oh, I don't know. I can Microsoft Paint it real quick, I guess. Like this
Oh,
is how
your
I see it.
ideal. So you want to build a model and straw man me?
Let's build it together, so no straw manning.
Listen, I don't have a model, and I'm perfectly fine with ambiguity.
You don't have a model. How am I straw manning you?
I don't know.
Oh.
Because I don't have a model, and you're wanting to project one. I mean, if you can't figure it out, I'm not going to figure it out for you.
I'm just asking you to help me build the model.
The thing is,
a straw man is saying something for me. If you want to build a model for me and you say this doesn't make sense on what I think is your model, that is a straw man, is it not?
I mean, yes, but I was asking you to build the model with me. So.
No,
I was asking what model you based your argument on. It seemed like you already had your argument formulated based on this model, and I was just wondering where you got it from. I might agree with it, I might not.
I just want you to help me build it, brother. It doesn't exist
Yeah.
yet. You're arguing against things that don't exist.
Listen.
He
You will
knew
have
in
to
the
start,
first place.
Listen, you will have to start from the realist level, from your immediate experience, right? So, what the ground is below your feet. You can start there, right? And you are above the ground, so you're in a medium of air, right? You can build your model. Then there's gonna be a step that you're gonna reach or a stair that you're gonna reach that you're gonna be like, you know what? I don't have the answer to this next step, and you're gonna be missing something, and then you're gonna be asking questions like, guys, what should I put here in this model about this? And you're gonna get a bunch of replies and ideas, and then you're gonna like one, and you're gonna add that one to the missing piece of the puzzle, and then you don't really know if that one is correct or incorrect. So there's certain variables that you're gonna be limited towards, and you're gonna fail there. You're gonna be correct in certain things, like I'm on top of the ground, in the medium. I can see the waters. I can observe these phenomena happening, and you can describe all that in the model. But then you're gonna reach the unknowns, and that's what you want to know. But there's a lot of unknowns that I don't know. So we gotta maybe make it there together somehow. But not everybody's gonna take that trip with you.
Unfortunate. Do we have other conversation going on? The one I tried to do was like mercilessly fucking rejected. So any other flat earther talking?
No, you say you want to build a model in Paint based on people in the VC and their ideas. That's doable, but that's not gonna be that might be close to the realist level, but with people ideas of that, and then the unknown is gonna be added into that Paint, and we can speculate, but then you're gonna have to take it as a speculation, and it's gonna be a tough one.
Correct. But he kind of just like stopped talking, so I don't know what to do now.
But then I can show you infrared images of many. You can have a perspective, right? So you can put a bunch of let's say realist level pieces together and then draw from there. Because look, I can show you. Look, if you look across the waters, like for example the oceans or the what we call the let me post it in the chat. The abyssal plains. So we can start at the ocean floor. You see I'm posting some diagrams of that. And then you go across the water above the ocean, right? And you're gonna find infrared.
Hey, are there any real flat earthers here? Are there any real flat earthers here?
Is that Alpha Veritas?
Yeah. What's up, man?
Yeah. So
I'm listening
yeah,
at work, and oh yeah, you're talking about abyssal planes. My bad. Go on.
No, I'm just saying that the guy wants to
though.
picture. He wants to picture something in Paint, and I'm trying to give him a reference to draw from. Right, so I'm showing him from the
Paint?
bottom of the
What's
ocean.
that? Oh, but why the paint thing died? It died when the guy just like stopped.
Mm.
Unless you want to do it. Want to do it?
What happened? What happened to Scott Mackey? He was talking about some fun stuff, man. I didn't get a chance to come in here. My break time is only, it's only 30 minutes, but he said some crazy stuff, man. I was listening to him when you were talking to him, Dempsey.
Yeah.
Does that guy have any evidence of the Earth being a globe? The gentleman who just came in here thinking the Earth's a globe?
He's like in exploration mode. He wants to know beyond. I mean, what is it? What was it? The name was. Where is he? Oh, he dropped out. Oh no,
Talk about
Krogul.
Krogul?
I am here.
Krogul.
Yep.
Krogul, do you think the Earth's a globe?
Yes.
Really?
Well, I think it's more of like a rough sort of like gloopity glop instead of a perfect globe, but yeah.
Gloopity glop. Okay.
Yeah.
Who measured the gloopity glop? You know?
Well, it depends. Like a lot of different people did. So like the aeronautical people measured it in their own way, and then like the nautical people measured it.
No kidding, dude. How did aeronautical people measure it?
The sniper rifle
was the
people measured it.
Yeah, how did the aeronautical people measure it? Can you tell me? We'll start with those guys, and then we'll go to nautical. Yeah. How did they measure it?
I'm not an aeronautical engineer myself, but my rudimentary understanding is the following. In order to circumnavigate, you have to circum and then navigate, which means like you travel kind of on a curve, which shows in multiple facets of aeronautical travel, like fuel consumption.
Okay. Do they ever tell you they're traveling over a curve? Have you ever heard them ever say that? Anybody? Anyone else aeronautical?
Yep.
Yeah. Which guy said that they're traveling over a curve specifically? Do you know of anyone?
One moment.
Because what I mean to say is I've talked to pilots, right? And these guys, they're always saying, for my job, I use the Earth as if it's a flat and stationary plane, but I don't believe it is. I think it's a globe, but I use it like that, practically. I don't fly over a curve because the Earth is too big. So they would say the Earth, they treat it like flat and stationary. So I don't know who did you talk to, because the rest of the guys that I spoke to, the ones that think the Earth's a globe, they don't ever say that they treat the Earth like a globe, like they're going over a curve. They don't ever say that.
applaud
I
that.
mean,
So
compass
here are
headings
some aeronautical engineers that said the
do
Earth is round.
change.
So there's Neil
Aeronautical
Armstrong.
engineers or pilots? Now you're switching. Are they
I'm
aeronautical
naming them.
engineers or pilots?
So Neil Armstrong is an aeronautical engineer by training, right? Like he got all his certificates.
Oh, an astronaut.
He's
an astronaut.
that was his job at NASA, was an astronaut. Yeah, but he was also an aeronautical engineer, and that's why he was an astronaut.
Okay.
Then there's Buzz Aldrin. Buzz Aldrin was also an astronaut who was an aerospace engineer, which is slightly different, although technically the same, just a little bit, more in the space.
Okay, so these guys are traveling far beyond, like airplanes and that, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, Neil Armstrong was trained as an aeronautical engineer, which means not in space, and then Buzz Aldrin was a aerospace engineer, which means in space. But yeah. Then there was von Braun.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Well, no, you've given enough examples. I think we want to talk about those guys because the ones you just gave as examples is like, what did they tell you that made you understand that the Earth is a globe? Because it sounds like they told you a story and you just believed it. So how did you verify this information? It's important, right? The important step is that when they tell you something, you're able to check it out.
Gas station quality autists ask me how I verify something that professionals say, I then have to just admit that I'm not a professional. So, like, what do you want me to do?
Oh, was that an insult?
It
was. I don't know if that was it was an insult because that that snide reaction that you had to me had nothing it had nothing to do with you giving me an answer that would give us an understanding of how we know that you can verify that information. So now you're upset. You got in your feelings right now. You're in your feelings. You just want to feel something. You want to feel angry. That's okay. But what I want you to do is understand that you didn't give me the answer of how you verified it. And everybody heard you because you're on YouTube right now and all the people in here. So you didn't give me the answer, right? So what is the answer of how you verified that information, sir?
Oh,
isn't having to personally...
The answer is you asked a loaded question. So basically you're telling me to...
loaded.
Because if I go along and tell you, like, okay, so Neil Armstrong talks about, like, the curvature of the Earth in, like, XYZ category. Like, we could do that all day long. But ultimately what you just confirmed to me that you actually care about is my self-verification of it. I have not been to space. I have not received aeronautical training. I made this abundantly clear to you. And in spite of this, you still asked for self-verification. And the only reason that you would do that is just you genuinely either don't understand that I already admitted these things, or you don't respect those concepts. And if either
it's
are
not
true,
about respecting. Yeah, it's not about respecting. See, in this arena, what we try to do is we try to get everybody to be honest. If they know something, that's great. They know it, right? But if you don't know it, it's best to be intellectually honest and say, you know what? I don't know how I know that information. I trust it on faith. I have faith that that guy is telling me something, and I believe it. So the important thing is here. Yeah, not really, because I'm still talking. Okay. So the important thing here is that if we're asking a question and you say I didn't verify it, well, it looks to us like you just believe it, right? Which is okay. You can believe the Earth is a globe all day long. You can go to sleep and thinking very comfortably that the Earth is a globe. We don't care. The only thing that matters in this arena is if you can actually verify the thing that whoever, it doesn't matter who said what, right? I could tell you my fish is this big, but you will never know it until you come in and realize, what I caught. And if you don't do that, if you don't have that primary knowledge, there's no way that you can know. That's kind of like the same situation that's happening here. When you listen to people tell you stories and you just believe them without verifying them, then, sir, you're just believing it on faith. Like, it's just what we have here.
So, like 99% of human knowledge is on faith by that metric then. Like the food you eat isn't poisoning you on faith. Like the car you drive works on faith. The power that you use to speak to me over the internet operates on faith. You cannot provide
but you can investigate
explanations for any... No, you can't.
Yeah.
No, you cannot. You cannot march into a power plant and say, hey, how are you getting this to work?
Wait a minute. Yeah, hold on a second.
You cannot see electrons with your naked eyeball.
Sir?
You cannot.
Sir, no, but you're going off on a tangent. Like, I'm not talking about that.
Okay.
But the simple things that you talked about, like those things we can investigate. Like, let's say my car, right? Well, I drive my car. I can work on my car. If something happened to my car, I could take it to a mechanic or I can work on it. Either one, I can have primary knowledge of the thing that's wrong with the thing, right? So, and on the other hand, they're putting things so far out of reach that you can't work on anything. You can't touch them. You can't do anything with it. You have to talk about getting on rocket rides to go to a place that may or may not exist in your mind, but
You're lecturing
the
me
way they're
based on
telling
a
it.
false premise. When is this going to stop?
How is it a false premise, sir? You don't understand the
cannot
implications of saying
verify. Oh
you
my
don't
God.
understand.
You're
You
lecturing
don't
again.
understand the implications about saying that I just believe someone, and then you come in here
Right.
acting like you have superior knowledge, and
On
you
that,
don't, sir.
why are you
You
still
just have
lecturing?
belief.
It's all of this is on a false premise. It's just a waste of
It's
time.
that you just believe. It's a false
I
premise
It
that
is
you
it
think
is
everything's
unfair
true.
to characterize it as just faith in both instances. You know, it's not just faith.
No,
You
it's
know,
not. It's
you
not,
don't
Dr. Mike.
Whenever
answer
you turn a
questions.
light bulb
So.
on, because you cannot primarily identify an electron. You cannot see it with your naked eye. You cannot
Nobody's
look
talking about
into the
electrons, sir.
engine of a car and tell me
Nobody's talking
why
about
gasoline
electrons.
explodes when it's put under pressure and heat. You cannot
All right.
primarily verify that. You just
You
have
want to give an
faith.
excuse? Listen, bro. You want to give
Why are you
excuses
still lecturing me,
to
dude?
why?
What do you want?
Because you want to give excuses to why you believe, and
These
it's
are not
okay. You can
excuses. These
believe.
are direct
Yes, they
retorts to
are.
your argument. Direct.
You can believe, sir, that the Earth is a
There
globe,
is
and
no more
there's no
direct
harm, no
retort.
foul.
None.
But you don't have superior knowledge on the things that we're talking about here. You just believe that they are true
In the
because you
same
have
way that
faith.
you
No,
believe
you
And that's
gasoline is a
okay.
combustible substance, in the same way that you believe electricity works, right? Do you understand
Yeah,
these
but
analogies? Do you
people can
understand
work on
them?
those things. People can
Okay,
work on those
how do
things here
people
on
work
Earth.
on those things? How?
Well, they experiment with them, don't they?
Experiment
So
with
if I wanted to, yeah. So
gasoline.
if I wanted,
Do people experiment with
yes,
aerospace engineering? Do
yes,
people experiment
yes,
with
it's chemistry,
aeronautical
sir. Have
engineering?
you ever heard of chemistry, sir? Have you ever heard of chemistry? That's what
Okay,
it is.
okay, hold on.
So if
So
I wanted to know,
why are
listen,
you like this,
this is
brother?
the problem,
This
because
is
this
not a
is the
conversation.
problem,
This is a
sir.
lecture. You want nothing from
Sir,
me. You
this is
just want to speak
because
to me.
I know, sir, this is the problem. When people come in here, we have the same kind of conversation all the time. Because people think that they have superior
If you
knowledge,
put
but
a
when they come in
question
here, it's
mark at
like
the end of your sentence
we
and then
are.
continue talking, you are literally
Yeah,
not speaking to me.
you're,
You're speaking
sir,
at me.
you're upset. You're upset, and I know that
I'm
why you're
upset
You
because
sound
you're
upset.
like
not
my
following the
Hispanic
basic
neighbor
rules.
when he walks outside half naked fishing the lawn for like a fucking.
Yeah, it's
fucking
okay. You
retarded.
guys can feel upset. You guys can feel upset and give me these bad
It's not
comments. It
upset at what
doesn't
you're
bother me.
saying. It's upset at how
I
you're
mean, you are
conducting yourself. You are not
grandstanding. Put
It
it that
does.
undergoing
way.
a conversation.
Well, it doesn't bother me. You guys can say all the bad things you want. I'm still telling you that all you have is belief with faith. That's it. You just
And I
have
would
faith in these
retort
things.
that if
That's
you'd
okay.
stop flapping your fucking gums.
Okay, so now you're upset again. Okay, go ahead. If you feel like you're so mad, justify your faith to me. Go ahead. Justify that faith you have in believing other people.
Okay,
Go ahead and tell
false
me.
premise number 5. I'm not going to justify the faith. Number 1, I'm going to direct your first question. So gasoline, why do you know that it explodes?
It's a reaction, sir.
Do you have
Chemical
primary
reaction.
knowledge of that?
Yeah, of
How?
course I do.
What is
If
your
I
primary
light
knowledge?
something on fire, it will. If I light something on fire, it'll combust, right? Combustion. But look, we're getting off into
Will
the
it
weeds here.
combust in the
Like I don't
same
have
way?
to.
No, stop. Will
Sir,
it combust in the
I
same
don't.
way as
I don't.
gasoline?
Listen, it's just a false analogy
You're
that
not
you're
okay.
doing. Like
Genuinely, you're not interested.
it doesn't. It doesn't compare. How can you
Can
compare with
anyone
something that I
else
can work?
carry this conversation?
No.
Because as soon as I
Why
leave,
are
this
you so
person is
upset,
going to burn out.
sir? Why are you so upset? Like all
Because
I'm
you're not
pointing out to
conducting
you is
yourself well.
I'm not conducting myself. You're upset because you're
You're
not getting
putting
where you
question
want to
marks at
with
the
your
end of your
faith.
sentences and then continuing to speak anyway. It's literally
Yeah,
cancer.
just because you're mad, sir, just because you're mad doesn't mean that you have to stop, okay? You're just upset
It's not
because the
about me being
interlocutor that
mad.
you're
It's about you
facing,
not being approachable. You
sir,
cannot be
the
spoken to.
interlocutor,
This is
the
not a
interlocutor you're
conversation.
facing,
I am unironically
well,
just a
it
shower
is.
thought to you.
Well, not really, but like I really want you to give it the best
Every
you got
word
with
that
at
comes
least.
pouring out of your fucking mouth is not meant to
Why
be
are you so
responded to
upset,
in any
dude?
way.
You know, all it is you trying to justify your
You're
faith to me. That's all you're doing, and then
like,
making
I can't
analogies
respond
as
to you.
to
What do
why
you want
you.
me to do? There is no response I can give because
Well,
you'll just
where
keep
else,
talking.
sir?
I think it's
If it's not.
unfair to just call it faith, as in like a religion to be faith or whatever. Like
Well,
it's not
what
just.
else can I say, Dr.
See,
Mike?
Well,
you
yeah,
What
can't
else
I
even
can I
let
say?
other people
I
talk.
can
This is how cancerous you are.
I can try and
Yeah,
explain it.
go ahead.
Okay, like
Go ahead, Dr. Mike.
you know what appeal to authority is, correct?
Of course.
Okay. Do you think every appeal to authority is fallacious?
No.
Okay. So we agree that there can be like some authorities that we can appeal to in a conversation or in our like daily understanding of things, right? That's essentially what he's doing.
Yeah.
Just an appeal to
Yeah, I agree.
authority. You know, like he
No, 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 no. Wait,
understands.
stop.
He
No, no,
well,
no, stop.
can I
No,
make my
no,
argument in
no,
full
no,
or not?
no,
No.
no, because
Okay.
you're
Well, then
incorrect.
mind
Stop.
read
Wait.
me,
I
please.
told
You're
you.
Go
incorrect.
for it.
You're incorrect. Stop. You can't keep going because you're incorrect. I agreed that you can appeal to authority, but in this specific case, you can't do so because the fact of the matter is you can't do what they're doing. So investigating what they're doing is out of the question. It's out of the question. When I want to investigate something here on Earth and appeal to somebody that's doing something here like chemistry, physics, I can ask somebody that's in authority and they can show me a method and I can attempt to do it if I wanted to, or if not, I can just take their authority for the matter.
Well, that would be a
But the
bad
thing is,
appeal to authority, but
well,
okay,
yeah, I
continue.
know, but like
Well,
bad
I don't know
appeal
why you'd give
because
it as an example then as a good like appeal to
yeah, because
authority.
yeah. So if people listen, if people that are in authority right now that have went through schooling
No,
for
it's not about
something, right?
people. That's a bad appeal to authority.
Yeah,
Don't
but you
appeal
didn't let
to
me
like
finish.
a quote of a guy. Well, you're also not letting me
Okay,
finish. But what you're saying so
okay.
far
So
is
if
incorrect. I'm also
somebody,
correcting you.
yeah,
Okay,
you
continue.
didn't let me finish, dude. If
Yeah,
somebody
as you
wanted to
didn't
be
let me
like,
finish.
all right, Doc, bye. Here's what we're gonna do, bro. Just relax, man. And the reason why I'm saying just relax is because if somebody's in a specific field and they acquire, more knowledge and they become, professors or whatever, and they study physics or chemistry or something, biology, something that has to deal with the physical and natural world, well, we can doubt what they're saying, right? Or we can follow a method in which they're showing us like what to do if you want to find something out. And all we have to do is either accept or test it out ourselves. Now, the problem happens is when these other guys in authority, right, the ones that are telling you that the Earth is a globe and, it's
No,
spinning
I
in the
don't
vacuum of
agree.
space. Well, it
You
doesn't
asked me
matter because
right. I'm saying I don't agree.
I know because you have a
Well,
faith
you
and
can just
belief in
keep
space.
muting me and talking over me. But like,
Well, I didn't mute you, but like the problem is you're not letting this sink in, right? Because the people in authority that are telling us about the physical and natural world, we can actually do something about it. We have the access to it. Now, the people that are in the other side of authority with this whole space religion, they have you believing things and you can't check it out. You don't know anything about it. And you have this like half-hearted attempt to come in here and say that you do know something about it. And then when we ask you, sir, it's just faith. You're like, no, it's not faith. It's real things. And I'm like, okay, so what real things can you tell us about that fantasy arena that they're telling you that exists above your head? And you have no answer for that. So with what I'm saying, with the authorities that you can put your trust in are the ones that are working on physical natural world items here on Earth. That's what I'm saying. And because you can test them out. If they're not saying something true, check it out for yourself or put it against somebody else that's working on something here on Earth. That's okay. It differs from those other guys. There's a pseudo scientific realm, sir. It's called scientism. It's a religion. And that's what it is. And the people that come in here want to believe in that religion. That's all it is. So, I mean, whether you believe that or not, that is the case. The gentleman's not going to get in a rocket and goes to some area like where the other guys did. There's no way that's going to happen. So we're stuck with, just people believing in things and coming in here and saying that we, we're speaking nonsense, so. And I
next
wish him well.
Oh, you're not finished. I'm sorry.
I wish the guy well, and he's probably going to go to bed thinking the Earth's a globe. That's okay. And so will you. But no one's stopping you from believing, dude. Like, the only thing we're saying here is there is no evidence of the globe. There is no evidence of anything that the
No, I
globe
know
has to
that's what you're
offer.
saying.
Nothing.
Do you think that was
Well, prove me
confusing?
wrong.
I don't know why you're
Yeah,
stating that.
prove me
Okay,
wrong.
so
Prove
I'm
me wrong.
like, I don't know why you're redirecting this conversation to prove me wrong. Like, remember what I was
Yeah,
trying
prove
to
me wrong.
explain to you is why his appeal to authority is not fallacious and is not fate. That's all I'm trying to do. I know what you're saying, prove me wrong. Like, we're in a complete different conversation after you had your nice little soliloquy. Next time you mute me, I will just deafen myself, okay? And then you can ban me again and you can cope harder, okay? So I will try to explain again what I was trying to explain initially.
Guess he's not going to explain. That's okay. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Poor unfortunate souls. Yeah, it's okay. If you mute me again, I'm gonna deafen, and then you're gonna cope harder. I got you, flat earther. Methinks you are gonna mute me. Me will deafen. For sure. Hate begets hate. What up, dudes? That guy needed a binky, huh? Poor little binky. Hey, yo, Crit, are you here? It was the guy that came in yesterday was pretty upset with you. Where's that guy Crit at? I'm like, dude, you can talk to us. Nah, but where's Crit at? I'm like, what the hell, bro? We're not good enough for you or what? Who else is in here? Hello, hello, hello.
Everybody got scared, Mickey.
Huh?
I say
Oh, yeah.
everybody got scared, bro.
Yeah, but you know, everybody was kung fu fighting too. Those
Right.
cats were fast as lightning.
Before you came in.
I know. I ruined everybody's fun. My bad. All right, let you get back to the regular scheduled programming because I got to get back to work anyways. But now I'm such a Debbie Downer when I come in here with these guys. But like, dude, I don't know how to deal with that.
Don't worry about it, bro. They kept mentioning things that were like, applied sciences. Like, you believe in gasoline, right? Like, no, we don't believe in gasoline. We know about gasoline.
He was grasping at straws. It was so funny. I could have got him on that point and just really talked about like chemistry and that, but I'm always like, at that point, it's like, dude, just like really shellacked himself. Like he could have went with any other example. I didn't want to give him one specific one, but he went with the one that everybody knows how it operates, like for sure. I mean,
shut up, nigga.
Did I trigger some? I triggered the globies. He called me a gas station autist. What in the world?
Yeah, maybe you should sell him some Preparation H.
He dug deep down in his soul for that one, dude. I know he was like, I gotta give him a zinger of all the mother of all zingers. I know he must have reached down deep in his derogatory basket, just laid it on me. It's all right. Lately, I've been on a different tip. Lately, I'm usually aggressive, but I was kind of aggressive, but not really. I'm having fun with it these days. I like to see the meltdowns. I enjoy the spirals.
You know the
Jekyll,
funny
are
thing.
you here? Oh, go ahead, Kimbo.
Yo, Mickey, you know the funny thing? Scott was here talking the whole time, and he knew somehow that you were about to go on break, so he dipped.
Yeah.
Damn.
Bro, he knows your schedule, bro. That's crazy.
He knows my schedule. He knows my schedule. And I guarantee you, watch this, Kimbo. He's going to pop right back on when I'm off. Watch this. He'll be back as soon as I'm gone. He knows because he knows like 30 minutes of every, it's like from 12 to 1, my time. He'll time it. He's like, oh, if I stay away from the chat at this to this, I'll avoid alpha. Like, because he knows every time like he comes in here, He's just like, dude, you're just lying. Stop it. That's the only thing he tells me. Because listen, if you want to hear his ultimate globe proof, and Larry, if you talk to him again, ask him about the reciprocal zenith angles with his theodolite, and he'll tell you all about it. Like he'll be so happy. He'll be like, dude, really? Oh, let me talk about it. And he'll tell you how you can see 75 miles away with the rangefinder on the. Oh, because and I asked him, like, theodolites have the little rangefinder on the on top of the device, and I asked him, how far can you see with that thing? He's like, well, you can see billions of miles away. I said, oh, really? Billions of miles? No kidding. Like, that's a pretty cool device. I was like, how do you know that, Scott? He's like, well, we see stars. I was like, oh, okay. And my thing is, don't mute Scott, man. Let him talk. Like, he's a veritable gold mine of, like, numpty clips. So just let him go. Like, he'll eventually tie himself up in a knot. I mean, if you allow him to, that is.
Don't forget to ask for the model.
Was that? Oh yeah, Mick. Oh well, yeah. Ask for the model number, Larry, if you talk to him, of the theodolite that he used. Yeah, he's gonna tell you it's not important. Why do you need that? It's not important. Like it's like, dude, it's the freaking specs. It's gonna tell you what the device, like its parameters, what its capability is. He's like, you don't need to know that. Oh, okay, Scott, that's fine. We won't worry about your little globe test, but I just he usually shellacks himself. He's a resident glober. I call him the Oracle because he's always foretelling things of the future and whatnot. But anyway, he'll be back here in just a moment. He's probably listening to the live stream right now. I'm going back to work, Scott. You can come back in. I'll catch you guys later.
All right, bro. Take it easy.
Peace. What's weird about Scott is, and I'm not really saying anything bad about him because he's not here, but what's weird to me is that it seems like he's trying to convince me personally that the Cavendish is an experiment and it's like good science and it's not just a baseless assertion that because these two things come together, therefore everything we say about gravity is true. And it's like, bro, first of all, it's not even the right gravity. Second of all, like this is from like the 1800s and you're not manipulating the variables. In the 1800s, they knew about variables. So this is like some weak shit where they're just, asserting that it's gravity. And they didn't even know about electromagnetism back then. Like it wasn't on the radar. Incoherent static electricity, static charge, static force, like allegedly during this time, like it wasn't even on the radar. So I just I can't buy it. It's not viable science to me whatsoever.
Right.
So I guess
Well,
if you do buy it, it requires faith.
Uncle Larry, so can you explain to us, help us out a little bit? Well, help me out a little bit. So, somebody trying to replicate the Cavendish experiment. I haven't watched the video yet, but I tried to search for it before. I saw it pop up, but I haven't get a chance to it. So, can you explain why they keep claiming that Cavendish experiment proved gravity?
What I saw was when I watched the video just now that they had these two cylinders made of lead on a balance. So they're perfectly balanced in the air with a rod tied to a string hanging from the ceiling or something, right? So these two weights, they're hovering like inches above the ground and they're oscillating like back and forth. It goes clockwise like 10 degrees, counterclockwise 10 degrees, clockwise 10 degrees. And then when he puts the really big lead cylinders next to the oscillation zone, it goes back to clockwise, and then it holds a position, and then it backs off for a second, and then it goes back to it, and then it backs off, and then it goes back to it, and then the video ends. For all I know, it kept oscillating back and forth, and he just cut the video, making it look like it stopped. So I don't know how this proves anything. And the video's in the chat. I think I posted in the chat for everybody to see it, but it doesn't really prove anything to me. I mean,
So, but they also have a pole on the top, right? Because I seen they have a pole on the top that tie down with some type of maybe like string or rope or something, right?
yeah, it's a balance. Like, you know, the Justice, Lady Justice, she has the scale. It's kind of like that, but the scale is perfectly balanced.
Right. I see.
And the scale's perfectly balanced, so the scale isn't going up and down. It's going clockwise and counterclockwise, looking down on it from the ceiling. So it's oscillating back and forth like a fan. It goes a little bit left, and then it goes right, left, and then right. And then he puts some cylinders there, and it keeps going left and right, left and right. And then he stops the film right as it appears to be stuck onto it. But I think it was still oscillating.
Right.
So I don't think that proved anything.
Like swinging back and forth?
Yeah.
Anyway, okay.
Yeah. Like the tall fans that stand up and blow like the entire couch instead of just one spot.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to check it out. But thank you for explaining to me. Thank you, Uncle Larry.
Yeah, no problem, bro. Anyway, that's what I saw. Saw a video that was cut too quickly, and they should have kept filming it for hours to let us see that indeed it was attracted to it and it stopped oscillating. But they didn't do that.
Right. And they kept saying like, "Oh, that proved gravity," right? They kept, claiming.
Yeah, according to Scott, that proved gravity. And to me, that's a baseless assertion because you don't know what's causing that. Whatever
what is
contraption.
What is causing the movement?
We don't know.
Well, there is movement though, right?
Yeah. Oscillating back and forth.
There's oscillations. So something's causing movement, right?
Yeah, but there was movement before the mass was set down next to it.
Was it? But what did it change? But the movement changed when you added mass?
It kept oscillating. It kept going back and forth like a pendulum.
Okay. And so like when you added mass, did anything happen?
No, it kept oscillating.
It kept oscillating.
Yeah, Scott called it the pendulum effect.
So the added mass created made it oscillate?
No, it was oscillating before the two cylinders were set down. It was oscillating back and forth. When he put the cylinders down, it kept oscillating. And then he ended the video at the last moment when it was oscillating and it appeared to be touching the other cylinders. But I think if
what made it oscillate? Well, what made it oscillate to begin with?
I don't know. It was automatically
something
doing it.
did. The mass. So there's
How
mass.
do you know that?
Well, because they added. He said you added a cylinder, and that made it oscillate.
No, it was oscillating before the two cylinders were put down.
Did he like push it? Did he like make cause motion?
No.
Well, what was making him oscillate?
I don't know. You have to watch the video. It was oscillating before he put the cylinders down, and that was the beginning.
And then what happens when you put the cylinder down?
It kept oscillating. Watch the video, bro. I don't want to talk to you
about it. Nothing changed. Was there any change in the oscillation?
Yeah, there was.
So the added cylinder changed. So it responded to the additional mass which was the cylinder that was added.
Yeah, but not in the way you think. It's not like it grabbed it and then didn't let go like a force.
What did it do? It just kind of like
it kept oscillating.
Created a field. So you could see that there was a gravitational field between the extra cylinder and the oscillation.
I saw no such thing.
Well, that's what you just said. You said there was a change in oscillation.
Yeah, because he put something there.
Right. But did the cylinder like
Then you're
touch it?
Yes, but it
Really?
was put right where the cylinders were already oscillating to. It's not like he put it like 5 inches over, and the last time it oscillated, it attracted like a force. It wasn't like that at all. Watch the video, bro. I posted it a few minutes ago. Let me see if I can find it.
What time?
I'm looking. There it is. 48 minutes past hour. Let me see if I can reply.
48.
Yeah, there it is. It's down at the bottom.
Oh, there it is. YouTube.
Yeah, if you go to the end, you can watch it all
there
fast
it is.
forward.
Okay. I was distracted by Christian Bale's handsome face. All right, let's do a quick 15 minutes. All right. Well, they're placing lead bricks. May I stream? I can stream a thing, right? So here's the addition of bricks. So they were pretty much not moving at first. There we go.
That's not true. Did you just tell a lie? You said it wasn't moving at the beginning.
You can see like before. See, like they're just chilling.
Bro, you gotta watch it.
They're moving in a different direction. They're moving in a different direction than where they put the bricks.
You gotta watch the whole video, dude.
Oh. Yeah. Nope. Yeah, look at that. They're going in.
Fast forward to the third section.
Towards the bricks.
Fast forward to the third section.
All right. Well, hang on. I want to see what this does. Okay, so obviously they're going towards.
Yeah, you can see clearly it's twisting back, like away from the direction that the bricks would be in. By the time it gets to the end of that sort of twist, then he places the bricks when it's at the peak of its torsion, already placed there. Then he puts the bricks in, and then it starts coming back, just simply with the balance of the string. Yeah, you lied. It's definitely the whole time because it's not sped up.
What are you talking about?
So for
what do you mean I lied?
331,
you can see them
so
not
for 331
going in that direction.
Okay, well maybe you didn't see it. So pay attention. When the timer says 331, like exactly, look and it's rocking backwards, and then he places the bricks there, and then it twists back just like it was already
Yeah, but
twisting.
it doesn't ever do that. It's not. Look, it's just sitting
You are lying.
look at the direction and where they're going.
No, you're lying.
What are you talking
Yes,
about? What do
it
you mean
was
I'm lying?
twisting
We
away
can all
at
see
the
it with
end
our
of
eyes.
its at the end of its twist at 812. So now it's all the weight has already rocked all the way to the end of its twist, and now it's twisting back because the whole thing has been twisting the whole time before the brick was placed there.
Right.
So at 812,
Rewatch it again, bro.
look at
You're saying
8
it's just a
minutes
coincidence
to 812.
that it went
No,
rocked back?
it was already
saying-
coming back already, bro. You know, and then he placed the brick after that. It was coming back anyway.
Just look at
Yeah, he placed the brick right when that little bit of twist that was in the line still, that unstillness, he placed it right when it went to its max of the first direction, then it starts coming back. Like, it's ridiculous. And when he
look at
gets
my
the
screen?
bricks, it's twisting still till it ends. in the wrong direction, then it comes back. Yeah.
Look at my screen, please. It's the same video.
You don't see that like obvious like attraction. Look at that. Boom.
Bro, I just asked you a question. Can you see my screen?
No. I
Yes.
cannot see your screen.
Yes, I can see
Can
your
you look
screen.
at my screen?
Okay, I can look at your screen.
The same video.
Yeah.
It's oscillating back and forth like a fan. Then he puts the bricks where it was oscillating to. And then he cuts it. Oscillating.
It's black. Your screen's not showing.
Is that true, guys?
Yes. But yeah, now I can see it.
Yeah, see, look, it doesn't oscillate as much. Boom, you just showed it.
He cut it.
No, watch. No, you didn't. No, bring it back a little bit.
He calls it noise. I call it oscillation.
Yeah, but what do you can see it.
Yeah, it's oscillating.
Right there, yeah, and that yellow X.
And then
Look
he
at the
cuts it
yellow X.
right there.
But the oscillation changes when there's bricks there.
Yeah, because he put the bricks there. It couldn't oscillate all the way.
See, but then look, and it sticks. Look, and then when the bricks are there, it doesn't oscillate as much. So the oscillation changes.
Right, because it's
only
being
because the bricks
stopped.
are there.
It's like pushing on the fan to keep it from oscillating all the way.
What do you mean
Just watch, bro.
Touch.
Watch. Clockwise. Counterclockwise. Clockwise, counterclockwise, clockwise, counterclockwise, clockwise, counterclockwise, and cut.
What? It's about the change in oscillation.
Yeah, because he put something in the way.
What do you mean put something in the way?
You have confirmation bias, sir.
Oh man. Sorry, Larry.
Yeah, no, it never stopped oscillating. It rocked there, it rocked back. It's the whole thing swinging. Never, the bricks didn't do shit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how somebody could call that a success.
What's a torsion string? Do you know what a torsion wire is?
Dude, you just need to look at 8 minutes, and then just watch 15 seconds. The thing's fucking rocking. Like it's just intellectually dishonest that you're just sitting here and lying to us.
I'm sorry that your eyes see something completely different than what everyone else can see.
Dude, okay, it's not everyone. You're the only one that's thinking you're not seeing from 8 minutes rock away, and then he puts the bricks down, and then it just starts rocking the other way. Then it starts rocking, and then it gets close to the brick, and then it rocks back the other way. The whole thing's oscillating, right?
But they very specifically don't.
I don't understand.
Watch from
how
8
could you
minutes.
not see that? I don't understand how you could not see that, bro. Like it's clear. It was swinging the other way, and all of a sudden, right, it was coming back, and then the dude replaced the rock right there, and then it came closer, and you say, "Oh, look at that mass attract mass, bro." It was coming back anyway. You didn't see that? How could you not see that, bro?
But you can see it like because they have a stopwatch right there on the screen, so you can see the change in time. So even if it was moving,
to the stopwatch.
The LED
33 minutes
changes
31,
the
and it takes about a minute.
You think it's just oscillating
It takes about a
randomly,
minute
and
for
then
it to rock away. Dude,
and then watch
okay,
when
if you want to lie to yourself, it's okay. You're just lying to yourself.
There's no lies though. We can all see that the oscillation, quote unquote, changes because of the brick.
Because he put it in the path of the oscillation, bro. If he would have put it outside of that path and it would have attracted and then stopped oscillating, I would be forced to say, yeah, this is weird. This looks like mass attracting mass. But what this actually looks like is oscillation obstruction.
Right there, dude. Like you can't see that. Watch when he puts the bricks down. Boom.
Dude,
Immediately,
it's bouncing away
they
from
immediately attract the. Boom! Look at that. That's so obvious.
He put the brick
How do you
down
guys
at
not
the
see
end
that?
of the oscillation.
Boom, look at that.
It was
Right
already
there.
headed back.
What? No, it wasn't. It was literally going away from that, and then they puts the bricks in there. Boom, and then immediately they get attracted. Are you kidding me? Look at that. You can just watch it over and over again. 50 times speed. Watch this. I see this just chilling. Whoa. Bricks. Bricks. Oh, immediately. Look at this. Bricks. Attract, hold. It holds. Attract, hold.
You say it holds, but the video ends. We don't get to see if it actually
Yeah, because it just sits there, because it's not going to go anywhere.
It doesn't hold. It started rocking back away from the bricks.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
Yes, they do.
Look. You can see where look, you can see the angles. Why would it rock back? Why? See, because you guys are wondering about what happened. Like you see the phenomenon, and then you're like, oh my god, what happens after this phenomenon that we just witnessed? Like you guys are missing. You guys are like missing the forest for the trees.
Why did you pause it right there? Because it started swinging back.
What? Well, it doesn't matter. The phenomenon was already established.
You know what a force is?
If it's, what do you think it's going to do after it swings back? It's going to swing away, and then what?
It's going to keep oscillating.
Okay, and then but what is going to happen when it comes up towards? What's going to happen when it goes towards, when it comes closer to the bricks again?
We don't know. The film was cut. Why did he cut the film there?
Well, dude, it's obviously. Well, wait a minute. Why do you think it wouldn't do what it just did?
You mean keep oscillating?
What? But it didn't oscillate when they first put the bricks there.
Yeah, it's been oscillating the whole time. It never stopped moving.
Look. What?
It never stopped moving.
Yeah, look at 8 minutes. Look at 8 minutes.
Yes, it literally. Wait a minute. You say it never stopped moving. Okay, wait a minute. So
it's moving the whole time, right up till he puts
you can see that it stopped moving right as
he cut the video, right?
There. Wait, no.
You paused it
because you can see. Look. There's multiple movements. Look, see how it bounces multiple times. See, look. You're saying that it keeps oscillating, but it doesn't. Look, it's actually attracted to, because you can see the timer moving, and you can see that it's going in, out, and then watch, in again every little half second, in, out, and then are we gonna? So wait a minute. So now tell me, I'm gonna bet you $10. Is it gonna go in or out? No, I'm just kidding. I'm not really doing it right, because it's gonna go out again, and then it looks like that was it, because now the inertia, the acceleration of what was oscillating, is finally overtaken the gravitational pull of the brick. But you can go right back. You can go right back and see that.
Now you rewinded it to make
times.
it look like it's attracting again.
What? What do you
Funny.
mean? What? That it got attracted multiple times? See, right there. Nice and held.
Do me a favor. I want you to see what a real force looks like. Do this with some magnets, so you can see what a force actually looks like.
Oh. Well, magnetic force is not gravitational force, my friend.
I know. It's a real force, not a weak one.
Wait. A weak force is still a force, though, isn't it?
Well, actually, according to Einstein, it's not even a force.
Well, what is it?
A pseudo force.
Ooh. Pseudo force or a...
You do know what a grammatical qualifier is, right?
Grammatical qualifier.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure about this context, though.
Yeah, if I say I'm a man, you know what that means.
Okay.
I'm a man, okay? But if I say I'm a good man, well, that's a qualifier. I'd change that word man completely by putting the word good in front of it.
Good man.
So a good man, I don't know what the fuck that means, right? What's a good man?
Good
I know what a man is.
It's got principles,
so
and
I know what a force
for others,
is.
and isn't
Right, so it's changed the meaning of the word. Right? So a force is not a pseudo force.
Well,
like
a
science
pseudo force
is not
means not a real
pseudoscience.
force, but gravity is
Right.
real.
Then why did he have to pause the video and cut the video? And why didn't he show it when it wasn't oscillating?
It did.
Dude, it was never not oscillating.
Well,
he called it noise. It was never not showing noise.
What do you mean? We clearly watched the piece of metal stop and attract towards the lead.
Dude, you paused it, and he
I
cut
didn't.
it.
I was literally no. I was actually showing it in frame for frame that it didn't just that I didn't just pause it. That the lead was actually moving, even though it had inertia. That it was actually being attracted by the mass itself, the lead.
And repulsed. Attracted and repulsed.
Well, no, eventually there was inertia, because I think that torsion wires makes it. I think the wire actually causes it to have that
sounds like an
oscillation. Because I mean, it's just not. It's obviously not like it obviously didn't oscillate from by magic. Like they obviously pushed it to give it motion, or like it wouldn't just oscillate
Why would
forever.
they do that?
Because that would be like perpetual.
Why
Eventually,
would
it
they
would
do
come to
that?
rest.
Why wouldn't they just set it next to it, perfectly still, and we can watch it gravitationally
Because we want to see the
pull?
change. We want the thing we're looking at in this experiment is the change in oscillation, not whether or not it keeps oscillating after. No one cares about what happens after. It's not important.
So you mean to tell me that you can't just put a torsion balance down perfectly still and then put some weights next to it and it's going to automatically start attracting to it like it would with magnets?
It'll do this little attraction game with the gravity and the lead brick, and then it'll oscillate back around, and then it'll do the same thing until air friction prevents it from continuing, and it'll just come to rest.
It looked like that thing never came to rest to me.
Well, I mean, do you think that thing just oscillates forever?
I don't know. He cut the film.
Nothing oscillates forever. I'll just tell you that.
Okay.
You know, nothing oscillates forever?
Yeah, I know that.
Okay. So we're good.
So you think that proves gravity? That's enough for you?
Well, that is literally the gravity we see with our eyes.
Gravity we see with our eyes. So
Yeah.
the thing's
And no,
oscillating.
that thing hanging there literally would just constantly be, as long as there's an environment, like that thing would not be still. Like you would have to go through great measures to make that perfectly still. So I don't know what you're talking about. It wouldn't just. It would just. If you leave it alone, no. It is, as long as there's anytime the air condition comes on, like that thing is not isolated. That thing would never come to rest completely. It would need to be in like a contained box, isolated, for it to ever even attempt to try to come to that. And then any vibration would keep it moving. That would be the what did the guy call it? You were calling it oscillation, but
noise.
Yeah, it'd be noise in the system. Yeah. So, and clearly, it's clearly rocking back and forth and it's blatantly moving
It comes
away.
to rest. Ideally, you would want it to come to rest, but it doesn't really matter because
you don't know that, bro. He cut the video.
You said that there would be a change in the oscillation, and there was no change. It just kept oscillating.
No, it literally
didn't have any change at all. So even the little bit that you're trying to grasp onto, it didn't happen. No change.
But it's usually, I mean, you understand that oscillation
didn't
was from an
hold on to it
external
like a
disturbance,
magnet.
right?
Didn't do shit.
If you
It's
have
just
a pendulum,
it's just balanced.
If you have a pendulum and it's swinging back and forth, and you put a brick on one side of it, it's going to change the oscillation because you've added obstruction to the full range of motion. Now, if you think that proves gravity, I don't know what to tell you, bro.
So I'm sorry, but you do know that you can do that experiment from stationary objects, right? And put the lead. So even if that was stationary, even if those pieces of metal were stationary, and then you put the brick next to it, the bricks would then start the oscillation. So whether or not they're oscillating is completely irrelevant. It just doesn't matter.
Cite your source.
I mean, that's what there's a lot of Cavendish experiments. So the one that you're using is just a poor example of Cavendish because it's already moving. So even though it still is good enough for most reasonable people, like it's not perfect because the objects are already moving from disturbances from being set up. But normally you would wait for them to come to rest because obviously friction.
Yeah, it's not perfect because it doesn't show anything at all.
Well, it's showing. We can see the gravitational pull from the pieces of lead.
You can just see the
oscillation to change.
The little string swinging. You can just see it swinging.
Because you can see with the yellow bars that they show the change. If you show
swinging the whole time, it was swinging before the bricks were put there. So no.
Where it's just like swinging like gingerly, but then when you put the lead bricks there, they quickly attract towards the
that didn't happen either.
Field of the brick. Well, they do. You can see it.
None of that happened. No.
Right.
Things
I guess
just
we'll
swinging.
just have to disagree to disagree.
Just swinging. Free swinging. Bricks didn't do shit.
I mean, they put yellow. That's why they put the yellow bars there and the X to show that they didn't do the same thing. You can see with that yellow bars when they pause it, and then they show that the the oscillation changes, and then it actually stops momentarily.
Yeah, the oscillation, it changed from that one direction to the other direction. It went back.
Towards
It
the
kept
bricks.
oscillating within that X. Yeah, no, the brick didn't do anything.
But they
It just
immediately
was
changed. There
oscillating
was a
within
time.
that range the whole time.
No,
The whole time. No, yeah.
no,
The
that's a
whole
lie.
time.
I would have to
No,
call that a lie.
it's actually just, you can actually just watch the video. The video's there. It's not like it's
We'll need
secret knowledge.
a
The video's
video.
there.
We need a
It's
video
just swinging,
of a stationary Cavendish
swinging
experiment.
the whole
Is what we
time.
need.
Never stop swinging.
Well, except when they put the lead there, it stopped at the lead.
No, the video stopped. That's the only time it stopped, was when the video stopped.
No, because you can see the lead moving. You can still see the object moving slightly. It's only oscillating a tiny bit because of the gravity of the lead. We showed like time passing by. Like I literally did it frame for frame, and you can't deny that the time passed in the video and the piece only wiggled slightly because it was being attracted to the lead. So you'd have to
No, it
concede
moved.
that we
It
saw
moved.
that.
Yeah, I got a video.
But I did it frame for frame.
I'm looking
We
right
saw it
at it.
physically
No, I
happen.
put it on
It wasn't just paused.
the slowest speed. I don't know what you were trying to show, where you were like going back and forth on the thing, saying
That
like,
it
"Oh, it's
wasn't just a
it's
paused
pulling
video. That
back
it was
and forth."
physically
No, the
attracted.
thing just free swung to it and free swung away from it.
No, it stayed after it
Because the
was
whole thing
attracted
was,
to it.
no, it didn't stay. It
Because it didn't even swing as
immediately
far
started
away as it usually
departing.
did. Because normally it swings
No,
away for a certain
dude. Okay,
distance, but it
dude.
didn't. It
The
went right
video's
back to the
there.
lead.
The video's there. If you want to play pretend, good for you.
Yeah, we can go through it frame for frame, but it's too late for me. But great talk. I'll talk to you guys later. Have a good night.
Here's another one where it stopped. It's not oscillating. There's very little noise, and when he puts the big ass lead balls there, nothing happens. So where's the gravity? Timestamp at 2:23. Absolutely nothing. Yeah, what you did differently, bro, is there wasn't a huge oscillation, and you didn't pause the video on purpose to make it look like it stopped. The only thing stopped was the film. Or the recording. I'm old. This is so dumb.
Hello, gents. Can someone please explain what I'm supposed to be seeing here? I don't understand. I just see, like, things moving towards these green slabs. What's that supposed to mean?
Are you talking about the Cavendish demonstration?
Yeah, but I don't know what I'm what I'm supposed to be looking at. Like,
It's supposed to be demonstrating that mass attracts mass, but when you look at the video that I posted at 25 minutes after the hour, it demonstrates no such thing.
okay. I was watching that one first. Should I watch that one?
You watch either one. I don't care.
One. Which? Okay. So break is saying from 7.
I can't believe people fall for these pendulums. It's crazy because I used to hypnotize people in my garage with my dad's pocket watch, acting like a pendulum.
You used to hypnotize people in your dad's garage?
In my garage with my dad's pocket watch.
Ah. Until the FBI shut you down.
No. Until I got my friend to bleed out of one side of his arm and not the other.
That'd probably be a good place to stop. Yeah, I agree with you there. Okay, so Mr. Larry, I'm watching. I'll just watch the other one because that's one you referred to. What timestamp should I go to?
On which video?
Your one, the Steve Mould one.
214.
214. Okay, so I'll just tell you what I'm seeing first, because honestly, I've never seen these things before. So, so he's got some copper thing, and they're 4 kilograms, and they're suspended. Why are they're oscillating? What? Just to settle down first?
Well, they were automatically oscillating, but they were supposed to attract mass.
And before we get to that, they're just. Oh, they are oscillating.
Yeah, they call it noise.
Yeah. I'd agree with
But
that.
I was trying to describe it to my friend who English isn't his first language.
But then he puts these two balls. Next to them.
Right, and they were supposed to attract each other, but they didn't.
Okay. They didn't. And the reason why they wouldn't attract each other.
They say sometimes it works and sometimes it don't.
Which is not great science, is it? But what's I still don't understand the argument for why they would. Is it the mass attracts mass?
Mass, yeah.
Right, okay. From that small a mass?
That's what I was thinking. Gravity is an extremely weak force.
It is.
Force at all. It's extremely weak.
Well, yeah, because there are 4 forces, right? There's the nuclear, the gravity. There's electromagnetic?
Electromagnetism, that's a strong one. And then the weak, and then the strong, and then gravity. But what sparked this whole conversation was that CERN showed that there's no unification theory. I'll go ahead and post that. That would
But actually, let me just clarify while we're on the subject. So those forces, some of them you would agree do exist, some of them don't.
Well, yeah, I don't think gravity exists.
The gravitational force doesn't exist.
Right.
Electromagnetism, or is it just magnetism, or is it electromagnetism?
Yeah, the electromagnetic force is real. You can demonstrate it every day, all day long. Like, imagine if you had magnets there instead of lead.
Yeah, Yeah, that's standard. Yeah, exactly. Of course. Is the nuclear force one of those?
Yeah.
One.
The strong and the weak nuclear force, electromagnetism.
Yeah, and then those do you agree with? Those you agree with?
Yeah,
The
absolutely.
nuclear, right? Okay.
And what I think gravity is, it's incoherent electrostatic. So how many electrons are in an atom?
You asking me?
Yeah, so it differs between different atoms.
Difference based on the element you're talking about. Yeah.
Right, correct. So if there's free electrons, then there's a charge. If there's a charge, you have electrostatic forces. That's what creates rain clouds or cloud seeding. They put heavy metals in the atmosphere in aerosol form.
Silver
And
nitrate.
yeah.
I've heard about that.
And these particles, they have electrostatic force, and it attracts moisture and it creates clouds called cloud seeding.
Yep.
So I believe in that, but I also believe that's the reason that, there's more dense material. Like if you look at the density of mercury compared to an iron anvil, or I think it's a steel anvil, the steel anvil floats in mercury.
Floats in mercury, right?
Yeah. So it's my understanding.
That's because of different densities, though, isn't it?
Right.
All we found, man, different densities and things of that nature.
Right. Specific gravity is what we're talking about.
Oh, you're saying that instead of gravity per se, it's to do with comparative densities.
Yeah, but then the next question is, why are things dense, right?
Well, it's based on the amount of matter over the volume that.
Well, you say matter, but you know how much matter is in an atom? Imagine a football stadium with a marble at the 50-yard line and then a few marbles in the seats. That's the amount of so-called mass or volume in the atom. The rest of it's empty. So I'm going to post something.
No, I know about what the claim is regarding the atoms and atoms relative distances regarding their nucleus and the electrons. So I understand that.
All right, I posted something. You guys could read it or not. I don't care. I'm going to bed. I got to work in the morning. Nice talking to you. Peace out.
Take care. Peace, Larry. Thanks.
No problem.
I hope I didn't upset him. I wasn't trying to be rude.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, good. Yeah, the way I understand matter is the density of the atoms rather than all of the space. If you go into the space between them, yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about how close the atoms actually are together. But perhaps I wasn't clear about my definition of density. Don't.
So what brings you in, geeks?
Sorry, sir?
I said, what brings you in tonight, geeks?
I'm compiling some code and I jumped in, but I just wanted to learn more about this gravity ball experiment. I've never seen this Cavendish experiment on before. So.
Where's your buddies tonight?
Yeah, you keep saying this. Sorry, who's supposed to be my buddies exactly? The girl.
You know, those two girls that you brought in the other night. Where are they?
So So I brought in iced. So iced I definitely brought in because we were talking about she'd never been in the flat earth room, and I said, you know, it's an experience and a half. So does that make sense? Were you here for when Iced was talking?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard her ask all the standard 101 questions that people ask, but they wouldn't like ask that unless they already looked up some stuff online. Like, how do you explain a lunar eclipse? Like, when people hear flat Earth, they don't think of lunar eclipses right away. Like, they think of other stuff first. Usually, they'll say like pictures from space, but she was very specific, which leads me to think somebody influenced what she was talking about. What do you think, geeks?
I mean, you think it was me? I hate to say it, but
Wouldn't be you, right?
well, no, she came up with the question herself. And I said, "Oh, you should ask that question because that's a good one to start with." But you know, apparently it was geeks that having her ask it. Do you think I was really in the background, telling her what to say every single question?
I'm not a conspiracy theorist, geeks. You know that.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I wasn't. I wasn't telling her what to say. I could be lying, who knows? Anyway, so that was iced. Who was the other girl that you're talking about?
What was her name? Her PFP had two.
Bunty under something.
I don't
two
think so.
words.
Her
Sorry,
PFP had two girls in it. Like they were at some
no,
movie
that was
premiere or
iced.
something.
That was iced.
That was iced.
Yeah, she is I say friend, Discord friend. Yeah. But the second one that came in, iced brought her in because she said you have to from what I understand afterwards, because I said when I caught up with her, she was like, "Oh, my friend just got out of the flat Earth room," and I was like, "Oh, okay, hello, nice to meet you. How was it?" And all that, But I didn't know this other girl, so.
There's a lot of scratching. Is someone making a?
Sorry, that's me. Sorry, that was me.
Oh.
But does that help you clarify things from my
Oh
end?
yeah, crystal clear.
Glad it is. And
Hey,
then
what was that other room that you went into, geeks? Was it or that other I guess server? Was it the concave Earth server?
I don't even want to utter its name. It was the Bev. It was the Bev one. If that helps.
Turquoise Dragon took you in there?
No. What's his girlfriend's name?
Sydney.
Yeah.
I don't. Doesn't know. That's interesting. I've never seen them in there. Bev's a good guy. What, you didn't like it in there?
Bev's a good guy. Is that what you said? Bev is a good guy.
The other day you said that it was the worst experience of your life. Didn't you say that, geeks?
I mean,
talking about was the worst experience of your life.
I mean, I wouldn't say the worst experience. I mean, that's a bit extreme, but I think what I was more likely to say was, he was more insufferable than any flat earthers or globe deniers that I've ever dealt with. That sounds like more something I would say
Why do you think that is?
because of my experience.
Well, why did he trigger you so much?
Why did he what? Sorry.
Or yeah, why did he trigger you so much?
I didn't say triggered. I said he is the most insufferable globe denier. There was no trigger. There was no triggering. There was no triggering. It was.
Well, insufferable means you couldn't stand it. You couldn't take it, right? It was too much for you to handle, right?
Insufferable. No. Okay, I'll go along with the words you're using. It tested the bounds of my resilience. Certainly. Why? What are you asking? What are you asking exactly?
Yeah. How did he do that? What did he ask you, or what did you guys talk about that made you?
You're calling him.
Yeah.
You're calling him anti-globe, but he accepts that a sphere is defined in Euclidean geometry. So, what did he actually say or do that upset you?
Well, why do you keep using these words? Well, Mr. Elderbear was there, so he can probably attest to all of this as well. Can't you, Mr. Elderbear?
From what I remember, you were drunk.
Okay.
Oh, that's
should we get
not
back
like
to
geeks
what
at
was?
all.
Should we get back to what was said, though? I mean, that doesn't really have any bearing on what the discussion was. But
And what did he say that leads you to characterize the interaction as insufferable, or him as
Well,
insufferable?
Well, like I said, Mr. Elderbear was there. He can probably give an idea. I'll
Were
give
you
you.
there?
I was there. Yeah.
You were there, and you were the one speaking to him, right? So, can you help us out?
I wouldn't call it speaking. It was more tolerating. But yeah.
If you can't remember, then that leads us to think that maybe you were too drunk and you can't remember anything.
Well, then in that case, we should ask Mr. Elderbear because he would be the only person that could give us an account.
You're really trying to get out of this, aren't you, geeks?
No, not at all. I'd be very happy to answer you.
It's the kind of difference of having it's the kind of difference of having Einstein in the room to question him about his kind of thought experiments and asking, the neighbour 3 doors down. You are the Einstein in this. It was your experience. You can talk to it. You don't need me to explain or try and fathom what was going on in your mind. So don't keep calling me into it. I'm not your inner voice.
Damn, I was so close to roping him in. All right, so Mr. Jerry, it at least in here you can have people agree to establish definitions. Right?
Yeah, people tend to coddle you in here, don't they?
What?
They play your game, don't they? Some people.
Well, hang on. Are you one of those people? Are you coddling me?
No, you're just delaying this.
Hang
It
on
could
a
have been done
second.
like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, but now we're talking about you cuddling me. I'm trying to talk about it. And, okay, we'll talk about that later. What I was saying was some people, a lot of people in here are okay with, providing definitions, right? Not always, but, they have no issues with doing that. Mr. Bev seems to be allergic to the concept of providing definitions. God knows why. Does that give you at least a bit more information?
So
Definitions of what? Definitions of what? Just any old word where you're like, what's the mean?
I would probably put money on the fact that if I asked Mr. Bev for the definition of he would probably refuse to define it.
Well, I've known Bev a long time, and usually he would just go right to the basic dictionary definition of words. What word? It sounds to me like he refused to define a word the same way you do. And then you got upset. Is that what happened?
You keep using these emotional words like upset. you got to be a bit more pragmatic here. You know, disagreements don't always result in emotion. So, I'll tell you what the word was. It's a similar word that Mr. Brake uses as well and refuses to define. It was horizontal, I think.
Ooh, that's a scary one for a lot of
I
people.
failed to define it. Horizontal. It's pretty easy.
Okay, off you go then.
Yeah.
I can verify that horizontal was the word in question.
Ooh, a lot of people have a lot of problems with that one. Gloobers, that is. Because it doesn't exist on Globe World.
A very small percentage of people on the internet have a problem with that word.
Well, there you go. That's
yeah. It's solely an affliction of the
guess
global
I'm one of
elite.
them. Guess I'm one of them then.
Why is that?
Oh, I like definitions. That's why.
Okay, so you should be able to define it.
No, I can't.
Well, there you go.
You can't define horizontal?
No, I can't.
Ooh. Do you not have a dictionary or anything?
No.
It's tough.
I know it's tough.
I seem to remember he asked about the definition of horizontal, and it was given to him, and he refused to go and look at it.
That's what happened. What Mr. Elderbear says exactly happened. It was given to me several times, and I refused to. Refused to what? What was it exactly? Go look at it. Was that what it was? Go look at it. I refused to go look at it, but it was given to me several.
It was put in the live chat for you, and you refused. You wanted somebody to read it out for you, but perhaps you can't read. That was the reason that you didn't want to reveal and expose that you couldn't read. Maybe it would have been more honest if you'd have said, "Actually, I never learned to read. Could you read it out for me?"
Always getting pissed off now.
Not just being specific about what you said and how it might have been seen.
All right, I'm back. So, are there any
Well, you
Globers?
go on and you could look for definition. If you can read, you could look for the definition, and then you can define the terms that you think it is, and then you can stop accusing other people of not having a definition if you have one yourself.
He's getting okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Elderbear. I didn't mean to attack Mr. Bev while he's not here. Appreciate your being in defense of him. I won't say anything bad anymore.
It's like now. Easy does it there, Geek.
I know. I'm ratcheting it back. I apologize.
Oh, well, sorry I brought it up. I thought maybe you were going to talk about, like a concaver room or something. That would have been more interesting. But, just complaining about somebody who says horizontal, I don't think that's really newsworthy or a reason to dislike somebody. So, shame on you, geeks.
Shame on me, geeks. Shame on me. I still like you, though, Break. And you, Mr. Jerry.
Yeah. It's always fun when you're around.
I also recall they were talking about, how globers. I also recall they were talking about how globers act, and
Hello.
and you said that they haven't
Hello,
seen
can you guys
me
hear me?
roll yet, so maybe we can see how you roll.
Hello.
Hello.
Mumbo jumbo. What's going on?
Hi, how are you? How are you doing?
I'm looking
Welcome.
forward to joining the Flat Earther movement, guys. I want to hear all you have to say.
Movement. Wow.
Sorry, Mr. Elder,
Well,
I
what do
couldn't
you
I
There's
couldn't
no
hear what you.
movement on flat Earth.
Why
Is this one of your friends'
It's
gigs?
kind of one of
Come
the
on,
things.
guys.
It's stationary.
It's one of your friends'
The ground
gigs?
is not moving, but the earth is
Guys,
moving.
one at a
You know,
time. One at a time.
Yes,
I
his
mean, you got
gigs,
to
his
bring the
friend, another one.
proof
Seriously.
first.
Damn.
Do you have any proof of the glow?
I didn't say anything. I just said I wanted to join your movement, brother.
Movement? There is no movement.
Well,
Well,
then
do
what
you
are we
think
doing
the Earth
here?
is flat? Do you think the Earth is flat?
You want
I
to
want
join
you
the
to.
wind?
I want you to tell me why the Earth is flat. I'm just curious. I
Because
want
it's
to
not
listen to what you
curving.
have to say.
There's no curvature.
But
Pretty
I
simple.
just want you to explain your thought
There's many
process.
ways to prove it. All right, lots of ways, and you could do a lot of these things yourself too.
Like how?
Like get a high-powered telescope or a Nikon P1000, P900, go across a large body of water, zoom it all the way out. There's no curve. That pretty much proves it right there. You can take lasers over large bodies of water. There's no curve to the laser. Laws of perception or perspective.
I'm just really poor and can't afford a P9 1366
Yeah, I was gonna say that she doesn't need to get any of those devices. She maybe can do long distance observations and maybe work the math because you don't
but
have to buy a device.
it doesn't really set in.
But even though a lot of
machine?
a lot of those observations have been done already, so you could look at the observations yourself, or you could do a long distance observation yourself.
Exactly. Yeah, people have gone out and done these things, so you can just
repeat it, or you can observe what has been done already.
Yeah, it helps to repeat it though, just to sort of have it set in for real. You know. Still there?
Good to know. Good to know, my brothers.
Yeah. Is it your first time here?
Yes, it is, sir.
Why do you want to join the Flat Earth? Well, I mean, what do you like about it?
Because I want to expand my knowledge of the world.
Yeah, okay, well, this is a good start, literally. Expanding your knowledge literally of the world.
Exactly, my brother.
Yeah, this is like the end conspiracy. It's the biggest one you got here. Just gotta stick with it.
Well, let's say that the Earth is flat, okay? Then why, if you're religious, why would God make the Earth flat?
Why would God make the Earth flat? What difference does it make? God can probably make anything. It's just the way God made it. It's like a giant terrarium, right? With a dome on top.
Okay.
Oh, because God established an orientation, like there's an axiom that we're standing on the ground, and in reality, if you were standing on a ball or in the bottom of a ball and that ball was spinning, you will fly away from it. We know that in reality, right? But the Creator made it in a way that we can be in the place without falling from it, because it was spinning or curving. So if you're asking why, is so we can operate in the realist level and we don't fall from the ball. It's not a ball, obviously. It's not a spinning ball. Because you know what happens when you stand on spinning balls, right?
The firmament spins. And that's above.
You don't know. We don't know that. I wouldn't. You can make that claim, but we don't really know that.
What do you mean?
Okay, I have a question. And this is a serious question. Okay, I might sound dumb,
There
but
is movement though, and there is layers above. And if one of the layers is moving, you might be correct, but we don't know how many layers and which ones are moving and which ones are not.
Yeah, I'm just being kind of vague and just kind of saying like this. The sun, the moon, the stars, they do rotate around us. It's not us that's moving, it's that.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
I'm curious about. Okay, I don't know if this is a dumb question. So, the
Nope.
Earth is flat, right? But
Yep.
if the Earth is
That's a
flat,
description.
what
It's not
is
what
on the
Earth.
underneath?
Listen, lady. That's a description, a descriptor for a surface. It's not what something is. You know, like your table. It's made out of wood, but it's you can describe your table as round and flat because it's a round, flat table. But it's not what it is. It's made out of wood or other materials. You see?
Okay, okay, I see.
Well, that's an attribute
But what is on the other side?
of what?
The Earth.
Get out of the earth and see.
Oh, that's impossible. So
That
that doesn't
that
Well,
that
there
that
you
doesn't
go.
answer my
Why are you
question.
asking me?
What?
Yeah, that's a good
I-
question because there's some unknowns. So you know, you and I, from this perspective, from the realist level, we can operate in reality, and we know a lot of things here, right? You know things, I know things, everybody knows certain things. But going outside of this place and say what is this place as a whole, nobody has done that. We lack the outside perspective to inspect the whole of existence as a whole and say these all of the attributes and this is what's under it, on top of it, on the sides, and outside of it. We lack that perspective, so that's an unknown. What's below it? We can speculate, maybe frozen waters or who knows. I don't know.
Okay, okay.
We know certain things, right? We go across the world. You walk across the land, and then you reach water, and then you get on the water, and then you go across that, and then you reach land, and then water, and then land, and that's what we know, right? What's outside of reality? That's a good question.
So basically, the thought process is that they're beyond this land. There's nothing else. Like
We
this is
don't
our
know that.
reality.
Oh,
That's an
It's
unknown.
down to
Okay.
speculation.
Well, listen. When I look out of the window and I see things out there, right? That I know I can observe things, right? Like a building or a lake. We can see that stuff. So we can check for these things and see how they operate and how water is horizontal. We have water levels, and
She's
then
talking about what's outside of the
what's outside. Yeah. But
our,
let me bring her from the frame of reference from what we observe. But then when you look at, let's say you're thinking looking outside, like looking to the sky, and what's that I see, the phenomena, the sun, the moon, what are the causes of those phenomena? Those are unknowns exactly. I mean, we can speculate and we have ideas, but that is what is outside of the system, though. Who has an answer for that? Anybody in here? What's outside? Maybe God. Maybe God's realm is outside.
yeah. So what
That's a
some
good
people
question.
think there's like other domes, or like kind of like civilizations, like how we have people call planets, right? Like people talk about going to Mars. That could just be another dome. And there's a lot of theories behind that. And there's, one theory that we're kind of at the center and like we're like a slave colony, and there's a whole bunch of other ones, bigger domes. So, could be that.
That's
Could be an infinite plane.
c-
Who knows?
what we know is that it's not curving or spinning because that's not being demonstrated from the realist level. We don't observe the curvature in the. You know, lady. What's the name of the lady again?
A mumbo jumbo.
Oh, Mumbo. So, Mumbo Jumbo Man. Okay, ma'am, man, or whatever.
I'm a woman, but we can call me
Okay,
lady.
lady. Okay, that's all good. I was confused for a second, but it's not a big deal. Um, uh, that confused me. No, go ahead, guys. You have any other questions?
I do have a question actually. I'm very
Lady,
curious from what you have
one
to say,
point,
sir.
right? One last point. My bad. Before your question, because what you know of the globe has been presented to you through what you've seen it through screens, right? TV shows, movies, and
Yes.
TV programming, right?
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, so that's TV programming. You've been kind of conditioned to have this view of cosmology that has been presented by other people, right? And this cosmology has certain claims of dimensions, sizes of, the thing we're standing on. But when we go to
You got to
that's
go
the
to the
claim.
point, man. Get to your point.
Yeah, yeah, you gotta mute yourself when I'm talking. E. So that presented idea that you saw on the screen or on the books, and you learn the information. When we go check those claims in the realist level, those claims on the books on the screen, that's nowhere to be found in reality. So we compare and contrast the claims of the globe religion, and then we go check for those claims, and we have falsified the claims based on real East level observations, measurements, and impossibilities of that claim. The water spinning on the ball in the vacuum of space is an impossibility. Go ahead.
Thank you for your answer. I'm curious. So, if we look up into the sky, right?
Yeah.
What are the so-called stars then?
So during speculation, what are they? We can do observations from the ground, right? You and I, we look at the sky, we observe the phenomena. We label them stars, planets, sun, moon, luminaries, radiants, comets, sporadic meteors, a bunch of different phenomena that happens in the layers above. We can observe with our God-given senses, our eyes, and we can extend that to with equipment, infrared, electro-opticals, different light spectrums, so we can see other phenomena. The problem is that we can't go there because we live in a contained environment, and there's limitations to where we can go. And going to the heavens above, I haven't been there. So what are those, and what are they made of? That's a good question. A lot of people speculate sonoluminescence. You probably can search this term, star in a jar. What are the stars? We can't check it, but we can speculate. Maybe that's a good question. We know they move in certain cycles. They move like clockwork, right? Around a center area of the sky. But what are they? That's your question? That's a good question, because there's claims and there are unknowns.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
The luminaries are moving, like you observe with your eyes. The ground is stationary, like you don't sense any movement. That makes sense. Claiming the opposite, like the globe, is nonsensical. Nonsense.
There you go. Good explanations.
Mr. Geeks, I have a question for you.
You sure? Because I'm one of the globies.
Well, you sent me your friend request, and I'm curious as to why.
I like friends.
You what?
I like friends.
Oh. Okay.
Wait, was that the question?
That was my question. Yes, thank you.
Nothing to do with the stars or anything? Okay.
No.
I sent you a link for the home server for this VC. So there's like links at the bottom of the server for many different topics like lasers, long distance observations, and there's a lot of photography, PDFs, information that you can look at your own leisure. and you might be able to gather information about different topics and maybe formulate other questions about other topics. So I DM'd you. Oh wait,
Thank
did I?
you.
Wait, did I? What is it? Gobo King? Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I DM'd the correct person.
Sorry, I have to make it Elias as a man because you know how it is out here.
Yeah, it's all good. You can be a king. Not a big deal.
I have loads of questions for you, Mr. Under Earther. But Mr. Elderbear, do you remember what the last thing you said was? Because I couldn't hear it. Maybe it's not relevant anymore.
No.
No,
my bad. That was me saying no.
No. I know it was you. I know it was you, but it was correct. Mr. Under Earther, may I follow up on Miss Mumbo Jumbo's questions regarding the stars? Or are you bored talking about that?
We can talk about that. We can speculate a bit about that. I mean, we can observe, and that's not speculation. We can observe the luminaries. But go ahead. Go ahead with your question.
My first question is why do you use the word luminaries instead of stars?
That's a good, it's probably just wording. People have labeled different things, different wording through, history. So I come from multiple languages background.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
it's not a trick question, honestly. But I've heard that. I've heard people use the word luminaries and never use the word stars. And I just wondered if it was a language thing or if there was another reason why.
Luminary, it's a light. It's that label can be used for that, but I like using it. It's not a big deal.
Would you put planets or observed apparent planets into the category of luminaries?
Oh yeah, because there is the luminaries, the lights that we see up in the sky, but then there is different phenomena. There is the stars; they do a certain motion around celestial north and celestial south and across the equatorial celestial, right? Then we see the sun; that's a different luminary than the stars. We see the moon; that's a different luminary than the sun and the stars. Then we see the planets, which are individual, which are kind of move a little different than all of the others, right? So there is the luminaries, but there is the categories, the difference between them.
That's my next question, which is what would you say the difference? Well, let's start with the sun and the stars, because I'm sure you seem like you've read a lot of stuff. You probably would agree that the mainstream view, the globy view, is that the sun is a star. You probably read that.
Yeah, that's a claim, right?
Of course, yeah. I'm just saying the way that it is categorized from a globe perspective. I'm just interested to know why they would be categorized differently based on what you're saying. Like, what's the difference? The categorization difference
between the sun and the stars. Well, the stars and the sun, what we observe, they behave differently. They're not doing the same thing. They're kind of the claims are that the difference is because of distance. The sun, right? That's the claim. But the observable phenomena is that we see the sun kind of like at a certain layer from our perspective, doing a certain motion in cycles around a center of the sky, and then we see the luminaries doing a motion which is different from the sun at a different layer.
Yeah.
around a center, similar to the sun. They're going around, kind of like around the same overall center of everything in the sky. The sun, the luminaries, the radiance, the stars, the planets, and the moon.
The
When you put
center,
them,
but the center is the Earth, right? We're still on.
no, the Earth is under the luminaries, on the ground. The luminaries are above, up above, in the heavens above, or in between those layers, not on the ground, not below your. No, you don't
No.
look down.
I understand. No, I understand. Okay, but it's not to do with distance, right? The categorization is not to do with distance.
I think there's layers. The differences are the layers above. And
understood.
The medium between the ground that we're standing and what are the luminaries, the phenomena that we observe, that medium has a mechanism that is maybe in between or also below and above, that we don't know certain variables of the mechanism. So we observe a phenomena, we just don't know the mechanism, the complete mechanism of it. But we do observe that all of the luminaries revolve kind of like in a similar center area of the sky above, or the center above in the sky. And even the globers tell you that, the universe is revolving around a galactic center or whatever, right? Or the
That's true, yeah. Well, not the universe. Not the universe is revolving around a galactic. So I think that we would say, the globers would say, that our solar system is revolving around
the great deeper. Let me check
a
again. What's the name?
galaxy, and the galaxy has a galactic center. But I understand where you're coming from. It's just I wanted to understand better the categorization of the luminaries. That's all. What about the planets?
Well, you observe the planets kind of like doing certain transits between around the sun. I mean, doing certain movements around the moon, towards and away from it, like kind of like clockwork. You kind of see this movement, and then you also see them doing something similar towards and away from the sun. So it's kind of like they're transiting between those two luminaries in relation to each other, and exchanging between the sun and the moon. Some of them, because it's not all of them.
Why are they categorized differently to the stars then? If you would say that they're effectively doing the same thing as they're
Because they do a different movement. It's kind of like you're looking at a gear, and you're looking at two different gears. One set of gears is doing certain movement, and another set of gears next to that gear, or above it, or below it, or whatever, is doing kind of like a movement within a movement.
A different type of movement. Okay, yeah, that makes I understand that. Okay, fine.
And you look at a Swiss watch and you see different gears making different movement.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you think this is less important, but it's kind of, I'm curious. Do you think that the stars are giving out light? So we see them because they are a light source, the stars.
Light source, not necessarily. They are a light phenomena, but the source of those lights could be in the background, or I have. Let me see. I have something.
It's not honestly. It's not meant to be a trick question.
I know it's not a trick question. It's because I have something that might show. Let's say you shine light through a glass. Let's say some type of shape of glass, and you're gonna see the light reflecting, or the light reflecting.
Refracting?
Back and forward. No. Reflecting. You're gonna have like points of light reflecting from. Okay, so you have the source of the light. Let's say a flashlight. then you shine the flashlight through this glass.
Yeah.
In my house I have a cross that it has multiple angles cut into the glass, but at the end it makes like a cross, but this cross has many cut angles, right?
Yes. Like a
So when you
diamond,
shine
like the way the diamond shines, like when the light is.
So when you shine the line through it, and then outside of that medium that you shine the line, that glass, you're gonna see a bunch of reflections of one light source, but you're gonna see 100 different lights all around you that are reflecting from that one.
So, what is the flashlight in this case to create these luminaries to shine like glass or like a diamond? What is the equivalent of the flashlight? What is the light source, if not the star itself?
Yeah, that is a really good question. And that I will say, based on my belief and the observations that we can observe, at the center of rotation, we observe certain geometry, kind of like a pyramid of light that is at the center of rotation. And what is that exactly? There's scriptures that talks about it, and people kind of like
What do the scriptures say? Yeah, what do the scriptures?
The tabernacle of God, the Creator, where the throne of God is, the city of holy, the heaven of heavens, where God dwells. That kind of stuff.
About the light. Does the scripture say what the light source is?
The city that needs no light, that doesn't need nor the sun nor the moon to shine on it, because God's dwelling give its light.
So God is the light source.
The light source of the light source of the light source of the sun. I mean, that's just that's scripture, right? Which is it's important.
No, I accept that. I'm accepting that. I was just curious as to know, like, what you thought the light source was, if the stars themselves weren't a light source.
The stars are phenomena. The phenomena has a cause. The cause of the effect. So,
of course,
the sun, the moon, the luminaries are phenomena that have a cause, and the cause is a mechanism that we see, a construct. So you and I, we observe the luminaries, right? We observe it. So we are observing the phenomena.
Yes,
the cause of that effect, it's in question. That's what you're asking about. That's the thing in question that everybody asks. What is the cause of those effects? Now we have the globers, the concavers, the flat earthers, the Google. Everybody have kind of like the same questions about all of this.
Of course. I mean, the globers, they have a different explanation. They have a different explanation. The globers do. I'm not saying they're right, but I was just wanting to know what your explanation was, because I like learning about how other people think. That's all. Interesting. What? The sun, is it a light source?
I think the sun is okay. Let's say you look through your ceiling. Let's say you have a window on the ceiling, and you can see the sun at noon, 90 degrees, whatever, above your ceiling. You look in through a window, and you see the source of the light that is shining in your house through the ceiling, right?
Yes.
You see it with your eyes. So you can say, yeah, that's the source of the light on that equation. Because if you go during the night, when you go during the nighttime, you go during the nighttime, and the same phenomena happens with the moon. And the moon can shine through the roof, and it will illuminate at a certain ratio. It will illuminate inside of your house. and you can see it with your eyes, and you're gonna say, that light that I see, the
Yes.
moon is the source, right? But then there is a question: what is the source of those lights? That's what you're asking.
No, I'm just asking. We can get to the moon in a bit, but do you think the sun is a light source? Is the sun providing light, or is it something else?
Okay, think about it again. Is the sun the only light up in the sky?
Yes.
No, it's not. It's not the only light up in the sky. We see other
Well,
lights.
it's not the stars. The stars are not lights. We agreed on that, right? The
Oh,
stars are not.
so listen. I think this when you when you look at the sun, obviously, I think we're looking through certain layers, and at one of the lower layers, let's say the ceiling, we have the lights that we call the sun and the moon, and then we have other layers above that we see kind of like the light coming, and we see the points we call the planets, and you see how the planet move in relation depending on the angle that the sun and the moon are, and you're looking sparks of lights that are in the layers above the sun and the moon or in between. That's why when the sun and the moon are moving across that ceiling,
Yeah.
but there's multiple layers. You see the light shining through multiple layers being reflected and shining through, and you see how the planets show you, like the sun, the moon, they have like a different sizes. So the sun is the biggest one, then the moon looks the second biggest, then Jupiter the third biggest, then they go like in layers.
That's what they say. That's what they say. That's what they say. But we have no way of knowing that, because, right?
Yeah, but we can find
Where
some.
do you think our heat comes from then? Like what? Like where do you think? Like when it's a hot day, where do you think the heat is coming from?
Well, the excitement of the particles in the medium.
But how do those if it's a cold day?
It's a cold day, yeah, but it's still, even a cold day, you can feel the sun warming you up during the cold
the
day.
sun is warming. Okay, the sun is providing the heat. Okay.
No, I mean that's the. It's kind of like the introduction of the sun's light into the medium is causing what? A chemical effect, an excitement of the particles, and the particles are doing this chain of effects.
The sun is doing something to the medium, and the medium feels warmer. I agree. I think that's a good explanation. But so the sun is the cause of it's a cold day or a hot day, I suppose. I don't know.
It's an input into the system that we're in, and it's causing certain phenomena, but it's not the cause of all of the phenomena.
No, I agree. I agree with you on that. Interesting.
There's a cause and effect relationship between a lot of things happening in a way to at the point where the light hits your skin, and then after hits your skin, you start producing hormones.
Yeah. Is there this is my last question. You've been very patient, and I appreciate it answering all these questions, because it's really interesting hearing the perspective of someone else. My last question, I don't want to bother you too much, but is there an issue in your worldview to say the sun is the source of light? If it was, we pretend it is. Does that? I don't think it changes your worldview at all. Or
It's one of the sources of light from the perspective that we see it at. So the sun is the biggest light in the sky that we can observe, or let's say the most potent that we can observe, and it's the one that causes the biggest changes, date cycle, heat, but it's not the only light up in the sky. We have other lights. So to say that the sun is the source of the light, it will be incomplete because we have other lights, like the moon, the planets, and I think if you're looking for the source of the light, I will DM you. But there
Please,
is
I appreciate it. Like, you've been very, very patient, and it's very kind of you to be so gracious with me. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
yeah, it's all good. But you get my point. The sun is not the only light. So to say the sun is the source of the light, and the sun also move arranged to a certain mechanism, has a relationship between the medium that is in, and a relationship to the cause of that effect. Yeah.
complete.
So the sun is not. I don't think the sun is the source of, like, the center of everything, because what we see contradicts the claim that we are going around the sun. We actually see the sun going around a center area up in the sky. So that's the observable phenomena. And the source of the light, it wouldn't be the sun, because that is not the only light.
Agreed. Please DM me like the details. I'd love to read more about it. Thank you.
I DM'd you before? Oh no, I got you here now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
I might send you something now or later. It doesn't necessarily.
As you please. Whenever you're free. Thank you again. You're a gentleman.
Thank you. Likewise.
Thank you, sir. Not many people in this room think like you that I'm a gentleman, but that's because I ask them difficult questions.
They're haters.
No. Don't say that. I don't think they're haters, right, at all. I think there's just I'm maybe like a thorn in the side sometimes.
Who thinks that?
I don't know. Some people, maybe you.
Let's try some other questions. Maybe you, or maybe Whimsical. Or what is it? Whimsical. Are you new in here, Whimsical? That's the only. Oh, we have some new. Who else is new?
I can, Mr. Gemsy, I can ask Mr. Break some difficult questions if you like, if you want to watch.
You guys go ahead. I'm just checking on the new people, but if you want to address someone else, go right ahead.
No, if you'd like to see it, I can address Mr. Break and ask him some difficult questions.
If he's up to it, go ahead.
Well, let's see if he's up for it. He might not say anything. Yeah.
What's your question?
My question is, why do you keep using that diagram of the the 6 miles in the boat when you know it's not true, because I've explained it to you? Why do you keep using it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Shall I post it in the side chat to remind you? Okay, I could ask another question, I suppose, if you like.
Oh yeah. Post what you think is wrong with it.
Okay, fine.
Can you post what you're talking about so I can look at it, please? Thanks.
Well, yeah, absolutely. So, Mr. Break, why don't you post your horizontal one for me, if you'd be so kind, and then I'll post what I fixed, and I'll explain. No, not that, not this one. The boat one with the 6 miles. Mr. Break, are you still there?
Yeah, I was fetching the image.
Oh, there it is. Yes, and then I post, and then I fixed it for you. So I fixed it.
Yeah, nice. So that's cool. You have horizontal. That's up top. That's parallel with the direction of the image itself. You're to hold it vertical, right? And then you have the level. See, this is weird. Level is at a slope compared to the horizontal.
I didn't know. Again, I still don't know. I still think the level and the horizontal are effectively the same thing, but that's why I.
Yeah, so your diagram is wrong. Is even wrong from what you are trying to say. That's why I like this, because it's like I want you to mean what you're saying.
I would say get rid of the horizontal entirely, but
yikes!
I ignore that because
yeah. See, that's the problem. Horizontal doesn't exist on a globe.
correct. Well, in a way, it kind of doesn't. You're right. So can we ignore it?
Well,
can we
well,
ignore it?
I'm glad we settled that.
So can we ignore it?
Well, horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. So what's the plane of the horizon?
The plane of the horizon.
That's the definition of horizontal.
You know, Mr. Heretic, you're the first person to have given me an actual definition of what a horizontal is supposed to mean, because no one else, when I ask, is given it. So the plane of the horizon.
Yeah, that's what it tells me when I Google it. It says parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Parallel to the plane of the horizon. Okay. That's what a horizontal is. Okay. And what do we use it for exactly? Because I don't really use it in any explanations. What would we use it for?
Leveling a place and building.
At a horizon?
Well, I don't know if you'd necessarily reference the horizon. You might for navigation, using a sextant.
You're right. Yeah, like you might do that, but we wouldn't use it for establishing like a level where we are, right?
Well, you would use a plumb line, right? Probably. Or a level. Either way, you'd be establishing horizontal, perpendicular to vertical, right? And horizontal, if I'm to take the definition, is parallel to the plane of the horizon. So what's that?
Well, exactly. I don't really understand what the use of this horizontal is. I don't really understand it. But that's why I'm saying that on this diagram, I would just ignore it. Is that okay, though? Can we do that? Can we just ignore it on my diagram? Or
You can do whatever you want.
Oh, I was asking Mr. Break. Or No. Yes. No.
Yeah, you can do level. Get a level.
Let's do with level. So yeah, the thing is, this whole level thing. This is when people start saying tangents, right? They establish a tangent on the curve, and then that starts all sorts of other arguments about, well, it does start all other arguments. I think it would be insanely valuable to do kind of like a almost like a good faith explanation with diagrams from a globey perspective. I'd be
You
happy
know what
to
we
do
could
it.
do? We could do like FaceTime, and we all have our T-squares and levels, and we can all level and have all our levels be parallel to the plane of each one of ours horizon. It would be
If you want to.
beautiful.
Well, yeah,
It would be like
mine would
hands. It would be
work.
like hands across America, but like levels across the plane.
I think that would be great. But I'm not sure that that's in contention though. But what I would like to do, something slightly different, is explain what the tangent concept means, because I think that is a
Tangent to what?
fundamental.
Tangent to what?
Gotta have a curve for that.
Yeah, what are you talking about there, geeks?
Precise. Well, we could do it without assuming that the Earth is curved. We could do
Oh, so
that.
you get to assume it.
No, I'm saying we could do it without assuming that. We could do it not with the Earth.
Well,
We could
see,
do it.
in reality, you would just do what you do.
You would do what
There's
you
no
do
reason
in
to
reality.
assume a tangent. Is there, geeks? It sounds like you're making a question or something.
I don't know
What's
what
going
this
on here, huh?
begging the question is, but okay.
Yeah.
Seems
The
like
cart before the horse there.
count before the horse. What's the other ones?
Tangent.
Like you're walking before you can crawl, or
Yeah.
flying too close to the sun. All of that stuff.
Yeah.
But yes, I'm happy to not to try and disprove anything, but maybe just as a clarification exercise.
There's no reason to assume anything here. We just go with what we already know, the definition of horizontal. You go from there. No reason to assume any circles. Is there, geeks?
Guess not. But to explain what establishing a tangent on a curve, forget the Earth, we'll use a tangent on a basketball. Establishing what that actually means.
Why basketball? Why not a carton of like orange juice? Like, why are you picking these shapes out of nowhere, geeks? What's going on?
Offers there if anybody would like to take me up on it. But I'm not going to force it. I don't want to be, that globe and be like, you guys just don't know what a tangent is, blah, blah, blah. I'm sick of listening to those guys just shout at you lot. It's kind of...
Well, that's usually the kind of shit they say is like a last-ditch effort kind of thing.
And I hate it. I've grown tired of it, and it kind of makes my eyes roll, because regardless of what you guys believe and what the engagement topic is, there needs to be a maintenance of emotions and not having it turn into a shouting match. And that is regardless of what the responsibility lies on your guys' side. the responsibility is two ways, and I can't deal with it now when people start throwing ridiculous insults your way just because they get frustrated. I think that's wrong. Yeah, but I understand what you're saying, Mr. Heretic. Yeah, it does sound like a last-ditch effort because of frustration. Not that I'm agreeing with the content of what you guys are saying, but there's a certain decorum that I am expecting.
Yeah, you just gotta believe. You can't go around saying the Earth's flat. That just doesn't fit with the social norms. I get it. A lot of people are scared for a lot of different reasons.
Yeah.
You know, you can just let go of the bullshit. It's
No, I was
it's like
talking
we get
about
labeled as like
I was talking about
conspiracy
being
theories.
polite. You did.
I get
You
labeled as a
guys.
conspiracy theorist, and it's like I don't believe in any bullshit conspiracy. I'm the least conspiratorial person I know. All these gloopers, they believe some crazy stuff. Like Talon's here having to lie to himself about a thing swinging, swinging the whole time. He's having to lie to himself about something and they put it. It's like a little magic trick. And see, this is why I think the test is ultimately you're taught basic geometry. Your first years in school, you learn what a sphere is, and from that point on, if you believe that you live on that, that's up to you. But to be part of this world, you have to believe that. You have to disbelieve your senses. You have to go be an automaton. That's what they encourage. They don't want you asking the questions, saying, "Hey, this doesn't make sense," and they're like, "Shut up! Put your head down and just keep taking it." That's what they train you to do in school.
Well, don't forget, I'm one of those automatons, I guess. But yeah, I like I said, I'm understanding the plight that you guys deal with on a day-to-day basis.
There's no plight. You have the plight. You have to wrestle with this
plight as in being called the
mentally
conspiracy
abstract
theorist.
concept that is your reality. You have to wrestle with that every day, but kudos to you because you do bring yourself in to challenge your beliefs, and really that's what we're here for, is to just sort of where education has failed, we're here to just incite thought in your dormant minds. Like, why do you believe this stuff? And it's like, if you still believe it, that's fine. At least you know what you believe now. But what's funny, some people refuse to accept what a few people will refuse to believe what they believe, and they'll believe something else, somehow holding true to what the previous beliefs. Like Jekyll coming here, like these G6 guys. They don't know. They don't have a clue what they believe in. Whatever they have to believe in, they have to make any kind of apologetics they possibly can for it.
I was just referring to the name calling that you guys have to deal with every day. That's what I was referring to when I say plight.
Well, everybody's got to deal with that,
Yeah, I'm just
everybody's dealt with that.
sympathizing. I'm empathizing, I guess, with you guys having to deal with that and being
if you had an
theorist,
iPhone, when they first came out, you were called like names. It's like, just because a group of people with pitchforks, fire, coming to chase down the boogeyman because they're scared. You don't have to join in the crowd, buddy.
Anyway, offers there if anyone wants to. This is nothing to do with globe or flat Earth at all. This is just to try and better outline what people mean when they say a tangent offers there. It's nothing to do with.
Yeah, everybody
the
knows what a
shape of the
tangent
Earth.
is. We know what a tangent is. There just is not one in reality. In an application to the Earth as a whole.
Cool. Like I said,
Right?
offers
You can
there.
derive a tangent, off of a curve. You can be making a nice base for a table, and you balance your table on the top of the curve of the ball, half ball. There's a lot of artwork like that.
Dante is back. Dante Vita.
Oh,
He used
oh,
to be
don't
here a
use
lot.
them.
He used to be here a lot. Then he took a long break, and over the last week or two, he's been
What are
here
you doing?
1 or 3
Dove
times.
use. If anyone wants to see a picture of my cat, Dove put a picture of my cat on the whiteboard. She's very fluffy.
Super Monkey Ball is here. He was telling me and Elder Bear that we were in a cult yesterday. Interesting.
Interesting. Who else? Who else is supposedly in this?
Would you care to tell us why Super Monkey Ball? Or
I want to hear from this guy in the red, who's the smartest guy in the world. But I don't want to cause chaos, so I'll be nice.
yeah, I could tell you what happened. The other day, AI Overlord said that the Earth was 197 million square miles, and Elder Bear said, "Where the hell did you pull that number from?" And AI said, "Your mama." So and all it took was Elder Bear to say that, and then Super Monkey Ball said that Elder Bear was in a cult. So I asked Super Monkey Ball, like, why can't Elder Bear ask that? Like, what about asking that means he's in a cult? And Super Monkey Ball refuses to explain how asking that means you're in a cult.
Bless him.
Wait, hang on. What's your definition of a cult, Mr. Jerry?
Just get any dictionary. Oh, wait, you don't have a dictionary, right? Because you don't want to know what horizontal means?
I didn't hear you, sorry. What's your definition of a cult?
Yeah, get any dictionary and look it up. But then I remembered you don't have a dictionary because you refused to say what horizontal meant. Isn't that right, geeks?
Yeah, that sounds pretty correct. Yeah.
Okay, so as soon as you get a dictionary, you can look up the word cult. We'll be back in business.
Okay. All right. Shall I read it out then?
You're the one who wants to know what it means.
I do, but should I read it out or no? No? I don't want to cause trouble or animosity.
Nah, you wouldn't do that, would you, geeks? Cause trouble.
Well, no, I absolutely would do that. But in this case, I don't want to cause trouble. But yeah, I absolutely would do that.
Is this you at work, geeks? Told us to come and have a look at you at work. Is this you? In full flow.
Who is this?
Bev.
Oh. Hello, sir.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Came over to see a master at work. And talked to a guy accusing me of being like Charlie Manson.
Who did that?
The monkey boy's fucked off.
Hey, who did? I Geeks didn't do that.
Oh yeah, he's gone, hasn't he?
Yeah,
He'd probably be posting in the chat or something.
I did call you insufferable, Bev.
Did you?
Yeah.
To my face? Or yeah, well, like when you came up over here afterwards?
No, when I came over here just today.
Okay. Well, don't mind me. I'm just here to observe.
Well, what do you think about me calling you insufferable, though? Doesn't that?
Oh, a lot of people call me all sorts of things. They normally wait until I'm not around to do it, though. Like Super Monkey Ball.
Well, he's not here. I am here. So, what do you think about that then, sir?
Pretend I'm not here, and then you won't have to suffer me. Please continue.
Right. Well, I was hoping you were gonna have a view on me calling you insufferable behind your back, but doesn't sound like you do.
Well, like I say, lots of people say lots of things behind my back. Have been doing for years. It's meaningless, really, isn't it?
Lots of good things or bad things?
Wouldn't know, would I?
Well, yeah, if it's behind your back, then how would you know? Got you there, didn't I?
No, I believe that was me that told you.
No, I said if you didn't know what they're saying behind your back, then why? How can you make the statement? Got you there, didn't I?
I'm wondering why you are willing to try and attempt to talk to me when you consider me insufferable. Please continue. Like I say, I came round here to see you at work, like you told me to. You should see me at work, is what you said. Is this you at work? I presume it is.
It does sound like something I would say, but in what context?
The other day when you came to talk to us, you may have been under the influence of alcohol and some sort of medication. Hard to tell. But you did say, yeah, you should see me at work. So that's what I've come here to observe. You were useless over there the other day when I saw you.
In what context?
Please.
In what context? You didn't answer my question. In what at work? What?
With the flat earthers was your thing, like
with the flat earthers.
He didn't seem to be doing too well, but you know, I'm here now. Let yourself shine.
It's sad that you came here to watch me. Don't you think?
I came here to talk to Super Monkey Ball as well. Why he was saying that I was a cult leader akin. He was akin to Charlie Manson. He said he was scared of me. Can you believe that? I hope he didn't run away because he was scared of me.
He's not here anymore.
Now I know. So please, you continue doing your work. Let me see it. What's going on?
So you came over to watch me.
This is your work.
Is that right? You came here to watch me.
Get to work, lads. Let's see ya.
Bit sad, really, isn't it?
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing. Came all the way to watch nothing.
Would you be running away like Super Monkey Ball? Or is this the best you've got? Because I'm not impressed at the minute. Please, talk to the flat earthers for us. Let's see you at work.
Nah. I want to hear more of you talking.
Listen.
Come on, say something. Say something. I got you there, didn't I? And you said, "Oh, I've come to see you at work." Bit sad. Got you there, didn't I, mate? Awkward.
It's dawn, is it?
Oh, I didn't hear Mr. Blood Sticker. Or would you say so?
You're sounding like someone.
Sorry, can't understand you, mate.
Good.
It came all the way. I guess you didn't have to fly here or anything, did you? You just had to jump to a different server. But who's minding the other server while you're in here? It must be chaos over there.
You did say Bev was allergic to definitions, and we got to horizontal. You were talking about earlier. Maybe you can expand on that. That you know, that's
Yeah,
what
you
you were
said that
talking
Bev
about.
was,
Horizontal.
what did he say?
Allergic to definitions.
Allergic to definitions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe you can explain what that means. Being
I
allergic to
said
definitions.
that as well, Bev. I said you're allergic to definitions and insufferable. How does that make you feel?
Your words have no impact on my feelings.
Bounce off you. Well, that makes me feel sad that my words don't have any impact on your feelings.
Bless him.
Bless him, I know, bless him. Wait, are you talking about me?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Sorry.
You want your words to affect people.
No, who told you that?
While you're talking.
Oh,
You're
yeah,
offended.
shit.
Right?
Yeah, well, I'm not offended, just upset. Like, I wish I
You
could get.
affected people on the internet with your words. Bless you.
I know. Well, I can't affect people. Do your words affect people, Mister? What do I call you? Blood or bloods or thicker? Or Mister Bloods thicker?
Yeah, bloods will do.
Mister Bloods. Do you think do your words affect other people? Like, genuine question.
I think when people flip out at you for saying certain things, maybe. Seen that happen a few times. Just in conversations, you know.
Yeah.
So maybe,
No,
maybe.
I when people flip out, like, it's crazy. I often ask myself when, like, I see that happen, not necessarily when talking to me, but when that happens, is it the other person that they're angry at, or is it themselves that they're angry at? You know what I mean? Do you get where I'm going?
Yeah, I do. I understand what you're saying. Be them.
It is mental, isn't it? That, like, some people can get, like, so, like into knots, like tie themselves up into knots and lose all sense of calm and tranquility because
of a simple definition sometimes.
a simple definition. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I know, but no. Well, I'll tell you what. Actually, so it wasn't actually the definitions thing that I was trying to bring out from Mr. Bev, Mr. Bloodsticker. It was a combination of things. If you'd like me to explain.
Up to you, mate. Crack on. No one else is talking. No other subjects going on. You're asked a question and then go for it, mate. Take the floor.
Wait, was I asked a question? Sorry, did I not answer it?
I think so. Did Bev not ask a question?
No, he just said, "Oh, I'm here to watch you work," or something. I don't think it was a question.
Okay. We wanted to see you at work. These flatties. I got the gist of. You should see me at work.
Did I? So the thing is, like, I can't even remember saying that. Are you sure it was specific about the flat Earth room, or was it to
Well,
do
again, you
with?
might have been inebriated. You might have been. So you might not remember everything.
Well, that's why I'm asking for clarification. So, are you sure it was about specifically the flat Earth room, or was it about the like
Well,
rooms in
where
general?
was it that you work? Like, where is your work? Is it? Because I believe that you were talking about flat earthers, and you said you should see me at work. I thought that
That's what
sounds
I'm trying
like
to
an
clarify.
offer.
That
You're
does
not
sound.
inviting us to your workplace, are you?
That's what I'm trying to clarify, because that doesn't sound like something I would. I'm not saying I didn't
You said it
say
was.
it, but it doesn't
Could be something you
sound like
said.
something I would say like about the roofs in general. Are you sure I said it about the flat Earth room specifically?
But you're not going to invite us to your workplace, are you?
It was on a live show, right? So I thought you were doing like a
live show,
trying to get people to come and see you in action. Let's say.
Wait, hang on. Just so we're crystal clear.
Have you been drinking again?
He's drinking again. Aye.
Because I mean, you may not be at your best when you've had a few beverages.
This is how I speak. I've got a speech impediment. I can't help it. This is just how I speak. I just want to be crystal clear. Are we talking about when I came into your guys' the other day, or are you talking about a different?
Yeah, it was Free for All Friday we were having, and we were going over. We were going over people like Super Monkey Ball, poison in the well. I believe that's what the conversation was.
And and this was when I was saying, I think
you should see me at work. Is what you said that I can remember. Anyway, that's
Yeah, but okay, we're talking about the same instance. This is when I was saying to you, I don't know why you're putting so much emphasis on what one person says. Like, there's, because you were talking about libel and everything, if I recall, and I was trying to reframe it for you to, if you remember that. Anyway,
you don't work in a solicitor, do you?
No.
Oh,
why?
Okay. Well, it's just that you talking about libel and stuff like that.
No, that wasn't me.
You
That
say
wasn't me, sir.
come and see
That wasn't
work.
me. That wasn't me, sir. That was you were.
I believed I said about libel and slander that with the introduction of the internet, those sort of old laws seem to have just bypassed it, and people can say anything they want now. And that's how modern people poison the well. Like people like Super Monkey Ball saying that he's scared of me because he considers me like Charlie Manson. And he might be that scared that he can't even be in an internet room with us at the same time. Because he disappeared. He may have had to go and do something. Because he came over a lot. And never actually said any of this sort of stuff to us. He was never brave enough to overcome his fears, to actually say this to us. He sort of, I don't know, he goes around now telling people how scared he is.
Well, what did you want out of him? If you were to confront him, what would you expect him to say?
I was hoping to help him overcome his fears and to stop being scared of conversation.
All right. Okay. What did you really expect out of it, though?
Well, really, just for him to run away.
Okay, so you got that.
Yeah. And then I expected to see you at work. I mean, is this it?
Again,
Is this it, Rick?
I guess so. Guess you got let down, but at least you got one win, eh?
Stage fright, is that what it is?
Yeah, let's call it that. I don't think was Mr. Bloodsticker in the chat when I was in there with you guys.
No, I think he works a different day. Gets up early.
I see.
Would have been quite late UK time for Bloods the other day when he came around on Friday. But I mean, he might have listened to it not live, right, from the recording.
Oh, have you got a recording of it?
It was live on YouTube, yes. They do tend to stay there.
Then I could rewatch it and understand the context.
And remember what you just said, yeah? You could.
What's the what am I searching for?
Try thinking.
Insufferable idiots. I'm joking. Try thinking. Try thinking. Which one?
It'll be the latest one, live.
2 days ago. Oh no, I have to go to the live one second. Live. Oh yeah, it was the you can't schematize the truth. Is that something like that? But it's just all audio, is it? There's no like. Wait, does this mean that I might be able? I'll probably be able to hear all of the nice things you said about me when I said, "Oh, I'm sick of this. I'm off." After I left.
You'll be able to listen to it all, yeah. It's there, isn't it?
Oh, I can't wait. Hang on. Let's have a look. Oh, it could be bloody anywhere, though, couldn't it?
I have to say, I'm not impressed.
Oh, here it is. I found it.
Seems like I came round here to watch you do paperwork.
Sorry, what? Say that again? Oh God, it's giving me echoes of remembering what we were discussing, and oh God, yeah, look. Goodness. I'm gonna try and use the transcript to see if I can just search for the word work. If I can. Oh, here we go. Right, you should see me work. Oh, here it is. Here it is.
You found it.
Oh, okay. Bev, you're such a slippery bastard. You still there?
Yeah, I'm still there.
Oh God! No wonder I didn't remember it, because it, like what you said, it's so out of context. It's so out of context, you little cheeky shit.
You did say it though. Is this your place of work? Is that where we were talking about you with the flat earthers, right?
Oh, you're not getting away that easy. You're not getting away with that easy. You're gonna have your feet held
So
to the
this is
fire.
what you were doing the other day, obfuscating.
Yeah,
Is this you at work?
you're gonna you're gonna accept that what you said was out of context. Do you want me to? I can clip it and put it in the chat. Do you want me to do that, or shall I just explain it? What would you prefer?
Well, can we confirm that you did invite me to come and see you at work?
Nope, that's incorrect.
Oh, okay. You did find it in the search then. Was it me that said that?
You still gonna double down on this? Hang on.
Can you play it for us? Be careful. Careful not to scare people like Super Monkey Ball.
Oh, you're such a slippery little bastard. I'm gonna leave. I understand now what the words are in response to and how they were used. I'm satisfied. But I'm not like angry or upset with you, Mr. Bev, about that. Like, but don't worry, I'm not gonna hold that one against you. Oh, that's all right. What are you doing? Where have you gone? Where have you gone? Why are you all quiet now?
I'm still waiting for you to let's see what we've got. You were building yourself up to be like.
No. I said no. I already said I'm satisfied. No. I've watched the part where I said that I'm satisfied.
But you did actually say that.
Yeah, sure. Let's go with that. I'm satisfied with it. It's a good thing you recorded all of this. It's a good thing you recorded all of this.
It was live. We did tell you.
Yeah, I know. It's a good thing. But I'll let you bring it up if you really want to, but probably don't because it'd be awkward. Anyway, I don't hold it against you though. Coming in here and being all Billy Big Bollocks and you're like, oh, you said I should come and see you work. I should come and see you work. I'll forgive you for that one. But not for your insufferability, not for your nonsense the other day. That'll stick with you.
What's the nonsense? Did you get to that bit in the transcript?
No, I don't want to listen to that again. It'll just
so we can learn. We can all learn.
It'll just frustrate me. It'll just frustrate me.
That's where you said that Bev was allergic to definitions. That bit. It might put some light on that. Because that's what you said earlier. So, and you were free to speak. Nobody forced you to say the words you said. You were talking freely from you. So nobody can hold that against anybody, can you? Your own voice.
Mr. Elderbear, appreciate the input. I'm not sure if I should morally be engaging with you at this point, just from a moral perspective.
Really? Morals.
Yeah. Is this your line of work?
Yeah, sure, why not? What's your line of work?
Serving masters at work.
I'm a carer.
I think you mentioned that actually. I think you did. It rings a bell. That's a noble thing. Genuinely, like all like disagreements aside, noble thing. Is it for a family member?
What were the moral issues you had with me?
I just it's not about being right. Sometimes it's about doing right. So. Mr. Bev, if it's too much, if it's too personal, understood. Just say I'm not telling you. But is it for a family member?
Yes.
I salute you, like genuinely. It can't be easy, but it's a noble thing what you're doing in that case. Genuinely, like this is outside of any disagreements we have. Appreciate you taking your time to help someone else. Oh, break. Are you still waiting on me? The hump thing. Okay.
Yeah, somebody's trying to give us
Sorry, not
a
me,
measurement.
not me.
Yeah,
Someone
I
else.
mean, someone's
Right.
trying to give us a measurement of the hump, and they're just not doing it, or they're stuck on shadows. And so I was just explaining to them how the measurement to the sun's zenith for the time of day is a flat Earth reference, and so is the measurement of the shadow itself. So
Yeah.
it's a doubly flat proof. And the only way they can sort of counteract it is to say that we don't observe what we observe in reality with the sun. It's light.
I'll let you deal with that, like, because I don't really understand it. But Jerry, you're gonna stop using that whole that group of pictures that you keep putting up. Like, oh, if I look behind me, I'm gonna see this. I'm gonna see that.
I don't really use pictures. I'm more of a words guy.
Have you ignored the whole basketball and peanut thing that I talked to you about? Did you just ignore it all? Yeah.
No, I think of it often when I'm down, and it cheers me up.
Fair enough. Shall we give it another go, Jerry? I just want to see where the misalignment starts.
No, it was all lined up. It was a syzygy.
No, between me and you.
All lined up.
Between me and you. Between me and you. Come on. Come on. Come on. No?
What?
Not up for it?
What do you want?
To re-explain the thing that you claim. I don't believe you when you say that it doesn't make sense. I'm starting to get the sense that there's something else going on. But
No, it's just a question that pops up for me when people offer up their,
yeah, the ISS thing.
Yeah. It's just a nagging question I have. Because I'll never be in the ISS. So
Shall we
I'm
try?
just
Shall we
wondering.
do it again? Shall we try it again?
Well, hey, you could knock your socks off, pal. I mean, whatever you got to do.
Okay, let me try. Let me try actually. I do a whiteboard. That might cause a bit of trouble. Right. might stop some of your little questions, which might not be great, but I'll create a new one.
Is this your way of avoiding Bev?
No, Bev wants to see me at work or something. But
Yeah, you seem like you do a lot of paperwork.
yeah, that's true. Anyway, so let's go with Jerry Globe, board name. Right. So
Is this the work that you were talking about? I mean, you might want to talk to an actual flat earther because I'm not one. You know, you said that your work is done on flat earthers, so you know,
but
you might want
well, then what are you doing then? What are you doing? Like,
to. I'm
what are
just
you
here for
doing with all this?
entertainment.
Yeah, get back to the into the break thing. Go on, that show us how you shine. Come on.
No, because break is aligned. Like break is aligned with Jerry. So if one of them is that way, then the other one logically must be that way as well.
Aligned with.
Yeah, you two are joined at the hip.
Really?
What? Not like literally.
He means parallel to horizontal.
But wait, what was? I don't think there was any issue. I didn't have any outstanding stuff with break, did I? I don't think so, anyway. And especially because I think break is not all he seems. That's all. Sorry, Beth.
So is he not one of the flat earthers that we should see you at work with?
You keep using this at work with. You got to drop that, man. It sounds like the way you say it as well. Just kind of sounds a bit sinister.
Why do you think it's stuck in my head?
I don't know. I haven't got a clue what's going on in your head, mate. I don't know who's a flat earther anymore, and who's a plant.
Is that what you're saying about into the break?
I didn't say that.
Well, you can't be saying it about Jerry or me because we're both not flat earthers. We've told you that outright.
Maybe you can help me. What is an earther?
So, you know, that's a good question. What is an earther? Because if you look in the dictionary, it's not a word. Help us out, geeks.
Nah. So this is the thing, like the long troll con. Like, if that's what's going, I don't know what's the payoff. Like, where's the payoff? Like, what's the outcome? I'm still trying to figure that out. Anyway.
Elderberry, you got a hot mic, dude. It sounds like it's in your pocket or something.
Right, well, nothing much going on in here, so.
Oh. You
No,
off?
it's fine. I mean, well,
Did
it's
you get a
just
call
fun.
from Super Monkey Ball?
No. But I like to listen to people argue whilst I'm writing code, so it's just silence. Don't get me wrong, it allows for a lot more focus, but you know. Right, gents. Well, we'll see each other when the stars align. Might come back.
Geek certainly knows the number one rule of show business. Always leave them wanting more.
That's not show business. That's something else. But yeah, you're right. Love you, boys. Stay cool. Might go piss off some Christians.
Wow, is that you at work? Can I come and see that?
You can do it. Whatever you like, my friend. As long as you're not insufferable. Lols.
Yo, is anyone there? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. There are people here.
Hello.
Is this the room where people think the Earth is flat?
Nutters.
Yeah. Well, I think there are some here.
This room is generally like I've tried to come in here and speak before, but it's generally like an absolute shit show.
Yeah, one guy's just failed at engaging with flat earthers. We came to see him at work, and it's pretty woeful.
He's gone, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Wait, so are either of you flat earthers?
No.
I'm not.
Yeah, fair enough. No, it's hard to even troll them in this room. Like I've tried to come in and say that the sun is flat and stuff, and like sometimes it works. Well, I say things like the sun is flat, just like to troll them.
GM up. Just to GM up.
Yeah,
That
basically.
sounds fucking ridiculous, doesn't it?
It does sound a bit silly.
Have you ever heard of the guy that goes by the name Research Flat Moon? I think he's doing the same sort of thing.
Yeah. Well, sometimes I pretend to sort of like be inquisitive and I ask like, oh, what about the NASA scientists? What about like my teachers who said that the Earth is a sphere? And they're all like, oh yeah, they're lying to you. Oh yeah, it's fake. And then I'll go like, oh, okay. And then I'll say, what about like, where's your evidence for the flat Earth? And then they'll say, oh, look at this photo. Or this guy said this. And I'll say, yeah, they're lying to you. Yeah, that's fake. And so on and so forth. Because, and they don't really have anything to say, right? Because they've just spent the whole time saying that NASA is lying to me. These pictures are photoshopped and faked. So when I say, oh yeah, that, that picture of the flat Earth, that's faked, or that's an illusion, or they're just lying to you, they don't really have anything to say. And so they get like, because I'm not going to debate like I'm not going to debate them on like the physics or the math or something like that. Like it's just a waste of time.
Yeah, it's definitely
What's
a
your
waste of
best?
time.
What's your best argument?
For what?
Your best argument. That's what I do. I study arguments.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, like I don't know much about physics or like I've got a degree in mathematics, and I'm a math teacher, but I don't know much about physics or something. And like, so somebody who is like studied arguments for flat Earth or something like that could probably beat me in like an argument for flat Earth if we were like just speaking about like the physics. I know fuck all about that, right? But
geometry, that's your bag,
yeah.
right? You done much geometry?
Well, I know some geometry, yeah. I mean, I did that at university and stuff. But like...
Just the basic shit, right? About basics, all you need, really.
Yeah. But like, this is nothing special, right? If you go to, like, let's say you go and try and debate, like, I don't know, some 9/11 conspiracy theorist who spent, like, ages looking at conspiracy theories and ages looking at the politics of 9/11, and they've constructed, like, the best argument to say it's a conspiracy. And you've done, like, no research. You're just going to get absolutely humiliated in a debate. Even though it's, like, kind of ridiculous to think that 9/11 was a conspiracy. And even if everyone thinks it is, you're just going to get absolutely humiliated in a debate against a 9/11 conspiracy theorist. Or even if you like debate creationism or something like that, you're just going to get humiliated unless you know the science inside out. And I just can't be fucked to learn about, So like I've got a 9-to-5 job. Like I'm not can't be fucked.
9 to 5. Well, in that case, then you would be the guy to do the flat thing, the geometry, right? I bet you can absolutely wreck flat earthers mathematically. You've got all the proofs, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, see, flat earthers can sometimes use geometry to try to prove that the Earth is flat. Like, I think they'll do some, like, I think one of the sort of like the arguments they have for flat Earth is like that they can see some, I don't know, like oil driller in the distance that you wouldn't ordinarily be able to see if
Optics,
like
that's
or
not
something.
geometry.
No, but they do use like some like circular, or like some trig or something like that.
Well, I bet you can wreck them on that, right?
Well, I don't think it has much to do with mathematics in that. I think it's something to do with
Geometry?
like. No. I mean, that
Can you
particular like.
can you
photo,
have a go at explaining the? Have you heard 8 inches per mile squared?
What?
8
8
inches per
inches?
mile squared. Yeah.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh right. Oh well, that's mathematics, right?
8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah.
It's
I've
like a
heard
joke.
that's the curvature of level.
Oh. Okay. I mean,
Can you
I'm
explain
just
that
curious,
mathematically?
I have no idea. 8 inches per mile squared.
Yep. That means over a mile, there's an 8-inch vertical change on the vertical.
I mean, look, my whole point was just that, like, when I debate flat earthers or something like that, I am not going to get sort of down and dirty into the mathematics, physics, all that shit. What I generally try and go is a bit broader and just say that, their epistemic standards are just either hypocritical or just flat out.
Well, what about, do you have vertical and horizontal being perpendicular? That's one of the things.
I'm sorry, I don't.
Well, you know when you're teaching your mathematics and you put a grid up and you have X and Y on your whiteboard.
Yeah.
Well, one of them would be deemed to be horizontal and the other one vertical, right?
Yeah.
And we all know that all horizontals are parallel, right, in reality.
Okay.
We all get taught that at school, don't we? Mathematics. Horizontal, vertical, perpendicular.
Yeah. And
X, Y, Z.
Yeah. Okay.
Coordinate systems.
Mm-hmm.
Well, can't you use that mathematical knowledge in your argumentation to flat earthers?
I mean,
you can't just resort to optics and boats in the distance. I mean, that doesn't sound very. So it doesn't sound like you're using your
look, I don't
skills.
Look, I don't make arguments for the round Earth. I couldn't really care less. Like, if people
make arguments within
mathematics,
though, right?
Yeah, you could, but I don't do that.
Oh.
What do you do?
Troll.
Yeah, it seems like it. Bless him. He's a teacher, isn't he?
Yeah.
I am. Yeah.
That's what he said, anyway.
But I think that like people who try to argue against flat, like, and this isn't just with flat Earth. This is with things in general. Like people argue like for and against, I don't know, like religion or political issues that they know absolutely fuck all about, and it's just like you're just doing yourself a disservice. Because even if you're right, even if you're arguing about it, right? Like, let's say that, for example, I mean, you both said you're not flat earthers, right? So let's just assume the Earth is a sphere, right? And
Fine.
you know absolutely nothing about the topic you're debating. Right? You know absolutely nothing about round Earth or flat Earth or something, and you then go ahead and
You know
debate
about
flat
making
Earth.
assumptions, though, right? Yeah, at least you know enough to have made an assumption.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't just make baseless assumptions, do you?
Well, I think most people do, but that's
Not within mathematics, though, right? You don't make baseless assumptions in mathematics.
Well, that's a whole different sort of area of philosophy, I suppose. But I'm happy to say
Philosophy of mathematics?
Yeah.
Mm. Smell that, bloods. Can you?
Yeah, smell that. Definitely smell that.
What level of mathematics do you teach at? I mean, what sort of
I
students?
teach high school.
High school. What sort of age are those?
Oh, they'd be like
Mathematical question or
12 to 16 or something like that. Generally, the ages I teach.
No, you just didn't seem to be too clear about the geometry when you were asked about it. So I kind of wondered what level, whether it was like, primary or something, first stage 1 or something like that. I don't know what your description of education is or the ladder they climb.
Yeah, I mean, I'm only like I'm like first year out as a teacher, so.
Oh, so you haven't quite remembered what you learned, or
fresh,
or you haven't practice it
Well,
and see if
I
it
have
works,
I have no fucking idea what 8 inches per mile squared is or something like.
You'd
I have
understand
no
that
idea what.
mathematically, though, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you just understand that mathematically, whatever?
I mean, do
You
you
could apply
understand
it
what
to
that means
something.
mathematically?
Sorry?
Do you understand it?
Well, you're the maths teacher, so I just, I was surprised that you couldn't, put that into some place and
8
explain
inches
what
per
that
mile
means.
squared. No, I don't understand that. Do you
Oh, okay.
understand that?
Well, I don't think I could possibly understand that because I don't have a degree in maths, or I'm not a maths teacher. But I had expected you
I
might
mean,
come up with something. That's why I asked about, what level you teach at, because I was just listening, thinking, oh, he didn't seem to be able to explain that. So
yeah, I
that's
mean, I
all.
did explain that it was an 8-inch drop over a mile, right,
He
to the
gave you-
squared function.
He even
Like,
gave you a
I
scenario for yourself. Yeah. So
found it weird that you couldn't even explain that mathematically.
Aiden. I mean, so first of all, I use like a different metric system.
Use a different grid system.
No, I mean, I don't do inches and miles. I do sort of centimeters and meters and kilometers and stuff like that. But
you could convert it. You know how to convert that, though. You could do that. You probably do it in your head, wouldn't you?
Would the
No.
square function would convert, wouldn't it?
I don't know what the conversion is. Why would I know
Well,
what
it's
the
just
conversion
numbers,
is?
isn't it? It doesn't matter about, it's a number, 8. So just say that was kilometers, or if you like, or whatever, 8.
So I think
8
yeah. So
squared.
I think what it might be saying is that for every sort of mile
Just think of me as one of your students
across.
and explain it to me.
Sorry?
Just think of me as one of your students. How you might explain that if that was your lesson plan for today. Explaining this. How
8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah. As if I'm a student,
Well,
12 or something.
okay, so I mean, I looked it up. It says 8 inches per mile squared is a variation of y equals x squared, which every kid learns in middle school is the equation for a parabola. If you know what a parabola is, it's not a circle or a sphere. Yeah, I mean, like, I can explain y equals x squared to you. 8 inches per mile squared is like
So is it
why.
similar to that? Because that would be an explanation, right? A mathematical explanation.
Well, y equals x squared basically means that, like, for example, when you sub in, okay, so y equals x squared. So if you have, like, if x is, for example, 1, y would be 1, right? Because it's just 1 squared. And then
Yeah,
if x
wait a
is 2,
minute. Before you go into this, I'll just give you a little bit of background, right? The great Jesse Kozlowski, who's one of the, globe surveyors, told me that 8 inches per mile squared was accurate. But then the flat earthers have gone and done some mathematical calculations. Adam Meakin and QE and all of those had a presentation the other week saying how it was wrong, and they came up with a more accurate one.
Okay.
So, yeah. So you've got like a lot to hold up to here. Your mathematical prowess will be needed. Because some of these flat earthers are sharp, man.
Yeah, which is why I wouldn't debate, like, the geometry of them. Like, why would I do that?
Skill set.
It's
your skill
that's
set.
you.
Why
That's
would you?
your expertise,
No,
man.
look, it's not my skill set. Look, I mean,
You've got a degree, man.
maths is such. Yeah, but that's look, maths is such a special. Like, one of my friends has a PhD in math, right? And he even said that, like, mathematics is such, like, a specialized skill set. Like, one PhD in math who specializes in, let's say, trigonometry might, might look at a paper from another mathematician who's got a PhD in calculus and not have any idea how to read the paper. Just no idea. So having a math degree means that I have, a basic overview of mathematics, right?
Ooh,
it doesn't mean, like, I like, if I look at a math paper, like, I asked the PhD to send me, one of his math papers, just because I was curious as to what a math paper looks like, and I didn't understand any of it. Like, a PhD mathematician might not understand what's going on. Now, they probably make a much better fist of it.
Excuse me, you're preparing children for the world, aren't you? And you're telling me that you don't understand what you learnt. You're preparing children for the world and to express, mathematics and geometry to them so that they will be able to live their lives.
Bro.
And
Andy's saying that flat earthers have a better mathematical knowledge than he does.
No, I didn't say.
Oh, that's very strange.
I didn't say that. Look, if a general practitioner, a doctor, right, is not expected to know how to perform open heart surgery, right? Like, why would they? That's not their job. Yes, they're a medical
12
professional.
to 16-year-olds,
but
you said, just children getting ready for the world.
Yeah.
Basic stuff. Pretty basic, I'd have thought. Because, they don't tell them the other stuff that... I mean, you might be telling them one thing that in 5 years' time, when they get to another level of education, they'll say, forget everything that guy told you back there. Because that's not really what's happening.
I genuinely don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry,
well,
man.
that's what I mean. I understand you don't, because you said you don't really hardly understand the degree you took. So, but you must have a level of maths.
When did I say that? I never said that. When did I say I don't understand the degree?
And no, but you said it was it was a specialized thing, and you don't understand everything
mathematics
about it.
Can get. Yeah, I was talking about I don't understand everything in maths. I mean, I don't think anybody does.
Yeah, but I thought 8 inches per mile squared wouldn't cause you to have to reach out to your PhD friend for clarification.
I didn't reach out to my PhD friend for that. I don't know what the fuck 8 inches per mile squared means.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll try and apply it to something.
I mean, does anybody in this room understand what 8 inches per mile squared means? I'd love to know.
But now you've looked on the internet and you've got some clarity.
Pythagorean theorem to
I
calculate.
don't have some clarity.
You looked on the internet and you realise what that 8 inches per mile squared related to. And as a degree holding mathematician, I thought you would understand that better than most. What was said there, parabolas and all that.
I mean, I understand y equals x squared.
Oh,
I don't know what 8 inches per mile squared is. What's your goal here? Are you trying to like discredit me or something? Like
No,
what's the goal?
I'm just trying to understand, what you're saying and your level of expertise, on this. So you said it, I didn't, But it seems like you were struggling. That was all. I was just thinking, well.
Yeah, I was struggling. I don't know what the fuck it means.
Yeah, that's why I kind of thought, shit, how could you be teaching 12 to 16-year-olds to live in the world? So that's what got me to there. That was all.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, I bet if you ask like other teachers, they probably
you go back
wouldn't
to
know.
the question. I understand where you're at now. That's fine. I'm satisfied with that. You go back to the
I mean, do you want to ask me about calculus and finding derivatives or finding integrals, or do you want to ask me about like
it's just 8 inches per mile
finding?
squared. That's where we were, I think. So you can go back to
Yeah. Okay. Well, I still don't know what it means. So.
Elderberry only knows the advanced stuff.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I was hoping that you could school some flat earthers rather than just coming here trolling. Doesn't seem like a very good behaviour for a teacher. I mean, what would you do if one of your students came in and asked you? They said they'd been talking to a flat earther, and the flat earther said that the 8 inches per mile squared thing was a load of bollocks. What about that?
I have no idea what 8 inches per mile squared means. So
is that what you would say to your students?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why wouldn't I? Why would I try and lie to them and say that I know what it means when I don't?
Well, because you're coming in here trolling flat earthers, and this is one of the most basic things that I bet every flat earther knows it. Right? I bet they don't know about Adam Meakin and all of them, like redefining it and making it more accurate.
Okay.
Do you get to the
I feel like
advanced
I'm
level
being
with yours?
trolled by a bunch of flat earthers now.
No. Do you get to the advanced level with your students of defining the properties of a triangle, for instance? Do you get to there? You teach them that.
And dividing properties of that doesn't make any sense.
Well, you teach them about how triangles work. What makes a triangle? What is a triangle? Yeah, the properties and how to derive the values of a triangle, for instance.
Yeah, I teach
you
them
spoke about
how to find
trigonometry earlier, so you know that level of stuff.
Yeah.
Or is it? It's not okay. I would expect you would have done so.
Look, if you want to just like calculating the distance of the line BC. Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so they think if you go from point A to point B, like a plane, that it's going to fly out along the path of the tangent from AC, and then it has to account for a drop from C to B. And so they'll calculate that drop from C to B is, a very great distance, and they'll say, but the plane doesn't steer down.
Who thinks that?
That's what flat earthers say.
Oh, are you speaking for a flat earther?
Yeah, because Billy doesn't know, and no one's telling him.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Who's Billy?
Yeah, look, I mean, if you just want to ask me, like, do I remember much from my math degree, the answer's going to be no. If
Don't
you want
come
to
around
ask
teaching my fucking children then. Jesus Christ, man. That's ridiculous. Don't tell me that when I come to parents' evening. Right? Don't.
Why would I need to know?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Just don't do that.
I mean, I tell my students this, right? I tell students that maths is important, and the reason why I think maths is important is not because you're able to remember some formula and then apply it. Like, that's not why maths is important, right? Now, that's like any old idiot can remember a bunch of numbers and remember, oh, this number goes there, this number goes there. Like, that's not really the important part of maths. Well, the important part for maths, I think, is being able to learn how to think critically and being able to learn how to think mathematically. That's the important part. It's not about remembering formulas or something. That might be like somewhat important.
Yeah, that's
But
why I was asking if you had a way to do it. I mean, we're only after the simple
I don't know
stuff,
what
right?
8 inches per mile squared is, bro. I don't know how many times I
Well,
have to
somebody's
tell you.
just told you again.
Yeah, I don't know how it relates to the circle with the triangle.
How
But
far
look,
is too
as I was
far
saying,
when you're looking at the horizon?
okay, look, as I was saying, what I think is more important than like you know, than like remembering formulas and things like that when it comes to math is being able to think critically and being able to think mathematically. Because I remember when I had to teach my year 10 class, I was learning a topic that quadratic equations that honestly I didn't remember because the last time I did it, I was in year 10 myself. And so I had no idea about how to do it. And so I taught myself the subject, or rather retaught myself the subject. And I was able to understand it within about half an hour. Right? Not because I'm a genius, I most definitely am
Cool.
not.
So you can remember it, right? So the 8 inches per mile squared, that sounds like a quadratic formula, right? Did you have to Google that, or did you not understand?
8 inches per mile squared. I mean, I guess I could understand how you'd think that's a quadratic formula or something.
I mean,
Do you
Billy,
not
all
think
you
it
have
is?
to do is say the words. Just say 8 inches per mile squared. That's all you have to do.
Come on, Billy.
Okay.
Come on, Bill.
Just say the words.
8 inches per mile squared.
There you go. You've got it.
All right. Okay. And?
That's it. You just have to say it. You've got it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So when your students come to you and say, sir, there's
I equals
flat
m
earthers are
squared.
saying that the
Sure.
water drops away from horizontal at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared.
Look, I gotta go.
Can
Is
you
there
explain
anything
that
you
to
want
us,
to say
please?
to me? You okay? Hello?
Hello?
Okay, I gotta head. I'll catch you
Well,
guys
you
later.
already said that he was either going to go or you're waiting for somebody to tell you I love you bye. Which is it?
Well, I got stuff to do, so I'm gonna head off.
All right. Have a good day. I love you bye.
See ya.
Jane. Hoping we might have learned something from a real teacher.
5 people just left within like 10 seconds of each other. What was that?
They wanted to see a teacher coming here and talk to us. That's what happened. Then he got wig snatched.
He got what?
Wig snatched.
What's
He had his
that?
wig snatched off. He's wearing a wig. He's being a pretender.
Don't know. That could be a mathematician, right? That could be the state of modern mathematics teaching. Trolls. You never know.
What the guy who jumped in to come back? He posted a curious picture there. A diagram, if you will. Because it's supposed to be a vertical drop. Now, if AC is horizontal, then BC is not perpendicular to that. So that's not a vertical drop. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he'll come
Yeah, that
back.
was my understanding of that square function. Yeah.
The parabola is trying to measure A to B, not B to C.
The function of that equation, the 8 inches per mile squared. ABC doesn't seem like a right angle triangle, though, does it?
No, something funky going on there. But did you say that QE came up with a better equation or a better
Adam
explanation?
Meakin did a whole presentation on it.
Well, QE didn't make it. He just derived it from another source.
It was Adam Meakin. It was a special Adam Meakin special. Can you remember what it was? I can't.
Nah, I don't get much involved with fantasy math, you know. You know who doubts the 8 inches per mile squared is geeks. He says it should be 8 inches per square mile. But I don't know. Maybe he was just doing his work, as he says.
Yeah, Jesse Kozlowski told me it was 8 inches times the distance in miles squared.
And that's down, right?
As far as I got to tell, but I mean, you know, it seems like one of those tricky things for people to be able to talk about. Lots of words spoken, but not much understanding.
Hello, Bev. I haven't seen you around here in a while.
All right, who's that? Skinny. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, not too bad. Yourself?
You're not scared like Super Monkey Ball of us, are you?
I'm not scared at all. If I remember the last debate we had, it was you and Elder Bear going at me at the same time. So
We've
no, I'm
never
not scared.
debated, mate.
Actually, we did, but Elder Bear was leading the charge. So you're going to come at me with how is the Earth measured flat, right?
Hey, do you want to? What was the debate about?
The same as it always with it is with you guys. It's always how is the Earth measured flat, right?
Okay.
That's the whole stick,
Well,
yeah.
that sounds like a question. It's not much of a debate. I mean, where would my position be on that?
Ambiguity.
Your position, from what I understand, and having gone onto your channel, is we got waves, we've got hills, we've got mountains, we've got all that kind of shit. There is no such thing as the.
What would my position be? That the Earth isn't measured flat, right? Do you want to take the position in this debate that the Earth is measured flat, and I'll take the position of the Earth isn't measured flat? Okay?
Sounds fair.
Okay.
Your floor?
What? That the Earth is not measured flat? Okay, and me personally, I've measured elevation changes, which would determine, to me, that the Earth is not flat.
So, maybe you can answer me one thing that your mate Elder Bear couldn't. What do you actually define as flat overall?
Zero elevation change.
All right. So if you zoom out and you go up higher,
zoom out of what?
Right. Okay. So for example, my driveway that I'm standing on right now, it has cracks in it. It has ditches, little mini ditches in it from the different sections of concrete that were put into it. However, it is leveled and it is flat. However, yes, there are ditches in it and there's contours in the concrete. It hasn't been perfectly smoothed over 100%. So if you look down at the microscopic level, no, it's not flat. There's also no water involved, but when the water does sit in the creases in this driveway, yeah, it's perfectly flat. However, there's a little divot, little bit of a hole in it. It's been worn down for quite a while, and there's one area where the water drips off the roof, and it has created a hole in the concrete. So not perfectly flat, of course. There is definitely contours when you go down to the microscopic level. There is definitely contours when you go down to a lower enough level. However, overall, it is definitely flat. Your floor.
Okay. Well, I would agree that the term flat is a visual surface signifier, right? So any measurable change, whether it be at the microscopic level or whatever, I agree with you. It would determine it to be not flat. Your floor.
Sorry, could you say that again quickly? My hearing's not the best, and your mic is very low.
Oh, you could turn us up, Discord. Flat is a visual surface signifier. So any measurable deviation from that, whatever the level, the microscopic if you want to deal with it, then yeah, that would determine not flat. I agree with you.
Okay, gotcha with that one. So, why do you harp on the point so much? I'm genuinely curious.
This is a debate, isn't it? Aren't we debating? The question is
Look,
that how is it measured flat? If I can measure it and any measurement would determine it being not flat, how is the measurement of flatness determined?
All right, well, I'll give you one example with that. Among many, like I've already given your mate Elder Bear many of them, but all right, we'll start with one. Swell. I don't know what you call it in the UK, but here it's the height of the waves on that day when it's windy. How do you think they determine what the height of the swell is?
Would it be measured?
Yeah, it kind of is. Actually, yeah, it is. The swell is determined off of the resting state of the water when it's flat, when it's calm.
Mm-hmm.
Just like on any lake. I'll give you another example with that. You got Lake Biwa, which is in the middle of Japan, which is not far from where my wife comes from. Same thing. Some days it is like glass. Other days, when the wind picks up, you have big waves on that lake. But the height of those waves is measured off of the resting state on the calm days of said water. Now, if you want to go into, different coasts have different sea levels. You have a medium sea level that is determined across the entire world, and that's what everything is measured off. And everything that we
Not
do
across
is
the
measured
entire
off.
world, right? In different places, in different locations.
Yeah, locally there is differences for sure. No one is denying that at all. However, there is a medium sea level because water always seeks level. Water always runs downhill, and it does seek level.
Mean, not median. It's a mean. And that's determined
Mean.
at individual
All right, median.
locations.
Okay, yeah, you got me there. You got me there. Median and mean are two different things for sure. You've got the highest to the lowest. That's the mean, and then you've got the median, which is the most common occurring for sure. Okay, yeah, you got me there.
The mean is
Very cool.
an average.
And how is a mean average made?
By totting up all of the individual measurements, dividing by the amount.
Exactly right. So if you have one number that is way outside of the others, when you're determining a mean average, it throws it right out. Whereas if you go median, that's the most common occurrence. Yeah.
No, it's incorporated into it. Will be one of the measurements made, wouldn't it? That is averaged out across the total for mean. But that's just a point on the vertical datum, right? All of those measurements are measurements made at a point on the vertical datum.
And the vertical datum you're talking about is a very, very modern thing. Yeah?
Wow.
When was it instituted?
Which one? The UK one? I don't know. I don't know who did it first. The mean one would be about 1800s, I think, in the UK.
Yeah, it's sea levels, man.
Over
and
about
everything.
19 years.
Yeah, everything is based off of sea level, median or mean, depending on what you want to do with it. It's based off of an average sea level. We can agree on that, at least.
Mean sea level is a point determined on the vertical.
You literally said before median. You literally just said before median.
You said median. That wasn't you. It wasn't me. That was you. I corrected you.
No. I said mean sea level at the start. You said median, and then I said, "Yep, you got me on that one," because both are probably true.
You're getting mixed up. You said median.
No, I said mean.
Okay, well, it is a mean sea level, established as a mean, a point on the vertical datum.
Either way, it's an average, yes? We can agree on that, right?
Mean is yes. An average, yes.
And practically every height, or not practically, well, it is practical as well, but every height on Earth is measured from sea level, yes?
No. You can just establish a datum anywhere. Every individual point will be referenced to another point and measured on the vertical datum. You don't have to mention mean sea level.
So you're telling me that the heights of mountains are the heights of skyscrapers, the heights of cliffs, the heights of all of that, the heights of the swell in the sea when the waves are up.
When they say the skyscraper is 30 meters high, they don't reference that to the mean sea level. No, that isn't 30 meters reference to, but the heights of mountains and such would be. The land. Reference to
you're
datum, which is the point where I would say it's measured not flat. That's exactly the measurement of not flatness that I would be talking about.
So, right, so you say skyscrapers don't come from, the height of the skyscrapers don't come from sea level. All right, I could probably, with some of them, yeah, that aren't close to the coast, but I tell you what, for example, my hometown of Brisbane, they all go off of sea level. So yeah, local, like you said, I guess. Point being is you need a level, a horizon, aka horizontal, to measure off of in the first place. And when it comes to swell, when it comes to waves, when it comes to that, how do you know the wave height if you do not have a horizontal to work off of in the first place? Yeah?
You have a point on the datum, don't you?
I do apologise, my phone's playing up. You said you have a point on the datum. What datum are you talking about? The vertical datum?
The vertical datum, yes. The ones that the heights are measured from. The changing, differing elevations are measured from of the land, making it not flat.
Okay. From the land.
Please support your argument that the Earth is measured flat. Where would this measurement be taken of flatness?
Yeah, or again, it is one of the ones that you do take is the horizon. It is water level. It seeks flat, and on calm days it is flat, and that is where you get horizontal from. And everything that you build, everything that you base your measurements off of, including the sextant, by the way. When you use the sextant, you have to factor in your height above sea level. Sea level. All of this is based off of the horizon, off of flat, off of water, seeks equilibrium, aka flat.
Where is the water in equilibrium? Certainly not on the sea with the waves.
Sorry, my phone is playing up. Certainly not with the waves. Okay, yeah. So when there's waves, the water is not perfectly flat. However, the horizon still is. Yeah.
The plane of the horizon would be horizontal. Zero slope, yes.
Gotcha. So we can agree that there is no slope, there is no curvature. Yeah?
To a horizontal? Absolutely. But any elevation change, deviation from that horizontal would determine not horizontal, right? That's how we would determine slope.
So when they measure mountains that are far inland, they say usually at the end of that, they would say, yeah, this is 2,000 feet, 4,000 feet, 5,000 feet above what level? Sea level. Yes?
Well, the sea level changes, doesn't it? Because that's why we have to take a mean. So you can't really base anything off sea level.
No, you're missing what you're either missing or deliberately walking away from this point. The height of these things often, not 9 times out of 10 in my country anyway, and I'm sure it's the same everywhere else. So, this mountain is quote unquote however many feet, however many meters above what? Sea level.
Mean sea level. Above mean sea level. AMSL. Above mean sea level.
And everything that we do is based off of that. This is where you
Not
get things
everything,
like
no.
spirit level. This is where you pretty much everything we do. Building is
No,
based off of that.
Spirit levels are definitely not based off mean sea level.
Again, it is because horizontal meaning 0 degrees, and that is what you know is level. And spirit levels are designed to reflect this, and any builder will tell you that.
Horizontal doesn't mean 0 degrees. That's
horizontal doesn't mean 0 degrees.
Somebody
Horizontal
snoring in an open mic.
Look, I don't have I can't mute him, man. If you figure out who it is, let AJ or Alpha or any of them know.
It's Mr. Resolve. It's Mr. Resolve.
What's he doing? Sorry, I've been cooking. I missed what he was doing. What's Mr. Resolve doing?
I think someone's snoring.
He's snoring asleep. He's just asleep and snoring. Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Okay. No worries. I'll just put him on mute till he wakes up. I've got to find Mr. Resolve. Oh, yeah, Resolve. Someone's muted him. All good.
Hey, thanks, AJ. Anyway, Bev, so get back to what we're saying. Horizontal. It's pretty basic, dude.
Yeah, I thought we were having a debate. Now, I think I've made a case of how the Earth is measured not flat by measuring elevation changes, deviation from an established point, making it not flat. Observably not flat.
Yeah, and I've had this conversation with you and Elder Bear before, and yeah, obviously it's not a pancake, it's not a perfectly flat, horizontal Earth. However, 70% of the Earth is water. We know this, and water, no matter how many waves and everything that you have, the horizon on the water is flat. That's where we get the word horizontal from. And
How do you know 70%? You said we know that. I don't know that.
Hold on a second. Sorry, man. Just splitting hairs that you guys do. How is this productive? And what are you trying to do with this, man?
I don't want to divert the conversation, but just hang on a sec, Skinny. You created the rules where I don't speak about you when you're talking to other people. So don't keep bringing my name into it, okay? You're talking to Bev.
Yeah, 70%. We're having a debate here.
Okay, I'm not involved in this. All right, keep to your 70% now. Carry on.
Elder Bear, fair enough call, man. Okay, I will adhere to that. Fair enough call, man. I do apologise. Anyway, Bev, sorry, what were you saying?
We were saying we were debating now. I think I've made a case of how elevation changes are measured, deviation from an established level, depending wherever that is. Now that changes, observably so. That's my case for how the Earth is measured not flat. Now this debate, your position was the Earth is measured flat, the opposing position. Can you please make your case?
Well, again, mate, I already have with the horizon. I've already made it with mean sea level. And everything we do is based off of it. every fucking level that we use in building, everything like that. For example, again with marksmanship, it is all based off of flat. Navigation is all based off of flat. Whether you're navigating on the sea or on the earth, it is based off of flat. You're not taking into account every tiny. Hold on a second. You asked me to answer. Okay, I'm not going to go on a massive diatribe here. I'm just simply saying you can't take into account every single little rock, every single little hill, every single little dell and valley, whatever the case may be. There has to be something that is there that is horizontal to measure off of. And again, which you keep dodging, swell. Okay, the waves on the ocean are based off of horizontal, aka flat. You know the swell is 1.2 meters or 3 meters or a half a meter based off of an average that is horizontal. Therefore, yes, it is measured flat.
Could we agree that a mountain is not flat?
I would be a retard to actually fucking say that a mountain is flat. There are some mountains that have a flat top, like a plateau, but yeah.
So the mountain would be measured to be not flat. So as well as being observably so, right, it would be measured that way too. So the mountain would be measured not flat. Now, we can say that the mountain is the earth, right? And therefore not flat. Measured, not flat. Now, you made a case earlier where you stated, we know something about the water, 70%. I don't know that. So could you please explain why you said that we know that when I don't know that?
Yeah, I know what you're doing here, man, and that's fine. Yeah, it's fine what you guys do. That's fine, no problem. Point being, all right, yeah, a mountain is not flat. However, there is a horizon, a horizontal that we base every measurement off of when it comes to height. And again, if you actually go up high enough and you observe, I can't remember the exact height. However, if you observe from that height, everything looks like, there's a bit of lumps and everything like that, but overall it does look pretty flat. The further down you go, you see the dips, you see the curves, you see the riverbeds, you see all that kind of shit.
Measurement.
However, there is a basic horizontal, and that horizontal comes from the horizon, hence the word horizontal. And why you guys stick on this one is beyond me. I don't get this. You're not globers apparently, and you're not convex or concave apparently, but you come in here, and this is your sticking point. How is it measured flat?
No, we can't. You wanted a debate. Like, we could have just a discussion about it, but you particularly wanted a debate. That's what we're doing right now. Can you please
make elder bear at the same time before? I've already debated both you and Elder Bear at the same time before.
No, your imaginings of what a debate is may be different than mine. A debate, to me, has two opposing positions, each person making the case for each opposition. Now, I've not heard you make your case yet. So I cannot rebut your case because you've not stated it. You've not made an argument.
Please do not use my name on the term earther, please.
I have answered both of you many times. I've answered both of you, as has AI, as has Heretic, as has Alpha, as has AJ, as has fucking T-Dub, as has Timbo. We have all answered you again and again and again as to how it is measured flat, and this comes from the water. This comes from the water for the most part because water seeks equilibrium. Water seeks to be flat. It always has, and that's where we get the horizon from. And you guys still won't accept that. And what I'm trying to understand here, Bev, right? what I'm trying to understand here is why you guys are so pedantic, and the only thing that I can actually come up with is you guys fucking hate a couple of people in the FE community so fucking much that you go out of your way, and they
I don't
take up
hate
so much real
anybody,
estate in your
Skinny.
head.
I don't hate anybody.
You don't hate anybody, really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, sweet. I'll take your word for that, because I mean, I don't even dislike you guys. I don't dislike you, Elder Bear. I am actually going to bring you up here for a sec, Elder Bear, but this is not for a derogatory purpose. Okay, I don't dislike Elder Bear. I don't dislike you. I don't actually have a beef with you guys. But what I see you guys do every single night, you come in here, you split hairs. How is it measured flat? How is it measured flat? How is it measured flat? You get answered again and again and again and again and again. And then what happens? You come in the next day, same shit, different day. How you like? You're not globies, right?
When you
You
bring
fucking behave like it.
when you bring my name up, it's always in a derogatory fashion. It's always in a poisoning the well fashion of telling people all these claims that you, in your little mind, believe. Okay, so keep me out of it. You're having a debate, right? So have your debate that you asked for.
I didn't ask for a debate, but anyway, that's fine. I'm happy to
You
debate.
did.
But Bev, again,
Yeah, you
I
did.
have answered you. I have answered you, Bev. Again, I said when it comes to water, when it comes to practically everything we do, we've got spirit levels, we've got everything that tells us what is level, horizontal, what is flat. What is your? You keep coming up with what is it? The vertical datum. Oh yeah, we got hills, we got mountains, we've got valleys, we've got rivers, we've got there's swell in the ocean, we got waves. Therefore, it's not flat. Again,
Yep.
where the fuck do you think the measurements for these things come from as to what their height is?
Established as a change on the vertical datum, like I told you. I've actually done it. I've measured it myself. Practical experience of it. Can you please tell me how you measure it flat?
Vertical datum. Practical experience of the vertical datum. So what? You went and measured Mount Everest. You went and measured Broden Heights in the UK. What did you do?
I've
Measure the air.
got a qualification in surveying. Only a very basic one, but yeah, I've studied surveying, so I have actually measured the Earth to be not flat. I've measured those elevation changes personally.
Ooh, you can get him
My
here,
wife,
Skinny.
my
Skinny,
wife is a qualified
you can get
surveyor.
him. You can get him here, Skinny.
Go ahead.
No, you can get
Skinny,
him here.
no, Skinny. Tell geeks not to talk over people, please. That's the rules.
You can get him here. You can
Tell
get him here,
geeks to be
Skinny.
quiet. It's a debate. He has nothing to do with it. Between
Hey,
you and the
Elder.
debate. Please stop
Hey,
talking
Elder.
over people. Ask geeks to stop talking
Ge-
over people. Thank you.
Hey, Elder. Geeks actually talked over me and not Bev. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then, enforce your rules. Tell him not to speak over people. Thank you.
He's muted.
My phone's fucking playing up badly. But anyway, Gigs was talking over me and not Bev. If he was talking over Bev, then I would tell him to shut up. Okay, but he was talking over me. But anyway, yeah, where were we, Bev? Can you remind me, man? I believe we were at somewhere regarding, again, the height of sea level, the height of swell, etc. I think we were somewhere there. Maybe we moved on from that.
Oh, it's on.
Sorry?
Oh, mine.
The point is, again, so yeah, individually, in local areas, yeah, does sea level change from area to area? Yeah, definitely. Do we have mountains? Do we have hills? Do we have rivers? Do we have valleys? Do we have all that kind of shit? Yeah, definitely. But again, even on the most storm-tossed day, you still have a flat horizon when you look out to sea. When you look across a lake, even when the storms come up and the winds come up, there is still a level that the height of those waves are worked off of. What I'm trying to understand here is why you come in here all the time and keep trying to split hairs and being pedantic to the point of what the fuck. And again, the only reason that I think this is happening is because you got a problem with a couple of people here, which is fine. Got that. But why are you doing?
My Discord keeps shutting down.
You did withdraw that claim, Skinny. Can I remind you, you did withdraw that claim, and now you're repeating it.
Sorry, quickly. Bev just said he's having trouble with Discord. So am I right now.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
not
just
just me.
telling you.
Okay.
You withdrew the claim when he said he didn't hate anyone. You withdrew the claim, so don't go and repeat it again.
No. Okay, right. Gotcha, Elder. That's fine. I was just saying, Bev said he's having trouble with Discord right now, and so am I. I'm having trouble actually bringing shit up. I do think, personally, I do think that you hate Nathan Oakley and QE, and that's why you're doing it. However, you said you don't, so I will take that.
Is your sole imagination. Your sole imagination, Skinny.
If you do not want your fucking name brought up, Elder Bear, I would recommend that you stop interrupting.
Well, I just want you talk about morals. You withdrew the claim about this hate idea. Now you're bringing it up again and reasserting it. Now, have you withdrawn the claim or not?
I don't know where I actually sit on that, because I think that you guys just fucking hate. You're the one that didn't want to be brought up, but now you brought yourself in the conversation. Congratulations, Elder Bear, and now we're fucking here.
I'm keeping you to the rules
you brought it up again, so no problem. No fucking problem at all. You guys hate Nathan Oakley, you hate Chewie, and look, both of them have ways that they deal with people that are a bit abrasive, for sure. However, you guys come in here, you claim not to be globies, but you come in here and act like fucking globies all the time, every single day, and you guys are splitting hairs. It's like, oh, how is it measured flat? How is it measured flat? Oh, this little bit of flat ground here, or this flat sea here, this flat horizon that we all see. But no, it's not measured flat because of the vertical datum. Do you understand how retarded that is?
Could you please tell the room that your claims of people hating each other is just from your own personal illusion? All right? Now, you withdrew the claim. Now you're reasserting it again. I'm just holding you to the rules that you try and hold me by and anybody else in the room when you shout over them. So if you withdrew the claim, don't reassert it. If you're reasserting it, I want you to tell everybody it's as your own personal illusion that you are putting out there. Okay?
I'm happy to say that it's my own personal opinion, from what I have seen going on Bev's channel, that he absolutely despises and hates Nathan Oakley and QE. And look, I can understand why people do. Hold on a sec, Elder Bear. I can understand why people do, because they can get abrasive and they can get pretty loud, and they're allergic to bullshit. And QE, for example, is ex-infantry like me, so a lot of people don't know how to take that.
He claims he is.
And look, I get that. I understand that. I do. I get that. But having said that, you guys, what I'm trying to get at here is when you guys come in here, and you're trying to say, oh, we got mountains, we got hills, and we got waves, therefore it's not flat. Therefore, this is a bunch of bullshit. You're just a bunch of, you're fucking globies.
Hang on. You just said it. It's not flat. You keep saying it's not flat. We know it's not flat. We just call it that. When anybody asks a question, you act just like these other people. You use your power and you threaten people. You call out the mods to shut them up. All right, and that's what happens, and that's the common theme.
Elder Bear, you're the
let's get
same guy
back.
that claimed that I was in Vietnam, Iraq, Somalia, and fucking Afghanistan when I never said as such. You're the one that misconstrues people's arguments all the fucking time. And it's not just me, man. This is why you get muted
Let's
all the
not get off
time.
the subject. This is
Okay?
debate. All right, I just
So
want
you're
to give
trying to claim to be an arbiter of truth. You're trying to claim to be an arbiter of truth. You're trying to claim to be an arbiter of truth, and you're not at all. I don't lie. You do. Therefore, I have the moral
Why
high
is this
ground with
guy?
you.
Why is this guy allowed to say all this stuff about other people when he can't back it up?
Yeah, here we go. I don't even know you. So here we go. This is a party right now.
Could you please go to Bev's channel and find where it says, I hate Nathan Oakley? Please. Do it.
He calls him out all the time. He calls Q out all the time. In his earlier videos, he does.
Right? You hate them if you call them out. So you hate Bev and you hate Elder Bear right now because you're calling them out. Is that your logic?
I don't have a problem with Elder Bear, really. I don't have a... Oh, here we are. Okay. Here we are. You come into someone's room and then you just start talking about them. Oh, that's what we're doing right now. Yeah, that's what we're doing right now, isn't it? I don't even know you, man. I'm a liar. Okay. I'll update you, sweetheart. Here's one thing I don't do. Okay.
Do not call me sweetheart. I am not your sweetheart. You condescending prick. How dare you?
I have been guilty of many things in my life, sweetheart, and I will continue to call you sweetheart, but lying is not fucking one of them, not for a long time.
Not to call me sweetheart, and you just showing everyone that you're going against it. Fine.
Yeah, I will call you sweetheart all I fucking want. You're a fucking female, and I will call you sweetheart all I want. You can call me prick, you can call me arsehole, you can call me dickhead, you can call me cunt, you can call me whatever the fuck you want.
I
don't
would
give
just
a fuck.
call you by your name. Which is Skinny Vet,
I don't
right?
care. I don't care.
Could you not
I really
afford
don't.
me the same courtesy?
I really don't care.
You
at
really
the end of
don't
the day.
care. Okay, you really don't care. Right, gotcha.
No, I don't. If you're looking for political correctness, if you're looking for catering to people's fucking bullshit, microaggression,
No, I would just like you
that's
to
right.
act the same standard you require of other people, right? You need to follow them yourself, or you're just a hypocrite.
Hello, I know who you've been schooled by. Yeah, gotcha. So using that back at me, how's about this?
I'm sorry, who have I been schooled by?
When Elder Bear, when you stop calling me a liar and Elder Bear stops posting fucking bullshit memes about me, how about this?
Just talk shit and not back it up.
When you stop calling me a liar and when Elder Bear
sweetheart,
stops posting
let's call this
bullshit
girl
about me,
sweetheart. Talk all over her and talk shit about her. Yep. Change the subject. Really funny, isn't it?
Holy shit. Three fucking cockers.
You know what? Out of everyone in this room that I know most of these people sort of just by being around, but I've never come across anyone like you, Skinny. You're on another level of just everything you say is bullshit. You have nothing to back anything you say up, and all you do is talk shit about other people and call women sweetheart and think it's funny.
I do.
Great.
It's a compliment, you fucking idiot. You're an idiot. It's a fucking compliment.
A compliment to go around calling women sweetheart on the internet when they don't want to by a dodgy guy they don't know. Yeah, great. Just call me by my name. Right, I got an internet name, Dead Air. Like I'm calling you Skinny Vet. Use my name. Easy.
Okay, Dead Air. I'll use your name. Okay, so you're clearly a fucking man-hating lesbian feminist. That's fine. And Elder Bear's a fucking little cunt.
There we go again. See, where did that come from?
Wow. Skinny, is this your example of being a man and the way you treat women? Like
right,
you allegedly said that I was tagged.
I'm just going to shut this down. Because this is cringe.
This is what. No, you don't. Why do that? This is what happens here. You shut people down because you don't want this truth to be heard.
No.
Now,
I mean, this whole
some moral high ground about truth.
Don't let him draw you into this so he can keep talking.
Yeah, nah.
Do it.
I'm saying we're not going to do the whole this person doesn't like this person. I don't give a shit. And this whole thing is cringe. So the topic's the Earth. If anyone wants to discuss it, go ahead. If not, don't.
Well, I'm back now. It was Skinny that started saying that. I believe that Skinny said about me hating people, and I said I don't hate anyone. We were having a debate. I had a problem with my connection on the Discord.
Right. Well, yeah, Skinny, we're not going to be going into all that, so drop that.
Well, good morning. Happy to drop it. Anyway, Bev, so Bev, we were going on about... So we're going last I checked before your connection came back, we were talking about swell waves, what it's based off of, the measurement it's based off of, yeah?
Yeah, I was asking you to verify your point of the Earth being measured flat. And you said something about swell, but that's not flat, right?
I gave you like 3 or 4 different answers, and you still don't accept them. So, again, what do you think the swell height is based off of? What do you think the height of mountains is based off of? What do you think when you go inland with a sextant and you're measuring it? What do you have to account for? Sea level. A sextant only works on sea level as the measurements actually go. I don't know how to put it in clearer terms, and what you guys do, you just come in here and you troll, and then you get your little fanboys and shit like that to come here and troll as well. And I don't understand it because we're supposed to be on the same fucking side, dude.
Keep on the case.
We're supposed to be on the same side, dude, and I don't. This is what I'm asking you. I don't get it.
This is a debate.
I've given you like
We're not on the same side.
Hold on a second, man.
Side of a debate.
Hold on a second, man.
And I have the opposing position. You wanted to take Earth is measured flat, therefore I took Earth is measured not flat. I made my case.
Okay, you didn't actually make a case, so let's see you make a case. How is the Earth measured, Bev?
In meters, or it's mainly mapped. It's measured on a scale 1 to 1, and then that scale is interpreted onto a map form, printed onto maps within scale. It depends what scale you use for the map. But the land is measured on a scale 1 to 1. Actual scale. Horizontal distances, vertical distances.
So when I was in the army and we were using 1 in 25,000 maps and 1 in 50,000 maps to navigate accurately, which is based off of flat, that was just a bunch of bullshit, and we were just lucky to get where we were going.
Flat? What do you mean by that? Can you please tell me that? What do you mean by based off of flat?
Because none of the maps that we used had curving eastings, the vertical lines, and when you combine grid map measurements with the compass, when you're trying to put warheads and foreheads from a long way away, everything is based off of flat. Everything is based off flat. You have elevation. You have azimuth in American parlance, or we'd say bearing. It's trigonometry, man, and trigonometry is based off of a flat surface at the bottom. It's really not that difficult, and you're still not answering my question. You haven't answered any question actually that I've posited so far. Why do you guys come in here and keep doing this? What is the point of this? And I know what the point of it is. I've already brought it up, but I'm not going to bring it up again. I know what the fucking point is. But you just come in here and you just troll just like the Globies do. And how is this helping your cause if you're not a Globie?
Stick to the debate. The mod said stick to the debate. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
I'm still waiting, Skinny. I have made my case. You wanted this debate. I stated at the beginning, and we haven't had a debate. And once again, you're taking it off into personal issues that you have. right? Keep on the debate.
No, I did actually before Elder Bear was interrupting, and this other person, woman, whatever the hell she wants to call herself. I don't want to
bring
offend her.
yourself back to that. Just stop it.
Right? Before they interrupted, yeah, we were debating, and I told you again and again and again. Sea level is the main one that we use. We've got spirit levels. We have all of these things that are measured off of flat. That's the only way that you can do it. And just like your mate, you're splitting hairs, you're going pedantic. Everything that we do is based. The pilots that fly the planes that we fly on, okay, everything that they do is based off of a flat and stationary Earth. Everything that they do. And here you are, again, yeah, there's mountains, there's hills, there's valleys, there's waves on the sea, everything like that.
And
yeah, you're forgetting
not flat bits, right? And they would be measured as such. Like you say, the height of a measure of not
again, what does the height of the waves get measured from?
An established point.
And that established point is what?
Usually a mean.
The mean what? The mean average what?
Well, like I say, I have actually measured this stuff. So you get a benchmark. A benchmark is a position, a point on the ground. Then you reference your next point to that benchmark. And every transition along the way works in a way. One point reference to another point. Now, in order to do that, I use a tool called a level. Right, that's a tool. And that measures, or you can use that to aid you to measure elevation changes. Those elevation changes tell you it's not flat. Can you please make your case for how that measurement is a measurement of flat?
Again, my phone's playing up. Sorry, again, my phone's playing up. Again, I've gone through, we were rudely interrupted. However, I've gone through, look, my wife is a surveyor. Her dad was a surveyor. So I know all about surveying. Done a little bit of it myself. I know what you're talking about. However, again, there is how do you think you can actually level those lasers and do the job of a surveyor if you do not have a horizontal to work off of? Seriously, if you are really a surveyor, come on, man.
I don't work with lasers, but you would hope that they're calibrated correctly. Have you ever done a two-peg test?
I'll put it this way. I'll put it this way, right? If you got a property that you got to survey. So, for example, I'll give you an example. So the paddock just across the road.
You've done a bit of surveying. Have you ever done?
So the paddock just across the road from me recently got leveled. So what happened was they brought in surveyors. They laser leveled it. The parts that weren't level, they got the machinery to get in to push all of the dirt to make sure that it was level. And the reason they do this is so that you don't have certain plants drown when the wet weather hits. Point being, what are they actually working off of? If you're measuring the slope of a hill or a mountain or anything, what are you actually working off of? Shock fucking horror, you're working off of a horizontal. Horizontal, dude. Not hard.
Yeah, but the Earth isn't horizontal, is it?
I'm about ready to burn my phone. It's not working well. The Earth is not horizontal. The base level measurement it is definitely horizontal. The base
My
level
connection
measurement.
going.
Yeah, it seems we both have a shit connection tonight. But yeah, the base level is horizontal. The base level that you measure off of
how
is
would you
horizontal.
measure horizontal?
Again, I don't know how many times I have to bring this up. Again, the resting water level, the horizon, is what you base that off of. Horizon, horizontal. How many times have you guys got to be told, man?
Oh, I know what horizontal is, right? And I know how to establish horizontal. The question is, since this is a debate, and I'm taking that the Earth is measured not flat, and you are saying the Earth is measured flat, and saying just horizontal, I'm asking you, how do you measure horizontal? What's the process?
I'm going to burn this fucking phone pretty shortly. What's the process of measuring horizontal? You do it via laser. It's pretty simple. Or you just walk down to the beach and look at what the horizon looks like. And what does the horizon look like? Oh, shit, 0 degrees. It is flat, 100% flat. You don't even need to measure anything to measure that. It is flat. What is everything measured off of? Sea level. What are the wave heights measured off of? Sea level. What are the heights of mountains and cliffs and everything like that measured off of? Sea level. Again, you're splitting hairs, dude, that don't need to be split. And I'm not understanding why you guys come on here and do this every fucking day. I don't get it.
Well, we're doing this today because you wanted a debate.
We're doing this today because I told you that 3 weeks ago, which is what happened, I was in a debate with you and your mate, and I kicked the shit out of the both of you, and you couldn't answer me. But then you claimed that I could answer you. So we ended up in a stalemate, and then it went into another debate with another person. Point being, right, I've answered you again and again and again. I've answered your mate again and again and again. So is practically everybody else on here, and you still come in with the same basic hair splitting bullshit that you come in with every single day. What is your purpose here?
Okay.
Why
Well,
are you
today
doing
was the
this?
debate. Can I give a quick sum up, because I don't think this is going to go much further. I stated that the measurements were made on the vertical datum. Personally done it myself using tools called levels. You've stated, in order for you to measure the Earth flat, as much as I can gather, that you go to the beach and look at the horizon. Is that about it?
Yeah, we have this thing called sea level, dude, and we have this thing called a horizon, which is what horizontal comes from. And no matter how many friggin' times, in how many different ways, with how many different examples that is brought to you and your mate, you still don't get it. And you still haven't answered me why, if you guys don't agree with us that badly, why the fuck do you come in here every day to troll us the way you do?
Not trolling. We were just having a conversation. There was a maths teacher come before you, if you don't remember that. I was having a conversation with geeks. I came in here to find out why Super Monkey Ball was scared and telling everybody that I'm like Charles Manson.
So now you're going personal. Okay, gotcha. Got it.
I was just telling you why I came in here. You not remember talking about him about that the other day in the chat when Elder Bear was talking? We went over it on Friday.
was talking with Super Monkey, who used to be an acolyte of yours and then realized that you're full of shit. Point being, you haven't actually answered me.
He'd been over a few times and talked to us in the chat. He talked to Emma,
But the point
talked
being,
to
man, the
a
point
few
being,
people.
okay, you asked,
He never
how is it
mentioned any
measured
about
flat?
this shit, Skinny.
How is it measured
It's
flat?
almost as if he
How is it
changed
measured
and he
flat?
started to talk to you about it, where he's never mentioned it to us. He says he's scared. I came in to wonder why he was scared. Talking, communication.
Yeah, given the conduct that you and your mate have when you come in here, and I've discovered another one now, obviously. But point being, how is it measured flat? It's very, very simple. Everything is based off of that measurement. That is the horizon. That is the sea level. That is water at rest. Is the basic one, and it is really, really easy to understand. But you guys want to split hairs. You guys want to come in. You want to go off on tangents. You want to go into minutia that doesn't fucking matter. And honestly, it does get tiresome. And you know, how many times have you been muted here, Bev? How many times has your mate here been muted? Because I can guarantee you, I've seen him get muted day after day after day after day. You probably get muted most times you come in here, but hey, it's our fault, right? This is just an echo chamber, and we don't want to hear another opinion. What it is, man, is your conduct when you guys are in here, number one. And number two, the fact that you bring the same bullshit question that has been answered again and again and again and again and again and a fucking again every single time. And you can't get past it. I don't know what your dysfunction is, but God bless, man. I hope you're going well. Good luck in the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. God bless. Anybody else?
Can I ask you a question, Skinny?
Jerry, you can ask me anything, man. You know I respect the shit out of you.
All right. Well, can a vertical wall be flat?
Hold on. Can a vertical wall be flat? If you're asking on a vertical level, if you want to make sure that it's plumb, arguably, yes. I guess you could say. If it's like glass or concrete or whatever, arguably, possibly. I'm not an engineer and I'm not a builder, so I'm probably not qualified to answer.
All right. Thanks, man.
Could a slope be flat?
Could a slope be flat?
Yeah.
That's very different to a vertical 90-degree wall.
Yeah, could it be measured flat though, right? Could the vertical wall be measured flat, and could the slope be measured flat?
Yeah, I know what you guys are doing.
I'm after that measurement of how you measure something flat. The procedure, please. Because you can't just go and look at the horizon to measure the wall flat, can you?
Yeah, I know what you guys are doing. So Jerry was asking with a wall, which is 90 degrees, which is perpendicular to the flat ground, which is how you actually measure it perpendicular, which, yeah, you can actually prove if it's plumbed properly and everything like that. Yeah, you can prove that. You can prove if a concrete slab is flat, a pad that you make is flat, a driveway you make is flat. You can measure, obviously, you can prove the fucking horizon is flat. That's why planes have a fake horizon in them, all that kind of shit. And now you're bringing in, is a slope flat? Do you understand, honestly, how pedantic, hair splitting, and bullshit this whole thing is that you guys bring here?
You could say that the topographic horizon would be measured not flat, right? There's a difference between flat and not flat.
The difference between
And the topographic horizon would be considered not flat. Agreed?
Sorry, Kiko, you were going to say something. Now, the topographic horizon, topography. So I always said we're on a topographical plane with a firmament above. Flat Earth is something that is given by non-flat Earthers, but at the same time, yes, there is a base measurement which is horizon, horizontal, flat. I do not know how many different ways to tell it to you fucking retards. Anyway, Kiko, go ahead, buddy.
Is the debate over now? Is it open to the floor for discussion?
Go nuts, man.
Yeah, I'm not aware of him making a case anyway, so it was a non-debate, I would say. Oh, well, you could call that a flat Earth debate, could we, Skinny?
Yep, same shit, different day. Yeah, go ahead, man. Spooky bullshit. Honestly, it gets. One thing I will give to you guys is you definitely get people tired harping the same point. That's for sure. But I'm not in the fucking mood for this shit right now. So yeah, go ahead, spooky bullshit.
To be honest with you, Skinny, you said you've done a bit of surveying. You've done a bit of surveying, so you thought you'd be able to describe how you established your horizontal. And when we got to the wall, and the wall being flat, you said you weren't capable of doing that. You weren't an engineer. You weren't a builder in construction. So what is right? Have you done some surveying? Can you establish your horizontal, and how do you do that?
I was a chain man. That's as far as I got in surveying. I'm very open and honest about that. And you allow 15 newtons of curve in the line. That much I do know. I have seen the guys and work with the guys that have used the lasers to laser level areas. The lasers have to point at each other. That much I do know. Probably more than
So you don't know practically yourself with your own experience. You don't know that. It seems to me that your horizontal is established by going to the beach and looking at the horizon. Is that true?
That's the most basic and very obvious one. It really, honestly, is fucking that honest and that obvious. What, does it look curved to you, Elder Bear? Does it look curved to you, Bear?
Skinny, they don't point lasers at each other in Australia, do they?
When you go to the beach and when you look at the horizon, does it look flat or does it look curved?
Well, it's an observation. So can you tell me, when you went to the beach and you look at the horizon, what was the measurement you made? What were the values you obtained? And what did you prove to yourself?
When you walk to the beach and you see the horizon, does it look flat or does it look curved? It's that simple.
We are talking about measurement here, though, aren't we? Not observation. We're talking about measures. You said it was measured flat. That was the key point of your debate. It's measured flat, but I haven't heard you
The
yet.
key point of
Hang on.
what
Hang on. Don't talk over me. Don't talk over me. I'll finish in a minute. From what I heard, I didn't hear you establish how you had established anything or measured anything from any place with any values, with any measurement. All you said was it's not flat. You described the Earth as not being flat, but you still claim to measure it. So I'm still waiting to hear how you measured it, the values you obtained, and where it is measurably flat.
And same shit, different day. And again, when you walk out to the beach and you see the horizon, or when you walk out to a big lake and you see the level of the water, is it flat or is it curved?
So not a measurement. The water's not flat, that's for sure. But, we're talking about your measurement. You keep saying it's obvious, and you keep saying it over and over again, but you've not yet said how you measured it and the values you obtained and proved that it is indeed flat once you've measured it.
I swear to God, I'm about to burn this phone. Yeah, look, there are other people that have actually measured it. You've seen the black swan. You have seen that you can see, 10
We're
miles
looking for
away.
first, looking for first
According to
principles with
the bloke
you.
who should it. Hold on a second. I did talk over you for a bit. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're talking about you, like first order, your first order. What you have done to measure it flat and demonstrate how you've done that, what values you've obtained, and where you can show me where this flat surface was that you did measure.
Yeah, I know what you're doing here. Look, have I actually measured it myself? No. But I live on a cape. I walk out to the beach. I see a flat horizon. Everything that I ever did in the military is based off of flat. You can't acquire targets if you factor in curvature. Nothing factors in curvature. No pilot factors in curvature. Nothing factors in curvature. So, again, I've answered you a million fucking times, as has practically everyone else here, and still it comes back to how is it measured flat?
Well, because
You guys
it's your
don't see
claim,
how fucking excessive that is?
Skinny. It is your claim, though, Skinny. That's the point. And when your commander, looked at you and you said, the enemy are over there, which you've never done. You've never put live fire on anybody's head, ever. All right, I know that. But when you said to him, the enemy are over there, and he said, well, just drop a mortar in then, fire at that direction. That wasn't good enough. That was an observation. The enemy are over there. Over the hill. Probably can't even see them. The spotter is on the hill, reporting back to you. The enemy are ahead. All right? So you need some measurement in order to kill these people you're talking about killing every day. All right? And then the spotter says, oh, you're a bit off. Change your measurement. No, it's not pedantic. It's about what you've done. You
talk about military matters, just like every other dickhead that thinks they know what they're fucking talking about with that. Right.
You've never
When
fired
it
live
comes to
fire
mortaring,
on an enemy.
you have a spotter. You have a spotter who walks you around onto the enemy. Right?
I don't
Your
know there.
measurements
It's all
at
about
the tube
measurement.
are based off of flat. They're based off of flat. You have the aiming post in front of you. You have the mortar. You have the sight. Everything is based off of flat.
You needed a measurement. All right, so can you tell me when you went to the horizon and you established that it was horizontal, how did you measure that? How have you measured anything? How have you ever established a horizontal?
What are you fucking everything that we do is measured off of horizontal. And this is the
Again,
thing.
right?
This is the
I'm
sticking
here
point.
with my
This
friend.
is the
Hang on a
sticking
minute.
point with you guys.
I'm here with my friend, all right? We're going to build a house over here. The ground is obviously not flat. We've used an auto level. We worked out what ground we need to move to make it level, all right? But he never asked me to walk 3 miles to the beach and find the horizontal there and bring it back.
Okay, Elderbear, I'll give you this one.
Wouldn't it?
Have you ever shot around? Have you ever actually shot long range before? In
We're talking
anything,
about
indirect or direct?
we're talking about your measurement, not some spin-off story. The claim is that you measured the Earth flat, and I'm trying to hear where you've actually done that, where it can be done, when you established that horizontal to measure it from, and what values you obtained. That's all. Should be simple. Because you said it wasn't flat. You've
Yeah,
agreed it's
it
not
is.
flat.
No, I didn't say that, and this is the thing. You
You
misconstrue
did. You
everything all
said
the time.
mountains, valleys, divots, That's how you described it. You never, you never described it
Christ,
flat.
and you wonder why you keep getting muted here.
No,
Right.
you said that. They're
Everything that
your
we
words.
do is based. Everything we do is based off of flat. Every single fucking thing that we do is based off of flat.
That you've never established it or measured it. This we know.
Is there someone else trying to talk, or is someone hot micing?
Yeah, somebody come to save you, maybe.
Coming to save me?
I'm looking for you to
you and Bevan
substantiate.
make
I'm looking for you to substantiate your claim that you measured the Earth flat. The Earth is measured flat when you described it as not being flat everywhere, apart from going and looking on the beach at the horizon. But you've never
Christ.
demonstrated what you did with what you saw.
Do you and Bev actually ever go back through and listen to yourselves, man? Honestly, like, we've been through this so many times before. You've been through this so many times before with other people, and it's the same shit again and again. It gets explained to you again and again, and you come back with the same bullshit. It's splitting hairs. It's pedantic as shit.
The difficulty I have, Skinny, is that you say a lot of stuff. Now, you did bring up something about 70% water, and then the other day you said you'd observed the firmament. So when I hear people talking like that, and I ask them, well, how you did it, and they just mute me because they can't answer, and I figure that a lot of their other stuff they're talking about is also unsubstantiated. So if you want to make a claim and tell me, everybody, you're flat smacking me, and just give me some evidence. Flat smack me, come on. Where did you observe the firmament? Where's this 70% water come from? Where did you establish a horizontal reference and measure the Earth and find it to be flat when you said it's not flat?
See, the issue you have with me, so the issue I have with you is that you always misconstrue shit. You always fucking say fake shit. You said I said I was in Vietnam, Iraq, Somalia, etc. Now, we're not going to fucking go through the personal shit, so here's this. Again, yet a fucking again, I'm going to go through it one more time with you. I'm going to try and use very, very, very small words. Every single thing I do.
Measurements in this description.
Hold on. I'm answering you. I'm answering you.
I know, my man.
I'm
I know,
answering
my
you.
man. Listen, try and include measurements in this description this time. That might help. That's all.
Yeah, how about this? You can put warheads on foreheads 7 kilometers away based off of flat. The whole mortar site works off of flat. Again, the horizon is flat, 0 degrees. Everything that we do, mountains are measured off of sea level. Practically every height of practically anything measured is based off of sea level. It's a level measurement, you fucking idiot. Anyway, AJ, you wanted to say something?
Okay, so you need to swear at me now because you can't answer the question and give me the measurements I asked for. And the demonstration of what you said proves that the Earth is measured flat. Now, after 10 years of people being around here, I find that proof of this thing seems to be very, very thin on the ground. All right, so you're the source of it. You claim it is measured flat. That's all I'm asking you. Can you show me where? Then I can get on the soapbox you're on and claim it myself, if it's believable and transferable to other people.
You said you've been here for 10 years, right? You've been here for 10 years, right?
Well, not me, no. A lot of people have been here for 10 years. All right? Now, you talk about us coming in here, us, whoever that is, day after day. I hear you talking day after day, the same gas pressure without a container with people, the curvature, the rotation, day after day after day for 10 years now. Not you, not me. And when I say, well, okay, by now you've debunked the globe, and now you're claiming it's flat. So let's talk about that. And his claim is on the floor. The Earth is measured flat. You haven't done it. You don't know anybody who's done it. You can't give me any values. I don't see it. When I'm walking in reality, I don't see it. So, carry on and tell me how you did it, or just tell me that it's just something you believe. It's not something you know.
Well, how about this, man? The curvature, the spin, gas without containment, that comes from the globe claims, and therefore debunking them debunks the fucking globe. That's the start.
No.
Now,
Whoa.
now, hold on.
Hang on,
let
Skinny.
you speak.
Just on that point.
I let you speak.
Just on that
You
point.
speak.
I know. Just on that point, all right? Those three things you were taught when you came here, all right? You were taught those when you came into this arena. They have a root with certain people. They're not yours. You were taught those, all right? That's all I'm going to point out.
Yeah, and those said people you don't fucking like. We can definitely fucking see that.
There you go again.
This is
I
why
never said I didn't like them. I just asked a question.
I was trying to get you and Bev to admit why you come in here and do what you do. But anyway, that's no point. Shit happens, no problem.
Why do you do what you do?
Again.
Why do you do what you do?
Every
What are you
single
looking for?
time you have been, every single fucking time, you have received proper answers to your questions and you reject them. You are listening like water bouncing off of a brick instead of into a sponge. Every single time, no matter how many different ways it is explained, you come back with the same shit. So, you're a troll and you're not worth the time. But however, I tell you what, Elder Bear, I've developed a little bit of a relationship with you here. I kind of like fucking bouncing off you, to be honest. I actually have kind of an affection for you in a way.
I'm not going to touch a snake, Skinny.
Very interesting and very funny. However, you're making yourself look like idiots, man, because again,
really,
every single time you ask, how is it measured flat? How is it measured flat? Every single time you have been answered in so many different ways, and you come back with the same shit.
Every single time you come up with nothing.
I don't know, man. I don't know how to fix your delusion. I don't know how to fix your fucking mental illness. I don't know how to fucking fix any of this shit for you. You've got in this session, and mate, you need to work on that. You need to work on that hardcore.
Well, you made a claim. I'm just seeking clarification. You have not sufficiently answered me. How you did it, how you measured it, how anybody has ever measured it. Even the stuff that you are told to repeat by people, that script, all that stuff. All right.
Well, I've given you examples from my military service. I've shooting sniper rifles and mortars. I've given you examples of navigation. I've given you all kinds of examples of where it does not work on a curved surface on a globe, and you claim to not be a glober.
You repeated a list of things that have no verification value to them. They have no data to them. Nothing that you could actually look at. It's just a whole list of stuff. So the globers can do that. Look over there, gravity. Look over there, curve. Look over there, whatever. All right.
The thing is that I have actually navigated, and I have actually shot, and I have actually deployed and navigated on other places, and I have actually shot in countries that are not my own, and I have seen the difference in magnetic variation. I have seen the difference. I've seen all of that shit.
Training exercises.
I deployed for 9.5 months to East Timor, and I have actually seen in a different country how things work, and they're different on the ground, which tells me that the globe model does not fucking work.
No, I'm talking about the flat model. Come on. Call my dog, hang on. I'm talking about the flat model that you're claiming. Come here!
Just a quick one, Elder Bear. What kind of dog do you have, man? I've got a Belgian Malinois and a pit bull.
I'm not talking to you about dogs. Come here! Lie down. I'm not talking to you about dogs. I'm talking to you about the measurements that you claim.
I wasn't trying to divert. I'm saying I love dogs and horses, man. Dogs and horses are my thing. So I love dogs.
Yeah, we're talking about measurements that you claimed. That's all. And you haven't ever answered anything about how you did it,
I've
how you measured
answered
the Earth
fucking many
flat.
times. Everyone else has
Wait a
fucking
minute.
answered many times.
No, you
Everyone
may
else
not.
has answered many times. I've answered many times, and you still don't fucking get it through your head, man. And this is the
No.
fucking issue. And this is why
Well,
everyone fucking hates you outside of the lass that
everyone hates me now.
sweetheart.
Everyone hates me. Is this another of your little illusions? Everyone hates me. You know, I went somewhere this morning. I only walked in the door, and they chucked me out. That's what you did. That's how you poisoned a well against me. Anyway, that's an aside.
I
Everybody
poison the
hates me
well.
now, you
It's
see.
not
The
a
claims
personal
you
thing,
make.
man. It's not a personal thing. Look, the
Why do you
problem is
say
not
everybody
us.
don't
The
hates me?
hate
problem is
you.
you.
I don't hate you,
The
Elder Bear.
problem is not us. The
Thank you.
problem is you. So how
No,
about we just fucking
listen.
move on from that?
Your triggering and your spiraling comes out of somewhere else. So you have to say everybody hates me now. All right. I just asked you for some verification
I didn't do that.
of
You
your
did.
claim.
But this is the thing. And the reason that it is because, again, you come in here again and again.
No,
How is it measured flat? How is it measured flat? You get
I
answered
will.
again and again and again. It's measured flat this way, that way, the other way. We have life experience. We have all kinds of experience. And you still come back and say, oh, you didn't measure it yourself. It's not measured flat. Anyway, sorry, Crit. I think you were trying to say something, bud.
Well, Skinny, listen. I'm only asking a question. I'm not seeking any roles. I'm not seeking any power. I'm not seeking to impress anybody. I don't have to follow a script. And it seems to me that if I just agree with you, then everything will be fine and I can be enrolled
I'm
into
not
some
asking you to agree with me. I'm simply
Masonic
asking
order or
you.
something, right? I asked you.
Simply
Your claim
asking you
is
to do me the same favour that I have done you. I have done you previously.
tell everybody that everybody hates you.
I have listened to you previously. I have listened to your arguments. I have listened to Bev. I have listened to Globies when they come in here with what they're saying. And then I come back at them with the same thing. Your problem is we speak in English, you listen in dumbass. You don't fucking
Yeah,
listen
good
at
little
all.
line. Well, I think me and everybody else in the room can hear how you spiral and you accuse people of things that aren't true. You can also see your attitude to women today, which you tried to accuse me of being bad in that effect. And we saw how you treated women in real time. Now, if that's what you told me, that I should be a man. Now, hang on.
I called you
Don't hide.
sweetheart. Oh,
Don't
that's
hide
so
behind your
bad. I
laughter.
called a woman sweetheart.